Due to the inability to purchase a gaming helmet, the reckless Li Huailin, in a fit of determination, constructed a gaming pod to enter the new online game Heart of Glory. However, he inadvertently turned his character into a bug. While others gained experience from defeating monsters, he lost it while others earned rewards from completing quests. He not only lost experience, but also incurred expenses. Just as he contemplated abandoning the game, his character unexpectedly died, resulting in a sudden surge of experience. Thus, he realized that avoiding reckless actions would prevent his demise. In pursuit of leveling up, Li Huailin began to embrace a life of reckless abandon. On a summer afternoon in the year 21XX, in a modest residential building on the 24th floor of XS City, Huaxia, a series of jarring clang sounds echoed through the quiet afternoon, causing considerable annoyance. In room 2402, a young man with black hair wielded a hammer in one hand while pressing down on an iron frame, striking forcefully at the base of the support. The frame appeared ill-fitting, and he was exerting effort to shape it appropriately. With a resounding bang, the frame suddenly locked into place, completing the object. At first glance, it resembled a large massage chair, albeit slightly larger, with a semicircular hood at the head, reminiscent of a hair salon's perming machine, densely packed with an array of wires, clearly a haphazardly constructed contraption. In the 22nd century, such exposed wiring would never pass safety regulations. Beside the massage chair sat a standard home computer, now a single integrated screen. The monitor displayed a flurry of English and Arabic numerals, incomprehensible even to seasoned computer professionals. Finished. With the last support in place, the young man wiped his brow and grinned mischievously. My craftsmanship is extraordinary. I completed this gaming pod in just 3 days. Tianyu Corporation thinks I can't play this game because I'm registered with the police. Watch me build my own pod in 3 days. Let's see how they can stop me. Just a quick tweak to the program, and they'll test if I can connect to Tianyu's network. Just as he reached for the wireless keyboard, a loud bang-bang echoed from the door, accompanied by a woman's voice demanding, "Open the door." "Li Huailin, open up." Li Huailin recognized the voice outside, and, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his nose before heading to the door. "Do I really need to shout so loudly? Others might think I owe you something," he remarked as he opened the door. A woman, seemingly in her 30s, stood there, her face contorted with anger. Despite her age, she possessed striking features, large eyes, a sharp chin, and a captivating figure that could enchant anyone. However, her countenance was now marred by fury and fatigue. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" She glared at him. Li Huailin glanced at his digital watch. "I know it's 2:14 p.m. Really, is it necessary to knock so loudly for a simple time inquiry? Don't you know when I start work? Don't you realize I need my beauty sleep in the afternoon?" Her frustration escalated as she continued. "It's been 3 days of relentless noise sawing, hammering. How am I supposed to rest and prepare for my job at night?" The woman, named Chun Wan, resided in room 2401, making her Li Huailin's neighbor. Her job entailed nightly excursions to nightclubs or bars in search of wealthy patrons, potentially securing several months' worth of living expenses with a bit of luck. Chun Wan had no stable employment and relied on her looks to find men, occasionally taking on modeling gigs or brief assignments. Her working hours began at 5 p.m., with the afternoons and mornings reserved for sleep. Over the past 3 days, Li Huailin's incessant clamor had robbed her of rest, prompting her repeated complaints. "Today is the last day, thank goodness," Li Huailin chuckled helplessly. While he acknowledged the noise was excessive, it was daytime, after all, and not late at night. However, it was challenging to reason with someone whose schedule was so inverted, especially a woman. "I haven't slept in days. Look at these dark circles." Chinwan pointed to her eyes, still fuming. "How am I supposed to work like this? Are you going to support me? Don't joke about it. Your expenses could cover my living costs for a year." "I could barely afford you," Li Huailin replied with a smile. "You might as well be the one supporting me." Chun Wan's expression softened inexplicably at his words, and she scrutinized him with a sly smile. "Well, how about I take care of you, handsome?" "Huh." Li Huailin shook his head in resignation. "I trust my own abilities more. It's getting late. You should really go back to rest. You have work tonight, right? I promise I won't make any more noise." "Don't be like that. My left hand has its own talents," Chinwan teased, making suggestive gestures while leaning slightly, exuding an alluring charm. "Am not for sale. I stand firm in my principles," Li Huailin declared with a serious expression. "Humph." Chinwan tossed her hair back. "You better keep it down, otherwise I might just turn the tables on you, you little virgin." "That's not turning the tables, that's outright coercion," Li Huailin corrected her. "Exactly. What are you going to do about it?" She smirked. "Fair lady, I beseech you to spare me." Li Huailin responded, exasperated. "Humph, from now on, keep your eyes peeled and don't provoke those you shouldn't." Chunwan flaunted her assets, relishing her moment of triumph. "I'll let you off this time. I'm going to sleep now, but don't disturb me again." "Your generosity is appreciated." Li Huailin clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed slightly. Giggle, her laughter lightened the mood, and with a playful glance, she left. After bidding farewell to Chunwan, Li Huailin finally returned to his work. Grasping the keyboard, his demeanor shifted, and he began to type furiously. To an observer, it might appear as though he were merely pressing keys erratically due to the astonishing speed faster than typical typing as he was programming. "It should work without issue," he murmured to himself, watching the white text appear on the monitor. "By the way, Tianyu Corporation is incredibly greedy. A gaming pod costs 599,998 yuan, while my entire self-constructed setup only cost a little over 20,000 yuan. The processor was the only pricey component. Everything else was practically free. 3 days ago, Li Huailin found himself still simmering with indignation. He had come across an advertisement proclaiming that Tianyu Company, in collaboration with the Zheng government, had developed a revolutionary online game titled Heart of Glory, boasting a purported 98 realism in its virtual environment. Not only was it set to operate in Huaxia, but it was also to be available through server proxies in other countries, with promises of cross-server battles on the horizon national confrontations between countries. Although Heart of Glory had yet to launch, the advertising campaign had saturated the airwaves, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain unaware. By the 22nd century, engaging in online gaming had become a widely accepted profession, a rather commonplace affair. However, what struck Li Huailin as peculiar was the Zheng government's open endorsement of Heart of Glory, even encouraging the unemployed to partake in the game. If players logged on for at least 90 hours per month, they would receive a monthly stipend of 2,000 yuan from the government. In this era of rapid productivity growth, the demand for human labor had diminished significantly. Large-scale farming machines catered to agriculture, while massive breeding facilities took care of livestock. Computers and the internet had supplanted much of the manual labor, allowing companies that once employed tens of thousands to operate efficiently with just a few hundred. With the global population surpassing 10 billion a decade prior, unemployment rates were on the rise. Although the Zheng government had ample funds, the increasing number of jobless citizens posed a risk for social unrest, prompting this experimental collaboration with Tianyu Company. The prospect of playing a game while earning money was undeniably appealing. It was this very advertisement that inspired Li Huailin to consider giving it a try. However, trouble arose when he attempted to purchase a gaming helmet. The price for a full gaming pod was a staggering 599,998 yuan, but for those less fortunate, an affordable version of the virtual helmet was available for merely 19,998 yuan, a manageable sum. The issue, however, was that he was prohibited from making the purchase. "I'm sorry, sir. According to our records, you have a criminal record, and therefore, you are not eligible to buy a gaming helmet," a customer service representative explained with a smile. "Is that so? You didn't mention anything about a criminal record being a disqualifier in your advertisement. I came all this way only to find out I can't buy it?" After waiting in line for quite some time, Li Huailin was understandably upset. This is the regulation," the representative replied calmly. "If you look at the bottom right corner of the promotional flyer, it does state it." Upon inspecting the flyer once more, Li Huailin indeed spotted the small print in the corner. Frustrated, he returned home. As his irritation grew, Li Huailin began to contemplate a nefarious path. "This helmet is merely a collection of neural wave sensors and imaging devices. Why not build one myself? With such basic technology, I should be able to create something functional and connect it to Tianyu's network, allowing me to play the game." After 3 days of effort, Li Huailin successfully constructed a rudimentary gaming pod. While it lacked the sleek design of professionally manufactured models, it possessed the essential functionalities. Eager to test if I can connect to the official network, he thought, excitement bubbling within him as he sat down in his makeshift gaming pod. He pressed down on the visor and soon found himself in a connection state. He was engulfed in darkness after 10 seconds of uncertainty. A Tianyu Company logo suddenly appeared before him. An instant later, the screen faded to black, and the opening animation began to play. Li Huailin had already viewed this animation on the official website, so he paid little heed to it. However, just 2 seconds in, the visuals stuttered, and what was once a vibrant battlefield scene depicting fierce combat among various races devolved into a chaotic array of glitches. The ground transformed into an ocean, with thousands of combatants seemingly standing on water, while a distant city that had been engulfed in flames morphed into a forest of trees. What on earth is going on? Is it lagging? Li Huailin stared at the screen, perplexed, but before he could ponder further, the animation concluded. Suddenly feeling weightless, he found himself gazing upon a magnificent white palace. Is this the character creation interface? At least this seems normal. What was that glitch earlier? Could my homemade device be faulty? Li Huailin pondered, though he dismissed the thought. Welcome to Heart of Glory. Please create your character. A raspy voice emanated from in front of Hyman, eerie sound, reminiscent of a radio struggling to transmit. Li Huailin looked up, startled. Before him stood a woman clad in white, or so he assumed, for her face was obscured by two lengthy black bars that divided her visage into 3 parts, rendering her identity unrecognizable. Well, what kind of apparition is this? He stammered. I am a novice assistant for Heart of Glory, responsible for character creation. The pixelated figure replied in a chilling, gravelly tone. Seriously? You have a horror figure as a newbie guide? Aren't you worried about scaring children? Li Huailin remarked, wiping his brow. Please create your character, the assistant repeated, a mere programmed response without any variation. All right, despite the fright, I suppose I should proceed with character creation. Li Huailin resigned himself to the unsettling visage and began the process. Character name, the assistant prompted mechanically. Huailin, he declared, a name he had carried since his father bestowed it upon him, inspired by a book. Name is not unique, the assistant stated monotonously. Confirm? Confirm. Please select a race. As soon as the assistant finished, a virtual panel appeared before him, detailing the 6 races in Heart of Glory: human, dwarf, elf, demon, beast, undead, along with their respective traits. Having perused these descriptions on the official website, Li Huailin quickly assessed them. He found the human race's innate intelligence 10 increase in intellect and diplomacy 10 reputation boost in non-human cities particularly appealing, as his ambition was to cultivate a mage. Among the 6 races, only humans received an intellect boost, which in turn increased magical damage, making them a reliable choice. The diplomatic trait, while secondary, was still a welcome addition, albeit not particularly impactful, given that a 10-point reputation merely translated to a 5 discount on purchases in the main city. Choosing a profession would have to wait until level 10, after leaving the novice village and locating a profession instructor in the main city, so he proceeded directly into the game after selecting a race. Choose human. Confirm? Confirm. Enjoy your game. While the assistant's farewell was pleasant, the voice was rather unsettling. Before Li Huailin could fully react, darkness enveloped him once more. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a quaint village. Li Huailin was momentarily taken aback, for the scenery surrounding him was astonishingly lifelike. Although he had previously engaged in various virtual online games, he could always discern certain elements of unreality. However, this time, in Heart of Glory, he was genuinely astounded. The simple yet authentic houses and the serene, beautiful environment were captivating. Taking a breath, he realized even the air felt strikingly real. Observing the players darting about in small groups, Li Huailin unconsciously raised his right hand and clenched his fist, feeling his own body. Truly impressive. I never expected this online game to possess a remarkable 98 realism. It's worth my time, Li Huailin mused with a self-satisfied smile. I never thought my homemade gaming pod would prove so effective. Tianyu Company, this is your standard? With that, Li Huailin drew upon his prior gaming experience and silently uttered character, causing an interface to materialize before him. Name, Heart of the Forest. Class, none unassigned. Auxiliary class, none. Level 1. Experience, 0-500. Attributes, HP, 100,100. MP, 100,100. Attack power, 47. Defense power, 24. Spell attack power, 47. Spell defense, 22. Strength, 7 affects physical attack power. The extent varies by class, meaning that physical classes benefit more from strength than magical ones. Agility, 9 affects attack speed, movement speed, and slightly increases defense. Constitution, 5 affects health, significantly enhances defense. Intelligence, 7 influences spell attack power, and critical hits varies by class. Spirit, 5 increases mana regeneration speed, and spell defense. Luck, 5 a mysterious attribute that enhances critical hits, loot drop rates, and triggers quest conditions. Reputation points, 0. Skill, heavy strike level 1, 0-200. A fierce blow that increases attack power by 5. Active, consumes 5 mana points, cooldown of 15 seconds. Upgradable. Racial trait. Wisdom, intelligence 10. Diplomacy, reputation with non-human main cities 10. What on earth? Li Huailin exclaimed, startled by his character's attributes. His 5 primary attributes strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, and spirit were within the normal range. For a novice account, the maximum for each attribute was 10 points, and it was rare to find anyone with full values. Li Huailin's attributes were fairly decent, but he was perplexed by this racial trait. Racial trait. Wisdom, intelligence 10. Diplomacy, reputation with non-human main cities 10. He scrutinized it again, confirming that it was indeed a 10 to intelligence and 10 to reputation. What was going on? Shouldn't it be a bonus instead? Without hesitation, Li Huailin exited the game and grabbed his home computer, promptly logging onto the official website of Heart of Glory. The information available was scant, merely providing introductions to races and classes, along with a basic beginner's tutorial. He quickly searched for the details regarding the human racial traits. Human racial traits. Wisdom, intelligence 10. Diplomacy, reputation with non-human main cities 10. Strange, isn't it stated to be a bonus on the official site? Li Huailin was certain he had not misread. Tianyu Company was a reputable enterprise. If there were errors on the website, they should have been rectified promptly. The game had been live for 4 days. If there was a mistake, it would have been discovered long ago. Could it be that my homemade login gear has some penalties? Li Huailin scratched the back of his head, puzzled and left to speculate. After pondering for a moment, he recognized he had no other options. If an average player discovered discrepancies in their character attributes, they would usually contact customer support to resolve the issue. However, that was not an option for Li Huailin. He had never purchased a helmet, and now that he could access the game, contacting support would only reveal the problem. Thus, he could not reach out for assistance. Well, never mind. With no other recourse, Li Huailin resigned himself to the situation. At worst, he'll just avoid becoming a wizard and play as a warrior instead. Losing 10 intelligence isn't such a big deal. As for the 10 reputation with other main cities, he'll just stick around the human city. If the other cities turn cold, items will be 20 more expensive, and that's unbearable. With this thought, he concluded that aside from lacking a racial trait, there were no significant issues which he could accept. After all, he was illegally logged in, and this minor penalty could be considered a fitting consequence. At least he could still play, right? Having comforted himself, Li Huailin returned to his homemade gaming pod and re-entered the game. Upon returning to the character interface, Li Huailin chose to ignore the glaring racial trait and examined his current equipment. Tianyu Company had not left players without attire upon spawning. He found himself clad in a simple tunic and equipped with a broken sword. Tunic, defense 11. Trousers, defense 11. Broken sword, attack 13. Glancing at his currency, he was dismayed to find he had no coins at all. He was utterly devoid of resources, possessing only the 3 pieces of equipment on his person, with nothing in his inventory. What a miserly start, Li Huailin grumbled. Then, drawing upon his online gaming experience, he began to seek initial quests. The server had been live for 4 days, and, according to information from the official forum, someone had already reached level 10 and left the novice village that morning. Now, in the afternoon, it was likely that many others had also departed. While there were still numerous newcomers like Li Huailin, the overall flow of players in the novice village was manageable, unlike the exaggerated scenes depicted in the forum post titled on the first day of launch, A Sea of Players. Dark creatures have appeared around this village. Future warriors, will you assist me in eradicating some of them? I will reward you. An elderly man with a gray beard addressed Li Huailin. System prompt. The village chief of the novice village has issued a level E quest to eliminate black slimes. Do you accept? Yes. Level E quest. Eliminate black slimes. Kill 20 black slimes. Reward. 200 experience points, 10 copper coins. After searching for a while, Li Huailin discovered this single quest. Other NPCs merely engaged him in conversation without offering any tasks. He speculated that perhaps he needed to complete this quest before being able to accept others. With that thought, he set out from the village in search of the quest monsters. Outside the novice village lay a vast expanse of grassland, where a few players were engaging the black slimes. However, being novice monsters that only granted 5 experience points, they were not heavily contested, as most players had already moved on to higher-level monsters. Before long, Li Huailin spotted a solitary black slime and briefly examined its attributes. Black slime, HP, 30 physical attack, 8 physical defense, 4. It resembled a blob of black gelatin. Li Huailin approached without attacking first, allowing it to strike him. 3, 2. As expected, the the damage was minimal. With 100 health points, he could withstand over 40 hits before perishing, posing almost no danger. Brandishing the novice broken sword, Li Huailin attempted an attack. 5-6. Calculating, he figured it would take about 6 or 7 strikes to defeat one. Indeed, novice monsters posed little challenge. With casual swipes, the black slime burst into a puddle of black liquid, and a copper coin sprang forth from the residue. Battle record. You have slain a black slime, gaining 5 experience points. Indeed, just as the form suggested, a deduction of 5 experience points. As Li Huailin uttered these words, he soon realized something was amiss. Upon scrutinizing his battle record, he found experience deducted 5, indicating a loss rather than a gain. In haste, Li Huailin opened his character attributes panel. Name, Chest of Lin. Class, none unclassed. Auxiliary class, none. Level 1. Experience, 5,500. To his astonishment, his experience had indeed plummeted to 5,500. At first, Li Huailin thought he must have misread, but the system was evidently serious. Not only had he failed to level up, but his experience had also turned negative. What the heck? Is this even possible? Li Huailin managed to exclaim after a moment of disbelief. Without further ado, he swiftly dashed towards a nearby black slime and dispatched it with a few strikes. Battle record. You have slain a black slime. Experience deducted 5. Gazing at his experience bar, now reflecting 10500, Li Huailin felt utterly dumbfounded. Can this game even be played? I could accept the negative talent, but negative experience? How am I supposed to level up? Confirming that experience could indeed be deducted left Li Huailin at a loss for words. He felt as though his character had become ensnared in a glitch. Recalling the dislocated opening animation and the transformed novice guide, combined with his peculiar character attributes, he increasingly suspected something was amiss. After all, he hadn't logged in using the official client, his self-created game repository was still in the beta testing phase, so glitches were entirely plausible. What now? Li Huailin pondered, somewhat dejected. The character data for Heart of Glory was stored on the official server. To rectify his character's bug, he would need to delete it, improve his login mechanism, and then attempt to create a new account. However, deleting a character meant it would take a month to create another, which was exceedingly tedious. What if his improvements resulted in yet another bug character? Or worse, he was unable to connect at all. That would render the game unplayable. I suppose I'll just continue playing, as I'm curious to see what happens when my experience hits 500. With a newfound resolve, Li Huailin decided to disregard the situation. After all, he wasn't aiming to conquer the gaming world or to become invincible. He would simply enjoy the game, glitches and all. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Huailin battled a few more black slimes until he finally met the quest requirement of slaying 20. His experience had now become 100,500. He chuckled resignedly, glancing at his HP, which stood at 13. Given his health regeneration rate, it would take him half a day to recover. Since he had already completed the quest, he figured it would be more efficient to simply die and respawn rather than run back. Surveying his surroundings, he casually lured 2 black slimes to attack him. Before long, his screen faded to gray as he succumbed. System notification: you have died, gaining 50 experience. What the heck? Li Huailin exclaimed upon reviving at the novice village's resurrection point, drawing the attention of nearby newcomers. However, they quickly returned to their own affairs, likely assuming this young man had been slain by some formidable monster, thus eliciting such a reaction. Still in a daze, Li Huailin reread the system notification: dead, yet gaining experience. How can dying grant experience? He checked his experience bar once more, and indeed, it had shifted to 50,500, confirming the addition of experience. Wait a minute, I recall the official website for Heart of Glory stating that when killed by a monster, one loses 10 of their current level's experience. As a level 1 character, requiring 500 experience to level up, 10 equates to exactly 50 points. I see now. My character is glitched. I lose experience upon receiving it. But what would typically be a deduction has become an addition. Li Huailin, possessing a keen intellect, swiftly deduced the situation. This game is surprisingly playable. If I can die 10 times, I could reach level 2. And since the experience deducted upon death is 10, that means for every 10 deaths, I could level up. This is a fantastic opportunity. My leveling speed in the future will be unparalleled. I truly am extraordinarily cool and spectacular. With the prospect of leveling up on the horizon, Li Huailin's spirit soared. Chapter 3. The Debt. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Huailin approached the village chief of the novice village once more. His spirits elevated. He found the old man with gray whiskers somewhat endearing. "Old man, I have completed your task," Li Huailin declared joyfully. "The future warrior. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. Your scars stand as testimony to your valor. Here is your reward," the gray-bearded village chief monotonously responded. System notification, E-level task completed. Defeated black slime. Experience deducted, 200. Copper coins deducted, 10. Li Huailin was instantly dismayed. What the hell? Why am I penalized 200 experience points and 10 copper coins after turning in a quest? He glanced at his experience bar, which now astonishingly read minus 250,500. He had collected 13 copper coins from slaying slimes, but now it had dwindled to merely 3. As for the experience, it was inconsequential since he had already gone negative. However, losing that copper was infuriating. "I've worked hard for that money. How dare you take my coins?" Without regard for whether the individual was an NPC or not, Li Huailin seized the village chief by the collar. "Return my money, you rascal. What is going on?" A circle of novice players looked on in confusion, prepared to embark on their own quests, but were taken aback by the sight of one player seemingly about to assault the village chief. You don't understand." A nearby player began to analyze the situation. "The game Heart of Glory has hidden quests. Look at this player. He must be trying to trigger a hidden task from the village chief." "Oh, I see now." The surrounding players nodded, accepting this explanation. With a scoff, a group of over a dozen players emerged from behind them. They were clearly a cohesive unit, and despite being in a novice village, their gear was complete. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 30s, clad in armor that glimmered faintly with a green hue, evidence of bronze equipment. It was uncommon for a player in a novice village to possess bronze gear, which typically required a guild to defeat a boss. Does he think he can trigger a hidden quest? How absurd. "Our guild has tried every method and still hasn't uncovered any hidden tasks," the leader remarked. "Just wait and watch. This village chief is an NPC over level 30. Newbies get eliminated in an instant. You'll see him get dispatched shortly." The surrounding crowd murmured in excitement, immediately believing the man's words, as the reputation of the Lingjia Guild was indeed formidable. "Keep it up, and I swear I'll hit you again," Li Huailin warned the village chief, disregarding the crowd. "Warrior, I currently have no tasks for you," the gray-bearded village chief reiterated, showing no sign of surprise. Unbelievable. Without hesitation, Li Huailin raised his right hand and delivered a punch to the village chief's face. -2 system notification. Due to your attack on the novice village chief, his favorability towards you has increased by 20. Current favorability, friendly. What the hell? Li Huailin was taken aback by the system notification. He had genuinely attacked. The onlookers erupted in excitement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Seconds ticked by, and soon 10 seconds had passed in an eerie silence. Nothing happened. People began to murmur in confusion. "What is going on? Why didn't the village chief retaliate?" A player inquired. "Yeah, I saw someone attack the chief and get instantly killed. Why is he just standing there?" Even the Lingjia Guild members were bewildered. What transpired next was utterly confounding. The village chief, who had initially worn a stern expression, smiled after being struck. "Warrior, it's you. I'm so glad to see you. I heard the blacksmith and tailor need assistance. Could you please check on them?" The chief beamed at Li Huailin. Is this village chief insane? The surrounding players were now completely agitated. Li Huailin, momentarily astonished, quickly grasped the situation. His favorability had increased instead of decreasing after the hit. It had risen to a friendly status. Hence, the chief's sudden warm demeanor made sense. "Such a shameless NPC. Since you robbed me of 10 copper coins, I might as well give you a few more slaps," Li Huailin declared, once more seizing the chief's collar and delivering a resounding slap to his face, causing nearby players to wince. System notification. Due to your attack on the novice village chief, his favorability towards you has increased by 15. Current favorability, friendly. Wow, he hit him again. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Let us keep this going." Li Huailin grew more exhilarated, striking the village chief repeatedly. System notification. Due to your attack on the novice village chief, his favorability towards you has increased by 12. Current favorability, respect. System notification. Due to your attack on the novice village chief, his favorability towards you has increased by 10. Current favorability, respect. System notification. Due to your attack on the novice village chief, his favorability towards you has increased by 3. Current favorability, adoration. After delivering a flurry of slaps, Li Huailin felt satisfied. He had dealt a total of 40 damage, and the favorability had reached its maximum of adoration. The surrounding players were left dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Even the Lingjia Guild members stared blankly at Li Huailin. "All right, I'm done here. Consider those 10 coins as your medical bill." "No need for change," Li Huailin said, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, as soon as he released the village chief, the latter grasped Li Huailin's hand, startling him. "Great warrior, I have finally seen you again. Your bravery deserves the admiration of the world. Your triumphs should be engraved upon the temple." The village chief exclaimed passionately, his eyes filled with reverence. Indeed, Li Huailin nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the old man's words. It was worth the effort of slapping him. Surrounding players were left in shock, questioning what feats of bravery or triumphs he had accomplished. Was it merely enduring a series of slaps? "Ah, brave warrior, while we're at it, I have a hidden task I would like to entrust to you," the gray-bearded village chief continued unabated. System notification. The village chief of the novice village has issued an A-level hidden task, the source of evil. Would you like to accept? Accept? No way. Get lost. Li Huailin was taken aback. Although the rewards were unknown, the mere designation of an A-level task indicated trouble. If it yielded thousands of experience points, he would be in dire straits. Given his current experience, dying several hundred times would not suffice to recover. The village chief has truly issued a hidden mission. The surrounding players immediately became exhilarated. "Did you hear that? This guy actually turned it down," another player exclaimed. "Incredible. I am utterly astounded. Warrior, are you really not considering it? The rewards for the mission would surely satisfy you." The gray-bearded village chief, witnessing Li Huailin's refusal, inquired once more. "Aye." Li Huailin certainly wished to decline again, but just as he was about to voice his rejection, a hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder from behind. "Hold on, friend." A voice emerged from behind, and Li Huailin turned to find several members of the Spirit Realm Guild standing behind him, with a man in his 30s leading the group, intercepting his words. "Is there something you need? Do I know you?" Li Huailin asked, somewhat puzzled. He had been too focused on the village chief to pay attention to the conversations around him. Hence he was unaware that these individuals belonged to the Spirit Realm Guild. "I am Yi Hang, the vice president of the Spirit Realm Guild, and these are my subordinates," the man introduced himself. The Spirit Realm Guild. Li Huailin's eyes narrowed slightly. This guild was indeed a significant one. In the previous online games he played, the Spirit Realm Guild always ranked within the top 3. After the launch of Heart of Glory, he had anticipated the arrival of prominent guilds from other games, yet he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Did the other games relinquish such substantial resources and markets? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Huailin maintained his composure, smiling as he replied, "I am a solo player, as free as the forest. You may call me Huailin." "Hello, Huailin," Yi Hang responded politely. "I happened to witness your refusal of the hidden mission. Could you share your reasoning?" Yi Hang was also intrigued. Typically, players sought hidden missions. So why had this individual so readily discarded such a grand opportunity? "Oh, I noticed that this task is an A-level mission, and I deemed it unworthy of my time. It is far better to focus on leveling up," Li Huailin remarked, deliberately omitting the fact that he would incur experience penalties for being an illegal player, as being discovered could potentially lead to account suspension. "I see." Yi Hang nodded. Li Huailin had already mentioned he was a solo player, and given his novice equipment, it was reasonable to assume he would struggle to complete the mission. "However, our Spirit Realm Guild is quite interested in this task. Would you consider passing it on to us?" "Oh." A slight smile graced Li Huailin's face. Was business about to unfold? Chapter 4. Profiting. Does your Spirit Realm Guild wish to purchase this task? Li Huailin inquired, discerning the implication behind Yi Hang's words. "What is the price?" "First, you should ask the village chief whether this task is meant for an individual or a team," Yi Hang replied, exhibiting a commendable professionalism. "Oh," Li Huailin nodded, turning to the gray-bearded village chief. "Old man, is this task to be completed solo, or does it require a team?" "Great warrior, while your strength is undeniable, this task is rife with peril. I advise you to enlist some formidable allies to assist you," the village chief stated in a customary manner. "It appears to be a team task," Li Huailin concluded, relaying the information back to Yi Hang. "In that case, I have 2 proposals. One is to form a team to undertake this task, and we will assist you without requiring any payment from you. However, we will keep the rewards as our compensation. The second option is to form a team, and then you can abandon the task, allowing our Spirit Realm Guild to complete it, in which case we will provide you with a monetary compensation." Yi Hang, being the vice president of a major guild, quickly devised 2 feasible solutions. "Oh, how much is the compensation?" Li Huailin had not even considered the first option. As he was not keen on losing several thousand experience points, he immediately focused on the compensation instead. "Our guild is newly established in Heart of Glory and does not possess abundant game currency. Is it possible to utilize real currency?" Yi Hang pondered before asking. "That is acceptable," Li Huailin affirmed with a nod. "Then, I propose a sum of 30,000. Yi Hang promptly set forth a price. 30,000. Li Huailin was quite satisfied, yet a hint of discontent surfaced on his face. After all, it was a business deal, and he could not simply agree outright, as there might be room for negotiation. 35,000, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Yi Hang quickly adjusted the offer upon noticing Li Huailin's hesitation. 35,000 plus 10 silver coins, and we have a deal. Li Huailin reflected for a moment, deciding to keep some game currency as a reserve. 10 silver coins were not excessive, translating to merely 1,000 copper coins, which a prominent guild like Spirit Realm surely possessed. Agreed, Yi Hang replied decisively. All right, you will form a team with me, and once the task is completed, I will abandon it, and you will transfer the payment, Li Huailin stated. Unperturbed by the possibility of the Spirit Realm Guild reneging on the deal, as there were numerous players around, and the guild had a reputable standing. Understood. A team invitation promptly arrived, which Li Huailin accepted. Upon entering the team, he noticed 4 players from Spirit Realm: Yi Hang, Huatu, Zhan Hun, and Hui Ji, all of whom were male. Old man, quickly provide me with the task, Li Huailin urged the gray-bearded village chief after the team was formed. Of course, brave warrior. The village chief responded with a smile. System notification. The village chief has issued an AA-level hidden task, Source of Evil. Would you like to accept? Yes. AA-level hidden task, Source of Evil. 1. Identify the source of the dark creatures appearing in the novice village. Hint. It is rumored that traces of the demonic race have been discovered to the south of the village. Please investigate. Task rewards include 2,000 experience points, 10 reputation points, and 1 silver coin. Such meager rewards? Li Huailin expressed his confusion. Not at all. The -1 at the end suggests this is part of a series of tasks. And this is merely one segment of the rewards. Hidden tasks will undoubtedly offer more substantial rewards. Yi Hang, with his extensive gaming experience, immediately discerned the situation. Oh, I see. Li Huailin nodded, though it no longer concerned him. Having said that, Li Huailin exited the team and opened his task menu to abandon the task. System notification. Are you certain you wish to abandon the AA-level hidden task, Source of Evil? Yes. System notification. You have abandoned the AA-level hidden task, Source of Evil, and have gained 1,000 reputation points. Huh. Li Huailin was taken aback before quickly realizing that abandoning a task typically incurs a loss of reputation points. However, due to a character bug, he had instead gained points. Wait, can I not re-accept it? Li Huailin hastily inquired of the gray-bearded village chief. Apologies, brave warrior. This is a hidden task. Once abandoned, you cannot accept it again, the village chief replied regretfully. Curse it, I can no longer farm reputation points. Li Huailin muttered under his breath, somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, the members of the Spirit Realm Guild remained oblivious to Li Huailin's predicament, as Yi Hang and the others were engaged in discussions regarding the task. And the transfer notification had already been dispatched to the guild's financial personnel offline to complete the transaction. All right, the funds have been transferred to the account you provided. Here are the 10 silver coins. Yi Hang approached Li Huailin and traded him the coins. We must now proceed to complete the task. By the way, Huailin, you are a solo player, correct? Have you considered joining a guild? I can recommend you for the Spirit Realm Guild, particularly for the second team I lead. Li Huailin felt a flicker of interest. The second team of the Spirit Realm Guild was not merely an online collective. It functioned as a department of a large corporation, with monthly salaries reportedly exceeding 10,000, along with bonuses, a tempting prospect. However, upon further contemplation of his current situation, he realized that he was an illegal player. Should the Spirit Realm Guild necessitate in-person attendance or any other circumstance reveal his current status, it would be a disastrous misstep. Apologies, but I am a solo player and have no intention of joining any guild, Li Huailin resolutely declined, considering his situation. Oh, I see, Yi Hang acknowledged, recognizing that there was indeed a segment of players who preferred solitary enjoyment. Very well, let us add each other as friends. Perhaps we shall meet again. Certainly. The two exchanged friend requests, and the members of the Spirit Realm Guild took their leave. The surrounding players, who had been captivated by the earlier spectacle, were eager to approach Li Huailin, curious about the recent events. However, witnessing the interaction with the Spirit Realm Guild, they refrained from interrupting, as it was a prominent guild not to be trifled with. Once the guild members departed, they swiftly converged around Li Huailin. In a flash, before the players could react, Li Huailin vanished in a burst of white light, logging off. Wow, that impressive player left so swiftly. The nearby players lamented, feeling thwarted. Truly remarkable, absolutely remarkable. One player, still reeling from the shock of witnessing the NPC slap, exclaimed frantically, I am in awe. I beseech you for the name of that impressive player. I wish to be his disciple. A burly man shouted. Wait, didn't he just slap the village chief to accept the hidden task? Why can't we try that? A player suddenly suggested. Indeed, let's give it a shot. A chorus of players echoed, their eyes gleaming with newfound determination as they turned toward the bewildered gray-bearded village chief. I'll do it. A robust man stepped forward, grabbing the village chief by his collar and delivering a resounding slap. With a loud smack, the player was propelled backward as if struck by a truck, crashing into a wall several meters away, only to transform into a burst of white light. He was eliminated. That truly was an instant kill. The surrounding players gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Why did that impressive player remain unscathed while we were all eliminated? One player queried. Perhaps the technique was incorrect. I recall that impressive player adopting this stance. Another player attempted to mimic. In rapid succession, another player was sent flying, dissolving into a beam of white light. That can't be right. I believe this stance is correct, yet another player insisted, only to be launched away as well. Is it a matter of facial expression? I remember the impressive player wearing this expression. A player contorted his face comically, only to be met with the same fate. Is it necessary to be a virgin to succeed? Not long after, a young lad was sent soaring into the cosmos. Regardless of what is happening on the other side, Li Huailin promptly accessed his online banking as soon as he logged off. To his delight, he discovered an additional 35,000 in his account. This game is quite lucrative, he mused, earning 35,000 on the very first day of playing. I truly am extraordinarily impressive, Li Huailin remarked with satisfaction. Chapter 5. You have a debt to settle. As the night grew late, Li Huailin glanced at his bank balance and decided to retire for the evening. At precisely 7 a.m. the following day, he awoke, rummaged through the refrigerator for some cold rice, and prepared a simple porridge for breakfast. While eating, he perused the official website and forums of Heart of Glory. A pinned post caught his attention. The most notorious player defeats the villager chief of the novice village. Chief submits and reveals hidden quest. Below the title, there was no textual commentary, only a video link. Upon clicking it, he was greeted by the sight of himself delivering a barrage of slaps to an elderly man with a gray beard. The comments beneath the video were numerous. The original poster stated, I am at a loss for words. Viewers, judge for yourselves. The first comment read, incredible. The second, worship the divine being. The third proclaimed, this post is destined to go viral. The fourth simply stated, fire tongs, Lu Ming. As he scrolled down, he noted, incredible, and fire tongs, Lu Ming, among others. At the 690th comment, someone claimed, I am the person in the video, please worship me. Another chimed in, S13. With a slight sigh, Li Huailin reflected on his current state, thinking, though I am no longer in the realm, tales of my exploits continue to circulate. After tidying up his bowl and chopsticks, he was about to enter the game when a loud thud echoed from the corridor outside his door. Curious, he opened the door to find his neighbor, Chen Wan, slumped against his door, her eyes closed and chest rising and falling rhythmically, seemingly asleep. Hey, wake up, he called, crouching down to rouse her. As he approached, a strong scent of alcohol assaulted his senses. How much has she had to drink? He wondered, frowning. Wanjia, wake up, he prompted again. Slowly, she stirred. Her beautiful face flushed, and her sultry voice reached his ears. Come on, come sit at my place. This is my house, he replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Where's your key? Let me help you back. Chen Wan, clearly inebriated, was disoriented and did not respond. Fortunately, he noticed her bag pinned under her right hand, retrieved it, and discovered her keys inside, along with several condoms, which made him sweat profusely again. I'll help you back, he said, assisting her as they made their way, albeit unsteadily, to her apartment, room 2401. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a wave of perfume. Wow, does she never air out her place? She'll suffocate herself one day. He quickly ushered her into the bedroom, tossing her onto the bed and tucking her in with a corner of the blanket. After opening a window in the living room and clearing away the clutter on the table, he washed his hands in the bathroom, glanced back at the now unconscious Chen Wan, and quietly exited her apartment. Am I becoming less than human? He pondered as he closed her door, realizing that despite the presence of condoms, he had no ulterior motives. Do I have tendencies I wasn't aware of? Shrugging it off, he recalled that her keys were still in her living room. No point in overthinking. It's not like I was desperate. Returning to his own room, he secured the door and settled into his makeshift gaming pod. After a brief black screen, he found himself back at the spot where he had logged out the previous day. What to do today? He mused, contemplating his next steps. First, I need to level up. Given my current minus 250 experience, reaching level 10 requires me to die 105 times. What the hell? To reach level 100, I'd have to die 1005 times. Let us aim for dying 100 times first. Why doesn't this game have a suicide option? I could really use a powerful technique like the demonic disintegration method. With no means to end his own life, Li Huailin set out to find monsters, ultimately encountering a black slime. After striking it a few times and running, he finally succumbed to its relentless assault on his 5th attempt with a cry of despair. After struggling for so long, he had only gained 50 experience points, hardly an improvement over defeating monsters. Exiting the resurrection point, he felt disheartened. The time it took to run from the village to the outside world and back was excessive, especially when the slimes dealt minimal damage, prolonging each encounter. Li Huailin recognized that his leveling pace was painfully slow, while other players needed only 500 experience points to advance from level 1. With 200 points available from the Chief's Novice quest, and merely 60 slimes to defeat for the next level, they could achieve level 2 in less than an hour. In contrast, Li Huailin found himself dying repeatedly, taking twice as long and still struggling to progress. What if I sought out more formidable foes? He contemplated. Since the slimes only deal 2 or 3 points of damage, I could find a monster that could defeat me in one hit for quicker deaths. However, he realized that the more dangerous creatures were located far from the novice village, requiring a significant time investment to reach, only to respawn back in the village. What a dilemma. It's simpler to just grind for levels. As he wrestled with his thoughts, he suddenly overheard 2 players conversing nearby. Are you mining again? Hurry up and defeat some monsters. Get out of the novice village already. One player urged another who was carrying a pickaxe. The secondary professions are pointless. Advancing your main job is the way to go. I think being a miner has its merits. A quality 10 iron ore can sell for 15 copper coins. That's quite a profit, the pickaxe-wielding player countered. But I only dare mine at the entrance of the cave. The monsters inside are too fierce. They kill me in 2 hits. Of course, with your gear, what else would you expect? Excuse me, could I interrupt you two for a moment? Li Huailin interjected, catching their attention. Oh, what is up? They asked, pausing. Could you tell me where that mine is? How far is it from the novice village? Li Huailin inquired. Just a little to the south of the novice village. Not too far, the player with the pickaxe replied, gesturing in the direction. You'll reach it in no time. Excellent. Is the fauna inside particularly strong? Li Huailin asked excitedly. Yes, the entrance is manageable, but if you venture a bit further in, you'll encounter level 6 bats and level 8 zombies. Quite formidable, the player warned. The ore veins are rich, but it's too dangerous for me. I can't go in at level 3. Thank you. Li Huailin smiled. By the way, if you plan to mine, you'll need a preliminary quest to obtain a mining permit. Otherwise, the system won't let you enter, the player added, noticing Li Huailin's interest in mining. Oh, I see. Where do I accept that quest? Li Huailin asked. At the village blacksmith. You'll need to take the secondary profession quest to become a miner, and then you'll receive the mining permit, the player explained. Got it. Thank you very much. Li Huailin expressed his gratitude sincerely. No problem, we help each other out. The player waved goodbye as they departed. After bidding farewell to the kind players, Li Huailin hurried to the village blacksmith. The blacksmith shop was modest, around 40 square meters. With a dozen players gathered outside, some practicing their forging skills on anvils, having taken up the secondary profession of blacksmithing. The blacksmith, a burly man in his 40s known as Bard, was diligently hammering away at the anvil by the entrance, casually responding to the players passing by. You must be the inexperienced young warrior the village chief spoke of. I hear you've completed the chief's task, which suggests you possess some skill. I have a task for you. Collect 10 sharp fangs from the fong mice for my smithing needs. Upon noticing Li Huailin approaching, Bard began to issue his quest. System prompt. Village blacksmith Bard has issued an E-rank quest. Collect fong. Will you accept? Who would willingly undertake such a task? Li Huailin promptly declined, insisting, hurry and give me the mining certification. Oh, you wish to mine? Mining is indeed a noble profession. I can teach you the art of mining, but first, you must complete my previous task for me to allow you to learn this secondary occupation, Bard replied, adhering to the scripted dialogue of the system, and without surprise. He rejected Li Huailin's request. Are you serious? Completing that task only grants a few hundred experience points. You expect me to die several times for that? I refuse to do it. I warn you, hand over the certification promptly, or I'll make you regret it, Li Huailin threatened. You dare threaten me, you little brat? Bard retorted, flexing his shoulders and raising his voice. Bard's loud exclamation quickly caught the attention of several players engaged in smithing and others browsing nearby. What is happening? Who is that player? One asked. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Another player mused, stroking his chin. Li Huailin, unfazed by the gathering crowd, found amusement in Bard's anger. Ah, I see you're asking for a beating, he remarked. Before Bard could comprehend, Li Huailin swiftly slapped him across the face. A resounding crack echoed through the blacksmith shop, plunging the entire establishment into sudden silence. Chapter 6. Discrimination. With a resounding slap, he struck the blacksmith. It took a while for one of the players present to realize what had transpired. I remember now. No wonder his face looks so familiar. Isn't he that impressive guy from the pinned post on the forum? Another player exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Yes, I just recalled. Indeed impressive. He just struck the village chief yesterday, and now he's come to hit the blacksmith. Look, the blacksmith doesn't seem to retaliate at all. Of course, the blacksmith did not retaliate, as the system had already issued a notification. System notification. Due to your attack on the novice village blacksmith Bard, Bard's favorability towards you has increased by 20. Current favorability, friendly. Beard, hurry up and give me the mining certificate, Li Huailin said after delivering another blow. Brave warrior. In order to obtain the mining certificate, you must first complete the prerequisite task, Bard replied, his expression turning friendly, addressing Li Huailin as a warrior. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Huailin slapped him again. With a crisp sound, the blacksmith shop fell silent for a moment. System notification. Due to your attack on the novice village blacksmith Bard, Bard's favorability towards you has increased by 15. Current favorability, friendly. The mining certificate, Li Huailin reiterated. Warrior, to obtain the mining certificate, you must first. Bard began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by another slap from Li Huailin. The mining certificate. Warrior. A group of players watched as Li Huailin relentlessly struck Bard, whose demeanor shifted from disdain to one of seeming appeasement towards Li Huailin. Damn it, you're really stubborn. Even after a dozen slaps, you still refuse to give me the mining certificate. Noticing that the system had indicated Bard's favorability had reached the level of admiration, it became evident that completing the prerequisite task was indeed necessary to acquire the mining certificate. Bard was merely a low-level NPC from the novice village and could only provide standardized responses. Li Huailin had hoped to bypass the task by improving favorability directly, but it appeared that was not possible. Great warrior, if you do not complete the prior task, I truly cannot grant you the mining certificate. Bard nearly knelt before Li Huailin. By the way, I have a hidden task here. If completed, you can not only change your profession to blacksmith, but also gain 6,000 points of forging experience, elevating your forging skill to intermediate level. Wow. The surrounding players with blacksmith professions were taken aback. The secondary profession had only just been learned, and they were merely at the apprentice level. It required 1,000 points to advance to a junior blacksmith, while a junior blacksmith needed 5,000 points to progress to an intermediate level. Crafting an item yielded only 1 to 3 points of blacksmith experience based on its quality, and after advancing to junior blacksmith, apprentice-level items no longer provided forging experience. To level up, one had to spend money. However, the hidden task triggered by Li Huailin could directly elevate him to intermediate blacksmith, a truly remarkable opportunity. The savings in both money and time were astounding. System notification. The village blacksmith Bard has issued a B-level hidden task, Perfect Iron Oregon. Do you accept? Another hidden task? Li Huailin was momentarily taken aback. Is this a solo task or a team task? This task must be completed alone, Bard answered. Can't sell it. Li Huailin replied disappointedly. I accept. B-level hidden task, Perfect Iron Ore. Obtain an iron ore of quality above 25. Hint. There may be what you need deep within the cave. Rewards. 20,000 experience, 5 silver coins, 300 reputation points. Decline. Before even reading the task prompt, Li Huailin had already chosen to forego it. System notification. Are you sure you want to abandon the B-level hidden task, Perfect Iron Ore? Yes. System notification. You have abandoned the B-level hidden task, Perfect Iron Oregon. You have gained 200 reputation points. Only 200 points? Li Huailin sighed. Great warrior. Are you really not considering forging? I believe it is a noble profession, Bard expressed, disappointed to see Li Huailin abandon the task. Leave me alone. I'm feeling melancholic. Li Huailin replied. Can you give me that task about collecting fangs again? Of course, great warrior. Bard promptly issued the task. E-level task. Collect fangs. Collect 10 fangs from Fong rats. Rewards. 300 experience, 20 copper coins. 300 experience, 20 copper coins. I'm feeling the pinch. Li Huailin lamented silently as he set out to find the Fong rats. As soon as Li Huailin stepped outside, the astonished players finally reacted. Impressive guy. Truly impressive. I can't help but admire him, one player remarked. This is the first time I've seen someone so audaciously hitting and berating an NPC. So manly. A female player exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I almost feel sorry for Bard. Even though he sells things at exorbitant prices, a white sword costs 30 copper coins. Another player recalled. By the way, didn't he just abandon a hidden task? A blacksmith player suddenly realized and turned to Bard. If he won't do it, I will. Give me the hidden task. Yeah, I'll do it. Several other blacksmiths chimed in eagerly. Bard immediately donned a cold expression. Scram. You little brats think you can take on a hidden task? Get lost. Damn it, what discrimination is this? Brothers, this Bard is a scoundrel. He deserves a beating. If we all hit him, we can get the hidden task. A blacksmith player shouted. Yeah, let us attack him. The crowd responded, rushing towards Bard. The outcome was tragic. A dozen silhouettes were ejected from the blacksmith shop, not only dying once, but also receiving a system notification for attacking the blacksmith, causing their favorability to drop by 20 points to indifferent. Consequently, purchasing items from the blacksmith would now cost 40 more, which was quite dire for them as blacksmiths who needed to buy materials from Bard. Just as the silhouettes flew out, Li Huailin returned. The Fong rat spawn point was not far from the novice village. Upon reaching, he was unexpectedly blocked by a few players, and he initially thought it was a robbery. Friend, are you doing the novice village blacksmith's task to collect 10 fangs? Look at all these players leveling up. It'll take ages to hunt them. I'm selling a set of 10 fangs for just 20 copper coins, perfect for completing the novice task. If you don't have the money right now, I can accompany you to the blacksmith, and you can just give me the task reward of 20 copper coins. A tall, lean player eagerly promoted his offer. Li Huailin found this quite agreeable. Although he was unsure of how much experience the Fong rats yielded, defeating 10 of them would certainly lead to more deaths. So having someone sell them was ideal. After spending 20 copper coins to buy 10 fangs, Li Huailin returned just in time to witness the silhouettes flying out, transforming into white light. What happened? What's going on? A puzzled Li Huailin entered and inquired of the few players who had not engaged in combat. Impressive guy. You're back. Just now, a few fearless ones tried to imitate you and hit the NPC. It ended badly. Sigh. You can't just learn to be impressive. One player reflected. Of course. People like me, who are extraordinarily cool and charismatic, can't be emulated by just anyone, Li Huailin replied, then delivered another resounding slap to Bard's face. You scoundrel. The fangs are here. Now give me the mining certificate. Initially displaying an intimidating demeanor, Bard instantly transformed into a sycophantic figure, exclaiming, Very well, great warrior. System notification, E-level task completed, collected sharp fangs, experience points reduced by 300, copper coins deducted by 20. System notification, village blacksmith Bard wishes to impart upon you the secondary profession of miner. Do you accept? Affirmative. System notification, acquired secondary profession, miner. Here is your mining certificate, great warrior. You may now venture into the mine. Oh, I also possess a treasured mining pickaxe passed down through generations. Allow me to bestow it upon you. As Bard spoke, he produced a piece of parchment and a black pickaxe. Why must I purchase my own pickaxe upon transitioning to miner? Truly, the esteemed brother Niu Bai is indeed exceptional, remarked a nearby player, filled with envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Li Huailin could only lament the loss of 300 experience points and 20 copper coins, his heart bleeding at the thought. Chapter 7. This is what upgrading is about. Although Li Huailin had vented his frustrations on the blacksmith bud, he derived no tangible benefits from it. Observing his experience bar plummet to minus 500,500, he felt an immense pressure. He calculated that he was likely the player with the least experience among the hundreds of millions in the Huaxiao region, firmly at the bottom. He resolved that he must level up, or he would be doomed to remain in the novice village for eternity. Determined, Li Huailin set off towards the south of the novice village. Fortunately, the location of the mine was not difficult to find. Just as he exited the novice village, he encountered several novice players laboriously carrying pickaxes. Following them for a short while, he soon discovered the mine, estimating that it was roughly a 5-minute walk from the novice village. As he stepped into the mine's entrance, he was greeted by a bustling scene. A long line of players stood against the walls at the entrance, all engaged in a singular activity, furiously striking the wall with their pickaxes. The cacophony of clanging sounds growing somewhat irritating. Li Huailin paused to consider. Instead of rushing deep into the mine in search of higher-level monsters, he picked up the ancestral miner's pickaxe that blacksmith Bud had just given him and found a wall that was unoccupied. With a resounding clang, Li Huailin struck the wall. However, there was no response, and he received no ore. He mused that obtaining ore could not be that easy. Otherwise, the quantity would have long since exceeded limits. As he continued to mine, he struck the wall nearly 30 times before finally receiving a notification from the system. You have obtained a piece of iron ore. Upon checking his inventory, he found a piece of quality 4 iron ore, estimated to sell for 5 copper coins. He then glanced at his character attributes, secondary profession, mining apprentice, Experience -2 1000 can mine in the cave with a very small chance of obtaining rare ores. With a wry smile, Li Huailin noted that his secondary profession had also become negative experience. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared for this. Secondary professions were indeed not meant for him. Without further ado, he raised the miner's pickaxe and called out to the group of players nearby. Come take a look. This is the ancestral miner's pickaxe from the village blacksmith. A bronze-level pickaxe that increases mining speed by 20. An absolute treasure. Now only 10 silver coins. Limited stock. First come, first served. 10 silver coins is a deal. The prospect of a pickaxe that increases mining speed by 20 was simply too enticing. The players around, who had been laboring for hours, were already on the brink of despair from the monotony of their work, and now, hearing about a magical tool that could enhance their efforts, their eyes lit up with desire. Come, only 10 silver coins. The first to trade with me gets it. Li Huailin continued to shout. No sooner had he finished speaking than a flood of trade requests began to pour in. Li Huailin was taken aback. These miners actually had some money. While 10 silver coins was not a fortune, it was still a considerable sum at the novice village stage. He checked the trade request log and noticed that the first applicant was named Wolf Clan Miner 20. From the Wolf Clan? Li Huailin messaged Miner 20 privately. Yes, my friend, I am from the logistics department of the Wolf Clan. Miner 20 responded, somewhat excited, considering he was merely a miner in a large guild's logistics department. Securing a bronze-level pickaxe could potentially open doors for his advancement. Do you have 10 silver coins in cash? Li Huailin inquired. Yes, I do. Miner 20 replied eagerly. All right, let's make the trade. Li Huailin placed the miner's pickaxe up for trade. Miner 20 checked the item's attributes and confirmed that it indeed increased mining speed by 20. With a grin, he offered 10 silver coins. The trade was completed, and Li Huailin announced to the throng of miners still waiting, the pickaxe has been sold. For those who missed out, better luck next time. What? It's already been traded? I sent a trade request. One frustrated player exclaimed. You sent it a bit late. I said first come, first served. I traded with the first request, Li Huailin explained. Who bought the pickaxe? I'll pay 15 silver coins for it. Another player shouted. At that moment, everyone noticed Miner 20, who was inspecting the green glowing pickaxe. That's him. The crowd immediately abandoned Li Huailin and surged towards Miner 20. Sell it to me. One player shouted hysterically. I never said I would sell it. Miner 20 stammered, eyeing the crowd anxiously. Regardless of Miner 20's predicament, Li Huailin took his leave. Now that he had successfully sold the pickaxe, it was time to embark on his journey of leveling up. Venturing further into the mine, the scene changed dramatically. The entrance was a vast hall bustling with miners, but as he ventured deeper, he found himself in narrow tunnels, each only about 4 to 5 meters wide, with dozens of paths leading into the unknown. The lighting was dim, illuminated only by a few oil lamps. Such darkness warranted the use of candles or equipment with illumination attributes, lest one fall prey to lurking monsters. However, Li Huailin was here to embrace the challenge. Unperturbed by the potential for ambush, choosing a random path, he pressed onward. Soon enough, he encountered a monster. Cave Bat. Health 300, physical attack 45, physical defense 30. Excellent. Without hesitation, Li Huailin charged forward. -35. The Cave Bat was a level 6 creature, 5 levels above Li Huailin, and given that he was still in novice gear with only 2 points of defense, it struck him for 35 points of damage. Impressive. These monsters are indeed formidable. Li Huailin was exhilarated. The players were right. The creatures in the mine were powerful. -37, -40 before he could fully comprehend the situation. The Cave Bat attacked twice in rapid succession, and Li Huailin's vision swayed as he fell. The screen faded to gray, and in the next moment, Li Huailin found himself back at the novice village's resurrection point. This is precisely the outcome I desired. Energized, he dashed back toward the mine. Upon returning to the hall, he noticed that the crowd of players who had been eager to purchase pickaxes had dispersed, and he no longer cared who had ultimately acquired the pickaxe. His focus was solely on leveling up. Selecting another relatively empty tunnel, Li Huailin plunged back in. Within minutes, he found himself defeated once more. The return trip takes about 5 minutes, while finding monsters to die takes roughly 2 minutes. Li Huailin calculated. I need to die 18 more times to reach level 2, which should take about 126 minutes, around 2 hours. Given my current negative experience, leveling up will be slightly slower. Once I reach level 2, I can level up every 10 deaths, making it about 70 minutes per level. To reach level 10, it will take approximately 5 hours. Compared to the fastest players, who take about 3 days to reach level 10 and exit the village, this is truly rapid. This is what upgrading is all about. Li Huailin chuckled to himself. Chapter 8. Reunion repetitive tasks invariably induce a sense of irritation and a disconnection from time. Just as Li Huailin was on the verge of succumbing to frustration, a sudden chime resonated through the system, followed by a flash of golden light. System notification: you have reached level 2. Li Huailin promptly examined his character attributes, curious about the transformations that might accompany his upgrade, given that he was inherently a bug character. Name: Chest of Tranquility class, none, unassigned, secondary profession, minor level, 2 experience, 0 1400 attributes, HP, 140 140 MP, 140 140 attack power, 5 to 10 defense, 5 to 7 magical attack power, 4 to 7 magical defense, 2 to 2 strength, 9 agility, 11 constitution, 7 intelligence, 9 spirit, 7 luck, 5 reputation points, 1200 free attribute points, 5 relieved. Li Huailin patted his chest, grateful that his attributes did not diminish upon leveling up. Otherwise, reaching levels 3 or 4 could have resulted in all his stats plummeting into the negatives. Calculating his attributes, it became evident that in Heart of Glory, leveling up resulted in a uniform increase of 2 points across all attributes, accompanied by an additional 5 free attribute points. This game evidently placed significant emphasis on levels, as higher-level players possessed a far greater number of attribute points than their lower-level counterparts, creating an insurmountable disparity. Li Huailin contemplated the allocation of his free attribute points. His purpose was to perish, thus minimizing his vitality was beneficial. Agility provided minimal physical defense, which he dismissed. Constitution enhanced health and defense, which he also disregarded. Intelligence and spirit were attributes suited for mages, but he had resolved to play a warrior, leaving no room for consideration there. It appeared that his sole objective in attribute allocation would be to become a full-strength warrior. This peculiar distribution of points elicited a self-deprecating chuckle from Li Huailin. Were it not for the bug nature of his character, his strategy might have been to distribute points as 2 in strength and 3 in constitution for a defensive warrior, or 2 in strength, 2 in agility, and 1 in constitution for an offensive warrior. However, under the current circumstances, enhancing defense and health would merely prolong his leveling time. Thus, he resorted to this unconventional method of allocation. He allocated his 5 points to strength, raising it to 14, and his attack power adjusted to 8 to 17. Overall, there was no substantial change. His health had increased, but now bats required 4 strikes to defeat him instead of 3, confirming his ability to level up. Li Huailin felt a flicker of excitement after having died 20 times. Seizing this momentum, he embarked once more on a flamboyant journey of grinding, dying levels. In the cavernous hall at the mine's entrance, a miner glanced at Li Huailin as he dashed past, then nudged his companion. I can't shake the feeling that this guy has sprinted past me countless times. The other miner looked up at Li Huailin's fleeting figure. Now that you mention it, it does seem like I've seen him rush by many times. Why is he so adamant about running deep into the mine? The miner inquired curiously. He's probably on a quest. What else could it be? Certainly, he accepted a task that requires venturing deep into the mine to complete. Given the multitude of formidable creatures within, there's no way he can succeed. Let's not concern ourselves with him. We should focus on our mining, his companion replied casually. Returning to his work, the miners continued their labor, largely oblivious to the cycle of life and death that Li Huailin was experiencing. A couple of them noticed him but deemed it inconsequential, returning to their tasks. Li Huailin busied himself with dying and reviving throughout the day until he could no longer bear it by 7 p.m., accompanied by the golden light of another level up. Li Huailin, having reached the resurrection point, logged off without hesitation. The monotony of the task had left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed, having just attained level 7. He was already growing weary. Removing his helmet, Li Huailin took a hearty sip of water. Tomorrow, I shall perish 30 times to exit the novice village. Today, I truly do not wish to play anymore. I have been running endlessly, and it seems my calculations are amiss. Now at level 7, without adding any constitution, I already possess 340 health points. A bat strikes me 11 to 12 times, and even if I encounter a zombie, it requires 7 to 8 hits. This only prolongs my leveling time. Bored, Li Huailin began to browse the web, primarily perusing the official site and forums for Heart of Glory. Pinned forum post: The Great Brother strikes again. The novice village blacksmith succumbs to pressure and reveals a hidden quest poster. I have a dream. One day to traverse the seas and command respect. I have a dream. One day to seize those unscrupulous merchants in the novice village, chastising them for their unscrupulous ways. A video link followed. First comment: desperately seeking methods to beat the novice village blacksmith. Second comment: I express my sympathy for the blacksmith and keen interest in this matter. Third comment: This is my party fee for the year. Fourth comment. Why did I try it and end up defeated, losing 20 points of goodwill? Can this game even be played? How peculiar, Li Huailin mused. With 2 pinned posts, surely the people at Tianyu Company must have sensed something amiss. Why does it seem no one is addressing this? Contemplating further, he remained uncertain of the situation and chose not to dwell on it. As long as no one interfered, he would continue to play. After browsing for a while longer, he retired to bed. Li Huailin maintained a remarkably regular routine, going to sleep at 11 p.m. and rising at 7 a.m., a habit he had cultivated. With his biological clock finely tuned, after a light meal, Li Huailin logged back in to continue his grinding, dying journey. Having just reached level 7 upon logging off yesterday, his objective for today was to level up to 10 and exit the village. With practiced ease, he sprinted to the mine. As it was 7 a.m., few players were present, most were still asleep. Li Huailin casually chose a mining tunnel and plunged into it, determined not to waste a moment. However, after running a short distance, Li Huailin detected something unusual. He had yet to encounter a single monster despite having traversed nearly 800 meters. Ordinarily, he would have been overwhelmed by creatures by now. As he pondered this, he stumbled upon the corpse of a zombie. The system's respawn timer for corpses is approximately 1 to 3 minutes, indicating that someone had recently passed through and defeated it. How intriguing, Li Huailin thought. Having died countless times in the mine yesterday, without encountering a single player training there, he recognized that leveling up here was far from advantageous. The monsters were significantly stronger, possessing greater health and attack power. Furthermore, training in the mine consumed candles for illumination, which were not inexpensive. A single candle lasts only an hour, making it a waste. The monsters outside posed far less risk and incurred no additional costs. The only advantage of this location was its proximity to the novice village, allowing for quick purchases and rapid returns after dying, yet it still attracted few players for leveling. Li Huailin, unwilling to retrace his steps, reasoned that as long as others were leveling nearby, he could simply forge ahead to find a monster to offer himself to. With that thought, he pressed onward. After a few minutes, he spotted a flicker of candlelight, accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing and the cries of both humans and zombies. Li Huailin stepped closer to investigate and was surprised to find not just one person, but a total of 10, forming 2 small teams. In the novice village, where classes were indistinct, this group was vigorously hacking away at 3 zombies. Hey, Huailin. Li Huailin was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to circumvent and venture forth to his demise, someone called out to him. In this game, few were aware of their own names. And before even turning around, Li Huailin had already surmised the identity of the caller. It was Yi Hang, the vice president of the Spirit Realm Guild, who had inquired about purchasing that hidden quest 2 days prior. Upon glancing around, he noticed several others who had recently accepted hidden quests. Spirit Realm Huatu, Spirit Realm Zhanhan, and Spirit Realm Huiji were all present in the squad, currently engaged in combat with zombies. What brings you here? Both individuals queried in unison. Oh, I am here to level up, Li Huailin responded first, as he indeed was training in this area. After a moment's contemplation, he added an explanation. There are too many players in the outer areas, and I couldn't compete, so I came here to train. Ah, I see. Yi Hang accepted this explanation and continued. We came here to undertake a task, the very hidden quest you accepted. Isn't the first step to investigate the southern part of the village? We have been progressing through the task sequentially, and we have now reached the 5th phase. I estimate this may be the final stage. Unfortunately, I have already reached level 10, and without a job change, I shall waste the 30,000 experience points as a reward. However, there is still the bonus of a level 15 blue weapon, which can be chosen at will. Yi Hang candidly revealed the rewards of the quest, a level 15 blue weapon, which was considered divine in status at this juncture. His clarity regarding the task stemmed from the fact that Li Huailin was already familiar with the hidden quest, and moreover, the Spirit Realm Guild was among the most prestigious guilds, unperturbed by the prospect of others coveting their achievements. Chapter 9. Do not pretend to be dead. As the conversation unfolded, the individuals from the Spirit Realm had successfully dealt with 3 zombies and were making their way towards Li Huailin. Upon a cursory glance, Li Huailin noted there were 9 men and 1 woman among them. Aside from the Spirit Realm's Night Flight, who engaged him in conversation, all 9 others participated in close combat. It seemed Night Flight had deliberately selected a few members from the 2nd squad who had transitioned to melee professions for this task. After all, in the novice village, there was no distinction in professions. The more melee attributes one possessed, the more formidable they became. Conversely, magic-based professions faced a grim fate in the novice village, progressing slowly and perishing quickly. Yet, after transitioning, their leveling speed was remarkable. This was the player, Li Huailin, who had sold this hidden quest to them. Night Flight from the spirit realm began to introduce everyone, briefly familiarizing both parties. Li Huailin remembered most of their names, particularly noting the sole female player, spirit realm, Lu Ling. Are you the legendary figure who assaulted the village chief? Lu Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not everyone could dare to confront the village chief so boldly. Although Lu Ling had not witnessed the scene 2 days prior, the accounts from her teammates had left a lasting impression, remarkable, indeed. Thus, she found herself intrigued by this formidable character and was pleasantly surprised to encounter him today. Indeed. Does it not seem so? Li Huailin replied, glancing at his attire, which remained a complete novice robe set. Having engaged in neither monster hunting nor quests, he had no new equipment to show for his efforts. The novice robe possessed a remarkable hidden attribute. It would not be lost upon death, ensuring Li Huailin would not be left bare. Could you enlighten me on how you accomplished that? Lu Ling inquired, her curiosity unabated. Well, if I must say, it is sheer charisma, Li Huailin declared, tilting his head with an air of confidence. A man as charismatic as I rarely lacks admirers. Then, Lu Ling began, but Night Flight interjected, drawing her attention away. Night Flight believed that Li Huailin's ability to strike NPCs indicated a unique talent of his own, one that should not be casually divulged. Probing further could inadvertently lead to complications with this player. By the way, Huailin, you seem to have no pressing matters. Why not join us in our hidden quest? Although you cannot accept the mission, we can offer you a piece of equipment if we defeat the boss later. Night Flight expressed genuine curiosity about Li Huailin and thought that bringing him along might yield further insights. After all, a piece of equipment dropped by a boss would surely entice a solitary player like him. However, he did not promise Li Huailin the best item, merely suggesting that any bronze equipment would suffice. Oh, Li Huailin pondered briefly. After all, he was playing a game and was certain he would reach level 10 today. It might be more enjoyable to explore rather than continually risk death. Moreover, he realized that since he had not accepted the hidden quest, he would not incur any experience penalties. The experience from defeating the boss would undoubtedly belong to one of the 2 squads, leaving him with nothing. Thus, joining them would merely grant him a piece of equipment with no downsides. Even if he died, he would still retain 10% of his experience. It sounded agreeable. Very well, Li Huailin replied decisively. By the way, weren't you here to level up? We are about to clear some minor monsters. So how about this? I will disband my group, and they will team up with you to take on the small monsters, allowing you to gain experience as well. We are already level 10, and without a class change, we gain no experience from fighting monsters, Night Flight suggested kindly. No need for that. Li Huailin stammered, alarmed at the prospect of being grouped in such a manner. He feared he might die several times just to recover his lost experience, possibly even regressing a level. He valued his principles and disliked being indebted to others. Helping them defeat the boss and receiving an item was one matter, but having them assist him in leveling up was entirely different. He preferred not to owe anyone anything. Li Huailin hastily concocted a plausible excuse. Oh, Night Flight, though puzzled, accepted his reasoning. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, the 11 continued onward, clearing monsters along the way. They encountered a few scattered zombies, all of which were swiftly dealt with. To avoid arousing suspicion, Li Huailin also struck a few blows. Although he was only level 7, 3 levels lower than the others, and wielding a novice broken sword, his full-strength build allowed his attack power to rival that of several level 10 players. Night Flight noted this with some surprise, but said nothing further. Naturally, an individual's output could not compare to that of 5, and thus the experience from the zombies was allocated to the Spirit Realm team, leaving Li Huailin unscathed. After approximately 15 minutes of clearing through the tunnels, Li Huailin suddenly spotted a figure lying beneath a nearby oil lamp. The man appeared to be in his 40s, robustly built, clad in light armor, leaning against the wall with one hand clutching his abdomen and the other resting on his sword. The green name above his head read, Night Mura, indicating he was an NPC and of the allied faction. Mission, the thought struck several of them simultaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, Night Flight approached, only to be intercepted by Night Howl. Are you here to investigate the source of the dark creatures in the novice village? Night Howl inquired, focusing on Night Flight, who stood at the forefront. Indeed, Night Flight replied. You are likely aware that the dark creatures in the novice village are the result of a dark sorcerer named Yazur attempting to open the gates to the demon realm through a dark ritual, causing dark energy to overflow and taint the village's creatures, Night Howl explained. Yes, we are aware, Night Flight affirmed, recalling the background of the hidden quest relayed to him earlier. We have accepted the mission to eliminate this dark sorcerer. Just you lot? Ha ha ha, cough cough. Night Howl began to laugh heartily but abruptly choked on blood, hastily wiping the corner of his mouth before continuing earnestly. This dark sorcerer is a level 30 boss. You inexperienced recruits stand no chance against him. What? A level 30 boss? The Spirit Realm Guild, despite having weathered many storms, found it challenging to remain composed in the face of a level 30 boss at just level 10. Silence. The system would not issue an unachievable task, especially since this is merely an A-level mission, not an SS Level 1, Night Flight. Demonstrating the composure of the Spirit Realm's Vice President, quickly regained his composure. What shall we do, Vice President? One of the guild members inquired anxiously. The key lies with this NPC. Why else would the system place an NPC here instead of sending us directly to confront the boss? Night Flight began to analyze the situation. That NPC appears to be of considerable level as well. Look at his equipment, another team member pointed out. Would you be willing to assist us in defeating that dark sorcerer? Night Flight suddenly had a flash of inspiration and tentatively posed the question. It is my duty to eradicate dark creatures, Night Owl readily responded, but then added. Night Flight's initial joy was tempered as he hurriedly pressed. But what? Look at me. I am already injured. As I am now, I doubt I could withstand the dark sorcerer. As Night Owl spoke, he removed his right hand from his abdomen, revealing a wound surrounded by dark blood, obscuring the extent of his injury. If you could assist in treating my wounds, I could aid you in vanquishing the dark sorcerer, he proposed. How might we treat your injury? Nightwing inquired. I was wounded by the dark magic of Yays. Thus I require materials imbued with light attributes. I recall that there is an abundance of radiant jade grass on the hillside south of the novice village. If you could gather 100 pieces and deliver them to the alchemist Corvin in the novice village, he will instruct you on the next steps, Nighthall explained. The system prompted. Nighthall has issued a C-tier quest. Create a light potion. Do you accept? Goodness, exclaimed Li Huailin, who had been silent, realizing that this task was not part of a hidden quest. Fortunately, he was not in a party and promptly declined. Radiant Jade Grass, I know that location well. It's quite distant, requiring an hour to reach, Li Huailin remarked. And then we must deliver it to the novice village's apothecary. What if they refuse to assist us? What if they assign us another task? Li Huailin, well-versed in the system's tendencies, voiced concerns. Vice President, we were supposed to have already left the novice village. Now, we have delayed for 2 days due to this quest. Do we really want to prolong this? What if we cannot defeat the boss and end up stuck for several more days? Whispered Lingjia Zhangquan. Lingjia Yang hesitated, recognizing that delaying the main forces of the second team could jeopardize the entire guild. Perhaps I should give it a try? Li Huailin, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. He was equally unwilling to waste time on this quest, especially with the prospect of running errands. What are your thoughts? Nightwing asked. Watch me. Li Huailin replied with a mysterious smile. For reasons unknown, Nightwing felt an uneasy sensation wash over him at the sight of Li Huailin's grin. True to form, Li Huailin charged towards Night Hall, grasping his collar with fervor. Have you lost your patience with life? How dare you ask us to run errands? Don't feign death. With that, he delivered a resounding slap across Night Hall's face. My goodness, exclaimed all the members of Lingjia in unison. Chapter 10. Boss, please stop bothering your little brother Ugg. All the players from the spirit realm exclaimed in unison, instinctively taking a step back, relieved that they hadn't teamed up with this guy. System notification. Due to your attack on Night Owl, his favorability towards you has increased by 20. Current favorability, friendly. This warrior, I am truly injured. Night Owl pointed to his wound, pleading for assistance. Spare me your troubles. Come with me to defeat the boss, or I shall slap you into a fool, Li Huailin retorted, delivering another resounding slap to Night Owl. Warrior, enough with the nonsense. Witness my prowess. The sound of slapping echoed again. 1 minute later, Night Owl stood before Li Huailin, his expression one of heroic determination. Great warrior, I owe you a tremendous debt. Even if it costs me my life, I shall help you vanquish Yazur. Is this really happening? The players from the spirit realm observed Night Owl, seemingly rendered foolish by the slaps. What great debt could he possibly owe to an NPC? Even a flurry of slaps could be considered a boon? The members of the spirit realm were at a loss for words. Truly impressive, Brother Night Owl. The nearby spirit realm battle soul was awestruck. How did you manage that? Even spirit realm Night Flight, usually composed, was taken aback. Just a few slaps. What else could I do? Li Huailin replied nonchalantly. This is possible? Night Flight, though not new to such sights, was astonished that not only the village chief but even this wild NPC had succumbed to Li Huailin's overwhelming presence. Let us proceed to slay the boss. In good spirits. Li Huailin waved his hand dramatically, leading the limping Night Owl forward. Is this really all right? Spirit Realm Leiling inquired of Night Flight. We have no choice but to see. If we can overcome it, We will. If not, we abandon the quest, Night Flight replied thoughtfully. Understood. Li Huailin nodded. As they ventured forward with Night Howl, they suddenly entered a dimly lit circular chamber surrounded by oil lamps, providing some visibility. In the center lay a black magic circle, above which hovered a sinister black sphere, emitting ominous wave-like tendrils of darkness. Beside the dark sphere stood a man clad in a black mage's robe, his hood obscuring his face, rendering his expression indecipherable. However, the red name Yazir revealed his identity. Yazir, level boss, health, physical attack, physical defense, magic attack, magic damage. Due to the significant level difference, his attributes are indiscernible, Night Flight explained to a dazed Li Huailin. Ah, I see. Night Flight recalled that attributes become unreadable when there is a level difference of 5 or more. For instance, being level 7. He could not discern the attributes of a level 13 creature. Night Howl, you dare return? Was my previous lesson insufficient? Yazir's voice was gravelly, betraying no hint of his actual age. Yazir, I have come to eradicate you. Night Howl brandished his sword, his tone icy. You have interrupted me at a critical juncture. I am now enraged, and I shall not let you escape this time. With a wave of his hand, a shroud of black fog enveloped the passage through which they had entered. Warriors, we have no retreat. Only by defeating this fiend can we hope to survive. Night Howl raised his sword and declared, To think you brought a gaggle of untrained novices. I need not lift a finger. My dark minions, eliminate these bothersome fledglings. Yazir gestured, summoning 11 zombies glowing with dark energy. Dark zombie, level 10, health, 800, physical attack, 70, physical defense, 35. I will confront Yazir. You all handle these dark minions. Night Howl shouted, charging towards Yazir without waiting for a response. It appears we need to deal with these 11 dark zombies, Night Flight observed. Everyone, spread out. These creatures are not overly powerful. We can manage them one-on-one. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of black energy erupted from Yazir, engulfing the entire arena. Li Huailin was momentarily stunned as he noticed a healing number of 50 appearing above his head. Initially, he thought Yazir was preparing a devastating attack, but instead, he healed him for 50 points? Damn it, it's a shadow aura. Indeed, this is an A-level quest. It won't be simple. Everyone, drink your potions. Night Flight shouted urgently. Shadow aura? Li Huailin paused, puzzled by their alarm. Wasn't this a healing skill? Just then, he noticed a new buff appearing in his enhancement magic bar. Shadow aura. Restores 50 health every 2 seconds. I see. Li Huailin suddenly grasped the situation. The shadow aura was originally a damaging skill, inflicting 50 points of damage every 2 seconds. However, due to a glitch with his character, negative magic now functioned as a beneficial spell for him, while beneficial magic became detrimental. While pondering this, a dark zombie lunged at Li Huailin. Instinctively, he raised his sword, dealing -41 damage. Simultaneously, the dark zombie struck him, inflicting -60 damage but also triggering the healing effect, restoring 50 health. Thank goodness. Li Huailin wiped his brow. He had no health potions and was equipped only with a novice set. Without Yazir's unexpected assistance, he would have struggled against this level 10 creature. Though the members of the spirit realm were suffering due to the shadow aura, they were fortunate to have potions, recovering 20 health per second. The shadow aura only dealt 50 damage every 2 seconds, so the loss was manageable. The second team of the spirit realm, renowned for their coordination, swiftly dispatched the 10 dark zombies within a minute, with Li Huailin delivering the final blow. Upon reviewing his battle record, Li Huailin sighed in relief. If summoned creatures counted towards experience, he would have plummeted back to level 6. Just as he relaxed, a scream from Night Howl pierced the air. The group turned to see Night Howl ensnared by a dozen black chains, each tethered to a dark pillar embedded throughout the room. Meanwhile, Yazir returned to the central black sphere, seemingly preparing to cast a spell. Everyone, quickly sever the chains binding me. Yazir is summoning dark power. If we do not stop him, he will become even stronger. Night Howl shouted from his constrained position. Second phase, destroy the pillars. Night Flight commanded immediately. Will you allow them to rescue you so easily? Yazir sneered, abruptly launching a black magic projectile towards Night Flight. -240, the massive damage startled the other team members. Night Flight gasped, his health plummeting by half. But he quickly regained his composure. Do not panic. You should not focus solely on one target. Everyone, attack the pillars. Indeed, Yaze immediately waved his hand once more. And this time a black magic orb flew directly towards Li Huailin. -268. I can't believe I took more than half. Li Huailin was startled. But the buff from the shadow aura still lingered, and a number 50 promptly appeared above his head, indicating that direct attacks would still cause damage. while only buffs and debuffs would be reversed. He hurriedly struck at the pillar. Li Huailin rushed towards the nearest black pillar, only to discover that it possessed a staggering 1,000 health points, and his attack merely chipped away 51 points. Drink a medium health potion. Meanwhile, Yi Hang also struck a pillar and quickly calculated the time before shouting out. The pace of battle was exceedingly urgent. Yet the Spirit Realm Guild was well aware of their mission to defeat the boss, having adequately prepared health potions to withstand the boss's onslaught. As the last black pillar crumbled, Night Hall, who had been trapped on the ground, let out a fierce shout, and with a mighty tremor, all the black chains shattered into fragments. Come on, Yaze. Night Hall called out to Yaze. It is too late, Night Hall. Suddenly, Yaze was engulfed in an overwhelming dark light, transforming his entire being into an abyssal silhouette. Chapter 11. Boss, please stop sabotaging yourself. It was not good. A brilliant golden light enveloped Night Hall as he lunged toward Azar in the center. His strike radiated an aura of lethal intent, yet to his astonishment, Azar merely raised a hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy that struck Night Hall squarely in the chest. Night Hall coughed up blood, hurtling backward. Grant me strength, Dark Emperor, Azar commanded, conjuring 11 black magic orbs that soared toward the 11 players present, striking with devastating force. -240, -260, -226. Numbers flashed ominously, and everyone gasped in shock at the group spell. I will not allow you to succeed, Night Hall retorted, staggering to his feet despite his injuries. Even if I cannot kill you, I will thwart your summoning spell. With that declaration, he let out a fierce battle cry, his body erupting with intense golden energy. You dare to employ that skill? Azar exclaimed in disbelief. Are you prepared to burn your life away? For glory, Night Hall shouted, charging forward. But his target was not Azar, it was the ominous black sphere before him. No, Azar cried out, swiftly forming a massive magic orb in his hands, desperate to intercept Night Hall. Yet he was a moment too late. Night Hall's sword cleaved through the black sphere with a resounding crack, splitting it in two. At the same instant, Azar's magic orb collided with Night Hall, who screamed in agony as he crashed against the wall, blood staining the ground. No, no, my magic circle, Azar lamented, witnessing the black magic formation dissipate before his eyes, his voice tinged with despair. Damn it, my years of toil. Slowly he sank to his knees, and after a brief silence, he lifted his gaze towards the 11 players who remained as spectators. I will make you all perish, he declared, his tone laced with hatred and coldness. Is it not over yet? Li Huailin mused, taken aback as yet another buff spell appeared in his magic bar. Shadow vulnerability. Damage from shadow attacks is reduced by 100. The members of the Spirit Realm team exchanged alarmed glances, realizing they were afflicted with the opposite effect. Shadow vulnerability. Damage from shadow attacks is increased by 100. This is bad, Night Flight suddenly shouted. Group shadow arrows. Just as he finished speaking, the boss unleashed 11 shadow arrows. -530, -560, -490. The numbers flashed, with many nearing 500, accompanied by a notification of ineffective. In an instant, the entire Spirit Realm team collapsed, transformed into white light. In the circular chamber, only Li Huailin and Azar remained, locked in a tense standoff. You. How are you still alive? Azar finally broke the silence. B-Boss, you've completely dug your own grave, Li Huailin remarked, feeling a bit helpless. He wished to escape as well. Azar paused, then raised his hand again, launching another shadow arrow at Li Huailin. Ineffective. Boss, how about we negotiate? You can't kill me anyway, so why not just let me go? Li Huailin suggested, desperate for a resolution, but Azar was undeterred. I want to kill you. Azar retaliated, casting 3 more magic orbs, yet they too were ineffectual. Come on, don't get too cocky. I'm being generous by even discussing this with you. I'm standing right here. Come and kill me. Li Huailin taunted, genuinely wishing for death, prodding Azar further. Life drain. Azar suddenly changed tactics, extending his right hand towards Li Huailin, sending forth a red beam of light. 100. Li Huailin glanced at his buff bar in astonishment, noticing an additional spell, Life Drain, increases health by 100 points per second for 20 seconds. What is the point of this? Wait. Just as Li Huailin was about to mock Azar, he noticed that damage numbers began to appear above Azar's head. -100, -100, and they kept dropping. Hey boss, don't do this to yourself. Don't overthink it, Li Huailin exclaimed, genuinely alarmed as he realized that the life drain spell was reversing, causing Azar to lose health instead. Fear it, weep for it, scream for it. Azar cackled. Stop crying. Seriously, can you just not use that skill? Li Huailin replied, exasperated. At this rate, he would single-handedly defeat a level 30 boss, and the experience would take hundreds or thousands of deaths to recover. Begging 1T help, Azar continued, only to cough up blood as he spoke. Stop it. Can you at least figure out who is the one bleeding? As the 20 seconds came to an end, the life drain effect faded, and just as Li Huailin was about to say something, Azar raised his hand again for another life drain. I truly cannot escape fate. Fine, I concede. Li Huailin sighed. At that moment, a system notification alerted Li Huailin that someone was requesting a remote call. He checked and found it was Night Flight. Huailin, where are you? I'm at the resurrection point, and I don't see you. Night Flight inquired upon connection. I'm still with the boss. He has been chatting with me, and the exit is still sealed. I can't get out. Li Huailin lamented. What? What does he want to talk about? Night Flight asked, intrigued. Basically, it's all about crying 1T help and begging is futile. I am at a loss with him, Li Huailin replied honestly. That sounds a bit strange, Night Flight said, still puzzled. By the way, how is the quest going? Oh, the quest is complete. It seems that destroying that black sphere counts as a success. The earlier scene was a plot kill. I am on my way to report to the village chief. Thanks for your help. Night Flight added. No need. Li Huailin replied, truly frustrated. He had only intended to explore, but ended up entangled with such a self-sabotaging boss. We'll leave the newbie village once we turn in the quest. What about you? Night Flight continued. I'm not even level 10 yet. I still need to grind a bit. You all go ahead without me, Li Huailin said, adding in his mind, at this rate, I don't know when I'll emerge from the newbie village after losing thousands of experience points. All right, see you in the main city. Don't hesitate to ask for help, Night Flight said cordially. After ending the remote call, Li Huailin turned back to the boss, startled to see Azar bloodied and in a horrific state. Hey, are you okay? Still alive? Li Huailin asked, genuinely concerned. Cough, cough. I never imagined you could be so powerful without even changing classes. Azar gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. Powerful? You're the one who keeps digging your own grave. Today, I will concede, but I wish to depart. You cannot stop me, Azar declared, blood continuing to flow from him. What? You wish to leave? Li Huailin exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Wonderful. Brother, you have finally come to your senses. Shall I escort you or provide you with some travel expenses? When we meet next time, I shall not let you off easily. After uttering these words, Yeze pulled out a magical scroll from his pocket and tore it with force. A flash of black light momentarily illuminated Li Huailin's vision. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself alone. Heaven has eyes, Li Huailin exclaimed tearfully. With the departure of the boss, Yeze, the black mist that had shrouded the exit dissipated instantly. A wave of exhilaration surged within Li Huailin as he took a step toward the exit, only to be halted by a faint voice. Great warrior, wait, cried Nidahar, lying bloodied on the ground, extending his hand weakly. What? You're still alive? Li Huailin was taken aback. Nidahar appeared gravely injured, drenched in blood, his gaze clouded, suggesting his end was imminent. Great warrior, cough. You must inform His Highness the King of the situation here. Oh, you might not be able to see the king. By the way, tell my nephew, Anthony. Mullah. He is. Before Nidahar could disclose the whereabouts of his nephew, his body convulsed suddenly. His eyes rolled back, and he passed away. System notification. You have accepted an A-level main quest. Emergency situation. Locate Nidahar's nephew Anthony. Quest hint. It is said that someone has seen Anthony in the northern part of the empire. Completion reward. 10,000 experience. 1 gold coin. 500 reputation. What the? I didn't even agree to take this quest. Li Huailin lamented, still processing the situation, as Nidahar departed with a smile, leaving him with a quest that he had inadvertently accepted. Abandon. System notification. You cannot abandon the main quest. Li Huailin rubbed his forehead in exasperation, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Even in death, this fellow had managed to ensnare him in a predicament. 10,000 experience. 1 gold coin. If he were to complete this task, he would revert to level 1, a fate more convenient than deleting an account. Chapter 12. Why must you force me? The principal city of humanity, the city of divine protection, is situated in the heart of Gondor province, on the Minas Tirith plain. Although it is a city on a plain, its imposing dual walls, towering at 30 meters and a 5-meter wide moat encircling it, have granted it the title of the Unfalling City. The city's core is dominated by the Palace District, which occupies 1/4 of the entire area, while the southern part is reserved for the aristocracy. The commercial zone is concentrated in the western part of the city, alongside the largest residential area. This is the principal city of humanity in Glory's heart, characterized by its red-tiled roofs and white walls, reminiscent of medieval European architectural style. When Li Huailin was first teleported to this city, he was taken aback, much like many other players, standing dumbfounded, absorbing the surrounding sights for an extended period. Indeed, this game is remarkable, he mused quietly. On the 7th day after the launch, approximately half of the players had already left the novice village. Unlike the isolated novice village, all players were teleported to the same city, and Li Huailin finally grasped the meaning of a large population. For instance, at the central square where Li Huailin stood, the proximity to the commercial area resulted in an overwhelming flow of people. Occasionally, he could spot pairs of armored soldiers patrolling the bustling city. Li Huailin had just reached level 10 that afternoon, following a rather frustrating encounter with Nighthall. Although he felt somewhat disheartened, he realized that he could avoid the quest altogether. The quest prompt indicated that only Nighthall's nephew had been sighted in the northern region, with no other information provided, suggesting that finding this nephew would be quite a challenge. If he simply refrained from searching, he would not incur the loss of 10,000 experience points and 1 gold coin. With this epiphany, Li Huailin decided to focus on leveling up. Despite having battled the boss had not been defeated, and since he had not accepted the quest, no experience was deducted. He remained at level 7 and diligently traversed the mine, dying 30 times without any mishaps, ultimately reaching level 10 and teleporting to the city of divine protection from the novice village. Li Huailin's character status was rather unimpressive. He could neither slay monsters nor undertake quests, thus lacking any means of acquiring equipment or currency. He was still clad in the perpetual novice garb, a set of 3 items that would never degrade. In contrast, even the most destitute players had accumulated at least a set of white gear and over 50 silver coins upon reaching level 10. Li Huailin, however, found his inventory completely empty, possessing only 18 silver coins and 40 copper. Naturally, he paid little mind to this. What use was equipment? Wearing it merely increased health and defense, which would not significantly impact his leveling. But he must change classes. Suddenly, Li Huailin realized his objective. Now that he had reached the level cap of 10, failing to switch classes would mean that even death would yield no experience. He had to change classes to progress. Initially, Li Huailin had contemplated becoming a mage, though he had not given it much thought. His fascination stemmed from the official promotional video, where he observed mages casting fireballs and ice spells with flair. However, due to the human racial trait, which penalized him by 10 in intelligence, he swiftly altered his course to become a warrior. The game Glory's Heart excelled in intricacies, keenly aware that newly teleported players might struggle to find the class change area. They had erected a massive sign reading class area, conveniently located on the right side of the central square, ensuring visibility from any direction. The first establishment at the entrance of the class area was the Warrior Guild. As a popular class in online gaming, warriors were likely the most chosen among the 8 available classes. Thus, the guild's entrance was grand, with 2 staff members managing the flow of players to prevent congestion. Upon entering, Li Huailin noticed a display at the center of the Warrior Guild Hall. However, he was slightly perplexed to find that half of the hall was designated as a working area, while the other half functioned as an indoor training ground, filled with wooden dummies. Numerous players were diligently hacking at the dummies, with others queuing to take their turns. Curious, Li Huailin wondered why. During the peak hours following the game's launch, these individuals chose to practice on dummies instead of leveling up. Regardless of their motives, Li Huailin was not concerned. He approached the warrior instructor to initiate his class change. The warrior instructor was a tall yet somewhat slender middle-aged man named Alistair, clad in a striking red and silver armor, his long red ponytail cascading behind him. Newbie, I am Alistair, the warrior instructor. Have you come here to become a great warrior? Li Huailin had barely approached when Alistair addressed him directly. System prompt. Warrior instructor Alistair wishes to change your class to warrior. Do you accept? Yes. With a swift motion, a green light enveloped Li Huailin. System prompt. Class change to warrior successful. Li Huailin examined his character attributes and noted that his health remained unchanged. However, his physical attack had significantly increased. As a physical class, the benefits of strength on attack power had become more pronounced, and since he had allocated all his points to strength, his physical attack surged from 57 to 73 to an impressive 97 to 121. Newbie, are you interested in learning warrior skills? Alistair inquired after Li Huailin reviewed his attributes. Oh right. I need to learn skills, Li Huailin realized, recalling that since his inception, he had only possessed a single skill, Heavy Slash, which added 5 points of damage, and he had yet to utilize it, leaving his skill experience at 0. He pondered whether using the skill might even lead to negative experience. In Glory's Heart, skills were categorized into common skills and rare skills. Common skills were taught by class instructors, typically allowing players to learn 1 or 2 skills every 5 levels. Rare skills, on the other hand, were acquired from defeating monsters or through special NPC instruction, making them quite precious. The game had no limit on the number of skills one could learn. As long as players had the stamina, they could acquire as many as they desired. What skills are available? Li Huailin inquired eagerly. With a wave of his hand, Alistair conjured a virtual screen before Li Huailin, displaying 4 skills available for him to learn. Attack skill. Rending level 1. 300 increases attack power by 10 and inflicts bleeding on the target, causing a loss of 10 health points per second for 12 seconds. Bleeding effects do not stack. Instant cast. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown 6 seconds. Learning cost. 1 gold coin. Sweeping level 1. 500 deals damage to up to 3 targets in front, dealing 80 of original attack power. Instant cast. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds. Learning cost. 1 gold coin. Defense skill. Defensive stance. No level when activated. Physical damage is reduced by 20, but movement speed is decreased by 50. Instant cast. No cooldown. No mana cost. Learning cost. 1 gold coin. Shield block level 1. 300 instantly raises the shield for defense, reducing physical damage based on shield attributes. Requires a shield to be equipped. Instant cast. Consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 3 seconds. Learning cost. 1 gold coin. Goodness. Li Huailin was not startled by the skills themselves, but rather by the associated learning cost of 1 gold coin. The word startled him. He never expected that learning a skill would be so exorbitant. One skill costs 1 gold coin, and to master them all would require 4 gold coins, while he had only 18 silver coins in total. Such a steep price. How could anyone afford it? Li Huailin shouted at Alistair. Oh, it seems you lack the financial means to learn. Truly a pitiable novice. Alistair replied with a furrowed brow and a dismissive expression. He gestured toward the training grounds behind him. Since you are a member of the warrior guild, I shall offer you guidance. I will share the secret of the severing skill. Practice on the wooden target 1,000 times, and you shall almost truly learn this skill. Li Huailin finally understood why so many players were queuing to strike the dummies. The game, it seemed, was aware that many could not afford the skills and thus provided an alternative method for learning. However, striking the dummy 1,000 times. The cooldown for the severing skill was 6 seconds, meaning it would take at least 6,000 seconds, an entire 100 minutes. This task. Hey, you pauper. Hurry up and join the queue over there, quickly. Li Huailin had been conversing with the warrior instructor for quite some time, and the players behind him were growing impatient. Sighing softly, Li Huailin raised his right hand to himself and muttered, I no longer wish to be arrogant, but why must you force me? Hey, what are you saying over there? A player behind him inquired curiously. With a sharp sound, before the player's words could finish, Li Huailin struck Alistair squarely in the face. System notification. Due to your attack on Alistair, his favorability towards you has increased by 20. Current favorability. Friendly. Chapter 13. If only this had happened earlier with a sharp crack, the players who had been trailing behind Li Huailin instinctively took a step back. The once bustling practice field fell silent as players abruptly halted their fervent skill casting. What is happening? One confused player inquired. This fellow just slapped the warrior mentor. Another player replied, stunned. What the hell? How is he still alive? I feel like I've seen this somewhere. Ah, right, the forum. The pinned post about the renowned player beating up an NPC in the novice village. Could this be him? Suddenly, a voice rang out among the crowd. A wave of realization washed over the players, many recalling the video they had seen in the forum post. A few had even thought it was a fabricated clip, but here they were witnessing it live. Soon, numerous players, astonished, began to activate their recording functions. Li Huailin, however, was unconcerned with the prospect of being filmed. After delivering a resounding slap, he grabbed Alistair and pulled him closer, inquiring, what is the cost for learning skills? Oh, it's you, brave warrior. It seems you've been honing your skills well. For our friendship's sake, I shall offer you a 20 discount, Alistair replied with a cheerful smile. Li Huailin glanced at the skill list, confirming that all the prices had indeed dropped to 80 silver coins. A bead of sweat trickled down the brows of the onlookers. What friendship do you share with this guy? Is a slap the foundation of your camaraderie? Still daring to charge such exorbitant fees? Do you think I want to reduce you to a fool? Li Huailin declared, delivering another forceful slap to Alistair's face. Now, how much do you say again? For the sake of our friendship, I'll give you a 40 discount, Alistair replied, lowering the price once more. Truly, one must not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Li Huailin retorted fiercely. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? A nearby player quietly reminded. Li Huailin turned and shot a menacing glare at the player, who immediately felt a chill and stepped back. Turning back to Alistair, Li Huailin continued. It seems I must truly escalate things. After adjusting his shoulder joints, he suddenly unleashed a flurry of slaps upon a Lunster's face, the sharp sounds echoing through the silent crowd, eliciting gasps and winces from the onlookers. -11, -14, -9, -31, critical hit. A cascade of numbers rose above a Lunster's head. With his newly increased attack power, Li Huailin was able to inflict damage on this high-level NPC, gradually reddening a Lunster's face, blood trickling from his gums. What did a Lunster do to provoke the renowned player? How tragic, a nearby female player thought, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. Phew. After finishing a round, Li Huailin exhaled. Come now, esteemed hero. Calm down, don't be so furious. Two players nearby quickly attempted to placate him. Let us discuss this amicably. What is there to discuss? Li Huailin snarled. I've gifted you over 20 slaps. Consider it a second chance at life. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, great hero. I can never repay your kindness, a Lunster replied, now thoroughly enamored by Li Huailin. Surrounding players collectively sweat dropped. Had a Lunster truly been reduced to a fool? With such immense gratitude, how can you still charge me for skills? Li Huailin roared, clutching a Lunster. Great hero, I can never repay your kindness. From now on, learning skills from me will be free of charge. Consider it a token of my appreciation, a Lunster exclaimed, his face filled with admiration. What? No charges? Li Huailin's expression changed instantly. Indeed, free of charge, a Lunster nodded eagerly. Sighing, Li Huailin remarked, if only this had happened sooner. He then embraced a Lunster's shoulders and promptly learned several skills, spending not a single coin. By the way, I possess a unique ancestral skill. I shall teach it to you, a Lunster suddenly announced. Oh, an ancestral skill? Li Huailin grinned. Please, share it with me. System prompt. A Lunster wishes to teach you the skill, Burst of Qi. Do you accept? Yes. Burst of Qi, no level instantly unleashes 1's potential, increasing all attributes by 30 for 1 minute. After use, enter a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 50 for 10 minutes. Instant use, no cost. Cooldown time of 30 minutes. Quite impressive, Li Huailin nodded. See, isn't it better to communicate rather than resort to violence? Indeed, great hero, a Lunster agreed wholeheartedly. Alright, I've learned the skills. I'll return next time, Li Huailin waved. And remember, no charges next time. Of course, a Lunster replied with a beaming smile. Li Huailin dusted off his hands, glancing back at the still-dazed crowd, and exited the warrior guild with flair. Wow! A startled exclamation finally roused the onlookers from their stupor. This defies logic. Another player gasped after a moment of silence. Just how lowly must a Lunster be to endure such humiliation and still express gratitude? How could he bestow rare skills despite being slapped 20 times? I feel my brain is about to short-circuit. One player groaned, pressing his forehead. I want to inscribe obedient on my face. I've finally encountered the renowned player. Now I have something to boast about. One player shouted joyfully. I need to ask for an autograph. Regardless of the happenings within the warrior guild, Li Huailin stepped outside to test his new skills, unexpectedly discovering an extraordinary ability. Defensive stance, activate. Defensive stance, increases physical damage by 20, movement speed by 50. Wow. Staring at the defensive stance in the negative magic bar, Li Huailin remained in awe. After testing his agility, he felt as light as a feather, practically soaring. This skill is truly remarkable. It not only enhances physical damage but also accelerates my time to rush into danger. Choosing the warrior class was an astute decision indeed. Li Huailin felt a surge of pride in his warrior identity. Chapter 14. The beginning of self-destruction. Though it was said that his escape speed was somewhat swift, one must still find a suitable place to hone one's skills. Li Huailin suddenly engaged in contemplation, for he had only just arrived in the main city and was unfamiliar with the surrounding area. Ideally, he sought a location akin to the novice village, close to a resurrection point yet teeming with formidable monsters. It appeared that a bit of research was in order. But where to begin? After a moment of reflection, a spark of realization struck him. How foolish of him to overlook the forum for pertinent threads. Just as he was about to log off, the conversation of two players nearby slowed his movements. Damn it. That cursed creature not only caused me to die once, but also inflicted a debuff that lowers my attributes for 7 days. How am I supposed to level up? One player exclaimed, his face twisted with malice. Huh, who told you to go and touch her? You were just asking for it. The other player jeered, relishing the spectacle. Curse it, I couldn't help myself. What does that have to do with me? Li Huailin paid little heed to the ensuing dialogue, as a flash of inspiration struck him, akin to a detective unraveling a mystery. How could he have forgotten this? Without hesitation, he promptly logged off and opened the official website. It did not take long for him to discover a glaring announcement. Anti-harassment mechanism. When female players are harassed, they receive a prompt asking whether to activate the system's thunder punishment. Should the harassing player be struck by this thunder, they will face immediate death and receive a 7-day debuff curse that reduces all attributes, persisting even after death. We urge all players to maintain decorum and contribute to a clean gaming environment. Immediate death. Upon reading these words, Li Huailin and Appo's heart surged with excitement as he triumphantly punched the air. This was precisely what he had been seeking. Ecstatic, he logged back in, eager to find a woman to tease. Women, where are the women? As he scanned his surroundings, ready to embark on his reckless quest, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. If he was to harass women, why not select a few that were pleasing to the eye? If he were to harass someone unattractive, it might lead others to believe his taste was questionable. With this in mind, he began his search for a beauty. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of caution. What if? Upon his approach, he encountered a love-struck damsel who, instead of punishing him, became infatuated? Fortunately, he was clever enough to contemplate such scenarios. After a meticulous search, he soon spotted a stunning woman, radiant, with a score exceeding 90, her figure statuesque, curves flawless, and long hair cascading elegantly, emanating an aura of classical beauty. His choice was deliberate. She was alone, and her demeanor suggested an icy disposition. Surely, should he attempt to harass her, she would retaliate mercilessly. You. Li Huailin snapped his fingers and approached the Ice Queen. Excuse me, my lady, may I discuss a matter with you? The Ice Queen glanced at him with mild curiosity. She was accustomed to attention from players clad in exquisite gear, flaunting their wealth. This newcomer, draped in novice attire, piqued her interest. However, she quickly dismissed him with a curt scram. Just a brief discussion, Li Huailin persisted, maintaining a friendly demeanor. What do you want? She replied, her patience waning. Could you lend me your bosom for a moment? He asked with a smile. The Ice Queen was taken aback, chuckling at his audacity. While many men had ulterior motives when flirting, none had been so brazenly direct. Yet, she bore no special affection for him. Fine, if you're not afraid of dying. Go ahead, she shot back, having eliminated several male players who had previously harassed her. All right. Li Huailin's heart raced as he reached toward her chest. Just as his hand neared, he felt an unexpected resistance, and then the sky darkened as a bolt of lightning struck him directly. With a thunderous crash, Li Huailin dissolved into a burst of white light, reappearing at the resurrection point. System notification. Due to your violation of game rules by harassing a female player, you have been struck by lightning and received the shameless scoundrel curse. Battle record. You died, earning 1260 experience points. I am truly clever, Li Huailin exclaimed, thrilled that he had devised a method to level up without leaving the city. With newfound enthusiasm, he began searching for his next target. After a brief wait, he was astonished to see the Ice Queen approaching him again. Not her again. Very well, he mused, approaching her once more. Excuse me, my lady. May I trouble you for another touch? Back again. The Ice Queen was momentarily stunned, then her anger flared. What do you mean, trouble me? Are you asking me, or my bosom? Is there a difference? Li Huailin inquired, genuinely perplexed. You. If you wish to die, go ahead and touch. She warned, her brow furrowing. How did you know I wanted to die? He nearly blurted out, but restrained himself, focusing instead on leveling up. He lunged forward once more. A flash of lightning erupted, and surrounding players shook their heads in dismay, witnessing yet another foolhardy player meet their demise. Battle record. You died, earning 1260 experience points. Quickly now. Given the proximity to the resurrection point, Li Huailin hurried back to the Ice Queen, intercepting her once more. I say, beautiful, might I borrow? You touch. She bellowed, genuinely amused by his persistence before he could finish. Very well. Boom. Battle record. You died, earning 1260 experience points. Once resurrected, Li Huailin charged at the Ice Queen again. Please, don't leave, I just need to borrow. Boom. This time, the Ice Queen was too exasperated to engage further, directly obliterating him. Battle record. You died, earning 1260 experience points. Boom. After enduring a barrage of 7 or 8 strikes, onlookers began to sense something amiss. While many players had met their end due to harassment, such concentrated lightning strikes were unusual. Within half a minute, the same spot had been struck repeatedly, drawing a crowd of spectators. They watched as a man clad in simple garb persistently attempted to intercept a beauty, though his intent was not to merely halt her, but rather to hasten his own demise. Each attempt resulted in him being struck down, yet he continued to resurrect and charge forward. What a tragic love story, mused one imaginative player, captivated by the unfolding scene. Does this fool not realize that being struck by lightning incurs a curse? What an idiot, another player scoffed nearby. Regardless of the spectators' reactions, Li Huailin was already immersed in the exhilarating sensation of leveling up. Within a few minutes, he was on the verge of advancement. Boom. Battle record. You have perished. Earning 1,260 experience points. System notification. You have ascended to level 11. Delightful. Li Huailin exclaimed, rushing once more towards the icy beauty. As the thunderous roars of divine retribution intensified in the square, the surrounding crowd began to feel moved by this young man, desperately striving to reclaim his lost love. Observing Li Huailin emerge once again from the resurrection point, a player suddenly shouted, "Go for it. Young man, I support you." This statement seemed to unleash a torrent of encouragement, and soon, the crowd joined in, chanting, "Go for it. Go for it. Go for it." Their voices harmonized. And before long, the entire square resonated with a singular cry of encouragement. Oblivious to the reason behind the crowd's fervor, Li Huailin found it peculiar that they were cheering for someone unknown, yet he paid no heed and remained focused on his relentless pursuit of leveling up. Boom. Go for it. Boom. Go for it. Gradually, each thunderous strike was accompanied by the cheers of thousands. Many in the crowd were unaware of the circumstances, merely joining in the chant for the sake of camaraderie. Li Huailin had lost count of how many times he had met his demise. Yet his level had already soared to 12, having spent less than 10 minutes on this endeavor. Was this truly the pace at which one could level up? Once again, he charged towards the icy beauty, unleashing his signature move, the Dragon Claw. With a gentle pop, there was no anticipated thunder, and Li Huailin paused, feeling his right hand grasp something soft. Unconsciously, he squeezed, marveling at the softness and pleasant texture. Have you had enough? A chilling voice suddenly pierced Li Huailin's ears. Chapter 15. Implementing Plan 2. Li Huailin lifted his head, his right hand firmly grasping the left breast of the Ice Mountain Beauty. She glared at him with evident anger, yet he discerned a hint of blush on her face. Awkwardly, Li Huailin retracted his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why don't you just strike me down? Are you so interested in my chest? The Ice Mountain Beauty crossed her arms over her chest, blocking his gaze, and retorted indignantly. Oh well, how should I put it? Li Huailin found himself at a loss for words. Should he honestly tell her that he had no interest in her chest, and merely wished for her to strike him down? That would only add to the misunderstanding. The surrounding crowd had surprisingly noticed that Li Huailin's hand had indeed reached the Ice Mountain Beauty's chest, which should only have been permissible with her consent. This young man has succeeded, shouted an older player. Today I learned that where there is a will, there is a way. Another player remarked. I am beginning to believe in love again. Kiss her. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd called out. This cry quickly resonated with the masses, transforming the cheers of tens of thousands into chants of kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her. Li Huailin, bewildered by the turn of events, could only glance at the Ice Mountain Beauty before saying, What do you want, beauty? She took a step forward, visibly anxious, and asked, Letting you touch me is already generous enough. Don't push your luck. What I meant was Li Huailin, seeing her misunderstanding, hurriedly reached out again. The Ice Mountain Beauty suddenly shrieked, and in a flash of white light, she logged out. Li Huailin stood there, momentarily stunned, before glancing at the equally astonished crowd. Seizing the opportunity while they were still in shock, he immediately logged out of the game. Removing his helmet, Li Huailin wiped the sweat from his brow. I can't shake the feeling that I've inadvertently stirred a considerable mess. He was unwilling to log back in at that moment. Fortunately, it was nearing his bedtime. After a brief perusal of the web, he prepared to sleep. Habitually, he checked the forum for Heart of Glory. The pinned post read, The amazing brother emerges from the newbie village. The warrior mentor suffers first. Following that was a video link showcasing Li Huailin relentlessly slapping the face of the warrior mentor, Arlenster. The original poster exclaimed, My friends and I were all stunned. The comments echoed in disbelief. I and my companions were all astonished. Pay attention to the formation. Another chimed in. I and my companions were all astonished, refreshing the page. Another pinned post emerged. Over 10,000 witnessed the most romantic love story in history. The poster recounted how, around 9 p.m., in the central square of the city of Divine Favor, a boy, striving to appease his irate girlfriend, was struck down by the system's thunderbolt over 20 times, all for a chance to caress her face again. Ultimately, he received her forgiveness, and they both logged off together. I shall refrain from elaborating further. I have but one statement. Love is still worth believing in. The accompanying video was a beautifully edited montage that not only showcased the thousands cheering, but also compiled Li Huailin's numerous deaths and revivals, set to a poignant background score. Even Li Huailin, who knew the truth, felt a twinge of emotion while watching it. I was moved after watching, one commenter noted. I will definitely want my boyfriend to propose to me like that. Another inquired, Requesting the name of the man in the video. Requesting the man in the video. Is it only me who thinks the man in the video resembles the amazing brother from the pinned post who slapped the warrior minter? Another chimed in. Requesting the name of the beauty in the video. I would willingly endure thunderbolts for her. Li Huailin was infuriated by the rampant rumors circulating. It was utterly preposterous. After reading the posts, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the poster. The situation was nothing like they described. He didn't even know the Ice Mountain Beauty's username, yet they were insinuating that he and she were a couple who logged off together, as if they had shared something intimate. How on earth was he supposed to face the women who might chase after him in the future? Li Huailin felt a severe headache coming on. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his hair, continuing to peruse the web, when another post caught his attention. Breaking news. The goddess pursued in the pinned post is my cousin. The poster declared, I am the Red Army of the Red Brigade. The goddess in the pinned post is my cousin, Red Dust and Mist. She and that man are not in a romantic relationship. He merely seeks to pursue her. My cousin is quite satisfied with him, but I can vouch that they did not log off together. Stop fabricating stories, one commenter retorted. The poster is lying. She is my cousin. I am the poster. Everything I say is true, another insisted. I still believe the story in the pinned post Red Dust and Mist. Li Huailin found this credible, for he alone was aware that he did not truly know the Ice Mountain Beauty. This post was not lying. The name of the guild, the Red Brigade, was rather amusing. Surely not everyone's name began with Red. He silently noted the name and continued browsing until another post made his heart race. Leave a mark dares to kill me? Remember this. If you have guts, come to the coordinates in the south of the city for a duel tomorrow, or I'll find someone to kill you back to level 0. The poster challenged. Come on, you're just a coward. That idiot 1T show up, another taunted. I am the poster. Who are you calling a coward? I'll kill you back to the newbie village. Come and bite me. Li Huailin suddenly realized how foolish he was for provoking trouble with women for no reason. Why not just find someone to kill him instead? He hastily navigated to the official website to review the rules regarding player killing, PK. To his dismay, there was scant information, only stating that while the official stance did not encourage interfaction PK, it also did not prohibit it, and initiating PK would incur some penalties. He quickly returned to the forum and searched for the keyword PK, successfully locating a technical post detailing the mechanics of PK. PK was divided into interfaction PK and intrafaction PK. Intrafaction PK would turn the attacker's name brown for 30 minutes if the attack party countered. They would drop 1 piece of equipment and lose 20 of their current experience, while the attacker would gain 1 point of notoriety for killing. If notoriety exceeded 5 points, entry to towns would be barred, leading to imprisonment if caught by guards. Exceeding 10 points would result in a bounty on the player, for which those who killed them would receive experience and monetary rewards. Conversely, interfaction PK was encouraged. The 6 races in Heart of Glory were divided into 2 factions. The Order, composed of humans, dwarves, and elves, and the Chaos faction, composed of demons, undead, and beastmen. Players from opposing factions would not incur notoriety for killing each other and could earn honor points to exchange for military merit. Understood. After perusing the technical article, Li Huailin, filled with excitement, waved his hand decisively, planning to implement the second strategy tomorrow. He intended to challenge others to a duel, even if it meant facing death. To his astonishment, he discovered that initiating an attack and subsequently being countered could yield a remarkable 20 experience gain. This was exhilarating, far surpassing the experience acquired from trifling with virtuous women, and it was undoubtedly safer. With this thrilling prospect in mind, Li Huailin went to bed with a cheerful disposition. Chapter 16. This is entirely different from the plan. The more Li Huailin thought about it, the more invigorated he became, to the point that he found it difficult to sleep. The next morning, he eagerly consumed a bite to eat before promptly logging into the game. He re-entered the central plaza, having already devised his strategy while lying in bed the previous night, and headed straight for the northern gate of the main city. The human capital, the city of divine protection, featured 4 gates, east, south, west, and north, as it was situated on a plain. Li Huailin had observed from a forum post that the inner city was a safe zone where PK was prohibited, necessitating his venture into the wilderness. He opted for the northern gate due to its proximity to the respawn point, facilitating a quick escape. As it was early morning, the number of players was sparse, and given that the leveling points near the northern gate were subpar, Li Huailin encountered few individuals as he arrived at the city gate. After some contemplation, he positioned himself on the bridge over the city moat directly opposite the northern gate. This area was not a safe zone, and players had no choice but to traverse this path upon exiting. Everything was in place. Li Huailin raised his novice sword with excitement and exclaimed, "Come forth, everyone." Before long, his first target appeared. Two ordinary-looking male players approached from a distance, one clad in warrior attire, brandishing a longsword and a small wooden shield, adorned with several pieces of equipment emanating a faint bluish hue, signifying modest wealth. The other player wore a robe and carried a wooden staff, leaving Li Huailin uncertain whether he was a mage, priest, or warlock. "Wait," Li Huailin shouted, leaping out from the bushes. "This mountain is mine, this grass is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." Huh. The two players paused, momentarily stunned, before sharing a laugh. "I say, are you S13? Robbing in a game? Your lines are so cliché. Are you here to entertain us?" The warrior player chuckled. "Seriously, if you're going to rob someone, at least do it professionally. You're in a newbie outfit. Are you trying to provoke us into killing you, turning you red, and then looting our gear? We're not that foolish." The mage player chimed in, confidently deducing an array of unfounded theories, nodding proudly. "How did I not think of that tactic?" Li Huailin exclaimed, realizing that this strategy had nothing to do with him. He was not seeking death. "Forget it, I'll attack them directly. This way, they can legally retaliate and kill me. Why waste words? If you don't pay, I'll slay you," Li Huailin declared, raising his novice sword and lunging toward the mage's chest, adding, "Why do you have so much to say?" -890, critical hit. A massive crimson critical hit number floated above the mage's head, who fell to the ground before he could utter a word. System prompt. You have killed the player Glutinous Rice Bread, Evil Deeds -1. What the hell? Both the warrior player and Li Huailin were taken aback. The warrior was astonished that a player in a novice outfit could slay his teammate in one strike, dealing nearly 900 damage. Meanwhile, Li Huailin was incredulous at his newfound prowess. Without hesitation, he opened his character attributes panel. Name, Heart like a forest class, warrior secondary profession, minor level, 12 experience, 12800, 16000 attributes, HP, 2200 MP, 2200 attack power, 418 to 495 defense, 44 to 61 magical attack power, 34 to 41 magical defense, 52 to 57 strength, 319 agility, 117 stamina, 110 intelligence, 117 spirit, 110 luck, 5 reputation points, 1200 free attribute points. 0. What kind of monstrous attributes are these? Li Huailin was utterly flabbergasted, unable to comprehend how his character's stats had surged exponentially overnight. However, he soon found the answer in his buffs. A plethora of identical icons cluttered his enhancement magic bar. Shameless rogue. Curse. Violating game rules by harassing female players. All attributes increased by 10, lasting 7 days. This curse cannot be dispelled. Li Huailin counted, discovering a total of 28 identical icons, meaning he was currently under a state of 280 attribute enhancement. Since he had allocated all his points to strength, his strength stat had skyrocketed, pushing his attack power beyond 400, resulting in critical hits exceeding 800. Given that mages generally did not add points to health, it was no surprise he could dispatch one with a single strike. What on earth is going on? Li Huailin felt overwhelmed. Most would find such an occurrence exhilarating. A 280 attribute boost for 7 days, making one virtually invincible for leveling and boss fights. However, the problem was that Li Huailin was unable to kill monsters or level up. His defense, which was only 40 to 60, was already reduced by 20 after activating defensive stance. And with 2200 HP, how could he possibly die? Lost in thought, the bewildered warrior player suddenly snapped back to reality and, without a word, turned and ran towards the safety zone of the main city. Hey, wait, Li Huailin thought quickly. Although he had defeated the mage, the warrior remained. After attacking this party, all members had a 30-minute retaliation window. While his attributes were indeed formidable, standing still would allow the warrior to strike him down. As he pondered, Li Huailin sprinted after the fleeing warrior, utilizing his absurdly heightened movement speed of 50 from his defensive stance to close the distance in just 3 steps, blocking the warrior's path. Don't go just yet, Li Huailin urged fervently. Big brother, I remember now. You're the legendary powerful guy, right? The warrior player, having just recognized Li Huailin, felt a tremor of fear. He had thought the tales of the player who easily defeated NPCs were mere fables, but upon witnessing it firsthand, he was utterly awestruck. Please spare me. I acknowledge my ignorance. I beg you for mercy. No, that's not what I meant. Li Huailin awkwardly scratched his head, genuinely not intending to kill. You and this mage aren't on the same team, are you? Why not take revenge for him? I wouldn't dare to fight you. I saw the whole thing unfold. It's pure luck for my friend to be robbed by you, the powerful one. He should be grateful, not resentful. He got what he deserved. The warrior, having watched Li Huailin's video of defeating the warrior mentor, felt he understood Li Huailin's character and quickly parroted back his sentiments. Deserved? How dare you? Li Huailin seized the warrior, glaring fiercely. I'm giving you one last chance. Do not provoke me. Powerful one. I have family and responsibilities. I fought all day yesterday and only gained 23 experience. Please, let me live. The warrior pleaded, producing 5 silver coins, placing them on the ground as an offering. This is all I possess. I beseech you, grant me mercy. I. Li Huailin never anticipated that this robbery could indeed succeed. He was utterly at a loss as to how to react. Thank you. I am profoundly grateful to Brother Niu Bai for providing me with a lifeline. Upon my return, I shall be eternally indebted to you and will assuredly harbor no grudges to seek revenge. My friend shares this sentiment, I assure you. Observing Li Huailin's conflicted expression, the warrior player assumed he was contemplating whether to slay him, and thus hastily added a few more words, eager to sway Li Huailin's decision. Seeing that Li Huailin remained unresponsive, the warrior player swiftly circumvented him and dashed back towards the renowned location, vanishing from Li Huailin's sight in an instant. This is utterly divergent from my original plan. Li Huailin wiped his face, yet he soon steeled himself, declaring, I refuse to believe that not a single player in the entire human capital dares to confront me. Thus, he resolved to persist in his endeavors of robbery. Chapter 17. Are you trying to suffocate me? At the northern gate of the City of Divine Blessing, the morning sun illuminated a level 13 human knight player who had just passed through the city gates. Eager to venture into the northern plains in search of monsters to slay for experience and coin. Despite the formidable foes that roamed the northern plains, the scarcity of players made it a preferred training ground for him, as he was not accustomed to competing for kills. With a sudden rustle, Li Huailin emerged from the grass for the second time, obstructing the knight player's path and bellowing, This mountain is mine to traverse, this grass is mine to tend. Should you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. Robbery? The knight player, a man in his 40s, chuckled heartily, finding amusement in the youth's audacity. Young lad, instead of resorting to banditry, why not hone your skills against monsters? Though the pay may be less, it is earned by your own efforts. Far more satisfying than ill-gotten gains. To hell with that. Who are you to judge my choice? Li Huailin retorted, only to realize the absurdity of his words. I'm merely in urgent need of coin. If you're wise, you'll part with your money. The knight paused, surveying Li Huailin's novice attire with a furrowed brow. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in understanding. You have a point. We all face lean times. With that, he produced 20 silver coins. Here, I don't have much, but take these. Li Huailin stood stunned, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. While I don and oppose, to know what troubles you've encountered, crime is never the answer, the knight said earnestly, patting Li Huailin on the shoulder. Life is a long journey. I hope you find the right path. Li Huailin felt on the verge of madness. All right, I must get back to training, the knight concluded, giving Li Huailin another reassuring pat before striding towards the northern training grounds. Watching the knight's retreating figure, Li Huailin found himself bemused, glancing at the 20 silver coins in his hand. Do I truly possess the talent for robbery? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Without looking, he shouted, Robbery! Men to the left, women to the right, get down. A feminine voice exclaimed. Turning around, Li Huailin was taken aback by the sight of a strikingly beautiful young woman, perhaps 15 or 16 years of age, with a charming and innocent demeanor that provoked an instinctive urge to ruffle her hair. Brother-in-law, she called out excitedly before Li Huailin could respond. Brother-in-law? He stammered, Miss. I'm not married. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Oh, you've yet to meet me. I'm Hongyan Heshui, the cousin of Hongchen Yinyu. She introduced herself with a bright smile. Li Huailin recalled a post he had seen last night about her, and though he had paid it little mind, encountering her here was unexpected. Please don't mislabel our relationship. You must know I have no connection with your cousin, he hastily clarified. Of course I know. You only met my cousin yesterday. But wasn't it her enchanting beauty that caught your eye? Or else, why would you pursue her so fervently? Hongyan Heshui teased, her expression one of playful accusation. Certainly not. Li Huailin protested vehemently, feeling wronged. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I've observed you. And you're among the most promising suitors for my sister, she continued unabashedly. She agreed to let you touch her yesterday, which is unprecedented. You're the first man in 17 years to have that privilege. How do you find her ample bosom? Li Huailin instinctively nodded before realizing the impropriety of the conversation. I don't care about such matters. Please relay to your cousin that I have no intentions of courting her. Oh, I see. Hongyan Heshui exclaimed, her small fist striking her palm. That is a classic tactic known as playing hard to get. You're quite the strategist, brother-in-law. Yesterday, you professed your feelings before thousands. And today you employ this clever ruse. Truly impressive. What sort of unhealthy literature have you been reading? Could you perhaps employ some rational thought? Li Huailin could not contain his exasperation. Ah, brother-in-law, don't be so agitated. We're on the same side. Hongyan Hishui reassured him. I have no objection to your pursuit of my sister, and I want to disclose your intentions to her. You can count on my support. Am I to be grateful? Li Huailin buried his face in his hands. Brother-in-law, there is no need for tears. While I'm willing to help, you'll need to muster your own efforts. My sister has many admirers, she reminded him kindly. Given how generous you are, shouldn't you expect some form of compensation? She added, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Fine. Tell me what you want, Li Huailin sighed, desperate to rid himself of her incessant chatter. Do you have any exceptional gear for a priest? Or perhaps some rare skill books? She inquired, revealing her character class. Do I look like a wealthy individual? Just take a glance at my novice attire. Li Huailin gestured to his shabby outfit. If I were affluent, do you think I'd be resorting to robbery? Robbery? You genuinely intend to rob? Hongyan Hishui blinked in surprise. Her previous skepticism shattered. Yes, I'm so impoverished that I have no choice but to resort to such measures, he admitted, spreading his hands in defeat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm quite busy. You should return to your training. Robbery sounds exhilarating, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've never robbed anyone in my life. Brother-in-law, take me with you. Li Huailin lamented, wishing he could slap himself. Together, we shall become the dread duo of robbery, and our success shall be unparalleled, she proclaimed, already envisioning their future exploits. Listen, Hishui, allow me to explain. Li Huailin desperately sought to dissuade her from the idea of joining him in his foolhardy venture, as he had no genuine intention of committing robbery. He merely sought an escape from his predicament. Robbery is an endeavor fraught with peril and requires considerable skill. Fear not, brother-in-law. I am quite intelligent. Just teach me once, and I shall master it instantly, she declared. And danger doesn't faze me. I'm level 15. Only the guild leader and my cousin surpass me in strength. What sin had he committed to be unable to shake off this relentless companion? Li Huailin felt utterly defeated. After much contemplation, he concluded that perhaps enduring a few futile escapades with her would eventually dissuade her from following him. Well, since you are genuinely eager to learn, I shall impart to you the profound secrets of robbery. Li Huailin readily acquiesced to this notion. Wonderful, wonderful. The enchanting beauty exclaimed joyfully as she sipped her water. Chapter 18. A successful practical teaching in the lush grass by the northern gate of the human capital. Li Huailin and Hongyan Hishui quietly crouched, sipping water. Hongyan, exhilarated by her first robbery, glanced around eagerly, while Li Huailin wore a pained expression. Brother-in-law, I just realized I don't even know your name, Hongyan suddenly inquired. The game is called Heart Like a Forest, and my name is Li Huailin. Feel free to call me whatever you like, he replied candidly, revealing his full name without hesitation. Hongyan pondered, furrowing her brow. Never mind, I'll just call you brother-in-law. It rolls off the tongue better. By the way, brother-in-law, why are we hiding in the grass? She asked. It's to create a sudden sense of intimidation. Li Huailin began to concoct a tale, attempting to enlighten the novice. The essence of robbery lies in the aura of authority. Do you understand? Hongyan thought for a moment and shook her head. Simply put, the goal is to frighten the other party. If they fear you, they'll be more inclined to part with their money. If they aren't afraid, why would they hand over their possessions? Li Huailin continued to elaborate. Thus, by crouching in the grass, we can spring out and startle them, diminishing their resolve, which in turn increases our chances of success. You know so much, Hongyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, few possess as much knowledge about robbery as I do. Li Huailin boasted, having successfully robbed twice that day, his confidence soaring. Brother-in-law, someone is coming, Hongyan exclaimed excitedly. Li Huailin glanced over and indeed saw a player approaching, a warrior, equipped with a formidable two-handed sword and adorned with several gleaming pieces of armor. This mountain is mine, this grass is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. Without further ado, Li Huailin leaped from the grass, proclaiming his imposing demand. Hongyan, caught off guard by the extensive dialogue, faltered momentarily, unsure of her own lines. After a pause, she managed to say, what brother-in-law said is right. What? Robbery? The warrior player was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the duo. The female priest seemed somewhat normal, with a couple of bronze pieces of gear, but the one clad in novice attire was perplexing. What are you staring at? Hurry up and hand over your money, or I'll make you regret it. Li Huailin growled menacingly. What brother-in-law said is right. Hongyan echoed. Still unclear about what to say? Why do you keep repeating yourself? Li Huailin sighed in irritation. Oh, It's my first time, so I don't know, Hong Yin replied innocently, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Fine, say whatever you want. The warrior, though initially stunned, grew increasingly annoyed. It's broad daylight. What kind of nonsense is this? I have no time to waste with you amateurs. Li Huailin chuckled inwardly. Finally, a reasonable player had appeared. And perhaps this encounter would not end poorly. What if he refuses to pay? Hong Yin asked anxiously, noticing the warrior's reluctance. Of course, we'll start with a little demonstration. If he remains uncooperative, we'll take him down, Li Huailin explained, eager to initiate combat to gain experience points. Oh, I see, Hong Yin nodded, appearing to learn a new tactic. You dare attack me? Go ahead. The warrior retorted, realizing he didn't want to be the aggressor, lest he incur a reputation for wrongdoing. He assessed Li Huailin and Appo's novice gear and decided it was safe to strike first. Now that and Appo's more like it, Li Huailin thought, approving of the warrior and Appo's boldness. He raised his sword and thrust it toward the warrior's chest, declaring, "Why so arrogant?" -461, a crimson number appeared, leaving both the warrior and Hong Yin stunned. This is impossible. The warrior gasped, checking his health, which was nearly depleted. How could someone in beginner gear deal such damage? A mere basic attack had nearly brought him down. Scared now? Hong Yin, taken aback, suddenly remembered their robbery and continued to channel the intimidating spirit Li Huailin had instilled in her. With a thud, the warrior dropped to his knees before Li Huailin, pleading, "Please, I beg you, spare my life." "Wait, this is a robbery. Aren't you angry? Don't you want to retaliate?" Li Huailin, momentarily taken aback, kindly reminded him. "Yes, weren't you just threatening to kill us?" Hong Yin added, puffing her chest with bravado. "That's not it. I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. You could easily defeat me with a mere flick of your finger," the warrior pleaded, remorse evident on his face as he produced 20 silver coins. "This is all I have. Please don't kill me." Li Huailin found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "Consider how hard you worked to earn this money. How many monsters did you defeat for such a meager sum?" Hong Yin, momentarily taken aback by Li Huailin's words, suddenly understood the implication. Her brother-in-law seemed dissatisfied with the paltry amount, realizing she should play along. "Exactly. After defeating so many monsters. Is this all the money you have? Hand over everything, or my brother-in-law will end you," she threatened, adopting a fierce demeanor. The warrior, alarmed by the threat of violence, hastily fished out several more silver and copper coins. I swear it's all I have." Li Huailin could hardly contain his eye rolling. "Fine. Since you're so honest, we'll let you go. Off with you." Thank you. The warrior exclaimed gratefully, retreating to the safety of the main city. "Wow. My first robbery was a success. Brother-in-law, look. I have 34 silver and 60 copper. I'm amazing." "No, you're amazing," Hong Yin exclaimed, jumping with joy at the sight of the coins. "Is that so? Heh." Li Huailin could only muster a chuckle, feeling a mix of pride and disbelief. "Brother-in-law, why don't you seem happier?" Hong Yin asked, momentarily puzzled before realizing. You're a seasoned robber now. This must be the least you've ever taken in a heist. We'll have to strive for more." "No, I will have to strive for more." Observing Hong Yin's exuberance, Li Huailin sighed inwardly, contemplating the ridiculousness of their situation. If this continued, he would truly become a masterful robber. Chapter 19. Lurking for big fish once again at the northern gate of the human main city, Li Huailin and Hong Yin Hishui lounged in the grass, sipping water. 3 groups of people had already exited through the northern gate, yet Li Huailin refrained from rushing out to ambush them. He had come to realize that merely attacking recklessly was futile. His current attack power was astonishing, even intimidating to himself. If he encountered more soft targets like the previous ones, who would bow and call him Big Brother with a single strike, it would not only lead to his inevitable demise, but also result in his transformation into a master thief. Thus, he concluded that he should seek out someone who appeared formidable and would not easily yield. Then, he could engage them. Allowing himself to be defeated, such a sequence would be flawless. Consequently, he decided against ambushing every passerby, opting for a more elite approach. "Brother-in-law, why aren't we robbing them?" Hong Yin Hishui asked, unable to contain her curiosity as she observed someone walking by. She had memorized the lines for the robbery and was eager to put them to the test. "Fool," Li Huailin cast her a sidelong glance. "What I am teaching you now is how to identify the right target for robbery." "The right target for robbery?" Hong Yin Hishui echoed, slightly confused. "To be robbed by us, they should at least be wealthy, don't you think?" Li Huailin explained earnestly. "Yes," Hong Yin Hishui nodded in agreement. "Look at those few destitute souls who just passed by. They only wore 1 or 2 pieces of bronze gear. What use is there in robbing them? Last time we spent so long and only netted 30 silver coins. It tarnishes my reputation as the king of robbery, Li Huailin reasoned persuasively. Brother-in-law is right. Han Hishui reflected, realizing her own novice status compared to him. So, this time, we shall target a big fish. Li Huailin declared with grandiosity, ready for a significant haul. Great. Great. Han Hishui exclaimed with excitement. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon Li Huailin today. After a brief wait, a big fish indeed appeared. A young man in his 20s emerged from the northern gate, strikingly handsome to the point that even Li Huailin felt a twinge of jealousy. His impressive equipment was astounding, adorned in a complete set of warrior light armor radiating a green glow. Even more astonishing were the two one-handed swords at his waist, glimmering with a faint blue light. Both were of blue quality. That and Appos, SM. Li Huailin gestured decisively. I'll go. Han Hishui could hardly contain herself, jumping out and loudly proclaiming, this path is mine. Demise. Li Huailin suddenly leaped from the bushes, shouting and interrupting Han Hishui's rehearsed lines. Brother-in-law, what does demise mean? Han Hishui inquired, puzzled. It's a slang term in the robbery world. We can shout casually at regular minions, but when confronting a big fish, we must be more dramatic. Li Huailin casually explained. Oh, I see. Han Hishui nodded thoughtfully, then shouted towards the young man, Demise, what do you want? The young man frowned, his voice cold. Robbery. Li Huailin cracked his knuckles, producing a series of cracking sounds. Yes, robbery. Han Hishui mimicked Li Huailin, trying to crack her knuckles too, but failing to make a sound. She whispered to him, brother-in-law, I can't make any noise. Focus. Do you still want to learn? Li Huailin shot her a glance. Fine. I won't say anything. She sulked. Smartly hand over your money, or I assure you, I won't bury you. Li Huailin continued addressing the young man. Robbery? The young man regarded Li Huailin with a hint of confusion, glancing at Han Hishui. You two are robbing me? Indeed, what is wrong with that? Li Huailin retorted fiercely. Brother-in-law, I think I recognize him. Han Hishui suddenly observed, scrutinizing the young man closely. Huh, you know him? A friend? No. I think I've seen his picture somewhere. They say he is one of the top 10 masters, named Feng Ilio. He's reputed to be extraordinarily powerful and is a key member of a top S-tier team from Huaxia. Extraordinarily powerful. Li Huailin had never heard of this individual. But the mention of extraordinary excitement stirred within him. If he was indeed formidable, then the sooner he was defeated, the better. If you've heard of my name, then be gone. Feng Ilio waved dismissively, preparing to leave. Even top 10 masters must pay the toll. Do you think just because you're strong we want to rob you? Li Huailin quickly interjected, determined not to let this big fish slip away. Why yes, Han Hishui timidly echoed. Now Feng Ilio was intrigued. While he was quite famous and often challenged, he had never been robbed before. Are you two truly attempting to rob me? Do I look like I'm joking? Li Huailin replied. Fine. I have 14 gold coins on me. If you can defeat me, you can take them all. Oh, so, you mean to have a duel? Li Huailin was exhilarated. Finally, someone dared to confront him. This would lead to a swift conclusion. 2 against 1. I'm not afraid, Feng Ilio stated, accustomed to facing multiple opponents. Showing no sign of fear towards Li Huailin and Han Hishui. Li Huailin glanced back at Han Hishui, though she had been a nuisance. It wouldn't be fair to drag her into this fight without her knowledge. How about this? I'll face you in a one-on-one duel. Feng Ilio scrutinized Li Huailin's novice gear. You truly wish to duel me? Brother-in-law, I can fight too. Han Hishui protested, unaware of Feng Ilio's true strength, only having heard of his name. Do you still want to learn? If so, watch my demonstration. Li Huailin turned to her. Oh, Han Hishui begrudgingly nodded. Having settled Han Hishui, Li Huailin turned back to Feng Ilio. Yes, it shall be a one-on-one duel. But with one condition, let me strike you first. Feng Ilio was taken aback. Let me hit you once first. If you strike me first, you'll turn red named. Li Huailin was keen on achieving the penalty for attacking first. 20 experience was at stake. I suddenly find you interesting, Feng Ilio said, drawing his 2 swords and assuming a combat stance. Come. All right. Li Huailin thought this time it would finally go well. He had considered every aspect, and this time, it would be impossible not to succeed. Without further ado, he raised his sword and lunged at Feng Ilio. -399. Initially calm, Feng Ilio's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing that number. He swiftly crossed his swords toward Li Huailin, retreating quickly. -31, -19. Noticing the numbers appearing above Li Huailin's head, Feng Ilio's demeanor turned serious. Come on. After delivering his first strike, Li Huailin had no intention of launching a second. His initial blow was merely to assume the role of the attacker, and now he awaited his fate. Feng Ilio frowned, deftly twirling his swords before launching another assault on Li Huailin. The twin blades danced, executing a swift flurry of strikes that rained down upon Li Huailin. -29, -11, -57, critical hit, -17. Good. Li Huailin exclaimed joyfully. This fellow was remarkably cooperative. Why aren't you attacking? Feng Yilu suddenly halted and inquired, gazing into Li Huailin's eyes. Huh. Li Huailin was momentarily taken aback. After consideration, he realized he was indeed engaged in a duel, and his inaction might appear somewhat peculiar. Suddenly, he shouted, I shall sever your left hand. As he spoke, he lunged towards Feng Yilu's left hand. Feng Yilu deftly evaded Li Huailin's strike with a simple twist of his body, simultaneously landing 2 slashes upon Li Huailin. -28, -10. I will chop off your right foot. Li Huailin bellowed again, aiming for Feng Yilu's right foot. Wait. Feng Yilu abruptly raised a hand to halt Li Huailin. What is wrong with you? Must you announce your target before every attack? Good grief. I shall strike as I please. Your concerns are irrelevant. Li Huailin retorted with irritation. Feng Yilu's expression darkened. I can't shake the feeling that you are attempting to. Who said that? Did you not see the immense effort I exerted? It is simply that you are too agile for me to strike. Li Huailin replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If you do not take this seriously, I shall take my leave. Feng Yilu's frustration was palpable. Being bested was one thing, but being toyed with was an affront. Why do you demand so much? Fine. Fine. I shall be serious. Observe my earnestness. Li Huailin wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting that it was challenging to deceive a true master. He wished for an opponent of lesser intellect, akin to a fool. Feng Yilu's face darkened further as he brandished his dual swords, charging towards Li Huailin. One more strike. If it does not result in a critical hit, I should be fine. Li Huailin silently calculated. Given the opponent's superior equipment, his health must be substantial, so he felt reassured. With this thought, a spark ignited in Li Huailin's eyes, and his sword flew forth, piercing Feng Yilu's body before the latter's dual swords could reach him. -410. Excellent. Li Huailin rejoiced inwardly, since there was no critical hit. The adversary remained standing, truly the best outcome imaginable. Chapter 20. The pinnacle of robbery at the entrance of the northern gate of the main city. 2 figures stood face to face, frozen in motion. On one side, Li Huailin had thrust his sword through Feng Yilu's chest. On the other, Feng Yilu's dual swords were poised perilously close to Li Huailin's shoulders, almost cutting in. What on earth is happening? Li Huailin pondered, somewhat perplexed. After he had executed that sword thrust, Feng Yilu had not responded. He distinctly recalled reviewing the battle records, which showed no fatalities. Had he inadvertently employed a binding skill? Why was Feng Yilu unresponsive, rendering him unable to react as well? Amidst his confusion, Feng Yilu suddenly took 2 steps back, sheathed his swords, and bowed his head, softly uttering, I concede. Huh. Li Huailin was taken aback. Yay, brother-in-law won, exclaimed Hong Yin Shui, bursting into cheers beside him. Wait. Li Huailin's voice trembled. Such a perfectly crafted plan had collapsed. What is going on? Hero. I feel as if I haven't truly triumphed yet. Enough. I, Feng Yilu, am not one to shy away from defeat. I can discern victory from loss. If you had been serious, I would have perished long ago. With that, Feng Yilu produced 14 gleaming gold coins, stating, as agreed, here are your 14 coins. Take them. I truly do not desire your money. Li Huailin's words barely left his lips before Hong Yin Shui eagerly snatched the 14 coins from behind him. Wow, brother-in-law, you're incredible. We're rich. She cheered, cradling the coins. Robbery is such a thrill. Li Huailin stared blankly at the jubilant Hong Yin Shui. I must admit, at this moment, I am indeed no match for you. Feng Yilu continued, seemingly lost in thought. Though I remain unaware of your skills, rest assured, I shall challenge you soon. How soon? Li Huailin's eyes brightened at the prospect, hoping Feng Yilu would turn and strike him down immediately. Grant me 10 days. In 10 days, I shall seek you out, Feng Yilu declared confidently. 10 days? Li Huailin felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Farewell, Feng Yilu said, turning to leave. Huh, Li Huailin could only watch in stunned silence as Feng Yilu departed, utterly at a loss for words. In these times, why is it so difficult to seek demise? Li Huailin sighed for the first time, contemplating the challenge of courting death. With a heavy heart, he sat down on the ground, gazing wistfully into the distance. Brother-in-law, we've captured the big fish. What shall we do now? Hong Yin Shui scampered over excitedly. I am weary. You go and rob for a while. I shall observe how you fare. If you encounter trouble, invoke my name, Li Huailin replied, his enthusiasm waning. Sure, absolutely. Hong Yin Hishui nodded vigorously, determined to impress her brother-in-law with her first foray into robbery. Go on then. Li Huailin waved her off casually. Hong Yin Hishui took her position in the grass to lie in wait, while Li Huailin sat nearby, pondering how best to level up or meet his demise in the future. Before long, another player appeared. This one was a hunter, equipped with a bronze-quality bow and several pieces of bronze armor, indicating a measure of wealth. As the hunter stepped out from the northern gate, he scanned the area, seemingly searching for someone. This path is mine to traverse. Leave behind your toll. Hong Yin Hishui suddenly leaped from the bushes, shouting at the hunter, though she struggled to remember her lines. Wow. The hunter was visibly startled, scrutinizing the exuberant Hong Yin Hishui. What do you want? Robbery. Hand over your money, she declared, suddenly remembering something. She clenched her fists, but produced no sound whatsoever. Robbery? You? The hunter regarded her quizzically, taken aback at her lone presence. Hong Yin Hishui felt a pang of urgency. Why wasn't this fellow begging for mercy? Then, an idea struck her. She gestured dramatically toward the contemplative Li Huailin behind her, adopting a fierce demeanor. Do you see that? That is my brother-in-law, the master of the robbery trade. Hand over your money, or I shall summon him to deal with you. The hunter glanced over her shoulder, his eyes lighting up as he spotted the brooding Li Huailin. His expression shifted immediately. Your brother-in-law sent you to rob? The hunter inquired. Why, yes. You're frightened, aren't you? Hong Yin Hishui growled menacingly. Oh, I see. The hunter nodded, then produced 10 silver coins from his satchel. Here, take this. It's my money. Ah, really? That's splendid. Hong Yin Hishui grinned as she accepted the coins, but quickly recalled that she was in the midst of a robbery and strove to maintain a serious facade. You may leave now, for you have shown yourself to be wise. All right then. The hunter complied without hesitation, handing over the money before departing. Yay, brother-in-law, we have succeeded in our robbery again. Hong Yin Hishui exclaimed joyfully. Hey, how oblivious can you be? Don't you sense that something is amiss? Li Huailin could not help but interject. What seems off? Hong Yin Hishui asked, puzzled. You ought to be asking what is right. Nothing here is as it should be. Is that so? Hong Yin Hishui scratched her head, expressing her confusion. As they spoke, another player approached. This time a female player. Excuse me, is someone being robbed here? She asked shyly. Li Huailin turned to face her, his expression devoid of emotion. Here. The female player unexpectedly extended her hand, offering 15 silver coins to Li Huailin before turning crimson and fleeing. Brother-in-law, you are remarkable. You managed to rob without uttering a word. Is this the pinnacle of robbery? Hong Yin Hishui gazed at him in awe. This is absurd. What on earth is happening? Li Huailin exclaimed, examining the 15 silver coins in his hand. Before he could finish, 2 more players approached. Is there a robbery happening over here? Indeed, if you wish to give, then do so. Li Huailin pressed his forehead in disbelief. Just as he was utterly perplexed by the situation, waves of individuals began to rush towards him, seeking to rob him. At first, it was merely 1 or 2 stragglers. But soon it escalated into organized groups. Is this where the robbery is happening? Inquired one player. Indeed, right here. There's a line over there for payment. Li Huailin replied, his tone growing increasingly numb. Huailin, just as he was accommodating the throngs of players arriving to be robbed, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Yihang. What a coincidence. Li Huailin turned to see Ling Jie Yihang, bemused by the unexpected encounter. The map of Heart of Glory is vast, yet their paths crossed. Coincidence? I specifically came to find you, Yihang said, patting Li Huailin's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. You came to find me? How did you know I was here? Li Huailin asked, puzzled. Everyone on Earth knows, Yihang chuckled. I just logged onto the forum today and saw a post stating that the illustrious brother is in dire need of funds, now resorting to robbery at the north gate of the main city. The community is rallying to assist you. I told you, Huailin, this is where you went wrong. Why didn't you ask me for help when you needed money? Even if you don't want to borrow from the guild, I am more than willing to assist you personally. I brought you 10 gold. Don't consider it too little. The post on the forum? Li Huailin inquired. Yes. It's pinned at the top. What the hell? If I find out which scoundrel has so maliciously framed me, I'll certainly give him a sound thrashing. Chapter 21. A frightening harvest in the evening. Within a luxurious villa in Excess City, Huaxia, Su Ruoyan placed the final dish on the table and wiped her hands with her apron, gazing at the 4 dishes and a soup she had prepared. A gentle smile graced her lips as she called out to the second floor, Shuer, dinner is ready. Coming, cousin. A melodious voice echoed from above, and soon after, a beautiful 17-year-old girl bounced down the staircase. She was the beloved character from the game, known as Hanyin Hishui, whose real name was Su Shuaijin. Today marked her 17th birthday, and she was still a high school student, currently enjoying her vacation at her cousin's house. Her cousin, the icy beauty Han Yu, was named Su Ruoyan and was 22 years old. As Su Shuaijin hummed a light tune, she took her seat and beheld her favorite dish, braised chicken wings. Wow, you really made braised chicken wings. You're the best, cousin, she exclaimed. Only if it makes you fat, Su Ruoyan chuckled. What happened today? I didn't see you all day. Aren't you worried about keeping up with the others? In the game, there were always those struggling to level up, such as priests. Typically, priests leveled up in groups. Fighting alone was safe, but painfully slow. Su Shuaijin had been leveling up with her guild, but her absence today piqued Su Ruoyan's curiosity. By the way, cousin, today I did something truly meaningful with my brother-in-law, Su Shuaijin said proudly. Brother-in-law? Which sister's brother-in-law? Su Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback. Yours. The one who groped you in front of thousands yesterday, Su Shuaijin replied. Mention of the incident made Su Ruoyan blush. She still couldn't fathom how she had allowed that to happen. Regret flooded her, but she was puzzled about how this man had learned that Shuair was her cousin. How did he find you? How did he know you were my cousin? Did he harass you? Su Ruoyan asked, her tone tinged with irritation. Ah, cousin, please don't misunderstand. Su Shuaijin quickly explained, noticing Su Ruoyan's frown. I happened to run into him and told him. Oh. Su Ruoyan nodded, her expression softening slightly. Well, that lecher didn't bully you, did he? You silly girl, don't let yourself be taken advantage of. He didn't bully me at all. He was really nice to me. Su Shuaijin replied eagerly. He even taught me a remarkable skill. A remarkable skill? What is it? Su Ruoyan inquired, intrigued. Su Shuaijin puffed out her chest with pride. Robbery. Huh. Su Ruoyan was taken aback. Wait a moment. Are you saying robbery in the same context that I am thinking? Of course, it's about stealing money. Su Shuaijin nodded. That lecher actually took you to rob? Su Ruoyan's expression darkened instantly. Yes. We spent the whole day robbing. He was incredible. At his most formidable. Just a glare would make the other party obediently hand over their money. The thought made Su Shuaijin feel a surge of admiration for Li Huailin, realizing how much she still had to learn. Impressive? Do you even know that robbery is a criminal act? Su Ruoyan was both amused and exasperated. I know. Su Shuaijin nodded, but robbing with my brother-in-law is just so much fun. I've never found anything this entertaining in online games before. You must not associate with that lecher again. He will lead you astray, Su Ruoyan asserted firmly. Not a chance. My brother-in-law is amazing. It's only fun when I'm with him, Su Shuaijin declared, unwilling to relinquish this newfound excitement. You must return all the stolen money tomorrow, otherwise, I will truly be angry. Su Ruoyan said, her tone serious. Return it? Why? It's a lot of money, around 20 gold. Su Shuaijin protested, visibly distressed. Cough, cough. Su Ruoyan nearly choked on her food. How much? About 20 gold. My brother-in-law and I robbed a total of over 44 gold, and he said he'd give me half. So I took 22 gold, Su Shuaijin stated honestly. 22 gold. Su Ruoyan was genuinely alarmed. The server had only been open for a week, and most players' total assets amounted to around 20 to 30 silver coins. Anyone possessing over 1 gold was considered affluent. 22 gold was almost incomprehensible. Her entire guild of 43 members combined had less than that. How did you manage to rob so much? Did you rob an entire guild? Su Ruoyan quickly questioned. Gil? Oh yes. We robbed the vice president of the Lingjia guild for 10 gold, and we also took 14 gold from Feng Ilio, one of the top 10 experts. Along with robbing over 200 players, Su Shuaijin said proudly. Su Ruoyan was left utterly speechless. By the way, my brother-in-law is incredible. He defeated Feng Ilio with just 2 strikes. I'm in complete admiration of him, Su Shuaijin said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? That lecher is that formidable? Su Ruoyan found it hard to believe. Absolutely. I witnessed it firsthand. Oh no, I was so foolish to forget to record it. What a missed opportunity to show you how handsome he looked in battle. I'm so sorry for forgetting, Su Shuaijin lamented. Su Ruoyan fell silent for a moment, understanding her cousin well enough to know she was likely telling the truth. This meant that the seemingly sleazy man was indeed a master more formidable than Feng Ilio. But why would such a skilled individual engage in such trivial robbery? Was it merely to accompany his cousin for fun? Su Shuaijin looked at Su Ruoyan, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Playing with her brother-in-law was truly enjoyable, and he treated her so well, she felt compelled to assist him. Cousin, let's go find my brother-in-law together tomorrow. He has been longing to see you and talks about you constantly. I'm not going. We have a guild event tomorrow. A level 15 dungeon, the Venomous Snake Cave. You must not go either. Today, we finally gathered 4 level 15 players. Let Piao Dai level up a bit more so we can have 5 level 15 players for the dungeon, Su Ruoyan stated earnestly. And about that money of yours, I will inform you, Jia. How to deal with it must be decided by her. I want to see my brother-in-law. Su Shuaisian was completely unconcerned about the gold distribution, but she was very displeased about not being able to visit her brother-in-law. No way. You're the only level 15 priest in our guild. If you don't go, how can I proceed with the dungeon? Don't create trouble for you, Jia. Su Ruoyan thought more about her cousin's naivety, fearing she might be deceived by that lecture. Ugh. Su Shuaisian's face fell, but her eyes suddenly sparkled with a plan as she feigned disappointment. Fine. I'll listen to you, cousin. All right. Su Ruoyan nodded, oblivious to the underlying mischief. Chapter 22. Is my woman in danger? Li Huailin, in a fit of frustration, logged off immediately and promptly accessed the official forum. To his astonishment, he discovered a post pinned at the top titled Help Needed. Brother Niu Bai is in trouble. The poster wrote, This morning, I logged on, intending to train outside the northern gate of the main city, but unexpectedly encountered Brother Niu Bai, who, to my shock, was there to rob me. I willingly handed over 20 silver coins. Upon returning home, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. How could someone of Brother Niu Bai's stature resort to robbery? Has he fallen into some dire straits? What hidden troubles does he face? I cannot fathom it. But I believe in the adage that when one is in trouble, help should come from all directions. I urge players with spare coins to lend a hand. Go to the northern gate and let yourselves be robbed. Let us refrain from calling it a donation, or Brother Niu Bai might refuse to accept it out of pride. Floor 1. Is this true? I'll log on to check. Floor 2. Is Brother Niu Bai short on funds? I have plenty. I'll donate 1 gold. Floor 3. Are you insane? Why give him money? Floor 4. Wow. It's hard to earn money and glory. Even Brother Niu Bai is in need. Floor 5. Just here to watch. I'm broke. Li Huailin could hardly contain his frustration. Who claimed to be in need? He was merely seeking his own demise. Yet here he was, inadvertently collecting donations from countless players. This could lead to a future where he would owe many favors. Posts would pop up at the southern gate. Brother Niu Bai is robbing at the southern gate. And at the eastern gate, Brother Niu Bai is robbing at the eastern gate. What irked him most was the inexplicable debt of gratitude he had accrued. Even players from the spirit realm sent him 10 gold coins, and although they claimed he need not repay it, Li Huailin felt a sense of discontent. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. After a whole day, he had gained not a shred of experience, tangled in a trivial predicament, and now found himself indebted to a multitude of players. He was utterly bewildered. The most pressing concern was how he would level up in the future. It was all a consequence of his entanglement with women. With his formidable attributes, he was untouchable. Not only could he not engage in player versus player combat, even monsters could barely inflict damage upon him. Even if he were to attract a horde of monsters, it would take several minutes for them to bring him down, provided no one else interfered. It's just 7 days, Li Huailin mused, turning the thought over in his mind. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He was not permanently barred from leveling up, merely for the next 7 days. Unlike other players, he did not need to grind through monster encounters to accumulate experience. So he needn't fret about wasting 7 days. Time was on his side. There was no need to invite further discomfort. For the next few days, he would simply meander through the game, familiarize himself with the distribution of monsters, and identify the quickest paths to demise, a preparatory endeavor. Once the 7 days had elapsed, he would engage in a frenzy of self-sacrifice to level up. With a clap of his hands, Li Huailin deemed his plan splendid. All right, time for sleep. Tomorrow I'll start gathering information. With that resolution, Li Huailin turned over in bed and drifted peacefully into slumber. The next morning, Li Huailin rose at 7, unusually unhurried to log into the game. After being led astray the previous day, he sought to calm his spirits. He changed his attire and decided to jog through the streets while enjoying breakfast. As he opened the door, a startled exclamation caught his attention. It was his neighbor, Chen Wan, elegantly clad in a red off-shoulder evening gown, draped in a sheer red shawl, exuding an air of noble allure. It seemed she had just returned home, coincidentally arriving as he opened the door, startling her. "Young man, you nearly scared me to death with that sudden door opening," Chen Wan exclaimed, placing a hand on her exposed chest, feigning fright. "How could I scare someone to death with just a door opening? Wooden and Appos, tea that landed me in jail long ago?" Li Huailin chuckled. "Sister Wan, you're back early today. Is it so strange for me to return early?" Chen Wan rolled her eyes. "Yesterday was unfortunate. I couldn't find a man. Do you think all men have gone blind? How could they not notice someone as beautiful as me?" With that, she appraised Li Huailin and struck a flirtatious pose. "Young man, do you think I'm beautiful? Absolutely stunning. Look, I'm drooling all over the floor. Where's the mop?" Li Huailin replied immediately. With such beauty and no man in sight, You must be feeling empty and lonely. Shouldn't you do something about it? Chen Wan inched closer as she spoke. Wait, Sister Wan, don't you think it's strange to have a neighbor with whom you share a casual fling? It would be quite awkward seeing each other all the time, Li Huailin laughed. You have a point. Besides, you're just a broke guy who can't afford to take care of me. Consider yourself spared this time. Li Huailin chuckled, closing the door and preparing to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Chen Wan blocked his path. Li Huailin turned back. What is it? Thank you for last time. When I was drunk, she smiled, adding, You're a good man. Well, I'm feeling a bit more confident now. Li Huailin waved. Get some rest. I'm heading out. How smug. Chen Wan scoffed, retreating back into her home. The city in the morning was tranquil and serene. Although it was summer, a hint of coolness lingered in the air. At 7 o'clock, most young people were still resting, enjoying their holiday, while many children, having stayed up late the previous night, were yet to awaken. Only the elderly were out, engaging in their morning exercises. Li Huailin jogged along the cutie riverside near his home. Though it was a leisurely jog, each breath he took, in and out, followed a unique rhythm. This was a peculiar breathing mechanism. For an ordinary person to alter their breathing habits was a formidable challenge. Li Huailin had practiced this breathing technique for 7 years to perfect it, and now every breath had become second nature. Upon reaching the riverside park, he took a moment to catch his breath and adjust his breathing rhythm before approaching the pull-up bar to begin his exercises. Recently, he had spent excessive hours gaming, leaving his body feeling somewhat rusty. Seizing the opportunity to be outdoors, he resolved to engage in more physical activity. After roughly an hour of exercise, feeling a bit fatigued, Li Huailin jogged back home, grabbed a quick breakfast, took a shower, and then settled into his gaming pod. With a flicker of the black screen, Li Huailin found himself at the northern gate of the main city, the very spot where he had logged off the previous day. Just as he was getting his bearings, a voice that made his head ache reached his ears. Brother-in-law. Li Huailin rolled his eyes. There was only one person who called him that. Turning around, he was greeted by Hong Yan-Shui. Brother-in-law, you're online. I've been waiting for you for half a day, she exclaimed cheerfully. What do you want from me? Li Huailin replied, feeling vexed. Of course, I wanted to play with you. No, I was hoping to learn the art of robbery from you, using just my gaze. Hong Yan-Shui accidentally let slip, quickly correcting herself. Li Huailin was rendered speechless. By the way, brother-in-law, are we robbing today? Are we still doing it here? Hong Yan-Shui asked excitedly. Not today. I have other matters to attend to. You should practice on your own, Li Huailin said hastily, eager to escape. Hey, brother-in-law, wait. What do you have to do? I'll join you. Hong Yan-Shui insisted, holding onto his arm. What could it possibly be? I just want to get away from you. Li Huailin would certainly not express it this way. After a moment of contemplation, he thought to himself, my brother-in-law also needs to level up. Just yesterday, Feng Yilu declared that he would challenge me to a duel in 10 days. I cannot possibly lose to him. That would be utterly embarrassing. My brother-in-law. Suddenly, Hong Yan-Shui exclaimed in alarm. Something has gone awry. What? Li Huailin was taken aback. My sister is in danger, cried Hong Yan-Shui in a flurry. In danger? Li Huailin paused, pondering. Why should I be concerned about her plight? Our relationship could hardly be described as even a friendship, let alone anything more. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing this thought and inquired, what has happened? A group of individuals from a major guild has surrounded my sister, claiming their leader desires her as his girlfriend. Brother-in-law, this is an affront to you. You must intervene and put them in their place. With that, Hong Yan-Shui seized Li Huailin and began to run. Hey, wait. Just as Li Huailin was about to voice his objections, a sudden epiphany struck him. Why hadn't I thought of this? If a single person cannot defeat me, surely a multitude cannot either. Why not provoke a large guild and let thousands pursue me? He marveled at his own cleverness. With this realization, Li Huailin felt invigorated. Which guild dares to covet my woman? I shall ensure they rue the day they crossed me. A sly smile crept across Hong Yan-Shui's lips. Yes, brother-in-law, you must teach them a lesson. Let us go, Li Huailin declared with grandiosity. Chapter 23. Instance Dungeon. In the mountainous forest region east of the human capital, at the entrance of the instance dungeon known as the Poisonous Snake Cave, 3 key members of the Red Daughter Army Guild stood poised. The president, Hong Yu, the leading rogue, Hong Shui-in, and the mage, Hong Chen-Yu. Hong Yu, a formidable defensive warrior clad in a set of elegant light armor, wore a confident smile that inspired trust and goodwill. Hong Shui-in, a woman in her 30s, appeared slightly older than the guild leader and was donned in dark leather armor, exuding a somewhat somber demeanor, though her sweet smile lent her an air of sophistication. Lastly, there was the icy beauty, Hong Chen-Yu. whose distinct charm added an enchanting allure to the already vibrant entrance of the dungeon. Did Shui Huailin truly manage to bring that expert over? Hong Yu inquired, still astonished by the news she had heard the previous night about Shui Huailin accompanying a skilled player on a heist, returning with over 20 gold pieces. Initially perplexed about how to utilize this sudden fortune, she soon pieced together the events from forum threads. Despite her curiosity regarding why the expert would share half of the spoils with Shui Huailin, she accepted the gold, recognizing its potential to benefit the guild's growth. Especially since the pursuit of Hong Chenyanyu was indeed a matter concerning their own guild. Today, they had planned to explore the poisonous snake cave. Their chief hunter, Hong Piao Dai, was on the verge of reaching level 15, and the plan was to level up in the morning, then delve into the dungeon in the afternoon. However, they received a sudden call from Hong Yin Hishui, claiming she had brought the expert to the dungeon entrance. This little girl. Hong Chenyanyu expressed her irritation, recalling how obediently her cousin had acted the previous day, now realizing it was all part of a premeditated scheme. Don't worry. The expert is clearly here to pursue Yanyu. Hong Sei Shuiyin chimed in with a playful smirk. How can you say that? Hong Chenyanyu exclaimed, frustrated by the situation and the implication of her cousin's intentions. Just then, a lively voice rang out from afar. I'm here. Moon sister, blood seal sister, cousin. I've brought him. The three women turned to see Hong Yin Hishui rushing toward them, accompanied by a young man dressed in a simple three-piece outfit. His appearance was difficult to describe. Upon seeing the trio, Li Huailin paused momentarily, puzzled as to why he was being welcomed by members of a large guild. Had the situation resolved itself? This is the expert, right? I am Hong Yu, the president of the Red Daughter Army. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hong Yu stepped forward, extending her hand in greeting. Hello, Li Huailin responded, shaking her hand lightly while inwardly amused. Realizing he had indeed guessed the guild leader's name correctly. I am Hong Sei Shuiyin, the vice president. She introduced herself, though she made no move to shake hands. You may call me Huailin, he replied, then inquired. I heard you were surrounded by a large guild. What happened to them? A large guild? Hong Yu was momentarily taken aback. Realization dawned on the three women, and they simultaneously directed their gaze at Hong Yin Hishui. Shuiyin. Cough, cough. Hong Yin Hishui quickly ducked behind Hong Chenyanyu. Right, sister, brother-in-law was concerned for you. As soon as he heard you were surrounded, he rushed over, declaring he would dismember your assailants. Li Huailin found himself both amused and incredulous. He had inadvertently been led into this predicament by the young girl, now reflecting on how he had carelessly overlooked the implications of his actions. Oh, so he came running as soon as he heard you were in trouble. Hong Sei Shuiyin teased, casting a mischievous glance at Hong Chenyanyu. Li Huailin, realizing he had unintentionally become part of a romantic narrative, felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Apologies, Huailin. Shuiyin mentioned you would assist us in the dungeon. But I truly had no idea you were deceived into coming, Hong Yu said sheepishly. Come on, brother-in-law, let us venture into the dungeon together. It will be so much fun, Hong Yin Hishui exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Li Huailin paused to consider. Is the experience in the dungeon substantial? The monsters don't yield much experience, but the final evaluation can provide a significant amount, though our primary focus is on acquiring equipment for now, Hong Yu replied candidly. Li Huailin hesitated, considering his options. Come on, sister, persuade him. He needs to join us. The guild needs his strength. Hong Sei Shuiyin continued to tease. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Chenyanyu glanced at the waiting Hong Yu, and, with a determined sigh, said, Fine, let us go together. Li Huailin, having weighed the pros and cons, decided that wandering around Wunti hurt, and since he was already here, it seemed fitting to join them. All right, let us go. Oh, you two have something going on, don't you? Hong Sei Shuiyin exclaimed, her tone teasing. What? Hong Chenyanyu was taken aback, turning to Li Huailin. Why did you agree to that? Well, if you like it, just go with it. Li Huailin replied casually. Ah, you. Hong Chenyanyu shot him an exasperated glance, turning away in silence. All right, you two lovebirds. Can we focus on entering the dungeon before continuing this banter? Hong Yu interjected, unable to hide her amusement. Not at all. Hong Chenyanyu flustered, desperate to explain herself. Indeed, let us enter the dungeon, Li Huailin urged, eager to shift the conversation away from personal matters. Wait. Hong Yu stopped Li Huailin before he could step into the dungeon. Are you really going in with that gear? Huh. Li Huailin looked down at his novice outfit. This is all I have. What else could I wear? What? You only have that. Didn't you just acquire over 20 gold yesterday? Where did it all go? Hong Sei Shuiyin exclaimed, incredulous. Gear doesn't matter to me. Li Huailin almost blurted out that he would just drop dead wearing equipment anyway, but quickly corrected himself. I'm simply too formidable. I feel like I would be bullying the monsters as it is. If I donned proper gear, I wouldn't even feel right attacking them. The four women were momentarily taken aback, astonished by his unconventional reasoning. Don't worry, just watch my skills. Li Huailin, with a sense of confidence, uttered a remark and was about to enter the dungeon once more. Wait. Hong Yue interjected, blocking Li Huailin's path. What now, President? Li Huailin turned his head again. You haven't formed a party yet. Observing Li Huailin, who had forgotten even to assemble a team, Hong Yue felt a growing sense of unease. Was he truly a master? Oh, I forgot. Indeed, Li Huailin had never formed a party. Even during yesterday's escapade with Hong Yin, they had not teamed up. You all can form a party with me. System notification. Hong Yue has invited you to join the party. Do you accept? Yes. System notification. You have joined a party. Huh. Level 12? A wave of astonishment ensued. Chapter 24. Unprecedented attack power what? Level 12? As she gazed at the newly joined Li Huailin's level, even Hong Yin Shui, who had already witnessed Li Huailin's prowess, gasped in astonishment. She never imagined that her brother-in-law would be 3 levels lower than her. What's going on? Li Huailin examined the team's information. Apart from his level 12, Hong Yu boasted the highest at level 16, while the other 3 women were all at level 15. However, he felt no sense of peculiarity. His attributes were likely comparable to those of a level 40 player. The official recommended level for the venomous snake cave is level 15, which is a standard dungeon, Hong Yu quickly remarked. I can't enter? Li Huailin inquired. Not at all. You can indeed enter. Realizing that Li Huailin might genuinely be unaware of dungeon mechanics, Hong Yu explained, the recommended level of 15 is the minimum requirement for the dungeon. Players below level 15 generally cannot succeed, which is why our guild only commenced exploration upon reaching that level. Oh, I see. If I can enter, then there is no problem. Li Huailin waved his hand dismissively and proceeded forward. Hong Yu found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Li Huailin eagerly stepped into the dungeon. At the entrance, a translucent white membrane awaited. Upon crossing it, each team would be transported to a distinct space, devoid of other teams competing for monsters. The only task was to complete the dungeon. Sister, is this really alright? Hong Seiyu expressed her reservations, considering that a level 12 player entering a level 15 dungeon would be a liability. Their guild was currently in the midst of exploration. It was nerve-wracking for 4 players to tackle a dungeon. I trust my brother-in-law. Suddenly, Hong Yin Shui shouted, then rushed into the dungeon. Alright, let us proceed and see. Observing Hong Yin Shui dashing in, Hong Yu, who had been contemplating whether to continue, decided to enter as well. After all, she couldn't allow Hong Yin Shui and Li Huailin to tackle the dungeon alone. Everyone should go in. Though Hong Seiyu wore a worried expression, she acquiesced to her sister's decision. Hong Chun Yinyu, anxious for her cousin, immediately followed suit upon hearing Hong Yu's words. The venomous snake cave is a 5-person small dungeon, primarily set within a mountainous cave. Had Li Huailin accepted the guiding quest from the main city, he would have understood the storyline, which revolves around the city guards discovering a sudden surge in the population of deadly venomous snakes in the eastern mountains, posing a significant threat. Upon investigation, the guards uncovered a nefarious organization that worships venomous snakes and breeds them. The venomous snake cave serves as their stronghold, prompting players to eliminate the threat. Of course, Li Huailin had no intention of accepting any quests, as they would incur penalties to experience and currency. Thus, he had carelessly wandered into the dungeon without any preliminary tasks. Let us activate buffs and prepare for battle. Despite her doubts, guild leader Hong Yu took the initiative to assume command. Hong Yin Shui and Hong Chun Yinyu raised their staffs, casting multiple buffs on everyone. Li Huailin glanced at his negative status effects. Fortitude, Constitution -10, duration 30 minutes. Arcane Wisdom, Intelligence -10, duration 15 minutes. Li Huailin was at a loss for words. These individuals were truly more hindrance than help, yet what could he say? Hong Yu assessed the first group of monsters, 3 venomous snakes, 1 red in the center, flanked by 2 green ones. The red snake appeared to be the strongest. So she instructed, let us first attack the left green snake, then the right green one, and finally the middle red one. Understood, the women replied. Ready to engage. I'll initiate the attack, Hong Yu declared, drawing her shield. Wait, Li Huailin suddenly interrupted. What's wrong? Hong Yu asked, puzzled. I'll be the tank. Li Huailin raised his hand. You? Hong Yu scrutinized Li Huailin's equipment, noting he didn't even possess a shield. A shield is of no use. I always tank with my body. Trust me, watch my skills, Li Huailin boasted confidently. Is that so? Hong Yu appeared troubled. I believe in my brother-in-law. Hong Yin Hishui chimed in, assuring Li Huailin that she would provide ample support. All right, just watch. Without waiting for Hong Yu's consent, Li Huailin charged toward the first wave of monsters. Upon entering the aggro range, the trio of snakes immediately noticed the approaching Li Huailin, and due to their linked aggro, they lunged at him simultaneously. Witness my critical hit. Li Huailin unsheathed his novice sword and struck the foremost green snake. Minus 910, critical hit. The leading green snake, unable to retaliate, was cleaved in two by Li Huailin and Appo's strike. Battle record. Killed green venomous snake. Experience deducted. 35. Seeing such astonishing critical damage, the three women could not help but exclaim wow. Simultaneously, the two remaining snakes struck Li Huailin. Minus 12, minus 9. Li Huailin paused, glancing at his status effects. Level 1 poison. Regains 25 health every 5 seconds. Lasts 30 seconds. Stacks up to 3 times. Is this for real? The women who had intended to rush in to assist were left dumbfounded. What is this attack and defense? Minus 472. Li Huailin delivered another blow to the central red snake, which recoiled but surprisingly did not fall. Evidently, it still had considerable health. Sweep. Li Huailin executed a new attack skill, Sweep. Minus 390, minus 411 cleave. Minus 1040, critical hit. The red venomous snake let out a shriek and collapsed. Experience deducted, 45. Casually, Li Huailin followed up with a normal attack, inflicting 400 damage and defeating the last green snake. The entire battle lasted a mere 8 seconds, and Li Huailin had taken no damage. Done. Let us proceed. Li Huailin raised his sword, ready to advance. Wait for me. Hong Yu could no longer contain herself. What? Li Huailin turned his head in curiosity. Your attack and defense are utterly outrageous. Hong Yu exclaimed, losing her composure. Oh, is that so? Li Huailin looked at the still stunned women, who all silently nodded in agreement. Acknowledging his absurdity, Li Huailin tossed his hair nonchalantly. Ah, I am perpetually this cool and dazzling. I am enamored with myself. Get lost. Hong Chunyin Yu spat, exasperated. Brother-in-law, I admire you so much. Hong Yin Hishui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, I should never have doubted your prowess. I feel ashamed for my skepticism. Hong Seiyu remarked, patting Li Huailin on the shoulder in disbelief. Shall we continue? Li Huailin inquired, observing the awestruck women. Of course, why wouldn't we? Hong Yu suddenly realized the treasure they had stumbled upon. Although she was unsure of the circumstances, having such a skilled player during their guild's exploration was an incredible boon. Then let us continue. Without hesitation, Li Huailin charged toward the next group of monsters. Chapter 25. Awakening. After a brief period of combat, Li Huailin began to comprehend the challenges posed by this dungeon. The monster's physical attack power was relatively low. Based on his defense, even a typical warrior player would deal a maximum of 20 to 30 points of damage. However, the potency of their poison was truly formidable. A single snake could inflict a 25-point debuff every 5 seconds, and astonishingly, this debuff could stack up to 3 layers, amounting to a staggering 75 points over 5 seconds. Furthermore, the debuffs inflicted by each snake were independent, meaning that a trio of snakes could simultaneously bite a single target, potentially dealing 225 points of damage over 30 seconds, around 1,300 points in total, which was roughly equivalent to the health of a warrior at this level. Combat was indeed arduous. Without a competent healer maintaining mana, even minor foes could obliterate the team. Nevertheless, this posed no significant challenge for Li Huailin. The damage inflicted by the snakes was merely around 10 points, and the poison curiously restored his health. After a brief skirmish, the women in his party realized they had little to do, particularly the healer, Red Beauty. Li Huailin had drawn the monster's ire to a considerable extent. A single strike from him would ensure that the monsters would not redirect their aggression, as he suffered no damage himself. The entire team found themselves in need of no healing. It wasn't long before Red Beauty, having nothing to occupy her, began to use holy light to assist in combating the monsters. The speed and safety of their monster-clearing efforts were remarkable, and the party quickly advanced to the front of the first boss, taking less than 10 minutes to do so. The first boss appeared as a large striped snake, a vibrant mix of red and green, with a slightly larger head. Li Huailin felt no sense of dread regarding this creature's potential threat. Actually, I gathered some strategies online about the first boss's skills and tactics. Would you like me to share? Hong Wei inquired as she approached. You can tell them. I'll take the lead, Li Huailin replied, brandishing his sword and charging forward. Hiss. The boss entered combat status with a resounding hiss, lunging toward Li Huailin, who was closest. Heavy strike. Minus 488 simultaneously, the snake's attack struck Li Huailin. Minus 31 level 2 poison. Restores 3-5 health every 5 seconds for 30 seconds. Stacking up to 5 layers. This boss was yet another one that inflicted significant self-harm, reminding Li Huailin of that troublesome Azir. Soon, the boss's level 2 poison reached its maximum stacks, restoring 175 health every 5 seconds, nearly equating to the damage dealt by its regular attacks. Li Huailin found his health dwindling. Does this boss possess any peculiar skills? If not, let's all engage and save time, Li Huailin instructed the women behind him. I doubt it will save us much time, Han Yue retorted, unable to contain herself. Within 20 seconds of combat, the boss had already lost a quarter of its health. It seemed likely it would fall within a minute. Despite her reservations, the women began their attacks, including the previously idle healer, Red Beauty. The boss will enter a frenzy at 30 health, increasing its attack speed and power, Han Yue noted, having switched to a two-handed sword, striking alongside Li Huailin. Is that its only skill? What a weak boss, Li Huailin sighed. As expected, when the boss's health reached 30, its attack speed and power increased slightly. While this might pose a threat to an average party, Li Huailin felt no concern. Combat record. Defeated the first boss of the Poison Snake Cave, the Great Snake Dusra. Experience deducted, 375. With a tremendous, anguished cry, the first boss was vanquished within a minute. Hooray, we did it! Red Beauty exclaimed, the first to leap in celebration. Even though we cleared the boss on our first attempt, I can't shake the feeling of a lack of accomplishment, the conflicted Red Blood remarked. Stop overthinking it, Sister 2. Moon, hurry and loot the body. Red Beauty urged excitedly. Me. Han Yue glanced at Li Huailin, questioning. Go ahead, I have no need for the equipment. Whatever you find can be for me, Li Huailin casually replied. Han Yue did not press further. She bent down to loot the body and found 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Slashing sword, bronze one-handed sword, attack power 15 to 20, strength 8. Requires level 10, classes, warrior, knight, rogue, hunter. Snakeskin pauldron, bronze leather armor, physical defense 8 to 10, magical defense 5 to 5. Agility 5. Requires level 15. Let us give the pauldron to Red Blood and the sword to Huailin. As they were all part of the same guild, there was no issue regarding distribution. Guild leader Han Yue promptly allocated the equipment. All right. Li Huailin accepted the sword without hesitation, glancing at it. He had little demand for equipment. It hardly increased his attack power, and if he died, he would lose it anyway. The sword appeared more aesthetically pleasing than the initial broken sword. At least it was free of rust. Let us proceed. Shaking off the new sword, Li Huailin gestured for them to continue. After defeating the first boss, they advanced further. Li Huailin noticed a change in the monsters. The first group of foes had transformed into a humanoid creature accompanied by 2 green snakes. Snake Handler Scout, level 17. Health 1200, physical attack 80, physical defense 60. Li Huailin could still perceive the attributes of creatures. However, he could no longer see the stats of those that were a higher level than himself. The Snake Handler Scout wielded a wooden bow, capable of ranged attacks with considerable power, dealing over 30 points of damage with a single arrow. Nevertheless, it posed little threat to Li Huailin, manageable within 2 or 3 strikes. As they advanced effortlessly, the number of snake-like monsters diminished, while humanoid foes became more prevalent, including new mage-type monsters. Snake Handler Mage, level? Health? Spell attack? Physical defense? Li Huailin could no longer discern their level, but their health was lower than that of the Snake Handler Scout, easily dispatched in 2 strikes. They could cast lightning spells. However, these remained single-target attacks, causing around 90 points of damage. Thanks to the snake's poison, Li Huailin was able to recover health. In less than 10 minutes, the group finally reached the second boss. The final boss of the dungeon, the Snake Handler Darajash. Snake Handler Darajash remained a humanoid figure, standing upon an altar adorned with serpentine carvings, surrounded by no additional monsters. Muttering to himself, he wielded a wooden staff, suggesting he could cast spells. This should be the final boss. It seems there is no further path, Li Huailin observed, surveying the surroundings. Yes, this is indeed the final stage, Han Yue affirmed. Let us engage. I'll inform you of the boss's skills while I attack. All right. Li Huailin nodded and charged forward. The god of snakes shall rule the world. You heathens will have nowhere to hide. Snake Handler Darajash bellowed as he approached Li Huailin. Minus 499. Li Huailin raised his sword and struck, instantly reducing the boss's health by nearly 5. He noted that this boss had slightly less health than the previous great snake, though its attack power seemed greater. As anticipated, the boss waved his hand, unleashing a lightning strike upon Li Huailin, far more painful than the previous monster's lightning, inflicting 150 points of damage. The healer, Red Beauty, who had never healed before, suddenly remembered her role and immediately cast a healing spell on Li Huailin. Healing spell restores 25 health every 3 seconds, lasting 12 seconds. Suddenly, as Li Huailin was about to express his disdain for the fact that this individual was assisting the boss in attacking him, a thought struck him. His entire body trembled with realization. Goodness, how could I have been so foolish? Such a simple method of leveling up, and yet it only just occurred to me. Chapter 26. An exciting discovery. Upon reflection, Li Huailin sensed something amiss. After all, it would be rather suspicious if someone proficient in healing were to inadvertently cause his demise. What a predicament! If only he had chosen to train as a priest. He could have simply cast healing spells on himself to level up. Alas, switching professions was no longer an option. With a sigh, he lamented his misfortune. While his mind was occupied with these thoughts, his hands continued to work diligently, relentlessly attacking the boss, whose health had dwindled to nearly 50. Be cautious. The boss will release a toxic mist when its health reaches 50. This mist will linger for approximately 30 seconds. And there can be up to 3 patches on the battlefield. The fixed damage is 100 health points per second, so we must evade it immediately. Hong Yu urgently called out to Li Huailin, noticing the boss's diminishing health. Oh, I'm not afraid, Li Huailin chuckled. The boss had returned to its usual antics, regenerating 100 health points per second. Dying was nearly impossible at this rate. Just as Hong Yu finished her warning, the boss swung its wooden staff, and a cloud of toxic mist materialized right in front of it, enveloping both Li Huailin and Hong Yu. 100 toxic mist reduces health by 100 points per second. Though Li Huailin had sustained some damage from the boss's attacks, he was quickly restored to full health by the mist. However, Hong Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she took a step back to escape the mist, expertly retrieving a health potion from her bag and gulping it down. Darn it, how did I not think of that? Seeing Hong Yu downing a health potion, Li Huailin felt a rush of urgency. Hong Yu, toss me a potion. Isn't your health full? She inquired, glancing at the party information that indicated his health was indeed at maximum. And you didn't bring any potions? Enough with the chatter, just hand me one. He implored frantically. Here. Hong Yu hesitated but complied, tossing a potion to Li Huailin. Medium healing potion. Restores 35 health points per second for 6 seconds. Healing potions come in 2 varieties. Those that provide gradual recovery over several seconds and instant recovery potions, which are highly valuable. At this stage, players primarily utilize regular healing potions due to the lack of alchemical blueprints and the difficulty in gathering materials. Although the gradual recovery takes time, these potions are inexpensive and easy to make. Seeing the medium healing potion Hong Yu had passed him, Li Huailin felt a surge of relief and immediately consumed it without hesitation. 35, just as he had anticipated. Upon consuming the potion, a new negative status appeared in his debuff bar. Potion loses 35 health points per second for 6 seconds. Delight surged through him as he swung his sword with vigor, striking down the pitiful boss, the serpent handler Derajash, whose last vestige of life faded away. O serpent god, have you forsaken your followers? Derajash knelt forward, a look of despair etched on his face, before coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. Battle record. Your party has defeated the second boss of the Poison Snake Cave, Derajash, and gained 450 experience points. System notification, dungeon cleared, calculating final score. System notification, completion time, 27 minutes 21 seconds, completion rate, 75, final score, B, experience reward, 800. Yay, we did it. Hong Yin Hishui was the first to leap with joy. However, she did not anticipate that someone would be even more ecstatic than her. Just as she celebrated, Li Huailin rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Finally, I can level up, he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. System notification, you seem to be experiencing harassment from player Xiong Huailin. Would you like to use the system's punishment on this player? Hong Yin Hishui was momentarily taken aback, but a system notification quickly jolted her back to reality. I can't strike down my brother-in-law, was her immediate thought, though her face flushed with embarrassment. How could he act like this, in front of her sister? On the other hand, Hong Chunyin had been quite pleased with their successful dungeon run, but upon witnessing Li Huailin embrace Hong Yin Hishui, her expression darkened. She stepped forward, shouting, Hey, pervert, let her go. You all can divide the loot. I suddenly have urgent business to attend to. Li Huailin, already too engrossed in his own excitement, declared as he released Hong Yin Hishui and dashed toward the dungeon exit. He had never visited a general goods store, so he had no idea about the convenience of return city scrolls. Fortunately, the dungeon was relatively close to the main city, and knowing the direction, he sprinted back without a second thought. Wow, he runs fast. Hong Chun Yin Yu stomped her foot in frustration at Li Huailin's sudden departure before turning to Hong Yin Hishui. Are you alright? Why didn't you strike down that pervert? Hong Yin Hishui remained flushed, unsure how to respond to Hong Chun Yin Yu, yet internally, she reflected. I can't believe what my cousin said was true. My brother-in-law really is a lecher HM. Nearby, the mischievous Hong Se Shui sidled closer. A smirk on her face. Why do I sense someone is quite flustered? Are you jealous? Or perhaps envious of your own cousin? Ah, Hong Yin Hishui gasped, nervously glancing at her cousin. Cousin, I assure you, there's nothing between me and my brother-in-law. Please, don't misunderstand. What are you talking about? There's nothing between us. Hong Chun Yin Yu was equally flustered, feeling increasingly lost in the conversation. I'm just concerned about Shui Air. This has nothing to do with jealousy. All right, enough of that, Red Moon, the guild leader, interjected, clapping her hands to garner everyone's attention. Let us first divide the loot and return before discussing romantic entanglements, shall we? There's no romantic entanglement. Hong Chun Yin Yu insisted. Fine, I'll loot the corpse now. Red Moon bent down to search the body. A flash of blue light signaled the emergence of a rare item. Red Moon's face brightened with joy. Although she had only been guild leader for a short while, she had yet to acquire any blue gear until now. To think that her first dungeon run would yield the guild's inaugural piece of blue equipment. Serpent Handler's steel chestplate, silver plate armor, physical defense 20 to 30, magical defense 15 to 15. Strength 10, constitution 10. Requires level 15. What good fortune? A tank gear, no less. This piece could fetch over 5 gold in the market, possibly even 10. It's a coveted item for dungeon exploration, Red Moon remarked with a serious expression. Wow, you've hit the jackpot, guild leader. Hurry and equip it. Hong Se Shui chimed in cheerfully, realizing that had they possessed this item earlier, their guild would have felt more confident tackling the dungeon. Li Huailin is also a warrior. Red Moon pondered aloud. He led the entire dungeon run, and now that we've obtained this equipment, wouldn't it seem a bit unfair to take it without acknowledging his contribution? Well, he did pursue our yen air, so contributing something is only fair. Hong Se Shui replied with a mischievous grin. Red Moon furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Guild leader, if he truly wanted the equipment, he wouldn't have left before the looting. Observing the solemn expression on Hong Yue's face, Hong Se Shui ceased her jesting and adopted a serious demeanor. It seemed likely that she, too, found little value in the equipment here. Thus, it would be best not to create unnecessary discomfort for oneself. Xuan, do you not find this individual rather peculiar? Hong Yue pondered aloud. Is that even a question? Since the moment we encountered this person, has there been anything that wasn't strange? Hong Se Shui replied with a wry smile. If they refuse to divulge information, shall we press them relentlessly? I am aware of that, which is precisely why I refrained from asking. Hong Yue chuckled softly. I merely had a sudden thought. What if this person were to join our guild indeed? Hong Se Shui's eyes gleamed with sudden realization, but she quickly countered. Wait. He is male, and our guild comprises entirely of female members. Is that not somewhat inappropriate? Is your brother-in-law considering joining us? Interjected Hong Yin Hishui excitedly. Playing with him would be such a delight. He would surely bring much fun to our guild. That is impossible. Red Dust and Rain interjected nervously. President, our guild only accepts female players. Family members are also permitted. After all, Hong Yue, the guild leader, replied with a mischievous smile. What do you mean by family member? I have no relation to him. Red Dust and Rain hastily retorted. Yet, I have not even specified whose family member he is, and you've already revealed yourself. Hong Yue chuckled lightly. Wait, Red Dust and Rain found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Never mind, foolish child, at this rate. You may remain unmarried even at my age. I have little hope for you, Hong Yue sighed. She then turned to Hong Yin Hishui. Water. I have a task for you. Go and persuade your brother-in-law to join our guild. Absolutely. President, you are too kind. Hong Yin Hishui exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 27. You are burdened. Li Huailin was entirely oblivious to the discussions among several women behind his back. Nor did he realize that they were preparing to dispatch formidable personnel to recruit him. Ever since he discovered that blood vials could serve as a potent poison, this notion consumed his thoughts. With the advantage of his enhanced mobility, Li Huailin hastily made his way back to the human capital, his destination being the apothecary in the main city. Although he had never visited it before, locating it proved to be a straightforward task. The apothecary was situated in the commercial district to the north of the city, housed within a 3-story Western-style building. The first floor was dedicated to selling potions, albeit with a limited selection and exorbitant prices. The second floor served as a teaching space for alchemy, where one could learn and upgrade their alchemical skills. The third floor featured rentable alchemical laboratories, where players could pay a fee to reserve a room akin to a dungeon, providing a private space equipped with various alchemical apparatuses for practice. The potion merchant on the first floor was a middle-aged male NPC, clad in the uniform of a mid-level alchemist. His countenance was amiable, yet players who had previously purchased items from him knew him to be a swindler. As Li Huailin jogged to the entrance of the apothecary, two players suddenly intercepted him. "Hey, are you looking to buy?" began a player dressed in the same beginner's attire as Li Huailin, only to be cut off abruptly. "I don't have time for this, I'll talk later." Li Huailin dismissed them, eager to procure his potions. "Wait, you seem to be the legendary brother?" The player, recalling Li Huailin's face, exclaimed in astonishment. "What legendary brother?" Another player nearby, having heard the exclamation, turned their attention to Li Huailin. Many had seen the prominent posts about him and quickly recognized him. "It really is the legendary brother," one player shouted excitedly. "What brings you here?" "I see. The apothecary owner is in for a rough time," another player realized, a light of understanding dawning upon them. "Yes, it must be so. Even the legendary brother thinks that apothecary owner is a fraud. Absolutely, that apothecary owner is nothing short of a swindler, charging 5 silver for a 30-minute minor strength potion, taking advantage of us solo players who can't afford alchemical points." Another player fumed. "Legendary brother, take down that swindler. We support you." The crowd of players rallied. Don't worry, Li Huailin replied, gesturing for them to clear a path. The players immediately parted to allow him through, swiftly activating their recording functions in anticipation of the spectacle. Upon entering, Li Huailin spotted the NPC proprietor. Unlike the boastful warrior mentors, this merchant did not belittle Li Huailin with terms like newbie. Instead, he wore a professional smile and inquired, "What can I assist you with today? Our potions are of superior quality, reasonably priced, and fair to all." Without further ado, Li Huailin delivered a resounding slap to the proprietor's face. "System notification. You have attacked the main city apothecary owner, Mudrich. Mudrich's favorability towards you has increased by 20. Current favorability, friendly. Due to your attack on a member of the Alchemist Guild, the Alchemist Guild's favorability towards you has increased by 3. Current favorability, friendly. Stop with the fake smiles. Put on a decent grin," Li Huailin demanded imperiously. Mudrich's expression shifted to a more congenial smile. "What can I assist you with, esteemed customer?" Wow, the legendary brother truly makes an impressive entrance, leaving the apothecary owner dumbfounded. Players behind him marveled. Li Huailin then perused the potion menu, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the offerings. The selection was extensive yet filled with items of little use to him, such as status potions. Minor strength potion, increases strength by 10 for 30 minutes. Price, 5 silver. Minor agility potion, increases agility by 10 for 30 minutes. Price, 5 silver. Such items were of no benefit to Li Huailin. Consuming them would only reduce his attributes. He yearned for potions that could drastically diminish his constitution by 100 points for a day. Those would be worth purchasing. The subsequent items were alchemical materials, which he disregarded as he did not pursue secondary professions. Finally, he found the blood potions he sought, discovering only 2 varieties. Minor healing potion, restores 20 health per second for 5 seconds. Price, 3 silver. Medium healing potion, restores 35 health per second for 6 seconds. Price, 10 silver. What? Why are these so pricey? Li Huailin exclaimed, taken aback. He realized that players typically possessed only 20 to 30 silver, meaning purchasing just 2 or 3 potions would leave them penniless. How did ordinary players level up? Indeed, the potions in Heart of Glory were exorbitantly priced. Unlike other online games where players could consume potions liberally, here, the use of potions was significantly restricted. Typically, potions were only used during dungeon raids. Generally, players did not indulge in them while leveling up. This was why priests, despite their slow monster-killing speed, were still sought after for groups. However, Li Huailin remained unaware of this. Observing the potion prices ignited his anger, and he slammed his hand on the counter. Damn it, players were right. You are indeed a swindler. The worst kind. Mudrich's expression changed at Li Huailin's words. How can you insult me so? The prices of potions are determined by the Alchemist Guild. They are the same everywhere. System notification. Due to your insult towards the main city apothecary owner, Mudrich, his favorability towards you has increased by 5. Current favorability, friendly. How can you still argue? Don't blame me for not giving you face. Li Huailin rolled up his sleeve and seized Mudrich by the collar. With a swift motion, Li Huailin delivered another slap, sending a tooth flying and dealing a critical hit of 86 damage. System notification. You have attacked the main city apothecary owner, Mudrich. Mudrich's favorability towards you has increased by 15. Current favorability, respectful. Due to your attack on a member of the Alchemist Guild, the Alchemist Guild's favorability towards you has increased by 5. Current favorability, friendly. Hero, please refrain from violence. Mudrich implored, blood dribbling from his mouth. From now on, you will receive a 10 discount on all purchases at our apothecary. Wow, he can actually lower prices. Players behind him remarked in astonishment. 10. You think I'm begging for scraps? Li Huailin calculated the discount, realizing it amounted to 9 silver, which was hardly different. He immediately retaliated with another slap. This time, he did not relent, delivering a flurry of blows, leaving Mudrich's already low-level visage swollen, teeth shattered, and bloodied, a truly terrifying sight. Mudrich, having reached a state of reverence, saw his reputation within the Alchemist Guild gradually rise to 20, but any further violence would yield no additional increase. As it seemed the maximum he could achieve was capped at 20 points. How much do you want? Make it clear, Li Huailin demanded imperiously, holding Mudrich aloft. Mercy, O hero, murmured Mudrich, blood spilling from his lips. Though you have bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth, the Alchemist Guild can only afford to offer me a mere 20% discount. I simply cannot accept such a meager concession. What? A mere 20%? Do you take me for a beggar? Li Huailin's temples throbbed as he seized Mudrich, delivering a flurry of slaps while exclaiming, I have exerted so much effort to bestow upon you this punishment, and you dare to offer me a paltry discount? Do you consider my slaps to be of such low value? Do you not realize there is a queue of eager souls awaiting my hand? A line that could encircle the globe 2.5 times? Here I am, voluntarily bestowing upon you my wrath, and you still wish to charge me? Are you hoping for a grand finale? Hero, I truly can only offer a 20% discount, Mudrich replied, blood staining his visage, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Calm down, brother Nyobai. Please, temper your fury. At this rate, someone may lose their life, one player interjected. Initially outraged by the apothecary's unscrupulousness, the surrounding players could not help but feel pity for him given the brutal scene unfolding. Calm down. What nonsense. Today, I shall deliver a single slap that will end him, Li Huailin declared passionately. Brother Nyobai, if he is so battered yet can only offer a 20% discount, it may well be that the system's limitations dictate such terms. Otherwise, he would have capitulated long ago, a nearby player cautioned. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Li Huailin pondered, but by the gods, to pay 8 silver for a potion at a 20% discount, how am I to afford such a price? Brother Nyobai, are you in need of health potions? The player suddenly chuckled. Why did you not mention this sooner? Li Huailin replied, momentarily taken aback. Do you have some? Alas, it appears my slaps were for naught, the player lamented. Brother Nyobai, our guild members are practicing alchemy on the 3rd floor. We merely descended to sell our products and recoup some costs. You seek medium health potions, correct? They are 4 silver each. This is the market price. And I assure you it is quite reasonable. You may inquire elsewhere, and you will find it to be the same. Why did you not say so earlier? Li Huailin responded, astonished. In truth, we intercepted you at the entrance to inquire if you wish to purchase potions. We are also responsible for handling alchemical products within our guild. If placed in the auction house, they fetch around 4 silver each, but with fees considered. The guild opts to sell them here to save costs. 4 silver is indeed the rock-bottom price. The materials alone justify this cost. Chimed in 2 players stepping forward, those who had initially recognized Li Huailin at the entrance. Li Huailin turned to Mudrich, patting his shoulder as he continued to bleed. My apologies. Sir, I seem to have taken a wrong turn today. You have endured much. Chapter 28. Sudden enlightenment. How many do you need, boss? Upon witnessing Li Huailin's intention to purchase health potions, a player immediately began to peddle his wares. Although every player required these potions, not every player could afford them. This seller had accumulated a considerable stock that remained unsold. With the guild's tasks left uncompleted, he found himself unable to level up, an urgent predicament indeed. Let me do some calculations. Li Huailin glanced at his coin pouch, which contained a total of 22 gold and a few silver coins. After some contemplation, he decided that retaining a few silver coins would suffice, as he had little need for money, and thus resolved to buy 22 gold worth of potions, equating to 550 bottles. Do you have that many in stock? That many? The seller was taken aback. Although he had a substantial inventory, 550 bottles were beyond his means. He could only offer 65 bottles, divided into 6.5 groups. I have 5 groups, another player chimed in. I have 9 groups, yet another player added. They quickly organized themselves, eager to sell their potions. One player, evidently from a prominent guild, took the lead in coordinating the transaction. With everyone eager to sell, the process unfolded swiftly, and soon a tally was made of each individual's stock and the corresponding payment. Boss, We have a total of 42 groups, which amounts to 420 bottles, the lead player reported. If you could wait a moment, I'll have some guild members bring the potions from the auction house. It should take about 5 minutes. It's better to do this than to leave them unsold at the auction house, which incurs a penalty for withdrawal. So it works out for everyone. All right, I can wait, Li Huailin replied thoughtfully. By the way, that totals to 55 groups. We want to fit all of them in your bags. How about we make the transaction at the bank? A player kindly suggested. The bank? Li Huailin was momentarily taken aback. The bank vault, boss, haven't you used it before? The player asked, puzzled. I haven't. What is it about? Li Huailin inquired. Oh, let me explain. The player elaborated on the game mechanics of Heart of Glory. Each player possesses a bag space of 50 slots, with identical items stackable up to a certain limit. Health potions can be stacked in groups of 10, meaning Li Huailin's intended purchase of 550 potions exceeded the bag's capacity, necessitating storage in the bank vault. In Heart of Glory, each player has access to a personal bank with 50 slots of secure storage, ensuring that items cannot be stolen or lost upon death. Players can expand their storage for a fee, increasing capacity by 10 slots at a time, though the cost escalates with each purchase, starting at 1 gold for the first increase, then 10 gold for the second. I see, Li Huailin nodded in understanding. Let us go? Accompanied by a few eager players, he made his way to the nearby main city bank, where the guild's delivery player was already waiting. The simple exchange of payment for goods at the bank culminated in Li Huailin successfully acquiring the 550 health potions. Boss, I'm the treasurer of the Snow Lion Guild. I'm out of funds now, the lead player said after accepting the 22 gold. Let us add each other as friends. You can reach out to me for future business. That is quite a name you have, Li Huailin remarked with a chuckle. Huh, I'm always short on cash. Everyone from the guild comes to me for funds, so I chose this name. It's fitting since I manage finances, not a main battle team requiring a more imposing title. All right, we'll be in touch, Li Huailin smiled. With that, the player, still lamenting his lack of funds, departed with a group of players awaiting their share. Finally sorted, Li Huailin exclaimed joyfully, gazing at his fully stocked bag of health potions, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Here as to this cup filled with lethal poison. He seized a potion and downed it in one gulp. Potion effect. Lose 35 health points per second for 6 seconds. Let us have another. After finishing one potion, Li Huailin attempted to consume a second, only to be met with a sudden realization. He could not drink again just yet. System prompt. You must wait 28 seconds before consuming another health potion. Wait, there's a cooldown period, Li Huailin exclaimed, but then felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had not overthought his initial purchase and had opted for the medium potions. Had he bought only the small potions, he might have met his demise from overdosing. Almost time, Li Huailin mused, calculating the seconds until he could drink again. System prompt. You must wait 2 seconds before consuming another health potion. Ugh, so annoying, he grumbled, feeling impatient. After enduring a battle with the system for 6 minutes, Li Huailin ultimately found himself letting out a pained scream as he succumbed to the potion overdose. What just happened? Nearby players were taken aback as they witnessed a player collapse in the safety of the bank, turning into a wisp of white light. Curiosity piqued. They ventured to investigate and discovered a group of health potions lying on the ground. Wow, what luck! The player quickly scooped up the group of potions, worth 40 silver coins, glancing furtively around to ensure no one was watching before hurrying away. After all, if the owner returned, it would spell trouble. Meanwhile, Li Huailin, emerging from the resurrection point, discovered that he had also lost a group of health potions from his inventory. It dawned on him that death resulted in item loss. Until now, he had only been wearing a novice gear set, which had shielded him from such consequences. However, the potions were not included in that protective set, and his moment of carelessness had cost him. Frantically, Li Huailin rushed back to the bank, but by then, the items had vanished. Which despicable thief took my belongings? He fumed, though he knew he couldn't pinpoint the culprit and could only blame himself for his oversight. After some reflection, he decided to store 50 groups of health potions in the bank, while retaining 4 groups on his person, distributing them across individual slots. This way, should he die again, he would only lose 1 potion, which was manageable. Having completed this arrangement, Li Huailin exited the bank, drinking potions as he sought out quieter areas. As he wandered into a secluded alley, he suddenly screamed and collapsed once more. Upon respawning, Li Huailin was relieved to find he hadn't lost any items, indicating he had been fortunate. He continued to quaff potions while seeking out deserted spots. System prompt. You have reached level 13. After perishing 3 times, Li Huailin finally leveled up. Initially, he could have leveled up after dying twice, but a detour with a few players had cost him 9 of his experience, necessitating an additional death. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Huailin resumed his potion-drinking routine, planning to retrieve 12 more potions from the bank, and then continue his cycle of drinking and dying in isolated areas. Each cycle took roughly 6 to 7 minutes. Throughout the morning, Li Huailin immersed himself in this relentless pursuit of advancement, dying approximately 30 times, and ultimately achieving level 15. He found himself in a tranquil corner, just as he finished downing his 12th potion. In another 6 seconds, he anticipated his impending demise. To his surprise, once the 6 seconds elapsed, Li Huailin discovered he was still alive. Checking his health bar, he noted he had over 40 health points remaining, which were gradually regenerating. He paused. Then a realization struck him. He had leveled up, and at his current level, consuming 12 potions was insufficient to kill him. He would need to drink 13 to meet that fate. What a nuisance. Li Huailin's first thought was to rush back to the bank to retrieve a potion to drink. Otherwise, the effort to regain his health would be in vain. Just as this notion flitted through his mind, he suddenly tensed in realization. Am I being foolish? With my attributes currently enhanced by 280, I possess a considerable amount of health. Why not wait until my health returns to normal before consuming the potion to level up? If I downed 3 or 4 bottles, I would surely succumb. What a waste of precious elixirs that would be. Chapter 29. The terrifying poison. Li Huailin felt a genuine pang of sorrow, as his peculiar character rendered all his previous gaming experience utterly useless, leading him to commit foolish mistakes time and again. Just moments ago, he had consumed over 300 medium healing potions. What a waste of money. If only he had waited until his attributes were restored to normal before drinking them, he could have leveled up significantly. Earning gold was an arduous task for his character. He couldn't defeat monsters for loot, nor could he complete quests for rewards. Without money, leveling up was nearly impossible, and he felt utterly despondent. For the first time, he perceived his character as a source of trouble. It appears you are gravely injured. A sudden voice interrupted Li Huailin's endless lamentation. He looked up to see an elderly NPC, appearing to be over 70, with a face adorned with a white beard and a wrinkled hand reaching out toward him. The NPC bore the name Ed Stark above his head. What do you want? Li Huailin asked, somewhat startled. He had wandered into a sparsely populated residential area of the main city, and he wondered if his aimless wandering had triggered a hidden quest. Was such a trivial quest truly worth his time? I see you are gravely injured. As a healer, I cannot bear to watch a life that can be saved perish before my eyes, Ed earnestly stated. Come, enter my home, and I shall heal you. Sighing, Li Huailin reluctantly agreed. He would accept this quest and perhaps gain a few hundred reputation points in the process. Ed's abode was a slightly dilapidated European-style house with 2 stories. The ground floor served as a living room, while the upper floor was presumably his sleeping quarters. The room was somewhat disheveled, cluttered with various herbs and alchemical tools, lacking even a single chair aside from 3. Ed invited Li Huailin to sit, and then busied himself at an alchemical table. Li Huailin, having no knowledge of alchemy, could only watch in confusion. Moments later, Ed approached him with a bowl containing a green potion. Li Huailin was intrigued by this potion, as it was unusually served in a bowl rather than a bottle. Here, drink this. It should heal your wounds, Ed smiled. Taking the bowl, Li Huailin examined the potion. Advanced Life Spring Potion. Quest item restores 5 of health per second for 25 seconds. Taking damage will interrupt the healing effect. Note, this is a quest item. Please consume it promptly. The item will disappear after 10 minutes. Goodness, a potion that heals based on a percentage? If I had this, I could easily recover, Li Huailin thought, initially seeking merely a few hundred reputation points, but now unexpectedly encountering good fortune. Drink up, my child, Ed encouraged, his smile reassuring. It's not bitter. Old man, do you have more of this potion? Li Huailin quickly inquired. Ed paused. Let us discuss the potions later. First, you must drink this. You are in critical condition. Li Huailin indeed felt very weak, with barely over 60 health points, less than 3 of his total health. We can't delay, old man. This potion looks dangerously toxic. 1 sip and I'd be meeting the Grim Reaper. Li Huailin insisted earnestly, fearing that his current health would lead him to respawn immediately. Impossible, Ed exclaimed, growing agitated. I have been brewing life spring potions for over 30 years. There is no way it could be flawed. Besides, none of the ingredients are toxic. You're not an alchemist. Don't make baseless accusations. Are you claiming that? Will you take responsibility for your words? Li Huailin chuckled. Of course, Ed retorted, his beard twitching with indignation. Drink it. If anything happens, I shall take responsibility. Oh, and what does that entail? Li Huailin inquired with a smirk. If I drink it and die, you'll owe me a few hundred more bottles. See, couple hundred? Ed nearly choked. Do you realize how much raw material is required for just 1 potion? Silverleaf, sunlight herb, Blue resin enough with the materials. I'm not an alchemist, so I can't understand. So, you have none left? Li Huailin interrupted, dismissively waving his hand. If you die after drinking it, I'll reveal the formula to you. Ed declared defiantly. A formula? Li Huailin frowned. What use is it to me? I can't practice alchemy. I'd rather have other options than a formula. You truly infuriate me. Ed was genuinely angered. His life spring potion was a unique formula, not available elsewhere. If he called out, he could likely exchange the formula for an entire city, given the potion's significance in aiding wounded soldiers during wartime. Yet, this little player did not appreciate its value, which was infuriating. Regardless, my life spring potion is not toxic. Drink it, and your wounds will heal. Once you're done, I shall ignore you, Ed declared, exasperated. You said so. I'll drink it. I'm really going to drink it, Li Huailin announced, lifting the bowl. Go ahead. Don't worry, it won't kill you. Ed waved dismissively. Thus, Li Huailin poured the potion into his mouth. Indeed, a negative status icon appeared in his status bar, but before he could even process it, everything faded to gray, and he collapsed lifelessly. What? This is impossible, Ed exclaimed, horrified. He quickly reflected on his potion-making process, convinced he had made no mistakes. Having brewed life spring potions for over 30 years, he had crafted thousands of them. How could there be an error? Just then, the voice of Li Huailin echoed from outside. Everyone, come quickly. There's a quack claiming his potion can cure my ailment, but after just one bowl, I dropped dead. I've lost so much experience. How is this not akin to murder? Come and judge for yourselves. Damn it. Ed could hardly contain his frustration, rushing to the door only to find Li Huailin standing there. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Who asked the quack? Isn't it obvious? You witnessed it yourself. I drank your potion and suddenly dropped dead. I told you it was poison, but you wouldn't believe me, Li Huailin declared, righteous indignation on his face. This Ed was at a loss for words. He was certain his potion was flawless, yet Li Huailin's demise was an undeniable reality. Come inside. Let me see what went wrong. Without hesitation, Ed pulled Li Huailin into his home and rushed back to his alchemical table to investigate. Moments later, Ed concocted another potion. Try this. It's guaranteed to be safe, Ed asserted, presenting a crystal vial instead of a bowl this time. Li Huailin examined it. Superb life spring potion. Quest item restores 10 of health per second for 12 seconds. Taking damage will interrupt the healing effect. Note, this is a quest item. Please consume it promptly. The item will disappear after 10 minutes. The potion appeared much more transparent than the previous one, with a hint of purple light swirling enticingly within the crystal vial. This potion, Li Huailin's face displayed astonishment. Yes, this is the coveted superb life spring potion, Ed confirmed with pride. Old Ed proudly declared, this potion, which I developed upon attaining the esteemed rank of Master Alchemist, can swiftly heal all of a person's injuries. No matter how severe the wounds, complete restoration is achievable within a mere 10 seconds. Interrupting old Ed's self-congratulation, Li Huailin remarked, I must say, this vial appears to possess even greater toxicity than the previous one. Toxicity? That is impossible. This potion contains the sap from the world tree, the most potent life essence in the entire continent. It cannot possibly be toxic, old Ed retorted, urging, drink it quickly. Why on earth would I drink it? You have already poisoned me once. I have been reborn with full health, so I am essentially unscathed. What need do I have for this healing potion? Li Huailin shot back, casting a glance at old Ed. By the way, when you promised to heal my wounds, you weren't implying that you'd poison me again to restore my health, were you? Nonsense, old Ed exclaimed, his mustache twitching with indignation. I merely wish to prove that my potion is not toxic. You must have consumed something else that led to your demise, unrelated to my concoction. Hey, you still refuse to acknowledge it? Fine, just watch. I have just been reborn, and I feel perfectly fine. Full health, wouldn't you agree? Li Huailin inquired. Indeed. Old Ed nodded in affirmation. Then observe closely as I drink this vial brimming with poison, Li Huailin proclaimed, lifting the potion. No poison. You scoundrel. Old Ed could no longer contain himself. I'm drinking it. You'd better be ready to collect my remains, Li Huailin jested. Go ahead. I don't believe it. Old Ed replied, filled with indignation. Here goes, Li Huailin said, tilting his head back as he downed the super elixir of life. How does it feel? Ed inquired with a smile. Isn't your body feeling wonderful? Meridians reversing, all my organs failing. I'm sensing the end is nigh, Li Huailin said with an air of calm. Utter nonsense. Old Ed shouted in response. I believe I see my parents, who passed years ago, beckoning to me, Li Huailin remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Foolishness. Such a thing cannot occur. Old Ed's protest was cut short as Li Huailin suddenly tilted his head, departing for the afterlife. Chapter 30. Compensation. Everyone, Come and see. This quack has not only poisoned me once, but now seeks to silence me forever with an even deadlier toxin. In less than 10 seconds, it snuffed out my vibrant life. How can one be so heartless? How can human nature be so treacherous? Li Huailin bellowed in anguish at the door of old Ed's abode. Young man, let us speak civilly. Old Ed hastily pulled Li Huailin back inside. What is there to discuss? Once was not enough. You have poisoned me twice. You claim to abhor witnessing the demise of those you could heal. Nonsense. You are a murderer at heart. Li Huailin's thoughts were, in truth, quite the opposite. He was elated, having gained so much experience from dying twice. Still, he had his sights set on old Ed's potions. Well, old Ed was at a loss for words. It was truly unfair. Perhaps we could try again? You wish to poison me again to eliminate the witness? Li Huailin shot back with a glare. I assure you, it is not poison. Old Ed insisted loudly, attempting to bolster his credibility. Perhaps I have not practiced alchemy in a while, leading to a minor mishap. You have not practiced and choose me as your test subject? A potion that kills outright. How could you be so cruel? Li Huailin proclaimed with righteous indignation. Now, tell me how you intend to compensate me. I will grant you a chance. Provide me with several hundred vials of this potion, and I shall let this matter slide. Several hundreds of vials. Old Ed nearly choked in disbelief. I simply do not possess that many materials. How could I possibly provide them? How about I assign you a task to gather the necessary materials? Upon your return, I will concoct the potions for you, and you will earn a substantial amount of experience, at least enough to recover what you lost from dying. Li Huailin had no intention of accepting this proposal. Not only was collecting materials a hassle, but completing the task would also incur an experience penalty. Why should he labor for experience when he could simply receive potions instead? I refuse to undertake any tasks. If you do not provide me with the potions, then end my life now. I shall return to haunt you daily. And you can kill me multiple times each day. How could I do such a thing? Old Ed was drenched in sweat. If he could not appease this fellow, he would face daily visits and threats of death. Everyone knew players could respawn. I believe I have enough materials to brew about a dozen potions. Instead of assigning a task, I will simply give them to you. Only a dozen? Li Huailin frowned. That would only suffice for a single level up, leaving him unsatisfied. I'll share the potion recipes with you, and you can learn alchemy to brew them yourself, Old Ed suggested quickly, noticing Li Huailin's displeasure. I have no interest in learning alchemy, Li Huailin waved dismissively. Becoming an apprentice in such a craft would be a tragic fate, forever struggling to accumulate proficiency points. Then you could ask a friend who studies alchemy to assist you in potion making, Old Ed proposed eagerly. Li Huailin paused, suddenly realizing the wisdom in Old Ed's words. Even if he managed to brew several hundred potions, they would eventually run out. It would be wiser to find an alchemist to assist him. However, he pondered. He did not know any alchemists. The members of the Spirit Realm Guild? That would not do. Being a large guild, they would prioritize supporting their main teams. What about those women? An idea sparked in his mind. Their guild was likely small, and with only a handful of members at level 15. They would not be able to use the potions in large quantities, leaving a surplus for him. With this thought, Li Huailin nodded and turned to Old Ed. You make a valid point. I shall reluctantly accept your offer. Reluctantly accept? Old Ed nearly exploded with frustration, incredulous that his life's alchemical work was being met with such disdain. After calming his fury, Old Ed commenced his alchemical work. As a master alchemist, he had the ability to brew potions in bulk and completed the task in just 2 attempts. Here, take these, Old Ed said, his face pained at the thought of parting with such precious materials. Li Huailin examined the potions, a total of 14 high life fountain potions and 3 super life fountain potions, accompanied by 3 recipes. Recipe: Life Fountain Potion, restores 2 health per second for 40 seconds, interrupted by attacks. Learning, requires intermediate alchemy. Materials will be visible once learned. Recipe: High Life Fountain Potion, restores 5 health per second for 25 seconds, interrupted by attacks. Learning, requires advanced alchemy. Recipe: Super Life Fountain Potion, restores 10 health per second for 12 seconds, interrupted by attacks. Learning, requires master alchemy. These potions were indeed well suited for him, far more reliable than chugging health potions. Take your leave quickly. Seeing you here pains my heart, Old Ed urged, unable to contain his impatience. Hey, old man. If it weren't for the fact that you sent me to the afterlife twice today and my spirits remain high, I would have slapped you silly by now. Li Huailin chuckled. Well then, it seems you have nothing more to offer, and I have no time to linger. Farewell, and take your time to rest. Go on. Go on. Old Ed waved him off, his beard twitching with urgency. What a day of misfortune. After Li Huailin departed, Old Ed scratched his head in confusion. Where did I go wrong in brewing these life potions? How curious. It seems I must delve deeper into my studies. With that, old Ed retreated to his room to continue his alchemical research. Li Huailin, stepping outside, resolved to solidify his potion arrangements with the women. He had no capability for alchemy himself, so he decided to arrange for them to supply him with potions each month. There was no need to rush his own leveling. At least he would have some assurance. Just as he was about to use the remote communication feature to contact the guild leader, Red Moon, he suddenly received a system notification indicating an incoming call. He glanced at the name, Red Beauty Drinks Water. What a coincidence. Li Huailin paused momentarily before answering the call. Brother-in-law. The voice of Red Beauty Drinks Water immediately resonated through the line. Brother-in-law, have you completed your task? Are you busy at the moment? I'm just wandering around the main city. What's up? Li Huailin inquired. Brother-in-law, please come help us with a dungeon. After you left, we attempted it again, but it was a disaster. I died 4 times and am about to drop back to level 14. Red Beauty Drinks Water lamented, expressing her frustration at the dungeon's difficulty. The instance is nothing like when you were with us. Moon's health was skyrocketing, and I could barely keep up with healing. You're still struggling with that dungeon? Li Huailin chuckled. Well, it works out perfectly. I have business with you. I'll head over now. Tell the guild leader to wait for me. Really? I knew you would come through for us, brother-in-law. Red Beauty Drinks Water exclaimed with delight. Chapter 31. Tremendous Gains. Huailin, over here. As soon as Li Huailin reached the entrance of the dungeon, he heard someone calling for him. Turning around, he saw the guild leader, Hong Yue, accompanied by the original group of people, now joined by an additional individual. This newcomer was Hong Piaodai, a key hunter of their guild. Recognizing that Li Huailin had not met Hong Piaodai before, Hong Yue took the initiative to introduce her. Li Huailin surveyed the young girl, Hong Piaodai, who appeared quite youthful, likely around the same age as Yenner. She was fairly attractive, scoring around 80 to 90 on the beauty scale, but seemed somewhat shy and reserved in her demeanor. I am Li Huailin. Everyone calls me Huailin. He introduced himself warmly. Hong Piaodai nodded, lowering her gaze and falling silent. Li Huailin was taken aback for a moment. Haha, don't mind her, Huailin. Piaodai isn't very comfortable around boys, Hong Yue explained with a wry smile. Oh, understood. Li Huailin nodded. I shall refrain from teasing her in the future. Indeed, it's better to tease our Yenner instead, interjected Erji, Hong Sishuin, who had become somewhat familiar with Li Huailin and began to engage him in conversation. Erji Yu. Hong Yinyu had been tense since Li Huailin's arrival, trying to distance herself, but unexpectedly got pulled into the conversation. If you keep saying nonsense, I'm logging off. Don't. Yen and Oppos. Hong Sishuin quickly embraced Hong Yinyu. Look at how he is here for you, ready at your beck and call. Aren't you the least bit touched? It's not like I called him here. Hong Yinyu replied, her voice barely audible. Brother-in-law. At that moment, Hong Yan Hishui immediately clung to Li Huailin. You're here. That is wonderful. It's so much better to run dungeons with you. Piaodai is so clumsy, and my cousin is equally clueless. They just stand in the poison mist. And I don't know whom to assist. Young lady, you shouldn't speak ill of your cousin and friends, Hong Yue chided lightly, tapping Hong Yan Hishui on the head. Hong Yan Hishui rubbed her head, casting a glance at Li Huailin that seemed to say, brother-in-law, I'm speaking the truth. By the way, Huailin, I heard from Shue'er that you were looking for me. Hong Yue turned to Li Huailin inquiringly. Yes, I didn't need to find you. And then I received a remote call from Hishui. Li Huailin nodded. Actually, there is something I need your assistance with. Your guild must have an alchemist, right? Of course, we do, Hong Yue replied. Every guild typically has at least one alchemist. Although the Hongsen Yangzi Army Guild is small, we have the basic framework in place. What is the matter? Here, take a look at this. Li Huailin promptly handed over 2 vials of potions, 1 high-grade life spring potion and 1 super life spring potion. Such extravagant potions. Hong Yue's eyes lit up instantly, and she beckoned Hong Yinyu, saying, Yinyu, come over and take a look. Oh, what is it? Hong Yinyu approached curiously, her eyes also sparkling, but she soon furrowed her brow. These are indeed excellent potions, but it's a pity they have emerged too early. They currently lack significant utility. She analyzed. Since these potions restore health based on a percentage, the more health one has, the greater the benefit. For instance, if someone has 10,000 health points, they could recover 1,000 points per second. Even if interrupted after 2 seconds, they would regain 2,000 health points. However, most players currently have less than 1,000 health points, so they only recover around 70 to 80 points per second, which feels quite wasteful. That makes sense. Both Li Huailin and Hong Yue nodded in agreement. However, certain unique situations do necessitate such potions. For example, If there's a boss whose normal attack targets the main tank, but releases an AoE damage attack every 30 seconds that hits all players, the pressure on the priests would be immense, requiring them to monitor the health of all classes besides the main tank every 30 seconds. But if everyone has one of these potions, the priests could focus solely on healing the main tank, and others could simply drink the potions to restore their health. Hongyan Hishui added, emphasizing that this potion could indeed serve as a valuable asset in tackling challenging bosses. I reckon this potion could sell for around 1 gold in the auction house right now, but in a month, it might appreciate 20-fold, and in 3 months, perhaps even 50-fold. How astute you are. Li Huailin looked at Hongchen Yanyu with newfound admiration, as if seeing her for the first time, impressed by her analysis from just one potion. Humph, don't look down on people. Hongchen Yanyu frowned. Hongyue chuckled and explained, Yanyu manages the guild's finances. And in reality, she is an executive manager at a company, making her quite the expert in economic matters. Wow. Li Huailin stared at Hongchen Yanyu in astonishment, exclaiming, no wonder she is a woman I've come to know. Get lost. Hongchen Yanyu's face darkened immediately. You two are something else. Hongyue shook her head in exasperation. By the way, Huailin, why are you showing me this potion? Oh well, I happen to have over a dozen of these high-grade life spring potions and 3 super life spring potions. Li Huailin had just concluded that since these potions were currently so valuable, he might as well sell them for health potions. Given his current health was not substantial, without any enhancements, using health potions would be far more economical, especially since he still possessed the formula, leaving him unperturbed about future shortages of these potions. Oh, you have that many? Hongchen Yanyu's eyes brightened. If that's the case, the price might increase a bit. A dozen of the smaller ones could likely fetch around 10 gold if a major guild takes notice. And I estimate the 3 super ones could sell for around 5 or 6 gold when bundled together. In addition, I also have the formulas for these potions. Li Huailin continued. What? Both Hongyue and Hongchen Yanyu were taken aback. I have the formulas, the alchemy recipes, Li Huailin reiterated, observing their astonished expressions. Are they exclusive formulas? Hongchen Yanyu inquired eagerly. Li Huailin recalled the old man's words, and indeed, he had mentioned that only he knew this potion's formula, likely acquired through a hidden quest. Guild leader, we're about to strike it rich. Hongchen Yanyu exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. These potions are essential for late game. And while gold is still scarce now, major guilds will soon have ample funds. I estimate each potion could sell for over 50 gold. This is a monopoly. Other guilds would have to give us face, or we simply 1T sell to them, leaving them at a disadvantage during dungeon raids. Plus, the more Hongchen Yanyu contemplated, the more animated she became, her words spilling forth in a torrent. Indeed, I understand how beneficial this would be for the guild's development. Hongyue interjected, attempting to temper the overly enthusiastic Hongchen Yanyu. However, could you first consider that the formulas are still in the possession of your little admirer and not our guild's? Hongchen Yanyu paused, then quickly realized, shutting her mouth. All right, Huailin, since you've shared such important information with us, you must be seeking a partnership with our guild. Hongyue turned to Li Huailin and asked. Yes, in fact, I wish to entrust this formula to your guild, Li Huailin replied earnestly. Really? Hongchen Yanyu's face lit up momentarily, only for it to darken in an instant. There wouldn't be any conditions, would there? Of course, there are conditions, Li Huailin nodded affirmatively. Not happening. Hongchen Yanyu erupted in fury. Li Huailin was bewildered, having yet to state any conditions, wondering why her reaction was so extreme. Huailin, while I too covet your formulas, I believe matters of the heart should remain separate from trade. Hongyue advised with earnestness. What is this matter concerning feelings? Li Huailin remarked, perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the two women must have assumed he was about to propose some sort of conditions, akin to asking Hongchen Yanyu to become his girlfriend. Oh dear, Li Huailin thought, feeling a headache coming on. His actual condition was simply that after your guild learns this formula, you must provide me with a certain quantity of this potion every month. Is it really that simple? Hongchen Yanyu inquired. What else could it be? Can you please refrain from being so overly confident? Li Huailin couldn't help but retort. You. Hongchen Yanyu frowned, ready to retaliate. But Hongyue swiftly intervened to prevent the two from escalating into another quarrel. Li Huailin, if we proceed with this arrangement, our guild stands to gain tremendously. You mentioned that you prefer to discuss transactions devoid of emotional entanglements. Our guild can sell the potions, and the revenue will go towards acquiring more materials. And even if we allocate some to you each month, the greatest benefactors will still be us, Hongyue stated earnestly. To be honest, I have no intention of pursuing alchemy. I simply do not have the time to practice, yet I require a substantial quantity of this potion. I am uncertain how we might collaborate. So I leave it to you, President, to decide, Li Huailin admitted candidly. How about this? Hong Yin, who had been sipping water, suddenly chimed in, brother-in-law. Why not join our guild? That way, we all benefit together. A thought sparked in Li Huailin's mind. Indeed, why hadn't he considered that? Perhaps he had been overlooking a few things lately. Chapter 32. Joining the guild. Hong Yue's eyes sparkled with realization. It was she who had arranged for Li Huailin to join the guild, yet she had momentarily forgotten. Now was indeed a splendid opportunity. Casting an approving glance at Hong Yin, she said, Indeed, Huailin, why not just join our guild? It seems beneficial for everyone involved. I must say, President Hong Yue, I'm not particularly averse to joining your guild. However, I can't shake the feeling that the guild's name may not suit me, Li Huailin hesitantly responded. A chuckle escaped Hong Yue's lips. After all, the name Red Women's Army seemed rather humorous when associated with Li Huailin. Oh, don't worry, Huailin. Look, even the women in our guild are unbothered by your joining. As a man, you needn't be so bashful. Your barely suppressed laughter is making me even more uncomfortable. Li Huailin sighed, rubbing his forehead. All right, ladies, let us welcome our newest member, the first male member of our guild, Huailin. Before Li Huailin could consent, Hong Yue had already made it a fait accompli. Yay! Welcome, brother-in-law. Hong Yin was the first to cheer. Welcome, chuckled Erji, Hong Zuyin, trying to stifle her laughter. Fine, I'll join. I don't mind the guild's name, Li Huailin conceded, feeling resigned. To adapt to you all, I shall adopt an alias, Red Scarf. Is there an awkward silence? Li Huailin noticed the silence from the other women. Let us just join the guild for now, Hong Yue said, sending a guild invitation his way. System notification. Player Hong Yue invites you to join the guild Red Women's Army. Do you accept? Yes. System notification. Successfully joined the guild. Li Huailin's character interface displayed a guild page, which had previously been grayed out, now transformed into an accessible state. He explored the guild page, noting the guild's introduction and the roster of members. Upon inspecting the member list, he discovered that, including himself, there were only 45 members, almost all of whom were evidently female. Approximately half of these names began with Hong, suggesting they formed the core of the guild, while the rest appeared to be casual additions. As for the members' levels, apart from President Hong Yue at level 16, the 4 main members were at level 15, while the rest were below that, with 10 still yet to leave the novice village. It was a rather disheartening sight. Welcome, newcomer. Suddenly, someone called out in the guild channel. Wow, we really have a newcomer. Finally, someone joined after me. You must call me senpai, another player declared. That name Xiong Huailin sounds like someone is quite pleased with themselves. Li Huailin thought. Hey, where are you, newcomer? Let me see who's bigger, you or me, a female voice chimed in. Li Huailin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Guild leader, Hong Yue, ladies, please tone it down. The newcomer, Xiong Huailin, is a male. So let us refrain from any peculiar discussions in the guild channel. Guild member, Zia Zihua. Wait, how can a man join our guild? Guild leader, Hong Yue. He is primarily interested in our financial officer, Yin Yu, which is why he joined. I've already been handsomely bribed. Officer, Hongshin Yin Yu. Please don't say such things, big sister. Guild member, Yu Xiaomei. Oh, is that so? Don't worry, Sister Yin, we won't steal your food. Officer, Hongshin Yin Yu. Anyone who speaks out of turn will see this month's benefits halved. Guild leader, Hong Yue. All right, Yin Yu, don't frighten them. After her message in the guild channel, Hong Yue shot a slightly apologetic glance at Li Huailin. I'm sorry, Huailin. Although our guild is small, we are all good sisters. Please don't take any strange comments to heart. Li Huailin could only chuckle in response. Yay, brother-in-law has finally joined our guild. My secret mission is accomplished, exclaimed Hong Yin, beaming. Brother-in-law, let us go to the dungeon now. It's time for our guild activity. Wait a moment. By the way, where is the guild's alchemist? We should learn about these blueprints first to see what materials we need to prepare, Li Huailin suggested, already handing 3 blueprints to Hong Yue. There are 3? Hong Yue had initially thought there was only 1. 3 was even better, but upon glancing at the lowest level one, it required intermediate alchemy, and her expression shifted to one of dismay. Yinyu, it seems you can't learn this. Let me take a look. Hongshin Yinyu stepped over to examine the blueprints. The lowest one indeed required intermediate alchemy. While the potion aligned with that level, it was quite troublesome at the moment. Are you the guild's alchemist? Li Huailin inquired of Hongshin Yinyu. Of course. I manage all the guild's finances, so I know precisely how much we have left for the alchemy department's development. For now, I'll be overseeing it, Hongshin Yinyu explained. However, I am still just a novice alchemist and cannot learn this. Is alchemy that difficult to practice? Li Huailin had never studied alchemy, so he could only ask tentatively, "Are we short on money or materials?" "Money is secondary. I just received your 20 gold yesterday, so the guild's finances are quite ample," Hanshin Yinyu replied. "What we primarily lack is a recipe for a basic alchemy point potion, the kind used by novice alchemists." "Isn't there any in the auction house?" Li Huailin pondered. "There are, but currently, the prices are inflated. Sellers are aware that large guilds are training alchemists, so they are charging exorbitant prices. A basic recipe can cost over 5 gold, and anything slightly useful, like a mid-level potion for instant health recovery, exceeds 20 gold. It's quite outrageous. I discussed this with the guild leader, and once the alchemists in large guilds reach intermediate level, the prices for novice recipes should drop. At that point, we can stock up, as we are not a large guild and need not compete with them," Hanshin Yinyu explained meticulously. "Ah," Li Huailin nodded, then suddenly recalled. "So where do we find more basic alchemy recipes?" "Treasure chests," Hanyue interjected. "The entire map randomly spawns treasure chests, with a 100 chance of yielding a recipe, though what kind of recipe is uncertain. It could be for forging or leatherworking." "Spawns across the entire map?" Li Huailin asked. "They also spawn in dungeons, but I've heard the drop rate is lower in normal difficulty dungeons," Hanshin Yinyu elaborated. "The drop rate is said to be quite high in hell difficulty, but the challenge of hell difficulty dungeons is exceedingly tough. To date, no guild has managed to conquer one. Well, considering the server has only been live for less than 10 days. Even large guilds lack the equipment and levels to tackle hell difficulty," Hanyue acknowledged. "Are there difficulty options for dungeons?" Li Huailin inquired suddenly, as he had not seen any official mention of this. "You didn't know?" Hanyue was taken aback. "No," Li Huailin scratched his head. "I thought completing it once meant it was cleared. Dungeons have 3 difficulty levels: normal, hell, and abyss." Hanyue, seeing Li Huailin's genuine confusion, took the initiative to explain. "Normal difficulty is primarily for familiarizing oneself with the dungeon, and the equipment drops are rather poor. We were exceptionally lucky to receive a blue item last time. Typically, we only get bronze level gear appropriate for our level. The dungeons of hell level present a significantly heightened danger. Yet the equipment obtained therein surpasses that of ordinary levels in quality. Abyss level dungeons serve as a formidable challenge upon successfully traversing one for the first time. An announcement is made across the entire server. Naturally, the level of the participants must not exceed the system's recommended level by more than 5. For instance, in the Serpent's Cave, the highest level permitted within the team to achieve the challenge is capped at 20. After the initial successful completion of an Abyss dungeon, a racing mode becomes available, wherein the top 3 teams based on completion speed are displayed on a notice board at the dungeon's entrance, catering to players and guilds that seek notoriety. It is worth noting that only Abyss-level dungeons can attain the highest evaluation of S. Hell-level dungeons are capped at A, while ordinary levels can only achieve B. Our last completion yielded a B rating. Li Huailin took a moment to assimilate the information he had just received. Fortunately, it was not overly technical, making it easy to grasp. "President, I suddenly feel that our guild might significantly enhance its reputation," Li Huailin remarked, contemplating the possibility of securing treasure chests as well. "You mean?" Hanyue immediately understood, to be the first guild to conquer a hell difficulty dungeon? "Since there is no server-wide announcement for hell difficulty, let us aim high and tackle the abyss directly," Li Huailin declared with a flourish of his hand. Chapter 33. Abyss Level Dungeon. Abyss Level? Hanyue was momentarily taken aback. "Are you confident?" "Oh, let me give it a try first." Li Huailin chuckled, thinking that he had nothing to fear. If the Abyss Level dungeon was exceedingly difficult, it would make dying easier in the future. The dungeon was not far from the main city's resurrection point, and with his movement speed, he could reach it in about 10 to 15 minutes. If he could die quickly, that would be convenient. "Great. My brother-in-law is going to take us through the abyss," Hongyan Hishui exclaimed, completely oblivious to the difficulty of the abyss level. Their guild could barely clear the most basic normal level, let alone hell or abyss. However, the mere thought of Li Huailin taking them made her feel it would be an exhilarating experience. "Abyss?" Hongyan Hishui's loud voice caught the attention of several nearby teams waiting to enter the dungeon. "Did he just say he is going to tackle the abyss?" A warrior player pointed at Li Huailin, chuckling. "This is hilarious. No one has cleared hell yet, and you're already dreaming of the abyss. I'll tell you." My brother-in-law Hongyan Hishui was about to confront them, but she was stopped by the guild leader, Hongye. "Shui, don't cause trouble," Hongye said earnestly. The guild leader Hongyan Hishui wanted to say something more, but seeing the serious expression on Hongye's face, she huffed in frustration and walked over to Li Huailin. "Brother-in-law, someone bullied me. Can you really clear the abyss? You must succeed. I want to make them mad." "How would I know? I haven't even gone in yet." Li Huailin shrugged. "Should we go in and take a look first? Are you really confident?" Hangshan Yinyu asked as she approached. You've seen it. I passed the normal level without losing any health. I believe the abyss level, no matter how challenging, has its limits. I'd say I have about a 50% chance, Li Huailin pondered before replying. Well, 50% is already quite good, Hanwha nodded. However, we currently have 6 people, and only 5 can enter the dungeon. How about I1T go? Hongse Shuin interjected, patting Hanwha on the shoulder. As the guild leader, you must be present. I'll head back to the main city. Hanwha considered this and realized it was indeed true. She couldn't just leave. She nodded to Hongse Shuin. As they were old friends, and didn't need many words. You're going back to the main city? Li Huailin said to Shuin. Could you do me a favor and put these dozen potions up for auction? Sell them for whatever you like. Aren't you going to need them for this dungeon? Hongse Shuin inquired. I want to miss this little bit of health. If I do die, it won't help anyway, Li Huailin replied. Thank you. This newcomer is quite audacious, ordering the vice leader around right after joining the guild. Hongse Shuin chuckled. You all head into the dungeon. I'll return. By the way, please hand me those blueprints. I'll store them in the bank to prevent them from being lost if you die in the dungeon. All right. Hangshan Yinyu nodded and handed over the blueprints to Hongse Shuin. After Hongse Shuin left the team, Hanwha quickly invited Li Huailin into the group. Let us go, Hanwha said. Wow. Before Hanwha could adjust the dungeon difficulty, Hongyan Hishui suddenly shouted, startling Hanwha. Shuei-er. Hanwha turned curiously to look at the excited Hongyan Hishui. Sister Yaya, look at my brother-in-law's level. Hongyan Hishui exclaimed, jumping with glee. Hanwha hadn't noticed until now. Upon checking the team information, she saw, heart as vast as the forest, level 15. Hanwha was taken aback, looking again to confirm it was indeed level 15. How did you level up so quickly? She distinctly remembered Li Huailin being level 12 when he had taken them through earlier that day. How could he have gained 3 levels in such a short time? Oh. Li Huailin was momentarily stunned, realizing his leveling speed was indeed a bit swift, and then recalled the potions he had wasted. Just as he was contemplating how to explain this, Hangshan Yinyu chimed in. What else could it be? He mentioned completing a hidden quest and receiving those blueprints. The experience from hidden quests must be substantial. Exactly. Our Yinyu is too clever. Li Huailin couldn't help but praise her. The explanation was splendid. You. Upon hearing Li Huailin refer to our Yinyu, she was about to explode, but realizing he likely did it intentionally, she decided the simplest approach was to ignore him. The experience from hidden quests, is that abundant? Hanwha, who had never undertaken a hidden quest, felt a hint of envy. I seem to have a high probability of triggering hidden quests. This is my 3rd one now. If there are more in the future, I'll invite you all to join, Li Huailin said kindly. 3. Both Hangshan Yinyu and Hanwha were taken aback. You mean you've received 3 hidden quests? Yes. I got 2 in the novice village, and now this is the 3rd, Li Huailin replied after a moment of thought. You've completed them all. Hanwha exclaimed in surprise. No wonder your character's attributes are so impressive. Haha. Well, yes, Li Huailin scratched his head, inadvertently revealing the reason behind his character's prowess. What luck this lecher has. Hangshan Yinyu muttered under her breath. You don't understand, Li Huailin smiled, stating, some beg NPCs on their knees. Yet those NPCs want to grant them hidden quests. In my case, the NPCs are the ones on their knees, begging me for hidden quests. That's what they call a difference. How boastful. Hangshan Yinyu whispered. All right, enough of your antics, you two. Hanwha sighed. Hidden quests depend on fate. We'll talk about that later. Let us enter the dungeon first. I still need to buy groceries and cook later. With that, Hanwha adjusted the dungeon difficulty to Abyss. And soon the group entered one after another. So this is the Abyss dungeon? Why do I feel like nothing has changed? Hongyan Hishui began to explore as soon as they entered. To the naked eye, the Abyss looked just like the normal dungeon. There was no apparent difference, except that the first group of monsters at the entrance had changed from 3 level 15 creatures to level 20. Everyone, stay put. I'll test the monsters first. Don't get too close. Otherwise, we'll all enter combat, Li Huailin instructed. What if you die? Hanwha asked. Then you all would exit the dungeon, Li Huailin answered. Hanwha nodded, aware that their entry into the Abyss was solely due to Li Huailin. If he couldn't withstand it and died, they would undoubtedly have no chance. With that, Li Huailin charged at the first group of 2 greens and 1 red snake, remembering their attack power from earlier that morning. -30, -19, -17, 25, 25, 25. This time, Li Huailin didn't attack first. Instead, he allowed the monsters to hit him a few times. During the first round of attacks, it was evident that the monster's attack power had indeed increased significantly, even though he had leveled up by 3 levels and his attributes had improved. The damage he received was nearly double that of the normal dungeon. -29, -25, critical hit, minus 13, 50, 50, 50. During the second round of attacks, Li Huailin suddenly froze, then realized something while glancing at his buff spell bar. Level 1 poison. Gain 25 health every 5 seconds for 30 seconds. Stacking up to 5 layers. The lethal damage remains unchanged. However, in comparison to ordinary instances, the number of poison layers that can accumulate has increased. Initially capped at 3 layers, it can now reach a maximum of 5. Suddenly, an insidious idea struck Li Huailin. With a swift motion, he dragged a few serpents back towards safety. What's wrong? Are you unable to cope? Hong Yu inquired loudly as she observed Li Huailin hastily retreating. Not at all. I have just conceived a brilliant plan. Everyone, exit the instance immediately, Li Huailin shouted while making his rapid escape. Chapter 34. One strike is enough. At the entrance of the Serpent's Lair dungeon, Li Huailin and his companions made a safe retreat. So how difficult was it? What are our chances? Hong Yu inquired of Li Huailin. Now I have complete confidence, Li Huailin responded, having assessed the monsters. Reset the dungeon, and we shall try again. This time, everyone stick close to me. As long as the monsters don't see you first, we'll be fine. All right, Hong Yu nodded. Just as she was about to reset the dungeon, an irritating voice echoed nearby. Well. Isn't this the little girl who just said she wanted to conquer the abyss? What happened? Did the first group of monsters take you out? A warrior player, who had overheard Hong Yin's declaration, laughed upon seeing Li Huailin and his team emerge. Not dead yet. Just look at their gear, another player chimed in. In Li Huailin's group, only Hong Yu possessed a blue item, while the others had merely 2 or 3 green items. Li Huailin's situation was even more absurd, equipped with a novice's 2-piece set and a level 10 bronze sword, which, despite his extraordinary luck of dying over 30 times, had yet to drop after all those attempts. Hong Yin wanted to retort, but someone else was quicker. How about you say that again? Li Huailin shouted at the warrior player. Hey, who is this rookie being led by for girls? The warrior player glanced at Li Huailin's gear and assumed he was merely a newbie being escorted through the dungeon. However, he was taken aback by Li Huailin's audacity. Just as he began to speak again, his teammate interrupted him. Fuxing, this guy seems to be that legendary player. Legendary player? Who? The warrior paused, bewildered. Do you know him? The one who has been dominating NPCs on the forum. So what if he is legendary? You think everyone is afraid of you? I, Chen Fuxing, am not afraid of you. If you have the guts. Minus 1056, critical hit, system notification. You have killed player Chen Fuxing, evil deed -1. Before Chen Fuxing could finish his sentence, Li Huailin struck him down with a single sword swing. With his recent level up, Li Huailin's attack had become extraordinarily powerful, landing a 4-digit critical hit. Chen Fuxing collapsed without his team's healer having a chance to react. Damn it, the system finally got it right this time. Killing this guy should reduce my evil deeds. It's not good to let these pests run rampant. Li Huailin swung his bronze sword, surveying the stunned players around him. Are there any more fools like him? If so, come out and meet your fate. Stop wasting time with your nonsense. One-hit kill? The surrounding players were suddenly agitated. I think I saw damage over 1,000. Wow, I've gained some serious insight today. Legendary players are indeed legendary. Originally, there were 4 players in Chen Fuxing's team, but they had all received a system notification about a 30-minute cooldown before they could retaliate. However, none dared to act against Li Huailin. After all, he was dispatching foes with a single strike, and their strongest warrior had already fallen. Listen well, you bunch of losers, Li Huailin proclaimed, relishing the moment. Today, I intend to conquer the Abyss dungeon. If you have any objections, come speak to me, but don't spew nonsense. Or I might just give you a taste of my blade. The legendary player aims to conquer the Abyss dungeon. Instantly, this news spread, prompting players to contact their guilds. While others might dismiss it as a joke, they knew that the legendary player had never been one to act normally. What if he truly succeeded? All right, it's all good now. Li Huailin returned to Hong Yu and the others, satisfied at having established dominance. Brother-in-law, you were magnificent. Absolutely awe-inspiring, Hong Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Now we won't even need to conquer the dungeon. Our guild will become renowned. Hong Yu commented, somewhat exasperated. It seems your knack for trouble is quite remarkable. You didn't even check which guild he belonged to before taking him out. You should consider that you've joined a guild now. Hey, guild leader. You saw it too, right? This guy is more reckless than I am. He acts as if killing him would grant him max level. Li Huailin replied earnestly. All right. Since he is dead, I can't complain further. I was merely venting, Hong Yu conceded. Although she was somewhat displeased. She had never imagined someone would so decisively eliminate an opponent like Li Huailin did. While there might be some future complications, she found the experience exhilarating. Secretly holding Li Huailin in higher regard, though she chose not to voice it. Reset the dungeon. This time we will definitely succeed, Li Huailin declared with utmost confidence. Okay, let us go. Hong Wei reset the dungeon and spoke. As Li Huailin and his team entered the dungeon, players at the entrance continued reporting to their guilds. They aimed to inform about the formidable legendary player and the progress of their endeavor, especially since Li Huailin had announced his intention to conquer the Abyss dungeon that day. With the game still in its early stages, several major guilds were rapidly expanding. They were fiercely competing for dominance to attract more players, and successfully clearing the first hell-level dungeon would serve as excellent publicity. In recent days, some capable guilds had begun attempting hell dungeons, and while they couldn't announce their success server-wide, they could still share screenshots on forums, significantly enhancing their guild's reputation. However, few chose the Serpent's Lair as their hell dungeon of choice, as it was notoriously troublesome. The primary damage inflicted was poison rather than physical, necessitating specific poison resistance gear that was quite challenging to gather at this stage. Thus, it was often more prudent to tackle other dungeons. The only advantage of this particular dungeon was its proximity to the respawn point, allowing for quicker returns after a wipe. At the entrance of the Serpent's Lair, the teams consisted either of casual players or those unable to recruit main members from their guilds, seeking experience and equipment. They had not anticipated encountering Li Huailin, who, while major guilds were striving to conquer hell dungeons, had boldly proclaimed his intent to conquer the Abyss. Yang, do you think he can succeed? A middle-aged warrior in the Lingjie guild management channel asked Yang. It's hard to say, Yang pondered before replying. If anyone else were in his position, I would say no, but for him, I find myself uncertain. Well, the warrior mused. I'll take a group to continue battling in the Nomad's cave. You go check the situation at the Serpent's Lair. Right, I wanted to check it out too. This guy never lets anyone have a moment's peace, Yang chuckled. Chapter 35. A wave of momentum. Everyone, follow my lead, but do not run ahead of me. Wait until the monsters notice me before you join in, Li Huailin instructed as he plunged into the dungeon without hesitation, charging straight towards the first group of monsters. Hey, Huailin, we haven't even activated our buffs yet, Hong Yue exclaimed upon entering and witnessing Li Huailin engaging the enemies. Forget about that, just keep up, Li Huailin replied, swiftly striking the first green snake approaching him, dealing a damage of 450 points. Although Li Huailin's attack power had increased, the monsters in the Abyss dungeon had also risen in level and boasted formidable defenses, resulting in little change in damage output. Li Huailin would typically have dispatched the first green snake with just 2 or 3 strikes, but rather than finishing it off, he quickly moved on to the second snake after landing 1 blow. He then struck the red snake as well, leaving all 3 snakes alive, who continued to harass him. Li Huailin seemed indifferent to the snakes' lives, striking each one once before charging towards the second group of monsters. Before long, the initial 3 snakes had attacked Li Huailin over 5 times, their poison accumulating to a rate of 125 health points every 5 seconds. With 3 snakes inflicting venom, Li Huailin was effectively gaining 375 health points every 5 seconds, far exceeding the damage the snakes could inflict. In essence, while the snakes relentlessly pursued and bit him, they were merely serving as small health packs for Li Huailin. The women trailing behind were utterly perplexed by Li Huailin's intentions. He had yet to finish off the first group of monsters before darting towards the second, dragging a few tails behind him. What on earth is he doing? Hongqin Yinyu inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. I have no idea, Hong Yue admitted, her understanding of dungeon dynamics completely overturned. However, after a moment's thought, she added, let us follow him for now. I have a feeling he has a plan. Hearing their leader's words, the other women nodded in agreement, keeping a safe distance behind Li Huailin. Soon, Li Huailin arrived at the second group of monsters, repeating his previous strategy, striking each creature once before moving on to the third group. The Snake Cave dungeon, overall, was not large, though the monsters were densely packed. Typically, a standard team would take between 45 minutes to an hour to clear an average-level dungeon. Li Huailin's previous run, thanks to his extraordinary attack power, only took a little over 20 minutes. If there had been a time record for normal dungeons, he would have terrified many players. This time, Li Huailin did not pause to fight. He struck each monster once and kept moving, and within just over 7 minutes, he reached the first boss, the Great Serpent Dizala. Behind him trailed a sea of red and green snakes, densely clustered and relentlessly pursuing him, causing the somewhat claustrophobic Hongpiadai to feel slightly nauseous. However, Li Huailin had no intention of faltering. On the contrary, his buff bar was brimming with various healing poison buffs, so numerous that even Li Huailin himself had lost count. His combat record was rapidly inundated with an array of damage and healing notifications. Time to summon the boss, Li Huailin declared, stepping forward and striking the boss awake with a single blow. Hiss! The great serpent Duzula appeared identical to its form in the normal dungeon, but its skill seemed to have changed. Upon noticing Li Huailin, Duzula opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of green liquid towards him, a skill not seen in the normal dungeon. With a resounding splash, the green liquid struck Li Huailin directly, inflicting 327 points of damage and adding another attribute to his buff bar. Corrosive armor increases physical defense by 2 every 10 seconds, lasting for 30 seconds. This skill could indeed be quite devastating for an average team. Li Huailin quickly recognized its potential threat. For a typical party, each 10-second interval would reduce their physical defense, and with the usual output, they would likely need 4 to 5 minutes to defeat the boss. If a tank did not switch in time, after 5 minutes, the boss could reduce physical defense by 60 points, a catastrophic blow for players of their current gear level. The longer the fight dragged on, the more precarious the situation became, often resulting in tragic outcomes where a single critical hit could lead to a wipe. Yet for Li Huailin, this skill was not only ineffective against him, but also served to bolster his physical defense, making the bites from the small snakes even less painful, all while maintaining the healing effects of the poison. It was proving to be exceedingly beneficial. However, since this skill activated every 10 seconds, rather than enhancing his defenses all at once, Li Huailin decided to retain this buff while charging towards the second boss. Everyone follow me. Let's swiftly take down the second boss. Li Huailin shouted back to Hong Wei and the others. At this point, the trio of women, having already acclimated to the surprise of their initial encounter, were shocked yet composed. However, Han Pia Dai, who was participating in her first dungeon with Li Huailin, seemed utterly stunned, remaining frozen and unsure of how to react. Han Yue and the others quickly grasped Li Huailin's intentions. This was undeniably a rush strategy. Just as they were processing this revelation, Li Huailin was already dragging the first boss along. Brother-in-law, aren't we going to fight the Great Serpent? Han Yan inquired from behind. Leave it be. It will prove useful later. Let's take down the second boss first, Li Huailin responded before continuing forward. But suddenly his eyes lit up as he spotted a wooden chest nestled beside a group of minor monsters behind the boss. Guild leader. There appears to be a chest over there, Li Huailin exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Indeed, that's a treasure chest. It may contain blueprints, Han Yue replied, her spirits lifting at the sight. Regardless of what blueprints might emerge, it would be beneficial for their guild. The probability of finding chests in the Abyss dungeon was indeed higher than in normal dungeons, where such rewards were virtually non-existent. Without hesitation, Li Huailin dashed towards the group of minor monsters, striking each one to maintain aggro before dragging them along towards the chest. Following the first boss, the subsequent monsters included a mix of humanoid creatures, which did not stack poison and thus could not provide Li Huailin with additional healing. Fortunately, the healing numbers from the previous snakes had been substantial, and Li Huailin showed no signs of losing health. You stay back and open the chest. Catch up with us afterward, Li Huailin instructed, then charged towards the next group of monsters. Understood, Han Yue nodded, recognizing Li Huailin's urgency to expedite their progress without unnecessary delays. Thus, with the small snakes continuously replenishing his health and the first boss augmenting his physical defenses, Li Huailin smoothly navigated through the dungeon, eventually arriving at the second boss. The Abyss-level serpent handler Durja. Li Huailin's state appeared formidable, with a throng of various monsters in pursuit, yet in reality, he had sustained no damage whatsoever. Instead, his physical defense continued to rise. Glancing behind him, Li Huailin noticed that the Red Moon and the others had yet to catch up. Unable to wait any longer, he charged directly towards the serpent manipulator, Dash. This book has already been signed, so there is no need for concern regarding withdrawal. The contract has been dispatched today. We are currently striving for prominence, and I kindly request your assistance. If you find the narrative enjoyable, please consider casting more votes and, of course, adding it to your collection. Thank you all very much. I must also apologize for the fact that I have exhausted my highlights for this week, and I can no longer add to the review section. Nevertheless, I encourage everyone to leave comments, as they serve as motivation for me. I will replenish the highlights next week. Chapter 36. Transformation. The God of Serpents shall dominate the world, and you heathens will have nowhere to hide. Although this was already an Abyss-level dungeon, the serpent handler Durjash's dialogue remained utterly unchanged. With a mighty shout directed at the approaching Li Huailin, he commenced the incantation of his lightning arrow skill. I am now level 15. I should be able to learn some skills. I wonder if a warrior at level 15 can acquire a skill to interrupt spellcasting. Li Huailin, witnessing the serpent handler's incantation, suddenly recalled that he had been preoccupied with drinking blood to level up and had not yet visited the warrior trainer to check on the one he had previously mishandled, and perhaps learn a new skill as well, which would be complementary. While his mind wandered, his attacks remained relentless. Li Huailin swiftly slashed at the boss, landing a fortunate first strike that delivered a critical hit of -988. Concurrently, the boss's lightning arrow struck Li Huailin, inflicting -351 damage. The intensity of the attack had markedly increased compared to the ordinary level dungeon, exhibiting an almost cheating-like power. Yet, Li Huailin, now a family man, felt the sting of his health diminishing but quickly began to recover. Curious about the additional skills this abyss-level foe might possess, Li Huailin reflected on his prior experiences. Bosses in abyss dungeons typically had several extra skills. For instance, the Great Serpent Dusla had a defense-reducing ability. He wondered what transformations the serpent handler Durjash might exhibit. Hoping for no unpleasant surprises, the initial skirmish unfolded simply, as players possessed few skills to unleash. Li Huailin, who rarely utilized skills, engaged in a straightforward exchange of blows while dodging lightning arrows. In a mere minute, Li Huailin maintained his health above 80, facing minimal threats, while the serpent handler's health steadily declined to around 60. "Let you taste the poison mist," Durjash bellowed, invoking his second observed skill. A cloud of toxic mist swiftly enveloped the area, and Li Huailin immediately felt his health restored. "Well done, boss." Li Huailin could not help but commend him. He had confidently declared his ability to conquer the abyss dungeon, anticipating this very skill of the boss, knowing that even if he had lost health, the boss's poison mist could replenish it. However, it appeared this skill differed from the ordinary dungeon version. In the regular dungeon, the boss could summon a maximum of 3 toxic clouds, which were quite challenging to evade. Now, in the abyss dungeon, Durjash relentlessly summoned mist, saturating all areas where one could stand. "Huailin, we have arrived. Do you need assistance?" Suddenly, a voice called from below the altar, belonging to Hanyue. Li Huailin glanced back to see her and her companions had reached the altar's base, though they hesitated to ascend due to the pervasive poison mist. "It is too perilous above. Wait for me below," Li Huailin shouted back, reassuring them that he faced no issues. The battle atop the altar was a spectacle to behold, as all manner of creatures crowded the space, relentlessly attacking Li Huailin amid the boss's toxic mist effects, resembling a scene from an epic film. The boss's health had visibly increased compared to the ordinary dungeon, enduring Li Huailin's formidable assault for over 2 minutes, yet it could not withstand much longer. Li Huailin's eagerly anticipated new skill showed no signs of emergence. The boss behaved like one from the ordinary dungeon, relying solely on lightning arrows and poison mist, albeit upgraded versions. After approximately 2.5 minutes, the serpent handler Durjash was on the verge of collapse once more. The transformation occurred in the final moment. As Li Huailin prepared to deliver the final blow with the boss at 2 health, the toxic mist abruptly dissipated. Durjash staggered back, clutching his wound in agony. "Great serpent god, will you abandon your followers?" he lamented, slowly advancing toward the altar's center. At this moment, it was merely a scripted event. Durjash was at 0 health, and any further attacks would be futile. "I offer my blood and life as a sacrifice. Great serpent god Demise, please bestow your divine oracle." Durjash raised his hands high, calling out with fervor. "Huailin, what is happening to the boss?" Hanyue inquired, observing the sudden disappearance of the mist. "I am unsure. He merely reacted this way after I depleted his health," Li Huailin replied, perplexed by the unfolding events. As he spoke, the altar was suddenly engulfed in a tempestuous display of energy. The altar itself began to emit a green radiance, and Li Huailin perceived the serpent carvings on its surface trembling as if awakening. The creatures that had been relentlessly attacking him abruptly halted, quaking in fear. With a resounding chime, a purple beam of light descended from the cave's apex, illuminating the altar's center, where the green glow seemed to respond in kind. A terrifying roar echoed as if a monstrous entity had awakened. Before Li Huailin and his companions could react, the creatures that had been pursuing him in a frenzy fled in sheer terror toward the altar's base. "Ah, great serpent god!" Durjash shrieked from the altar's center, his form rapidly withering into a desiccated husk, collapsing to the ground in a macabre display that caused the young girls, Hongyin and Hongpiadai, to turn away in fright. As Durjash fell, the altar erupted in a surge of purple light, enveloping all green luminescence until a colossal shadow began to materialize at its core. This figure resembled a massive black serpent, yet its upper half bore a humanoid semblance. The onlookers gasped, swiftly checking the system for information on the shadow. However, due to the vast level discrepancy, they could only discern its name, Shadow of the serpent god demise, with the remainder obscured by question marks. Is another battle imminent? Could this be a hidden boss? Li Huailin inquired, glancing at the slowly materializing shadow of demise. It appears to be a reward from the Abyss dungeon. Durjash was likely not the final boss, but this entity is, Hong Yue opined, drawing from her experience. Drink water, and prepare to heal me with direct spells. Avoid restorative spells. Li Huailin instructed hastily. He had previously learned that direct healing magic could restore his health, while buff spells merely aided the boss. With his support team now frightened away by the looming threat, Li Huailin felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if he could overcome this challenge. Ah, finally, I can assist my brother-in-law, Hong Yan exclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Mortal, you have provoked my wrath. The shadow of the serpent god demise roared, his form fully materializing amidst a brilliant purple glow. Towering at approximately 5 meters, he presented a humanoid serpent figure, his face a terrifying visage. Wielding a massive golden staff crowned with entwined serpents, signifying his arcane nature. Engage. Li Huailin was unaware of the boss's abilities. Thus, he decided to charge in without hesitation. Upon witnessing the appearance of the boss's health bar, he realized they had entered the boss battle phase. Without a moment's pause, he was the first to rush forward, determined to draw the boss's aggro. Chapter 37, A Strange Discovery. First, let us test the attack and defense capabilities. As Li Huailin pondered, he struck the boss with a swift blow, inflicting a damage of -491. Upon observing the boss's health bar, it had only lost about 2 of its vitality, indicating that while its defensive capabilities were moderate, its health was remarkably substantial, exceeding 20,000. The serpent god Dicamis's shadow retaliated with a physical attack, swinging its staff towards Li Huailin. The damage inflicted was -89, significantly higher than that of lesser monsters, yet still within an acceptable range. Li Huailin felt no apprehension that the boss's regular attacks could vanquish him. His primary concern lay with its skills. This is my wrath. After executing a basic attack, the serpent god Dicamis's shadow promptly unleashed its first skill. With a casual wave of its left hand, unencumbered by the staff, 3 green orbs hurtled towards Li Huailin, Hong Yue, and the red ribbon. The damage read -228 for Li Huailin, while -291 and -466, a critical hit, appeared above the 2 ladies' heads. Not only did this cause direct damage, but it also triggered a debuff in Li Huailin's enhancement magic bar, Poisoned, restoring 75 health points every 5 seconds for a duration of 15 seconds. The 2 ladies, whose health had not yet breached 1,000, were undoubtedly suffering. Drink water, replenish them, and do not concern yourself with me, Li Huailin instructed, as he noticed his health had been restored by the boss. However, the other 2 were in pain. The red ribbon, already a hunter with low health, was at risk of falling. Understood. The red beauty, upon seeing Li Huailin's seriousness, also adopted a grave demeanor, immediately casting healing spells on both of her companions, while simultaneously beginning to prepare a healing spell for the red ribbon. Overall, the first skill posed no threat to Li Huailin. Though the damage inflicted was slightly higher than the health restored, when calculated, the total damage amounted to merely a few points, nothing significant. He quickly landed additional blows on the boss, contemplating that the aggro was now stable. He shouted, Hong Yue, Yin Yu, and Red Ribbon, come forth and attack. Let us vanquish him swiftly. Everyone, unleash your full power. Do not fear over aggro, commanded Hong Yue, having witnessed Li Huailin's damage output. With her experience, she understood that no matter the output from their side, they would not draw aggro away from Li Huailin, prompting her to issue the most prudent directive. Red Dust Yinyu began to chant a fireball spell, while the red ribbon nimbly drew her bow, complementing Hong Yue's melee strikes. Although their combined damage output did not surpass Li Huailin's, it still contributed significantly. Within a mere 30 seconds, they had depleted approximately 25 of the boss's health. Feel my fury, mortals. The serpent god Dicamis's shadow bellowed suddenly, gesturing with its hand. The 2 serpentine statues on the altar transformed into real venomous snakes, charging towards Li Huailin. Excellent. Li Huailin rejoiced, recognizing that the boss's second skill seemed to inadvertently aid him. He swiftly dispatched the 2 elite snakes, establishing aggro in an instant. Do not engage the minions. Focus all efforts on the boss, Li Huailin instructed decisively. Understood, Hong Yue nodded, casting a glance at his status bar. Li Huailin confirmed the presence of the poison buff, restoring 35 health points every 5 seconds, capable of stacking up to 5 layers. With this assurance, he continued attacking the boss. The boss relentlessly targeted Li Huailin, occasionally launching venomous arrows that struck 3 targets, posing a threat to the others, yet no one fell. My minions will tear you apart. At 50 health, the boss summoned 2 more elite serpents, momentarily delighting Li Huailin. The ordinary attacks from the elite serpents hit Li Huailin for approximately 40 points, while their health restoration stood at an astonishing 175. Continue this way, we should prevail, Li Huailin encouraged, as the boss's health plummeted rapidly, soon reaching 25. Just as Li Huailin anticipated another summoning, the boss's skills shifted unexpectedly. Feel my power, the serpent god Dicama's shadow proclaimed, as a flash of purple light emanated from its hand. Its black serpent eyes transformed into a menacing red, and the 4 newly summoned snakes followed suit. Li Huailin felt the shift immediately. The boss's attack power surged to approximately 100 points per hit, with an increment in attack speed. The 4 accompanying serpents also exhibited heightened attack power and speed, resembling a berserk mode. Yet this was a collective frenzy. Due to Li Huailin's healing remaining unchanged, the 5 units enhancements in attack and speed brought forth a newfound pressure. His health began to decline noticeably. Though the rate was moderate, it was the first instance he felt the weight of tension, igniting excitement within him, the thrill of gaming. Water, monitor Huailin's health, Hangyue urged, having noticed the decline in Li Huailin's health bar. Do not worry, Li Huailin reassured, as the overall healing pressure was manageable. The Red Beauty had conserved her mana well, and with the intervals between attacks, she had time to sip a mana potion, alleviating any healing strain. You shall all perish. The serpent god Dicama's shadow unleashed another venomous arrow, striking Li Huailin, the Red Ribbon, and Red Dust Yinyu. Li Huailin noted that while the arrow's damage remained consistent, the frequency of its fire had increased, likely a result of the boss's enhanced skills. Why does the boss's venomous arrows always target the Red Ribbon? What have you done to provoke it? Questioned the Red Beauty. Indeed, upon reflection, it was curious how the boss's venomous arrows consistently targeted the Red Ribbon. Even Li Huailin himself had not been hit each time. Her luck was indeed remarkable. I do not know, the Red Ribbon stammered, eager to explain. Silence. Focus on defeating the boss, Hangyue interjected. With the boss's health dwindling to 10, they were reaching the final phase, while Li Huailin's health hovered around 50. Hangyue felt confident in their success. 3 more venomous arrows struck the Red Ribbon, Hangyue, and the Red Beauty as the boss's health plummeted to 6. Red Ribbon, water. Consume your health potions. Water, focus entirely on healing Huailin. Do not concern yourselves with anyone else's health. We can do this, Hangyue exclaimed, downing a health potion herself. Understood. The Red Beauty nodded, drinking a potion and beginning to heal Li Huailin. Damn mortals, you will pay for this. With a fierce roar, the serpent god Dicama's shadow finally succumbed to its wounds. A burst of purple light erupted, and its form gradually faded, transforming into a spectral glow that dissipated into the air. We did it. Hangyue beamed with joy. Yay! The Red Beauty shouted excitedly, rushing to embrace Li Huailin's arm. Brother-in-law, we conquered the Abyss dungeon. One for each of us, with gratitude returned, Li Huailin remarked, equally exhilarated. For it was in such achievements that the essence of gaming lay. System notification. You have slain the hidden boss of the Serpent's Cave, the serpent god Dicama's shadow, losing 1,550 experience points. The sudden system alert dampened Li Huailin's spirits, as he realized he had forgotten about the experience deduction. System notification. Dungeon completed. Final score calculation in progress. System notification. Completion time 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Completion rate 95. Final score S, with a deduction of 3,000 experience points. At that moment, the team leader, Red Moon, received a notification from the system. System notification. Your team is the first to successfully complete the Serpent's Cave dungeon. Please name your team. Red Moon pondered for a moment before unexpectedly transferring the team leader position to Li Huailin, still lamenting his lost experience. Li Huailin was taken aback when the system declared him the new leader, followed by a prompt to input a team name. Curiously, he turned to Red Moon and asked, what is going on? Well, she began, after careful consideration, our guild doesn't really need to be overly famous. Most of our members are female and did not join for the sake of competition. Furthermore, given our current strength, we are far from being able to compete with the larger guilds. Even our funding falls short. I believe our guild should adopt an elite path, quietly prospering and strengthening ourselves so that other guilds dare not challenge us. Becoming the first guild to conquer an Abyss dungeon might draw too much attention, which could be counterproductive. In just a few words, Red Moon established the direction for the guild's development. Li Huailin mused, finding some merit in her reasoning, but he decided not to dwell on it. After all, he was not one to manage a guild. Since it was his task to name it, he aimed for something audacious. After a moment of thought, Li Huailin settled on a name. Just as he pressed the confirm button, a massive red announcement echoed across all players' chat windows. Server announcement. The Team Y triumphantly completed the Abyss-level dungeon Serpent's Cave, receiving an overall evaluation of S, with a completion time of 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Team members: Xiong Hui Rualin, Captain, Red Moon, Red Ribbon, Red Beauty Drinks Water, Red Dust Misty Rain. Reward: 10,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and recorded in the illustrious annals of the continent. The grand announcement repeated 3 times across all players' chat boxes, immediately inciting a sensation. However, Li Huailin had no time to ponder this, for an extraordinary event unfolded. As the system announcement resonated, the 5 members of his party were enveloped in a golden light and leveled up. Li Huailin was truly astonished. While it was one thing for the 4 of them to level up, how had he also advanced? Hadn't he just lost 10,000 experience points? Could one also shine with golden light upon demotion? Chapter 38. Various rewards completely bewildered. Li Huailin immediately checked his character status and found that he had indeed leveled up to level 16. Upon inspecting his inventory, he noticed that what once contained dozens of silver coins had transformed into 2 gold coins and several silver coins. He had truly received a monetary reward. Strangely, Li Huailin pondered whether the server-wide announcement rewards were not counted against his own experience gain, thus circumventing the reverse calculation process. Considering this, he realized he had been on the verge of leveling up anyway. But after entering a dungeon and defeating 2 bosses, the first granting no experience and the second offering 1550 points, his experience seemed to accumulate from both bosses. With an S-level rating deducting 3,000 points, he still gained a total of 10,000 experience points, ultimately netting 5,450 points, which was indeed sufficient for his level up. Excited, Li Huailin thought he had discovered a second method for leveling up, albeit one that required a server-wide announcement, making it slightly more challenging. After all, aside from knowing about the Abyss-level dungeons, he wondered if there were other instances that could trigger such announcements. Wow, so many friend requests. Red Yen nearby? Exclaimed as she broke Li Huailin's reverie. I have a lot too. Han Yu remarked, glancing at her menu to find a plethora of friend requests as well. The system had just announced their names, so it was no surprise that many players wished to add them. Even Han Yuan noticed her friend requests had skyrocketed. I'll handle these later. For now, let us see what equipment we've obtained, she suggested. Right, I almost forgot. Red Yin chimed in happily. After defeating the snake god demise, although there was no corpse, a treasure chest was left behind as a reward, along with the remains of the snake charmer Darajash, which could also be looted, an exceptionally generous reward. It was said that any first-time completion of a dungeon, regardless of difficulty, would yield special rewards, and she felt optimistic about the loot this time. Who wants to loot the corpse? I do. Red Yin eagerly raised her hand. Go ahead, Hongwen nodded. Looting was largely a matter of luck without any particular strategy. It was essentially the same for anyone. Let us hope for a priestess artifact. Red Yin exclaimed as she opened the treasure chest. A flash of golden light illuminated the area, leaving everyone momentarily stunned as a golden piece of equipment appeared in their loot window. The staff of demise, golden 2-handed staff, attack 50 to 70, intelligence 15, spirit 20. Enhances spell damage by 47 points, enhances healing effects by 114 points. Usable, summons 2 venomous snakes to fight for you. Required level, 20, class, mage, priest, druid, warlock. It's truly priest equipment. And it's golden. Even Hong Yue could not contain her excitement. This is mine. Mine, Red Yin joyfully declared. This could very well be the first golden equipment on the entire server, Hong Yu remarked, her eyes sparkling at the thought of its potential value. I want to sell it. It's mine. My brother-in-law helped me obtain this. Red Yin insisted, growing anxious at the thought of selling it. All right. The guild isn't short on funds for now, so let us give it to Shui Hong Yue chuckled, handing the staff to Red Yin. Although Red Yin had yet to reach level 20 and could not equip it, she eagerly admired its design. Upon closer inspection, she noted that it resembled the 2-headed staff that demise wielded, but now it had become a 2-handed weapon in the player's hands. It's rather ugly. Red Yin's initial joy faded as she observed its appearance. Then sell it, Hong Yu suggested with a smile. I want to sell it. It's mine. Red Yin immediately clutched the staff protectively. All right, enough teasing her. Just keep it, Hong Yue said with a laugh, continuing her examination of the next item, which turned out to be a skill book. Berserker Strike, skill book. Instantly unleash an attack with 95 power, stunning the target for 5 seconds. After use, Reduces current health by 20. Instant cast. Costs 15 mana. Cooldown of 12 seconds. Cannot be used if health is below 50 points. Required level, 20. Class, Warrior. A rare skill book, Hanyu acknowledged. It's for offensive warriors. I'm a defensive warrior, so it's of no use to me. Reducing 20 health is practically suicidal. Am I trying to keep the healer too busy? She turned to Li Huailin. Here, take it. Oh, this looks good. I'll take it. Li Huailin accepted the skill book without hesitation. The ability to stun for 5 seconds was incredibly appealing, and while the health reduction was a concern, he mused that dying quickly was not against his goals. Overall, the skill suited him well. Since it was a level 20 skill, Li Huailin could not learn it yet, so he reminded himself to store it in the bank later to avoid losing it upon death. The snake god Demise had yielded these 2 pieces of equipment, and Red Yin eagerly moved to loot the remains of the snake charmer Darajash. Let us hope for another priest artifact. She called out. Enough with the priest equipment. We need tank gear. Hongqin Yinyu interjected. Oh, then let us find a tank artifact. Red Yin adjusted her focus and reached for the remains of Darajash. Darajash's robe, silver cloth armor, physical defense 10 to 10, magical defense 25 to 35, constitution 5, intelligence 10, spirit 12. Required level, 20. Venom trap, skill book, place a trap on the ground that summons 5 to 7 juvenile venomous snakes to attack when a hostile player steps on it. Required level, 20, class, hunter. Darajash's equipment might not have been as impressive as that of a major boss, but it was still a level 20 blue item and a skill book, both quite rare in the current market. It's a cloth armor piece and a hunter-s skill book, Hanyu noted, distributing the loot. The hunter-s skill book is obviously for Hanpiadai. The blue cloth armor should go to Yinyu since Shui already has one. Okay, Red Yin nodded without objection. It was a worthwhile haul. Hongqin Yinyu accepted the robe. Finding its design acceptable, Hanpiadai took the skill book, smiling slightly. Though she had remained largely silent since Li Huailin's arrival, her reticence nearly caused him to forget her presence entirely. Now that the equipment has been distributed, let us exit the dungeon, Hanyu declared with a wave. Yeah, it seems like you're the only one who hasn't received anything this time, Red Yin noted suddenly. Shouldn't we have brother-in-law take us again? Who said that? Have you forgotten about the treasure chest? Hanyu laughed. Oh right, what did the treasure chest yield? Li Huailin recalled as Hanyu mentioned it. We opened a level 15 blue shield, which I'm currently equipped with. Look, Hanyu displayed the shield for Li Huailin, then continued. We also got a blueprint. Our luck was remarkable. It's an alchemy blueprint. With that, Hanyu handed the blueprint to Li Huailin. Formula, primary flame protection potion. Increases flame resistance by 10 points, absorbs 225 points of fire damage, and lasts for 10 minutes. Learning requirement, basic alchemy. Just perfect for those who have mastered basic alchemy. Shortly, I shall have Yinner learn it and see what materials are needed. If it's feasible, we can use this to boost our alchemy levels, remarked Hanyu. It seems that wishes do come true. Li Huailin also chuckled. The entire team reaped rewards, which naturally brought them joy. However, they were oblivious to the tremendous stir they were causing outside the dungeon. Chapter 39, Tremor's Server Announcement. The Team Grandmaster has triumphantly conquered the Abyss-level dungeon, the Venomous Snake's Cave, achieving an overall rating of S with a completion time of 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Team members, Heart Like Forest, Captain, Crimson Moon, Red Streamer, Red Beauty Drinking Water, Crimson Mist, and Rain. The colossal Crimson announcement stirred the hearts of every player. Although many were already aware that Grandmaster had led a team into the Abyss dungeon, none anticipated such an astonishing feat. Has someone truly cleared the Abyss dungeon? This must be a joke. I can barely manage the normal dungeons, exclaimed a player in disbelief. Normal dungeons are not easily conquered by casual teams. Only well-coordinated guild groups stand a chance. This is utterly absurd. 17 minutes for a clear? What on earth? We struggle for nearly an hour on a normal dungeon. A guild player shouted incredulously. Grandmaster's prowess is indeed extraordinary, a fan marveled, promptly logging off to post on the forum. Regular players were left reeling by the system announcement, while members of major guilds were particularly flabbergasted. One large guild's first team had just been engaged in a hell dungeon when the announcement hit, leaving them so stunned that they failed to react and were swiftly wiped out by the dungeon's monsters, resulting in a chain reaction of defeat. Damn it! Our guild's first team has been grinding the hell dungeon day and night with no success. And now this, 17 minutes to conquer the Abyss. A player who had just respawned could not contain their frustration. Must be a bug. They definitely exploited a bug. Another member retorted defiantly. Even if they did, that takes skill. Our group would love to exploit a bug too, but we simply can't find one, a teammate said, envy etched on their face. This is Grandmaster we're talking about. Did you see the forum posts? This guy is a warrior mentor and even dares to challenge the village chief of a novice village. One team member said with admiration, "So heart-like Forest is Grandmaster? No wonder. I think this guy is my idol." A nearby mage agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. Thus, with the aid of the system announcement, Li Huailin's username, heart-like Forest, became known to all players on the server. He had truly achieved fame. Although the names of Crimson Moon and her companions were also mentioned in the announcement, they failed to attract significant attention, overshadowed by Li Huailin's illustrious reputation, leading many to assume that the others were merely following his lead, which was not far from the truth. Naturally, the management of all major guilds began to investigate the enigmatic Grandmaster. They had heard whispers of his name. After all, as a large guild, their information-gathering systems were well-equipped, with dedicated personnel compiling data. Initially, they believed Grandmaster was merely a player capable of defeating NPCs, but now, having cleared the Abyss dungeon, he commanded their serious attention. Night Navigation, what is the situation? The president of the Lingjie Guild, King of the Realm, asked via remote communication. This guy is ridiculously fast. I haven't even arrived. And he's already finished. Is that even possible? Night Navigation, who had been on his way to join Li Huailin, was stunned to learn that Li Huailin had completed the dungeon even faster than he could reach it. Have you tried to contact him? The king inquired. No answer. I suspect many are trying to reach him, and he probably found it bothersome and blocked them all. Night Navigation speculated, accurately guessing the situation. 17 minutes to complete the Abyss. I can't believe it, the king lamented, this being his umpteenth exclamation, as they had received no reaction time whatsoever. Night Navigation, your friend is truly something else. How's your hell dungeon going? Will you clear it today? Night Navigation asked. Today seems unlikely. Our equipment just isn't up to par, and the boss hits too hard. One critical strike could wipe us out. We'll need to grind a few more normal dungeons to bolster our teammates' experience and gear, the king reflected. Even if we manage to clear it today, the spotlight has been stolen. They conquered the Abyss while we're still struggling with hell. How could we promote that? I'll see if I can ask him for any bug strategies for the venomous snake's cave. Night Navigation speculated, suspecting that Li Huailin had discovered some sort of exploit. If you could obtain that information, it would be ideal, but consider this. If you had such a bug, would you share it? The king replied, not holding much hope. I certainly wouldn't divulge it. Do you think I'm foolish? I'd first exploit the bug to deck myself out in golden gear before pondering my next move. Night Navigation chuckled. But you never know, he might be different, considering how boldly he announced it. Regardless, just ask him. If he is willing to share, our Lingjie Guild will spare no expense. You have full authority to negotiate, the king instructed, albeit with tempered expectations. All right, I've arrived. Oh, just in time to see him emerge, Night Navigation remarked, spotting Li Huailin as he exited the dungeon. Li Huailin was somewhat taken aback to find such a crowd gathered at the dungeon entrance, completely unaware that this group had rushed over as soon as they heard the news, while many others were still en route. Grandmaster has emerged, a player suddenly shouted, pointing at Li Huailin. That single proclamation sounded like a trumpet call, drawing the attention of all nearby players, who immediately surged towards him. What do I do? Red Streamer, typically shy and uncomfortable in social situations, panicked and clung to the most trustworthy person nearby, the guild leader, Crimson Moon. This is the perfect moment to sell out your teammates. Crimson Moon chuckled, then suddenly shoved Li Huailin forward towards the approaching crowd. Hey, guild leader you. Li Huailin stumbled forward, colliding with the throng of players rushing towards him. Grandmaster, you're amazing. I admire you. A youth of about 15 or 16 exclaimed, practically bowing before Li Huailin. Grandmaster, please take me into the Abyss dungeon. Another player shouted, Grandmaster, I'll be your loyal follower. Yet another chimed in, Grandmaster, you're my lifelong best friend. Someone else declared, Grandmaster, look, there's a bar of soap here. Seizing the moment, Crimson Moon swiftly activated a return scroll. The plan has succeeded, she exclaimed. Well done, guild leader, Crimson Mist and Rain chuckled, sharing in the amusement. Sister-in-law, I'll be leaving now, but I'll find you later, Red Beauty Drinking Water said, initially reluctant to depart, but overwhelmed by the throng. Deciding it wiser to abandon her brother-in-law for the moment, she resolved to make amends later. Without hesitation, Red Streamer began to activate her own return scroll. Hey, you can sell me out. But at least leave me one return scroll. Li Huailin barely had time to shout before the four women transformed into beams of white light and vanished. Damn, Li Huailin facepalmed, surveying the bustling crowd around him. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, everyone quiet down and listen to me. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. All eyes fixed on Li Huailin. Not a single voice dared to utter a sound. To those seeking gear, Do you see what I'm wearing? Do I look like someone with equipment? To those asking for dungeon runs, I simply don't have the time. And to the one making inappropriate remarks, step forward and say that again if you dare. Li Huailin growled fiercely. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the crowd, all taken aback by Li Huailin's commanding presence. I have something to attend to. I shall log off now. Li Huailin glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time for dinner. Contemplating that there was little more to explore today, he prepared to log off. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his action. Which fool dares to provoke me? Li Huailin, drawing his dagger, intended to confront the source of the voice. However, upon turning to look, he discovered Yang approaching with a smile. Yang? Impressive, my friend. You truly startled me this time. Do you have a moment to chat? Yang smiled and walked over to Li Huailin. Let us find a different place. Li Huailin pondered for a moment. After all, Yang had indeed assisted him greatly. Furthermore, he had spent all of his 10 gold coins, and now it was not feasible to repay him. Feeling somewhat indebted, Li Huailin found it difficult to decline. Could you provide me with a return scroll? We can converse in our city. Of course, Yang replied with a smile, handing over a return scroll. Chapter 40. The transaction in the bustling commercial district of the city of Divine Blessing. There stood a grand tavern, characterized by its Western architectural style. This establishment primarily served as a sanctuary for players seeking respite. Its ample seating offered a comfortable atmosphere. Although the virtual drinks lacked the authentic essence of their real-world counterparts, the tavern's ambience was delightful, enhanced by the constant, lyrical melodies played by an NPC pianist. Amidst the grind of leveling up, taking a moment to unwind here was indeed a pleasant choice. However, since the game had only recently launched, players were fervently engrossed in leveling up, causing the tavern to be sparsely populated, occupied mostly by casual players who were indifferent to their ranks. Li Huailin and Yi Hang had arranged to meet in this tavern. Huailin, allow me to congratulate you on conquering the Abyss level dungeon. Upon seeing Li Huailin take a seat, Yi Hang smiled and remarked, how was it? I've heard that the drop rate for items during one's first completion of a dungeon tends to be particularly generous. Did you fare well? Well, I acquired a skill book, which is indeed quite useful, Li Huailin replied candidly. Additionally, I obtained a piece of level 20 golden equipment, specifically a healing staff. A level 20 golden weapon, Yi Hang gasped in astonishment. That's the first one in the entire server. Perhaps, Li Huailin responded nonchalantly, not overly concerned. At this stage, he was focused on leveling up, and since he couldn't utilize the weapon until later, its presence was of little consequence. Moreover, with the risk of losing it upon death, he considered it practically useless. If he were to obtain a warrior's weapon, he might even sell it for health potions. Is the weapon still with you? Are you planning to sell it? Our guild has the funds to purchase it. Yi Hang assumed that the other individuals accompanying Li Huailin were merely there to bolster his numbers, and thus any equipment obtained should rightfully belong to him. I've already given the weapon to someone else. Li Huailin scratched his head. The only thing I received was a skill book. I didn't acquire anything else. Wait, what? Yi Hang paused, then recalled the few women who had exited the dungeon alongside Li Huailin. Suddenly, an understanding dawned upon him, and he chuckled mischievously. Oh, I see. Cough, cough. Li Huailin, unsure of what Yi Hang had grasped, recognized that it was likely not something innocent. However, he had little interest in clarifying. By the way, aside from equipment, is there anything else you need? Well, Yi Hang pondered for a moment. May I inquire if you would be willing to sell the strategy for the Snake Cave dungeon? Strategy? Li Huailin was taken aback momentarily, but then considered what strategies he could possibly share. If the Lingjie Guild were to discover how he had navigated the dungeon, they might very well report him for exploiting a bug. That could be a bit complicated. I utilized some of my unique skills. Others attempting it my way might not succeed. Oh? Yi Hang contemplated this, nodding. It appeared that Li Huailin was implying that only those with special skills or items could exploit this bug, or perhaps he was subtly indicating his reluctance to sell. In that case, I suppose it can be disregarded. However, I can provide you with information on all the monsters and the skills of every boss, Li Huailin suggested, feeling he owed something since he had accepted 10 gold from them. Oh, really? Yi Hang's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's quite beneficial, even without the bug. Knowing the skills and quantities of all the dungeon's monsters will save us a great deal of trouble. Typically, these skills must be learned through trial and error, often at the cost of time and experience. Yes, including the skills of the hidden bosses, Li Huailin added. Is there truly a hidden boss in an Abyss-level dungeon? Yi Hang, although having heard of such a thing, had never experienced an Abyss-level dungeon himself, and was taken aback. Indeed, the hidden boss is the shadow of the snake god Demise. His skills. Li Huailin paused, realizing that there was too much to convey. Given that dinner time was approaching, he said, "It's getting a bit late. I need to log off. How about this? You provide me with your email address, and I'll compile a document detailing everything I can think of and send it to you tonight." "Oh, that works for me." Yi Hang nodded and recited his email address. After a moment's thought, he added, "Huailin, how much are you planning to charge for this strategy?" "Charge?" Li Huailin was momentarily taken aback. He indeed needed money, but hadn't he considered it this time? "Forget it. Consider it a gift. Thank you for your assistance last time. That 10 gold was incredibly helpful. Not charging is quite unacceptable. Our guild leader specifically requested that I establish a good rapport with you, preferably to make you indebted to us. If he finds out that not only did I fail to have you owe us a favor, but that you also repaid your previous one, I would surely face dire consequences," Yi Hang earnestly stated, recognizing Li Huailin's straightforward nature and opting for directness. "Is that so?" Li Huailin nodded, suddenly intrigued. "Why is your guild leader so keen on getting on my good side? Are you truly unaware of your current popularity? I suspect not just our Lingjie guild, but major guilds outside are also seeking you out." Yi Hang chuckled. "Consider this. You are now a player who has cleared an abyss-level dungeon. Which guild wouldn't want to align with you? Of course, there are also guilds that may seek to settle scores with you." "Settle scores with me? That sounds delightful. I would welcome the entire guild hunting me down," Li Huailin exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, those guilds on the verge of clearing the hell-level dungeon have had their spotlights stolen by you. How could they not harbor resentment?" Yi Hang smiled. "In fact, many within Lingjie harbor similar sentiments. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Lingjie is unafraid of offending any guild. Please, do not intervene," Li Huailin quickly retorted, having finally attracted a few guilds to pursue him. "I cannot allow Lingjie to interfere. I must concoct an excuse. I have complete confidence in myself, so please refrain from helping me, lest it undermine my self-esteem." "Oh, I see," Yi Hang chuckled. "Let us return to the matter at hand. How much do you intend to charge for this information?" "Well," Li Huailin considered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. "By the way, your guild has a considerable number of alchemists, correct?" "Of course. We have around 50 dedicated to alchemy in our logistics team." "Why do you ask?" Yi Hang inquired. "Have you crafted numerous health potions? Specifically the ones that provide gradual recovery rather than instant restoration?" Li Huailin questioned. "Oh, the medium health potions? Indeed, we have an abundance. Far more than we have storage for. Are you interested?" Yi Hang was puzzled. "Absolutely. I am in dire need of them," Li Huailin exclaimed with excitement. "Whatever quantity you can spare, I will take it all. Why do you require so many health potions?" Yi Hang inquired, bewildered. I accepted a quest that necessitates an immense quantity of health potions," Li Huailin fabricated. "Very well, I shall return and arrange for them to be delivered to you. Of course, we must keep some for ourselves. I will need to consult with our logistics department regarding the specific quantity, but I should be able to provide them to you by tomorrow." "You're not in a rush, are you?" Yi Hang asked. "No, not at all. I truly don't need them urgently," Li Huailin reassured him, as he still had a 5-day buff for health recovery. He planned to save the potions for when he would level up vigorously post-buff. "All right then. On behalf of the Lingjie Guild, I wish to express our sincere intent to establish a good relationship with you. I shall not disturb your meal any longer." Having concluded the discussion, Yi Hang felt quite satisfied. Although he had not managed to uncover any bugs, he had successfully fulfilled the fundamental tasks and even obtained some supplementary materials as a reward. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to part ways, especially since Li Huailin had mentioned he would be logging off. Thus, he rose and said, "That will be all. On behalf of the Spirit Realm Guild, I would like to express our sincere desire to foster a good relationship with you. I shall not intrude upon your meal any longer. Well then, see you tomorrow." Li Huailin nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 41. On the matter of making money after bidding farewell to the night voyage, Li Huailin soon logged off. He had no intention of going online that evening. While this period was a golden leveling stage for other players, it posed little challenge for him. His absurd 280 all-attribute buff rendered him nearly invulnerable. However, Li Huailin came to realize that this attribute, while seemingly excessive, could be beneficial. Taking advantage of his quasi-immortal state, he could undertake preparatory endeavors to assist in his future progress. For instance, he could earn some money now to purchase health potions later, or tackle dungeons that previously eluded him to obtain gear for sale or acquire useful skill books. Thus, he resolved to find various tasks to engage in over the next few days, even attempting quests that would deduct his experience, knowing he could recover quickly later. As he pondered, Li Huailin began jotting down information he knew about the venomous snake cave dungeon on his computer. Although he was not particularly skilled at writing, his notes were coherent enough to convey key points, albeit somewhat laborious to read. After composing just under 1,000 words, he found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Having fulfilled his task, he named the document Night Voyage Collection and sent it to Night Voyage via email. After resolving matters in the spirit realm, Li Huailin checked the official website of Tianyu Company, which bore no updates, retaining the same scan information. However, the forums were abuzz, especially regarding his achievement in completing the Abyss-level dungeon, which had been pinned as a prominent post in bold red letters. Li Huailin realized he was becoming quite proficient at garnering attention on the forums. This pinned post, however, lacked any video evidence. To this day, he remained unaware of the game's recording feature, and none of the girls had captured footage. The post contained only a player's account detailing how they witnessed Li Huailin arrogantly slay an opponent and then succeed in completing the Abyss dungeon, concluding with the opinion that, at present, it was nearly impossible to clear the Abyss dungeon, attributing his success to some extraordinary means. Li Huailin felt a twinge of apprehension upon reading it. Although he had made a name for himself, he acknowledged the arrogance of his actions. It was true that he had logged in illegally, and if discovered, the consequences could be dire. Yet it struck him as peculiar that Tianyu Company had never addressed his situation. He resolved to temper his bravado in the future, recognizing the need for discretion and allowing others to take the fall while ensuring the truth of events remained ambiguous. Continuing to browse the forums, he specifically sought posts related to making money, as he was eager to amass wealth, be it in-game currency or real-world money. The more, the better. Seizing the opportunity presented by his extraordinary attributes, he looked for profitable ventures. Suddenly, a post about land deeds caught his eye. He couldn't ignore it, as a large guild was offering 300 gold for the purchase of a land deed, a staggering price that could cripple even the largest guilds. What could be so valuable? Li Huailin promptly utilized the forum's search function to look up land deed, discovering scan information, with only a handful of posts mentioning it. He quickly perused the few threads, gathering the following intelligence. In the main city of Xinyu, a commercial district had been reserved for players, where they could establish shops. The number of available shops was limited, and those who acquired them first could select prime locations, granting them a significant advantage. The methods for purchasing a shop were twofold: obtaining a land deed or being bestowed the title of nobility. However, acquiring nobility required military merits and prestige points, which were unattainable without an active battlefield. Thus, the only current means of acquisition was through land deeds. To date, players had only heard of the land deed's necessity for purchasing property, with no one yet aware of where to obtain it, be it from chests, quests, or defeating bosses. The reserved area in the commercial district remained devoid of any player-operated shops, all still vacant. 300 gold. Once obtained, I shall be invincible. I'll drink health potions like tea. Li Huailin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Yet, if someone was willing to pay such a sum, the subsequent value of the deed must far exceed 300 gold. He wondered just how much profit could be made. At that moment, he recalled Hong Chun Yinyu, thinking she might provide him with a wealth of insights. Professional matters should be entrusted to experts, and Li Huailin was determined to ask her for advice the following day, having already engaged her in 2 dungeons. Surely she would oblige him this small favor. Resolved, he glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and promptly went to sleep. While all the other players were left astir by the shocking events of the night, Li Huailin enjoyed an unusually peaceful slumber. The next day, Li Huailin rose early, consumed a bit of junk food, and quickly logged in. Huailin, you are up early. As he appeared in the tavern where he had logged off the previous day, the voice of the guild leader, Hong Yu, resonated through the guild channel. Given that the channel displayed online members, he wondered if Hong Yu was specifically waiting for him or merely checking on guild affairs. You were ruthless yesterday, selling me off without a second thought. Li Huailin replied in the guild channel. I call it shedding tears to abandoned teammates. Your sacrifice was invaluable. Look, we managed to retreat smoothly. Hong Yu seemed in good spirits, continuing with her jest. Indeed, your words make me feel much more heroic. Li Huailin chuckled in response. Oh, Huailin, you're online. Suddenly, Urji Hong Se Shui In chimed in the guild channel. By the way, I sold those potions you left me yesterday. I made quite the profit. Do you want them back? If not, they're mine now. Hee hee, I'm waiting for you in the tavern of the commercial district. Li Huailin replied, unperturbed by her playful threat, as he knew she was merely teasing him. Wait for me, I'll be there shortly. Hong Se Shui replied, slightly disappointed. By the way, is Yinyu around? Li Huailin suddenly remembered to inquire about Yinyu regarding the land deed. What do you want? Hong Chun Yinyu responded curtly. Oh, you're here. Wonderful. Do you have time? I'd like to ask you some questions, Li Huailin said. Are you actually asking for my help? How rare. Yinyu's tone shifted, sounding surprised. Hey, I did take you through a dungeon yesterday. Consider it a favor returned. Li Huailin quickly asserted. Well, all right then. I'll come with Urji. Yin Yu pondered before agreeing. Okay, I'll join as well, Hong Yu added. Since everyone is here, I have something to discuss. Let us hold a small meeting. Don't forget to bring water, Li Huailin sighed, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Water is asleep. She hasn't logged in, Yin Yu replied. Then let us get this meeting started. Let us wrap it up quickly. I have something urgent to attend to, Li Huailin urged. Chapter 42. The absence of herbs. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Huailin noticed 3 women entering through the door, suggesting that they were not far from the main city. Over here, he called out. Huailin, you certainly rose early today. There aren't many young people these days with such a schedule, Han Yue commented with a smile as she approached. Ha, President. Your words make it seem as though you are quite ancient, Li Huailin chuckled in response. Indeed, President, now you've got me caught in the crossfire. I am actually 3 years older than you, added the red blood mark beside her. All right, enough banter. Let's discuss serious matters, Han Yue said, raising her hand. And then turned to red blood mark. How much did we sell those potions for yesterday? Well, I didn't expect to sell so many, after deducting the auction house's fees. We made a total of 13 gold and 40 silver, red blood mark replied, her expression gleaming with excitement. That seems about right, comparable to what Yin Yu would estimate. Li Huailin remarked. Of course, Yin Yu has always had a knack for accurate estimations, Han Yue replied proudly. Now, hand over the money to Huailin. Oh, this is the first time I've received such a substantial amount of gold. May I indulge in it a bit longer? Red blood mark pleaded, her face reflecting reluctance. All right, it's yours, red blood mark smiled, then initiated a trade, transferring the 13 gold and 40 silver. Now, Huailin, you mentioned wanting to inquire about something with Yin Yu. Hong Yue said. Yes, feel free to ask, red dust Yin Yu added as she approached. Well, here's the situation, Li Huailin began to formulate his thoughts. I came across a post on the forum that mentioned a location in the commercial district where players can open their own shops. Are you aware of it? Yes, I am, red dust Yin Yu nodded. As the guild's treasurer, how could I not know about such a place? The shop is conveniently located right across from the auction house on the same street, which will undoubtedly attract a significant footfall. Anyone who opens a shop there will never have to worry about financial stability. How does one profit? Never worry about money for life? Li Huailin's eyes brightened. Certainly. With such high foot traffic, if just 2 or 3 out of every 10 passers-by enter your shop, and of those, 2 or 3 make a purchase, you will have no worries about food or drink. You could spend it endlessly, red dust Yin Yu explained. Approximately how much can one earn? Li Huailin quickly inquired. That is hard to say. Gold is still quite valuable at the moment, but as it becomes more abundant, it will inevitably depreciate. Therefore, it's difficult to calculate exact figures. But it's certain that one can become quite wealthy, red dust Yin Yu replied. Why do you ask? Don't tell me you possess a land deed. I wish I did, Li Huailin shook his head. I saw a post yesterday where a guild was offering 300 gold for a land deed, and I wanted to inquire. 300 gold? What fool would sell a land deed for that? Unless it's a solo player who is broke and can't afford to buy land. They would be at a significant loss, red dust Yin Yu stated. Is 300 gold not enough? Li Huailin was somewhat taken aback. Consider this. One is a one-time payment of 300 gold, which may depreciate at any moment. The other is a super long-term investment with virtually limitless potential for appreciation. Which would you choose? Red dust Yin Yu responded. True enough, Li Huailin nodded in agreement. If only our guild could acquire a land deed. I could sell the life spring potion at a price lower than the auction house, allowing us to profit even more. At that point, we could all become quite affluent. Where does one even acquire a land deed? Do you have any information? Li Huailin felt that with his current attributes, if he could learn about a land deed, he would rush to obtain it without hesitation, regardless of any arduous quests that might lead to experience loss or dungeons that offered abundant experience. I don't know. Hong Yue shook her head. I suspect no one knows at the moment. Such a valuable item like a land deed. If someone from a major guild discovered it, would they announce it for everyone to pursue? Even if someone did, that location would surely be monopolized by a major guild. They would only allow others to join in once they had harvested it themselves. Li Huailin pondered. So, no one has discovered where this can be obtained yet? It seems we must venture into unexplored areas, or perhaps delve into some abyssal dungeons. Are you in dire need of money? Red dust Yin Yu observed Li Huailin's somewhat disheartened expression and asked. Not in reality. I have no financial troubles. I merely wish to lay a foundation for my future leveling. Li Huailin replied, shaking his head. Why not run a few rounds in the abyssal dungeons and sell the equipment you acquire? Red dust Yin Yu suggested. Li Huailin had indeed considered this, but to be honest, his mind was set on establishing a business that would continuously provide him with income. The idea of repeatedly delving into abyssal dungeons, losing experience, and then purchasing health potions to recover felt utterly unappealing. By the way, Have you reached intermediate alchemy yet? Li Huailin casually changed the subject. I was just about to discuss that, Hongyue interjected. What's the matter? We encountered a bit of a problem, Hongyue frowned. Do you remember the potion formula we obtained yesterday? Yes, Li Huailin nodded. I've had Yinyu learn that formula, which requires 3 types of herbs for crafting. 2 of them are quite common and readily available, but the third, known as flame flower, is rather troublesome. Hongyue elaborated. What makes it troublesome? Is it hard to find, or is its yield extremely low? Li Huailin quickly inquired. There are indeed several known locations, and I've inquired about them. But the issue is that the flame flower is also a material needed for another formula, the fire strengthening potion. This potion significantly boosts fire damage, greatly assisting mages, making it highly sought after for leveling and dungeon exploration. Thus, it is in short supply and sells extraordinarily well, Hongyue continued. As a result, the locations I know have already been claimed by members of several major guilds, and they are not only preventing harvesting, but also barring entry. Those ruffians are quite audacious. Li Huailin mused, then asked, where is the nearest production site? Near the lava rift to the south of the main city, which is approximately a 15-minute run from here. Hongyue replied. Currently, it is occupied by the Brotherhood of Annihilation. Goodness, what an imposing name, the Brotherhood of Annihilation, Li Huailin remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. They are indeed a large guild, ranking at least in the top 10 on the server, Hongyue chuckled. In previous games, they were known as the Annihilation Guild. But I heard they arrived late this time around and, as a result, couldn't register that name. They had to settle for this one instead. Oh, it's them, Li Huailin recalled. He remembered the Annihilation Guild from previous games, acknowledging their prominent ranking, but he had no personal connections or grievances with them. That's the one. I'll go and engage in dialogue with their guild leader, asking heaven. They might grant us some courtesy and allow us to gather herbs. Li Huailin nodded. You know the guild leader, asking heaven? Hongyue inquired. Not yet, but I will soon, Li Huailin replied with a smile. Are you looking to stir up trouble? Hongyue realized his intentions. Rest assured, I haven't even brought my guild emblem with me, Li Huailin quickly reassured her. Once I join a guild, I can purchase a few guild items from the guild center in the main city, one of which is a guild emblem that only costs 1 silver. This object possesses no inherent attributes and does not occupy an equipment slot. It merely hangs at the chest, adorned with a custom emblem designated by the guild leader. Should others inquire about your guild badge, it will reveal your affiliation. Essentially, the guild regulations mandate that this item be worn, and generally, players are inclined to don it willingly. However, Li Huailin had never set foot in the guild center, nor did he wish to wear it. The badge designed by Hongyue was simply too displeasing to his eyes. He had seen the floral emblem on Hongyue's chest the previous day and had resolutely decided against wearing it. You are undoubtedly looking to stir trouble, Hongyue remarked, placing a hand on her forehead and sighing. What do you intend to do? What else can I do? I shall seize it, Li Huailin chuckled. To clarify, our guild lacks the qualifications to engage in battle. Their reserve team could annihilate us multiple times over, Hongyue candidly admitted. No need for your intervention. I will have a chat with this president when Tian. Who knows, he might be a decent fellow, Li Huailin declared, fully intending to provoke this guild. If I perish, so be it. I shall gain experience, and should I succeed, I might acquire some herbs. It's a bargain, truly. If they become enraged and place a bounty on my head throughout the server, all the better. I shall save a fortune on potions. Have you truly made up your mind? Hongyue observed, noting Li Huailin's fervent determination. Rest assured, I am confident, Li Huailin stated earnestly. You all focus on leveling up. I shall handle the matter of materials. Allow you to witness the prowess of your formidable brother. Chapter 43, Provocation, Part 1. After bidding farewell to 3 women, Li Huailin hurriedly made his way towards the southern gate. To be honest, he had never ventured to the southern gate before. Unlike the northern and eastern gates, a short walk beyond the southern gate revealed a significant change in the terrain. Initially, it was a grassy plain with occasional level 10 monsters resembling prairie wolves. However, as he proceeded, the landscape transformed into desolate terrain, where the monsters escalated to level 12 to 13 elemental stone creatures. These elemental stone monsters boasted impressive physical defenses but had low magical resistance, making them suitable targets for magic-oriented players. Consequently, the number of players leveling here far exceeded those at the northern gate. Yet, it was still morning, and most professional players were still in slumber. During his journey, Li Huailin encountered 3 or 4 teams. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he drew closer to the lava fissure described by Hongyue, feeling the environmental changes around him. The desolate landscape gradually morphed into blackened rocks, and he could even sense the heat radiating through the air. It must be said that the immersive experience of Heart of Glory was remarkably crafted, Li Huailin genuinely felt the warmth. The lava fissure was part of a vast canyon, enveloped by barren black mountains devoid of vegetation. At the canyon's base, magma erupted, creating an atmosphere of searing heat. The primary inhabitants of the canyon were roaming fire elementals, formidable foes with high attack power, capable of launching fireballs that posed a significant threat to physical classes with low magical defense. Even melee attackers would find it challenging to contend with them, though the fire elementals possessed relatively low health, rendering them less unbearable than they might seem. Upon reaching the entrance of the canyon, Li Huailin noticed 3 individuals standing guard, seemingly unconcerned with hunting monsters. It was evident they were members of the Extinction Brotherhood, tasked with safeguarding the perimeter. As Li Huailin approached, the trio advanced towards him, and one of them extended a hand to block his path. "Apologies, friend, but our Extinction Guild has claimed this area. Would you kindly find another place?" The knight player spoke with a surprisingly sincere demeanor, lacking any overt hostility. "Indeed, if you proceed a bit further, there's a spot for farming the evil blade assassins. Those monsters have low physical defense, making them ideal for a warrior like you. Perhaps you should check that area," added a nearby mage player. Do I appear to you as someone here to level up?" Li Huailin gestured to his equipment. It was true. With his novice gear and a level 10 bronze sword, it was somewhat implausible to claim he was there for leveling. Even basic equipment from a shop would surpass what he wore. "What brings you here, then?" inquired the knight player. "Naturally, I'm here to provoke," Li Huailin replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, realizing that with his equipment, he was not a player looking to level. Yet they could not fathom the notion of him being there to instigate trouble. "Provocation?" The mage player sought clarification. "Indeed," Li Huailin nodded. "Are you the minions of the Extinction Guild? Inform your leader that I have claimed this territory henceforth. He should vacate the area for me." The trio paused in astonishment, but quickly found amusement in his audacity. "Ha ha ha. Captain, this fellow is quite the character. I need a moment to compose myself," chuckled the priest player, addressing the knight. "Which guild sent you? The Proud Nation or the Angel Guild? How much did they pay you to come and provoke us? I advise you to tread carefully. Dare to provoke us, and we shall send you back to the novice village without hesitation. Go ahead, give it a try." "Oh, so, you intend to kill me?" Li Huailin felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, large guilds possessed a certain bravado that far exceeded that of solo players. "Get lost, or we will send you back to the novice village, and each time you venture out, we shall do the same," the knight player threatened, his expression fierce. Had it not been for the novice village and Heart of Glory prohibiting player killing, he might have threatened to reduce Li Huailin to level 0. "Really? Then I am even more inclined to provoke you," Li Huailin declared, raising his bronze sword. "You dare to attack us first?" The knight captain was momentarily taken aback, initially assuming Li Huailin intended to garner a red name for himself. However, if Li Huailin struck first, then that would not be possible. While the knight was not afraid of becoming a red name, given his guild's support, it was still preferable to avoid it. He instructed his companions to be vigilant, watching for system prompts to confirm they had been struck before retaliating. Before he could finish his warning, Li Huailin had already swung his sword, landing a decisive blow on the knight's head without hesitation. -567 What the? The priest player had been prepared to heal, but the damage number displayed left him dumbfounded. How could a player clad in cloth armor deal such a devastating blow to a knight? Before the trio could react, Li Huailin executed a second strike. Today, he was not there to perish. He had come to instigate trouble and forge an enduring grudge. With a resounding strike, another number floated above the knight's head, -601. The knight, being merely level 14, with health below 1,000, succumbed to the attack. "Impossible," the priest player exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at the fallen knight. You are the bull." The mage player suddenly recalled something and attempted to speak, but before he could finish, Li Huailin had already launched another attack. -1106, critical hit. The mage player fell to the ground without uttering another word. The bull master? The priest, having pieced together the identity of the figure before him, realized who Li Huailin was. His reputation was well known on the forums, though few had seen him in person, only in videos. "Indeed, do not forget to inform Winnie of my name," Li Huailin replied, fully aware of the trouble he was instigating and unafraid of being recognized. After delivering his statement, he proceeded onward. The priest seemed as though he wished to say more, but Li Huailin did not afford him the opportunity, swiftly delivering 2 more strikes. -551, -578. Though neither hit was a critical strike, they were sufficient to fell the priest, who soon vanished in a flash of white light. Having dispatched 3 individuals, Li Huailin mused to himself that it hardly constituted a great grudge, and thus resolved to continue on. With his sword in hand, he leisurely advanced into the depths of the lava fissure. Chapter 44, Provocation, Part 2. It was merely morning, and most players were still ensconced in slumber. Typically, the guild channels remained quiet, yet there was an exception. The channel of the Doomsday Brotherhood had suddenly erupted into a cacophony. President, it's Qing Feng, the one tasked with guarding the entrance to the lava rift today. I was just killed, and our party of 3 has perished. The night player Qing Feng reported in the guild channel. What? Who did this? Which guild dares to provoke us? Asked Wentian, just awakened. Since claiming the lava rift, they had faced a continuous stream of provocateurs. After all, the resources here were not to be trifled with. If it weren't for the strength of their guild, they might have relinquished control by now. Yet, despite managing to fend off challengers each time, Wentian was utterly exhausted, needing to maintain over 15 hours of online presence daily to prevent chaos. It was Niu Baigu, the mage player who had just returned from death added. Niu Baigu? Wentian paused, well aware of who Niu Baigu was, having heard about him from a broadcast the previous day. However, he had no intention of seeking out Niu Baigu. His focus was entirely on the development of the lava rift, leaving him little bandwidth for dungeon matters. Thus, he did not expect to be approached by this individual. How many did he bring? Which guild is he from? Wentian inquired. He was alone, without a guild emblem. We have no clue about his guild, Qing Feng replied. Just one person? Wentian was taken aback. He had heard of Niu Baiju's prowess in dispatching a warrior with a single blow but had dismissed it as mere exaggeration. Could it be that this Niu Baigu truly possessed remarkable PK abilities? He pondered aloud. He took down all 3 of you by himself? What were you doing? President, we can't be blamed. I truly lacked the capacity to resist. He killed me with just 2 strikes before I even had a chance to heal, Qing Feng lamented. I was also felled by 2 strikes. I had no time to react, the priest player chimed in. He didn't need oppos to even use any skills. Yet his basic attack dealt over 500 damage. I simply couldn't withstand it. He is practically a humanoid boss. What? Is he really that formidable? Wentian was stunned. An attack power of 500 was incomprehensible. In this stage of the game, most battles concluded in 2 strikes, leaving no room for survival. If what these 3 claimed was true, they were indeed blameless. Indeed, President, I can hardly believe it either. Niu Baigu is genuinely impressive, Qing Feng admitted, feeling utterly defeated. His desire for vengeance evaporated. Where is he now? I must see for myself, Wentian declared. Well, after Qing Feng died, I'm not quite sure what happened. He hesitated, unsure if it was appropriate to admit his ignorance. Just then, another guild member came to his aid. Guild member Guai Zima. President, we are from the 12th collection team at the lava rift. We were waiting at a spawn point for the flame flowers when suddenly, a person rushed out and attacked us without warning. This individual was exceptionally skilled, dispatching all 5 members of our party in an instant. What? Is it Niu Baigu? Wentian's anger surged. Niu Baigu? Let me think. Now that you mention it, he did seem somewhat similar. He was wearing novice gear, initially. We paid him no mind, but when he attacked, we were completely taken aback. He one-shot a priest. It was shocking. How brazen. Wentian was genuinely furious. What audacity for a single individual to challenge a guild of their stature. Stay at the respawn point. I will lead a team there immediately, Wentian commanded. Jiugu, call everyone from the team to log in at once and assemble. Understood, President. The guild officer, Jiugu, responded. President, I have an emergency. Before Wentian could gather his thoughts, another voice rang out in the guild channel. I'm from the 3rd collection team. We were gathering elemental fire from the fire elementals when suddenly, a fierce individual appeared and wiped out our entire team. His name was Li Huailin, and he seems to resemble Niu Baigu from the forums. President, I was also killed. It appears to be Niu Baigu. Another member exclaimed. Me too, President. I had no time to react. He struck me for over 1,000 damage with a single blow. Yet another added. Damn it, I get it now. Enough talk. Jiugu, alert all collection teams to be cautious. The elite team will arrive within 10 minutes. Wentian gritted his teeth, seething. Meanwhile, at the lava rift, Li Huailin had just dispatched another member of the Doomsday Brotherhood, marking the 20th victim under his hand. His notoriety had plunged into a negative count. Such a large guild, yet their reaction time is abysmal. How much longer must I wait? Li Huailin stretched languidly, picking up a piece of cloth armor left behind. Unsurprisingly, it was of the lowest quality. The opponent was merely from the collection team, not the combat team, hence their equipment was subpar. With only 2 bronze pieces at most, obtaining valuable loot was indeed a challenge. However, he collected 7 flame flowers, which, though not expensive, held greater worth than the white gear. On to the next group. Just as he intended to seek out another party, he noticed a substantial number of players approaching from a distance, over 50 by his estimate. Finally, they have arrived, Li Huailin thought, pleased. The protagonists had made their entrance. As expected, the approaching group consisted of the Doomsday Brotherhood's President Wen Tian, along with Officer Jiu Gu and approximately 50 elite members. Almost the entire elite force of the guild had arrived. Wen Tian was already familiar with Li Huailin's appearance from various forum posts and videos. However, he was taken aback by Li Huailin's apparent lack of intent to flee. Initially, he had presumed Li Huailin was merely intent on harassing his collection team. But it seemed he was determined to confront him directly. Are you Bai Gu? Wen Tian approached, a hint of skepticism in his voice. President Wen Tian of the Doomsday Brotherhood? Li Huailin replied, having never encountered Wen Tian before. He had heard of the guild but had not paid much attention to its affairs, only recognizing the name. Observing the stout man in his 30s before him, Li Huailin asked, what is it that you wish to discuss? I am the president of Doomsday, Wen Tian. Bai Gu, you have killed over a dozen of our members. What is the meaning of this? Wen Tian's expression darkened. Didn't your members inform you? I declared that from now on, this lava rift is under my jurisdiction. If your people dare to gather resources here, it would be a blatant disregard for my authority. And I see no issue in eliminating them, Li Huailin stated matter-of-factly. This is your jurisdiction? Wen Tian couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Having served as a president for 8 years, he had never encountered someone so audacious. To claim dominion over a territory and take it from him was a clear provocation. Indeed, I made it clear from the beginning that I was here to cause trouble, Li Huailin nodded. I seek the flame flowers produced here, and I doubt you will yield them easily. Now, what do you propose we do about this? Very well. As Wen Yang could no longer contain himself, he clapped his hands and remarked, I have encountered many individuals, yet none have exhibited such a reckless desire for demise as you. Do you truly believe that by merely addressing you as Brother Awesome, we would harbor any fear of you? Your words are insincere, if you are not afraid. Why have you brought so many people along? Li Huailin chuckled, continuing to provoke Wen Yang. Seeking death, are we? Wen Yang, incensed by Li Huailin's taunts, gestured with a sweep of his hand, ordering, kill him. I refuse to believe that a mere solo player can best a member of our guild. Just as Wen Yang finished speaking, Li Huailin advanced and struck with his blade, driving it directly into Wen Yang's chest. After all, there was no more straightforward method to eliminate a guild leader than this. Minus 1,108 critical hit. To everyone's astonishment, despite receiving over 1,100 points of critical damage, Wen Yang remained alive. Li Huailin examined Wen Yang's equipment, which shimmered with blue and green lights, a testament to his status as a guild leader, possessing undeniably superior gear. Coupled with his warrior classification, his health exceeded 1,100 points. Are you all in a stupor? Heal him, shouted Wen Yang, who was the only one to react amidst the stunned elite members. It's too late for that. Why are you so arrogant? Li Huailin retorted before delivering another blow, inflicting 500 damage that swiftly depleted Wen Yang's remaining health. Guild leader Jiu Gu, standing nearby, was shocked and enraged, exclaiming, everyone attack. Let us take him down. The elite members of the Destruction Guild quickly snapped into action. Mages began chanting spells, while warriors and rogues charged towards Li Huailin. Chapter 45, Finding Fault, Part 3, Observing the multitude of players attacking him. Li Huailin felt an unexpected sense of joy. Had he known earlier, he would have provoked the major guilds sooner. The barrage of attacks on his screen was both familiar and delightful. Despite his satisfaction, Li Huailin did not slow down. He accelerated towards the nearest rogue player and struck. Minus 958, critical hit. Rogues are not known for their substantial health, and with another critical strike, Li Huailin swiftly eliminated the rogue named Blue Sky 6, Must Cure. Meanwhile, a flurry of spells and attacks began landing on him. Minus 91, from a mage's fireball. Minus 41, from a warrior's melee strike. Minus 56, from a hunter's precision shot. Considering Li Huailin's extraordinary defense, these attacks were relatively powerful, primarily due to their sheer numbers. However, he also noticed several disheartening figures below. 35, from a warlock's corruption. 6, from the burning damage of a mage's fireball. 20, from a warrior's bleed effect. After a round of assaults, Li Huailin's health initially plummeted significantly, only to recover substantially thereafter. Ultimately, he sustained a loss of about 1/4 of his health. How can he be so resilient? Exclaimed a mage from the Destruction Guild, astonished that his level 2 fireball, which typically dealt at least 150 damage to ordinary players, barely registered 100 against Li Huailin. His physical defense is astonishing. It's simply inhuman. A melee rogue chimed in. Jiu Gu, standing within the group, was equally taken aback. He had presumed that the combined attacks of over 50 players would surely eliminate this adversary, yet the outcome was far from his expectations. Li Huailin had only lost 1/4 of his health. Perplexed, He could not see Li Huailin's attributes and assumed his health must be extraordinarily high. You are all too weak. Li Huailin continued to taunt, hoping to provoke the entire guild. Come on, bring me another hunter to scratch my back. With that, he wasted no time and struck a nearby bewildered warrior with 2 swift blows. -517, -499. The warrior had decent defense, but his health was still concerning. After 2 strikes, he fell lifelessly. With a clang, Li Huailin paused, glancing down to discover a piece of armor glowing with a bluish light had dropped. Suddenly recalling that even when attacking, the slain had a 50 chance of dropping equipment, he lamented that the previous victim had not dropped anything. Li Huailin smiled as he picked up the fallen armor and tossed it into his bag before targeting another foe. Keep attacking. He isn't invincible, Jiao Gu urgently shouted, realizing that if their numbers dwindled further, their attacking power would be insufficient. The members of the Destruction Guild, now enlightened, promptly resumed casting spells and launching attacks. The ranged players felt slightly safer, as Li Huailin was currently surrounded, but the melee fighters were in dire straits. Li Huailin's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. No one could withstand 2 strikes, and a critical hit meant instant demise. As the numbers dwindled, their collective attacking power diminished, prolonging the battle. What should have been a swift encounter of 50 against 1 had dragged on for 3 minutes. In the end, Li Huailin wore a satisfied smile as he gloriously succumbed in battle. A flash of white light marked his departure, leaving a piece of bronze shoulder armor on the ground, an item he had just casually picked up. Panting heavily, Jiao Gu felt utterly drained. He had never felt such exhaustion even when pushing through a boss in a dungeon. After several moments of near collapse, he noticed that the pressure on the melee fighters had lessened, though he could not discern why. Surveying his weary teammates, Jiao Gu inquired, "What is the situation? How many are left?" "Vice President, we've lost 23 members," a nearby warrior replied, drenched in sweat. "All rogues are gone. Half of the warriors have fallen. And we have 1 or 2 ranged classes remaining. We lost 11 pieces of equipment, 2 blue, 9 bronze, and we only managed to recover 2. The rest he claimed." Damn it. Jiao Gu could not help but curse. What kind of monster is this guy? He's tougher than a boss. A surviving teammate exclaimed. No wonder people online rave about him. I didn't believe it at first, but this is truly enlightening, another added. Enough, Jiao Gu shouted in frustration, unsure how to explain to the guild leader, Wentian, that 50 players had failed to defeat a single opponent, resulting in half their number being slain. As he pondered this, Wentian was already speaking in the guild channel. Jiao Gu, did you kill that guy? We did manage to kill him, Jiao Gu replied, his brow furrowed. But he's just too overpowered, not only his attack, but also his defense. We lost half our team just to take him down. What? Wentian was stunned, originally believing Li Huailin to be merely astonishing in attack power, but now realizing his defense was equally remarkable. How could this be? I have no idea. He's like a humanoid boss, Jiao Gu lamented. What should we do, guild leader? Wait a moment. I'm on my way back. Let those who died regroup here. This is far from over. Anyone who dares to provoke the Destruction Guild will face the consequences, Wentian replied, furious and resolute. Understood, Jiao Gu nodded. Then began organizing their next steps. Returning to Li Huailin, who had just respawned, he was utterly delighted. 2 blue items and 7 bronze. Why didn't I think of this lucrative method before? He chuckled, inspecting his bounty. He had also gained 3,640 experience points. Truly invincible. With both equipment and experience in ample supply, this was far more reliable than mere robbery. The Destruction Guild members are truly commendable. Li Huailin suddenly felt a thrill of addiction. Provoking a major guild was an utterly risk-free venture, and he was determined to continue this path. After a trip to the bank, Li Huailin used the money earned from selling potions to purchase 10 additional inventory slots for 1 gold. Then spent another 10 gold for 10 more. He stored all his equipment except for the exceptionally lucky bronze sword that had yet to break, and charged once more towards the south gate. System notification, you have an incoming call. Would you like to accept? Just as Li Huailin crossed the south gate, the system prompt startled him. He initially assumed it was Wentian, but upon checking the name, he was surprised to see it was Lingji Yang. Hello Yang, what is it? Li Huailin answered the call. Huailin, yesterday you mentioned needing health potions. I feel a bit awkward. But our guild leader said we need to stock up for a new dungeon, so I managed to get you 150 bottles, Yang explained apologetically. Oh, that's fine. Li Huailin hadn't intended to ask for anything, but 150 free potions were certainly welcome. However, he was currently too busy to collect them. Busy? What are you up to? Are you tackling the Abyss dungeon again? Yang assumed Li Huailin had discovered a bug to breeze through the dungeon, as any ordinary player would be grinding away at it. Oh, no. I'm busy making money through fighting, Li Huailin remarked with a smile. Fighting for profit? Yi Hang was taken aback, astonished by the notion that one could earn money through combat. Well, let's leave it at that for now. I'll reach out to you once I'm done. Li Huailin, in high spirits, ended the call without further elaboration. Hey. Yi Hang, momentarily stunned, realized that Li Huailin had already hung up, leaving him in a state of amused bewilderment. Fighting? I hope he isn't in any trouble. Observing the urgency with which Li Huailin had terminated the conversation, Yi Hang felt a twinge of concern. Huatu, go to the intelligence department and inquire about the situation. All right, Huatu nodded in response. Chapter 46. An unexpected harmony. Li Huailin had always believed that his running speed was superhuman, fast enough to rival anyone. However, as he approached the entrance of the lava fissure, he was astonished to find several familiar faces waiting for him. Huailin greeted Lingjie Yexing with a wave. The visitors were indeed Lingjie Yexing, who had just spoken with Li Huailin, along with Lingjie Huido and the group from the plane. Wait, is this a coincidence? Li Huailin pondered aloud, taken aback. Coincidence? I specifically came to find you, Yexing chuckled. What? You came specifically to find me? Surely. Some damned fool hasn't posted something on the forum again, Li Huailin retorted angrily. Well, not quite. You mentioned you were in a fight, so I was concerned you might run into trouble. I inquired a bit and heard you had a conflict with the members of Mishi. Since I was nearby, I thought I'd come to check on you, Yexing explained. Oh, is that so? Well, that's not. Li Huailin's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. What's this? Is Lingjie planning to support this cocky guy? Both Yexing and Li Huailin looked up to see Weniyang, the president of Mishi, approaching with a group of around 50 members, surrounding them ominously. Yexing appeared undeterred, smiling as he addressed Weniyang. Ah, President Weniyang, long time no see. Our guild leader, the Realm King, asks you to extend his regards. Weniyang, I'll ask you directly. Are you going to help this guy? Weniyang's mood was sour, and his tone was far from polite. Oh, our Lingjie guild always focuses on the matter at hand, not the individual. If it's a just cause, we'll intervene. Regardless of who it is. We decided to get involved in this matter, and what can you do about it? Yexing replied without flinching. Focus on the matter, not the individual. Your Lingjie speaks beautifully, but I must ask, this guy comes to our territory early in the morning seeking trouble, kills over 40 of our guild members, and takes away a heap of equipment. How is it that we are in the wrong? Weniyang retorted with a cold sneer. Yexing was momentarily taken aback and turned to Li Huailin. Huailin, what is going on? Although Yexing had heard about the conflict between Mishi and Li Huailin, he was unaware of the specifics. However, he speculated that it might be due to Mishi wanting Li Huailin's strategy for the Abyss dungeon, which Li Huailin had refused, leading to the altercation, something he hadn't anticipated. To his surprise, Li Huailin thoughtfully nodded in agreement. Yes, Yexing, I also feel that I might be at fault here. Although the Mishi members seem fierce, they are actually quite decent. Huh. Yexing was flabbergasted. What is happening here? Lost for words? Weniyang was equally confused as to why Li Huailin was defending him. Yet, despite his anger, he understood that his guild was currently weaker than Lingjie, and he was reluctant to escalate the conflict. Yexing, think this through. Do you really want Lingjie to get involved? You wouldn't want to tarnish your guild's reputation. Indeed. Li Huailin concurred enthusiastically. Yexing, you must consider this carefully. The reputation of the Lingjie guild is hard-earned. Hey, are you actually helping them? Yexing said, exasperated. I am always about the matter, not the individual, Li Huailin declared with a sense of righteousness. Look at my actions. They are undeniably heinous. I deserve to be killed 100 times by the Mishi members. How could your Lingjie possibly intervene in this? He's right. We should punish him 100 times until he returns to the novice village, Weniyang added. Yexing was utterly confused. What is happening? Are these two adversaries or allies? Captain, what should we do? Lingjie Huido whispered to Yexing. After some thought, Yexing proposed, how about this? It seems there may be a misunderstanding. Would you like us, Lingjie, to act as mediators? What misunderstanding? This guy came to raid our base and kill our members. What is there to misunderstand? Mediation? You let the Realm King mediate, and I'll see what he has to say. Weniyang seethed, his hatred for Li Huailin palpable. Indeed, there is no need for mediation. I want to seize his territory and kill his people. What is there to mediate? Li Huailin echoed. Yexing was at a loss for words. I say, both of you. Calm down. We are all public figures. Aren't you concerned about ruining your reputations? For instance, Huailin, you are stealing land from others, and Weniyang, you are leading over 50 people to ambush a single player. It wouldn't look good if that got out. Weniyang paused, realizing the truth in Yexing's words. It indeed wouldn't reflect well, especially since half of his 50 members had already been taken down by one person. Li Huailin could see the hesitation on Weniyang's face and felt a sense of urgency. If they didn't pursue him, how would he acquire equipment, money, and experience? He decided to crush any budding negotiations with a direct approach. Fool, watch the blade. Without further ado, Li Huailin lunged forward, striking Wen Yang with a swift blow. Minus 591. Although the strike did not result in a critical hit, it still reduced Wen Yang's health by nearly half. You bastard. Wen Yang was taken aback, completely unprepared for Li Huailin's sudden aggression. His anger surged as he slammed a fist on the table, readying his weapon. Yet before he could act, Li Huailin struck again, this time landing a critical hit, knocking Wen Yang to the ground. As if that were not enough, Wen Yang dropped a glowing blue helmet, which Li Huailin gleefully snatched and placed into his inventory. Hey, Huailin. Yexing could only stare in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Oh, Yexing, I'm off to fight. Don't worry about me. I'll ask you for those potions later. I'm busy now, Li Huailin called back as he charged toward the nearest Mishi mage. Damn it, he just killed the president. Brothers, let us take him down, Juga shouted, finally grasping the situation. Come on, face me. Li Huailin continued to provoke. Chaos erupted, with fireballs, ice shards, and arrows flying in every direction. Only Yexing and his group remained, bewildered by the scene. Captain, what should we do now? Ling Jiahuodo asked quietly. How am I supposed to know? This is a complete mess for our team. Yexing sighed. Let us fall back for now, we want to get involved. Chapter 47. The interests of the guild. The skirmish that transpired at the entrance of the lava fissure was exceedingly brutal. Under the astonished gaze of Ling Jiahuodo and others, Li Huailin resolutely withstood a barrage of fireballs and arrows, dispatching over 20 adversaries before ultimately transforming into a beam of white light and being reborn. Phew. On this side, Jiu Gu was somewhat fortunate. Twice, Li Huailin had refrained from eliminating him. Yet, each time he dealt with Li Huailin, Jiu Gu felt as though he had battled a colossal boss, utterly drained of energy. What are our losses? Jiu Gu inquired, glancing at the scant remnants of their team behind him. We lost 27 members, along with 3 blue items and 11 green ones. Although we've urged the nearby teammates to diligently collect the fallen equipment, we only managed to retrieve 1 blue item and 4 green ones. A member of the Mishi guild replied. Damn it. Jiu Gu couldn't suppress an exclamation, promptly reporting the guild's losses to the guild leader, Wen Tian, who was at the resurrection point. By the heavens, twice now, I've been sent back to the resurrection point after a single encounter, and this time I was inexplicably ambushed. Wen Tian was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Jiu Gu, rally all members from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams. If one team cannot vanquish him, I shall gather 200 individuals to encircle him. I refuse to believe he can withstand that. Wait, leader. Sending 50 individuals to besiege a single person is already a considerable risk. Thankfully, this team consists solely of our own, so there is no fear of indiscriminate gossip. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams include outsiders. If someone posts about the formidable brother single-handedly challenging 4 teams of the Mishi Guild, how shall we maintain our reputation? Jiu Gu hastily interjected, observing Wen Tian's escalating agitation. Moreover, the folks from Lingjia are already aware, and they're merely spectating. Leader, I fear if this continues, we may become the laughingstock among major guilds. Upon hearing Jiu Ji's words, Wen Tian paused to reflect, recognizing the validity of his points. Indeed, even if they succeeded in driving the opponent back to the novice village, the repercussions would still fall upon their own guild. Not to mention the cost involved in forcing him back to the novice village, it would tarnish their reputation. What do major guilds value most? It is neither equipment nor gold, but reputation. Many prominent guilds are engaged in conquering hell-level dungeons, not for the scant few items, but for the fame and recognition. Pursuing a single individual and suffering substantial losses in the process would undoubtedly lead to their guild being regarded as mere background fodder for the formidable brother, subject to mockery from various major guilds. Oh, are you the leader of the Mishi Guild who had an entire team pursue the formidable brother, only to lose half your members? Wen Tian grimaced at the thought of the impending ridicule. This was utterly unacceptable. Yet, upon recalling Li Huailin's audacity, a surge of unbridled rage welled up within him once more. You make a compelling argument, Jiu Gu. Wen Tian acknowledged Jiu Ji's perspective, attempting to assure himself that he had not lost all rational thought. However, this is not merely us seeking trouble. That fellow is intruding upon our territory. Shall we surrender our ground to him? If word of this spreads, we would truly have no face left to show ourselves. Leader, I've contemplated this matter and believe it can be resolved quite simply, Jiu Gu proposed. That fellow stated his desire for this area is to collect flame flowers. Thus, we should allow him to gather them. Allow him to gather? Wen Tian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, No matter how formidable he is but one individual. How can he gather as swiftly as our hundreds of members? We will dispatch a reconnaissance team to follow him. Once he arrives at the location, the reconnaissance members will alert our people to withdraw while others continue their work. How much can he possibly collect? When Tian nodded, contemplating further. Proceed. If he brings others to gather, we shall eliminate them directly. The formidable brother's allies cannot possibly match his prowess, Jiuge chuckled. It is merely one individual competing with us for flowers. Our losses are not substantial, at most 10 flowers a day. But wouldn't that seem a bit too cowardly? When Tian frowned, he has bested me twice. How do I extinguish this fire? Leader, consider this. We have also confronted him twice. Furthermore, he is the aggressor and has lost 40 of his experience, Jiuge urged. I understand your anger, but we must think of the guild's best interests. Continuing down this path brings no benefit to our development. Look at our first team. Nearly everyone has perished, over 20 pieces of equipment lost. It will take us half a day to recover our gear and levels, putting us even further behind our rival guilds. If this continues, who knows how many more half-days we will waste. Infuriating. When Tian roared, Jiuge, you take charge. I shall log off for a drink. Or I shall suffocate from this frustration. Understood, leader. Jiuge smiled, acknowledging the leader's plight. No grievances here, all for the guild, when Tian replied. However, this matter is far from over. Given the opportunity, I shall not let that fellow off so easily. Rest assured. Next time, I shall devise a better plan to deal with him. Indeed, this is merely a setback. Time is on our side. I refuse to believe we won't have our moment of retribution, Jiuge asserted. Very well. When Tian nodded, exhaling softly before logging off. Upon respawning in the main city, Li Huailin began to tally his gains. 2 blue items and 7 green items. Gazing at the bounty in his inventory, a grin spread across his face. Finally, he understood the art of profiting from the game. How had he not discerned this sooner? With newfound clarity, he hurriedly deposited all his belongings into the bank, grasping his bronze sword as he rushed back toward the lava fissure. After a 10-minute journey, Li Huailin arrived once more at the entrance of the lava fissure. However, to his surprise, he found no members of the Mishi guild waiting for him. Instead, a few members of Lingjie Yang stood there. Huailin. Lingjie Yang waved him over with a bemused expression. I knew you would return. Today has been quite the eye-opener. One person taking on 50 and still managing to take down 20. Are you here to collect equipment and strike it rich? I thought I was the only one with such a brilliant idea. I didn't expect such shared insight among heroes. What about you? Care to join forces? Li Huailin responded with a smile. Attacking incurs a 20 experience loss. You've likely lost 40 already, Yang replied, shaking his head. As a guild player, my priorities differ from yours as a solo player. For us, equipment is something the guild provides. Levels hold far greater significance. Moreover, I am not short on funds. The few pieces of equipment you've collected are substantial for a solo player, but insignificant for a guild. Currently, it's only a handful of items. However, once I retrieve the entirety of their team's equipment, that will be the real windfall, Li Huailin said with a grin. If you're not interested, I shall proceed alone. I truly worried for you in vain. Yesterday, I feared that due to your strategic advantage, you might attract trouble from the major guilds. Yet here you are, instigating them yourself, Yang remarked, patting his head. But honestly, this matter is beyond our control. Although Mishi may not be as large as our guild, they hold a respectable standing. You must tread carefully to avoid being sent back to the novice village. Not to worry. I almost wish they would pursue me. This is a personal matter. You need not concern yourselves. I can handle it alone, Li Huailin assured confidently. I observed that their people had returned inside, leaving me uncertain of their intentions. Do take care of yourself. Night Flight gestured towards the fissures in the lava and remarked, by the way, here are 15 sets of blood vials for you. I found your report to be quite valuable. Thank you. After speaking, Night Flight opened a trade window and placed the 15 sets of blood vials within it. Although Li Huailin did not intend to utilize the blood vials at that moment, after all, he had come seeking peril. He also wished to avoid frequent encounters with those from the spirit realm. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Losing just one set was a trivial matter. He was, after all, a person of considerable fortune now. There was no need to be so miserly. If there's anything else, we can discuss it next time. I must take my leave to engage in battle, he stated as he accepted the blood vials and made his way towards the lava fissure. Chapter 48. Self-inflicted pitfall. Strange, something seems amiss. Ever since Li Huailin entered the lava fissure, he had not encountered a single player. After approximately 10 minutes of wandering, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Could they be lying in wait at the main city's entrance? Li Huailin pondered. Yet another thought struck him. Where were all the material collectors? Had they been discreetly escorted away? This was decidedly troubling. Furrowing his brow, he realized this could disrupt his money-making routine. To prevent them from losing track of me, I shall add a friend and provoke them. Li Huailin felt quite astute and promptly attempted to add Wen Tian as a friend. System notification: the player you are searching for is currently offline. Li Huailin was taken aback. Why had Wen Tian logged off mid-game? In today's online games, disconnections were virtually non-existent. What could possibly be the reason? Perhaps an unforeseen urgency in the real world? What was the name of that official? Li Huailin recalled Wen Tian's deceased figure commanding from beyond, yet he could not remember the name of Jiao Go. Nor had he ever engaged in battle with him, leaving no record in his combat history. I shall add someone at random. They are likely searching for me as well. I'll send them my location. Li Huailin casually glanced at his combat records and selected a named player he had previously defeated to send a friend request. Vice President, Niu Baigu has sent me a friend request. A player in the Destruction Guild's channel exclaimed. Ignore him, just reject it. Jiao Go contemplated, instructing everyone to decline without exception. The player nodded and promptly rejected Li Huailin's request. Rejected? Li Huailin received the system notification, perplexed by the turn of events. After a moment's thought, he sent friend requests to a few more players, only to be met with immediate rejections once more. What is going on? Li Huailin scratched his head, pondering whether his lucrative path had been discovered. Could it be that Wen Tian had managed to remain patient despite my relentless provocations? Had I resorted to violence, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Li Huailin felt a headache coming on. After painstakingly finding a method to make money, it had abruptly come to a halt after just 2 earnings. He had hoped to rely on the Destruction Guild for his sustenance, only to see his dreams dashed so quickly. Damn it, I thought you were good people. Only to be betrayed, leaving me with a lingering sense of kinship. Li Huailin began to harbor resentment toward Wen Tian. This was their base. And yet here he was, wandering aimlessly. Surely, he could not believe he would encounter no one. He would slay anyone he came across and see how long they could endure. In his fervor, Li Huailin failed to notice the several followers trailing behind him, ready to report his movements. Attention everyone, Niu Baigu has headed northeast towards the canyon. Members of the logistics department stationed there, please complete your tasks immediately and shift to the southeastern quadrant. A rogue player trailing behind Li Huailin reported in the Destruction Guild's channel. Huang he received. Huang he understood. A logistics player replied. What the hell? How old are you to be playing with names like Huang He and Yangtze? A nearby player chuckled, giving him a light pat. No, I find it incredibly entertaining. Our daily routine consists of gathering herbs and battling fire elementals, which is dreadfully monotonous. I never expected today to be so engaging. It feels akin to playing hide and seek while collecting items. The player laughed. Now that you mention it, I find it rather amusing as well. Another player nodded, agreeing that it was far more interesting than their repetitive tasks. All right, enough chatter. The ghost is coming. Follow me. The squad leader approached and commanded. Understood, Captain. Both players responded in unison, oblivious to his newfound role as the seeker in a game of hide and seek. Li Huailin continued to wander around the lava fissure for approximately 15 minutes without encountering a single soul. What is going on? Everyone has evacuated? Li Huailin wondered. But that didn't seem right. They must be waiting for me to leave. Once I do, they will surely return. This situation has become increasingly complicated. I lack the skills to gather herbs, and if I summon Hong Yu and the others, they will likely be slaughtered by the Destruction Guild members. Now it was Li Huailin's turn to feel disheartened. He had not anticipated the Destruction Guild would resort to such tactics, and it genuinely troubled him. You can wait while I wait. I refuse to believe you want to gather herbs. Let us see who suffers greater losses, me or you. Li Huailin was unaware that the members of the Destruction Guild were currently circling him while gathering herbs, mistakenly believing they had temporarily retreated, waiting for his departure before resuming their activities. Hence, he resolved to endure and see who would crack first. Thus, Li Huailin commenced aimlessly wandering within the lava fissure. But after merely half an hour, he could no longer tolerate the monotony. Bored, Li Huailin had intended to match wits with the opposing party. Yet he could only endure for 30 minutes. Why was it so dull? I can't level up by battling monsters. What am I doing just meandering about? This is utterly maddening. I cannot concede, yet the boredom is unbearable. Upon reflection, it was all the fault of the Destruction Guild. They must not be allowed to have an easy time. Just as Li Huailin contemplated ways to pass the time, his gaze fell upon a bubbling pit of magma nearby. The lava fissure was inherently a high-temperature zone due to the magma surfacing from below. A slight trek down the valley would reveal numerous magma pits. At the valley's center lay a colossal magma pit, roughly the size of a basketball court. With molten rock churning violently, emitting waves of heat that made it feel utterly unapproachable. Of course, being a simulation game, it wouldn't actually harm you. But the immediate mental stimulation would certainly be discomforting. Why not simply leap into the magma? Li Huailin exclaimed, raising his fist and striking it against his palm. This is akin to leveling up. Each time I run over here, it takes about 15 minutes. Thus, I can return every 15 minutes. The Destruction Guild members will surely be in for a rough time. Yes, that's the plan. I'm positively brilliant. Scout team, where has Li Huailin gone? The members of the Destruction Guild engaged in conversation regarding Li Huailin's whereabouts. How many flame flowers has he gathered? Zhou Gu inquired, primarily concerned about the losses to his guild. He is currently positioned in the central lava zone, but vice president. I haven't observed Li Huailin making any moves to gather herbs. It appears he hasn't picked a single flower. A rogue player reported. Not a single one. Zhou Gu was taken aback. Crap. Suddenly, the rogue player exclaimed. What happened? What is wrong with him? Zhou Gu quickly questioned. Crap. Li Huailin just jumped into the magma. The rogue player shouted. Jumped into the magma? Zhou Gu echoed, incredulous. Surely, this fellow wouldn't leap into magma for no reason? Indeed, I witnessed him leap in of his own volition. He certainly did not slip accidentally. The rogue player hurriedly clarified. This is bad. Does this guy genuinely have a mental illness? Zhou Gu suddenly grasped the reason behind this individual's provocations. Perhaps he truly did suffer from a mental disorder. Otherwise, why would he leap into magma? Meanwhile, Li Huailin, now perceived as mentally unstable, was rendered speechless by the system's antics, as a new buff appeared in his status bar. Lava burn. Increase his health by 1,000 points per second. Crap. This is outrageous, system. Could you not have implemented direct damage from the magma? Why must you create a buff instead? Li Huailin, who had fallen into the lava pit, couldn't help but exclaim, this is unbearable. Although he wasn't losing health, the sensation of the lava was not merely one of heat. It provoked an overwhelming discomfort, directly stimulating his nervous system and rendering him nearly helpless. Lacking any prior experience of swimming in lava, he could only rely on his memories of swimming in water to attempt to navigate. However, the visibility in the lava was exceedingly poor, leaving Li Huailin entirely unable to discern his surroundings. He could only flail about aimlessly. After a considerable amount of time, he found himself unable to distinguish up from down. Just as he contemplated exiting the game to take a break before trying again, he suddenly reached out and felt a rock. I've reached the edge, Li Huailin thought, elated. He quickly grasped the rock and pulled himself upward, propelling himself out of the lava. Panting heavily, he lay on the ground and exhaled deeply. What a clever move, he muttered sarcastically, reflecting on his predicament. As he looked around, he realized he was not in the center of the lava fissure after all. Chapter 49. The unyielding Li Huailin. Li Huailin rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, which appeared to be a cavern illuminated by the fiery glow of lava. While it was not completely dark, the light was insufficient to provide clarity. Where am I? Li Huailin pondered, startled by the sudden sound of a voice nearby. You. How did you get here? A male voice exclaimed in astonishment. Turning to look, Li Huailin realized it was not a player, but rather a male NPC in his 20s, possessing a somewhat frail appearance, as if he had not eaten for several days. Above his head floated a green name, Martin Colt. Oh, I and Oppos. VE been a bit directionally challenged and accidentally ended up here, Li Huailin replied with a smile. How did you traverse through the lava? It seems you haven't acquired a lava diving suit from my brother in the crafting district of the Divine City. How could you possibly navigate such a vast expanse of lava? Martin inquired, his face a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Your brother? Li Huailin considered the possibility of this being an unusual hidden quest. Perhaps the first step involved receiving a task from this NPC's brother in the main city to obtain the lava diving suit before accessing this location. Yet, he had seemingly stumbled upon it by accident. I just got lost and ended up here. I won't disturb you further. I'll try to swim back and see if I can make it, Li Huailin lamented, regretting that he had forgotten to bring a return scroll in his haste to earn money, now faced with the prospect of swimming through lava aimlessly. Wait, do you have any food in your pack? Please give me some, Martin urged anxiously. Typically, players carried food items that could enhance health recovery outside of combat, essential for leveling up. Such items were readily available in the main city, in a variety of flavors, stimulating the brain's taste cells and evoking a sense of deliciousness. However, Li Huailin had emptied his inventory at the bank before arriving, leaving him with nothing but 15 sets of health potions provided by Yi Hang. I didn't bring any, Li Huailin replied curtly. System prompt. Due to your failure to provide Martin Colt with the requested item, his favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. Current favorability, friendly. Thank you for not bringing me food, Martin said cheerfully. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you. I'm busy. I need to go. Li Huailin responded nonchalantly. Hey, wait. Without my lava diving suit, you can't get out either. Martin hurriedly interjected. I'm stuck here too. The lava diving suit requires a fire essence for energy, and mine has run out. I can't escape, and I suspect you can't either. Yesterday, I explored the cave nearby, and it leads to a gathering place of fire elementals. I'm certain they possess the fire essence we need. But those fire elementals are formidable, and as a craftsman, I can't fight. Perhaps you could venture there? If you can retrieve the fire essence, we can both escape. System prompt. Martin Colt has issued an A-class hidden quest. I need energy. Do you accept? Absolutely not, Li Huailin thought. As he contemplated the trouble he intended to cause the Annihilation Guild, he had no time for this, not even for the few hundred reputation points it offered. I can manage to return on my own. You needn't worry. I'm leaving now. Please, hero, Martin begged, gripping Li Huailin's arm. Don't leave me. I've been trapped here for 3 days. If this continues, I will starve. If you bring me back, my brother and I will be sure to express our gratitude. My brother is Mike Colt, one of the most renowned craftsmen in the entire Divine City, nay, the whole kingdom. If you rescue me, he will reward you with exceptionally rare engineering blueprints. Engineering blueprints? Li Huailin mused briefly. Although he himself could not learn any secondary professions, the members of the Red Moon could. If these blueprints held any value, they could prove lucrative. However, Li Huailin had enough experience to know that the engineers in his small guild were likely only of beginner level. The reward blueprints would probably require advanced or master-level skills to be of any real use, and he would need other blueprints to level up, thus rendering them unprofitable in the short term. No thanks. Keep the blueprints for yourself. I'm leaving, Li Huailin waved dismissively. Hero, please don't go. Martin fell to his knees. This quest offers a substantial amount of experience. Completing it could elevate you to the next level. Ugh. Li Huailin grimaced at the mention of experience. He had recently worked hard to gain 40 experience and was on the verge of leveling up to 17. He felt himself being pulled back to level 15 and resolutely decided, I will not do it. Absolutely not. Please, if you bring me back, I can offer you a considerable sum of money. Truly a lot of money, Martin quickly added. Are you trying to rob me? I barely have any money left. Li Huailin retorted, having just purchased 20 empty slots at the bank. He was down to only a few gold coins. If this quest deducted from his funds, he would be left with nothing. Get lost. If you bother me again, I swear I'll slap you. Martin was taken aback, bewildered by the player's obstinacy. Yet, needing rescue, he thought for a moment and said, Hero, the cave ahead is a secret realm, one that most people cannot find. The first person to explore it will receive special rewards from the system, undoubtedly leading to good equipment. You must give it a try? Wait. Li Huailin hesitated. Suddenly, he recalled a recent discussion with the members of the Red Moon regarding land deeds. They had mentioned that no one had discovered them lately, speculating that they might be hidden in obscure locations. This secret realm sounded precisely like such a place. Could it be that land deeds were to be found here? You say this place is a secret realm? Li Huailin inquired. Yes. I discovered this secret realm while conducting geological research. I never anticipated ending up here. And once I did, I became engrossed in my studies. By the time I realized, my diving suit had depleted its energy, and now I cannot return. Hero, please. You must save me. Martin implored, tears streaming down his face. Do you think there might be land deeds here? Li Huailin pressed. Land deeds? What are those? Martin pondered for a moment before shaking his head in confusion. But, if they are rare treasures, we must certainly explore this place. Items from secret realms are often exceedingly rare. Please, you must try. Oh, really? Li Huailin contemplated. If this location could yield land deeds, it would be far more profitable than dealing with the Annihilation Guild. Moreover, he could simply take a look. If he died, it would not matter. He nodded, saying, All right. I shall go take a look. Then I shall give you the quest. Martin exclaimed with delight. Wait, please don't assign me a quest, Li Huailin quickly interjected. I'll help you retrieve the fire essence, but don't give me a quest. That is not acceptable. I must reward you. Martin insisted. I am someone who enjoys doing good deeds anonymously. Just call me Red Scarf. Li Huailin declared proudly. That is not reasonable. Shut up. Do you want to deduct my experience? Earning experience isn't easy for me. One more word, and I shall take my leave, Li Huailin declared resolutely. Oh, very well. Martin responded. Though he did not comprehend the words, he nodded nonetheless. Stay here. I will go ahead to assess the situation. Li Huailin gestured for Martin to sit down, then proceeded into the depths of the cave. Chapter 50. A glimpse into the secret realm. As Li Huailin ventured deeper into the cavern, he never anticipated the vastness of the space within. At a certain point, it no longer resembled a cave, Li Huailin even suspected that he had emerged from a different exit altogether. The surroundings remained shrouded in a crimson hue, and no light filtered from above. The ground was faintly illuminated by several pools of lava, yet he could not discern the height of the ceiling. Nearby, some fiery, elemental creatures wandered about. Unlike their counterparts outside, these fire elementals exhibited slight variations, though they retained their characteristic form, red. Footless beings floating in the air, they were adorned with additional pieces of crimson armor, bestowing them with an air of superiority. Li Huailin decided to employ his scouting ability, discovering that he could perceive their attributes. Fire Elemental Guardian, level 20, HP, 1400, physical attack, 90, magical attack, 100, physical defense, 60, magical defense, 90. Skills, Fireball, Elemental Body. Fireball, fire damage 75 to 100, casting time, 2 seconds. Elemental Body, reduces fire damage taken by 75, increases frost damage taken by 75. He could even see their skills? Li Huailin noted that this was the first creature whose abilities he could discern, likely intended to caution players against using fire-based magic, suggesting that ice spells would yield enhanced damage, a thoughtful touch indeed. Although the physical defense of the fire elemental was not particularly high and its health was moderate, its attack power was alarming, making it a formidable opponent for most. Selecting a solitary fire elemental guardian, Li Huailin approached cautiously. However, due to his lower level, 5 levels beneath the guardian, the creature's alertness was heightened. It spotted him from a distance and immediately began conjuring a fireball with both hands. Yet, with a casting time of 2 seconds and Li Huailin's remarkable speed, he managed to strike first before the fireball could be unleashed. Minus 511. The absence of a critical hit was disappointing. Despite reaching level 15 and a maximum attack power of 600, the damage dealt was comparable to that inflicted on minor creatures in the Abyss dungeon. Could this place truly rival the difficulty of the Abyss? Just as he pondered, the Fire Elemental Guardian unleashed its fireball, which struck Li Huailin squarely in the face, exploding upon impact. Fortunately, it was merely a magical animation. In reality, he had endured a magical attack without feeling any heat from the environment. Minus 141. The numbers flashed before him. Li Huailin was taken aback by the 141 damage, a significant figure among the weaker creatures he had encountered since his attributes had become formidable. Even the mages from the Annihilation Guild had only dealt him damage in the low hundreds. The subsequent 8 indicated that the fireball had inflicted additional burning damage. Checking his buff bar, he confirmed the presence of a new buff. Burn increases damage by 8 every 2 seconds, lasting for 10 seconds. This amounted to 40 points of damage. A single attack from the creature had dealt him 140 points, compounded by an additional 40 points, totaling 100 points of damage. It seemed manageable, yet Li Huailin realized he had no means of healing and would have to rely on natural regeneration. Despite his 280 attribute boost, the recovery rate was painfully slow. Fortunately, his high attack power meant that as the creature cast its spell, it would be interrupted, akin to a mage being hit while casting. Without delay, Li Huailin struck again, landing 2 blows totaling 500 damage before the elemental could conjure a second fireball, bringing it down to the ground. Julkin will judge you, the Fire Elemental Guardian exclaimed before dissipating into a flurry of red light. Its armor lost its color, falling to the ground. Did this creature just utter a line? Li Huailin was momentarily taken aback. Typically, lesser creatures had no dialogue. Otherwise, players would find the repetitive nature of monster spawning unbearable. Was there a narrative element to this creature? Glancing at his combat log, he noted that defeating this minor creature had earned him 55 experience points. He had just acquired several thousand points from the Annihilation Guild, so 55 was acceptable. The primary concern was the loot. Was the land deed truly attainable here? Bending down to examine the Fire Elemental Guardian's remains, Li Huailin discovered 17 copper coins and a small red orb. Heart of Flame, material for forging, leatherworking, tailoring, engineering, and alchemy. What a disappointment. Li Huailin, who could not learn secondary professions, had acquired a crafting material. Nothing could be more frustrating. He had hoped for an item of significance, something to sell, yet he pondered its worth. Suddenly, he recalled that this item, being from a secret realm, might hold some value. However, he was unfamiliar with the market and its prices. Fortunately, he knew a formidable businesswoman. What do you need? The voice of Hong Chun Yenyu, clearly displeased, came through the remote call. I have a question. I acquired something called the Heart of Flame. Is it valuable? Li Huailin inquired. The Heart of Flame? Upon realizing it was a business matter, Hong Chun Yenyu became serious. It's not a rare item. It drops from fire elementals. Some forging and tailoring recipes require it, so there is decent demand. How many do you have? If you have over 100, they could sell for 5 silver each. What the hell? Li Huailin nearly tossed the Heart of Flame aside, having thought it a rare item from the secret realm, only to find it was common merchandise worth a mere 5 silver, hardly more than a potion. By the way, I should ask how your negotiations with the Annihilation Guild are progressing. Why are you fighting fire elementals? You aren't in a lava fissure, are you? Hongchen Yinyu queried. Well, it's a bit more complicated than I anticipated. The Annihilation Guild members are quite cunning. It seems that successfully negotiating with them won't be easy, Li Huailin admitted. Of course, the profits from the lava fissures are substantial. If our guild had control over them, we wouldn't let anything slip away. Hongchen Yinyu nodded knowingly. What are you up to now? Shui Air just woke up and is getting ready. She'll likely be looking for you soon. Wait, you can't see that she's getting ready in the game. Why is she putting on makeup? Li Huailin remarked, perplexed. I like it. What is wrong with that? Hongchen Yinyu replied hastily. Hey, even you wear makeup? Li Huailin was bewildered by the thoughts of women. Why do you care? I have to go now, she said. Wait, I need to mention that I've found myself in a rather ridiculous secret realm due to some unfortunate events. An NPC mentioned that rare items might drop here. Do you think it's possible to obtain a land deed? Li Huailin inquired. A secret realm? Hongchen Yinyu paused. I've heard rumors about such places, but I've never encountered one myself, so I can't say what might drop. Have you found any rare items? No. I just defeated my first creature and received a Heart of Flame, which I initially thought was rare, but it turned out to be worthless, Li Huailin complained. Where is this secret realm? Do you need our assistance? Hongchen Yinyu seemed to be with Hongyu, relaying the message. The secret realm lies within the cracks of molten lava, yet it appears you cannot enter. Li Huailin speaks truthfully. Who can endure swimming through magma? I shall continue to strike for a while longer to see if any treasures emerge. If not, I shall summon a creature to slay. Pay close attention to the chests, for it is rumored that the likelihood of finding chests in the secret realm surpasses that of the Abyss dungeon. The information regarding the red dust and mist is limited, hence I can only rely on this uncertain rumor. Very well, I shall assist in keeping your cousin steady, Li Huailin stated. Hee. Red dust and mist suddenly chuckled softly. All right, I understand. Chapter 51. Exploration. After terminating the remote call with the ethereal figure, Li Huailin continued his quest for exploration. With the guidance of the mysterious entity, he became increasingly vigilant for any hidden chests. However, the chests in this game lacked conspicuous indicators and were often cleverly concealed, particularly in the dim lighting of the area. After searching for quite some time without success, he did manage to defeat several fire elemental sentinels along the way. Remarkably, Li Huailin observed that the drop rate for the flame hearts from these creatures was quite high. Each one yielded at least 1, with some astonishingly dropping 3. He had just heard from the ethereal figure that fire elementals had a chance to drop these items, yet these sentinels seemed to guarantee their yield. After vanquishing 5 or 6 fire elemental sentinels, Li Huailin had amassed 11 flame hearts. With a metallic chime, the 7th fire elemental sentinel fell, and Li Huailin realized he had finally acquired equipment. It had not been easy. He wondered why the rewards in this realm were so sparse. Unaware of the drop rates outside, he could only chuckle at his ignorance. Flame sentinel pauldrons, bronze mail, physical defense 10 to 15, magic defense 8 to 8, strength 8, fire resistance 14. Required level 15, class, warrior, knight. Set, 1-6. Interesting, Li Huailin mused, noting that this was the first time he had encountered a piece of bronze equipment with 2 attributes. Was it not only silver equipment that boasted such enhancements? The inclusion of fire resistance, particularly as part of a set, piqued his curiosity. Could this peculiar attribute be a reward from the secret realm? With his inventory empty, he donned the equipment, planning to remove it for sale upon returning to town. Wearing the pauldrons felt somewhat incongruous, as he was clad in simple cloth attire yet adorned with mail shoulders, presenting a rather discordant appearance. Despite donning the fire resistance gear, he did not perceive a significant decrease in damage from the fire elemental sentinels. Their attacks merely dropped from around 140 to slightly over 130. Even with diligence, each sentinel managed to hit him with a fireball, resulting in a third of his health being depleted. Fortunately, unlike in the abyssal dungeons where multiple foes would swarm, each fire elemental acted independently. Had he encountered more than 3 at once, he might have faced dire consequences. As he continued to engage the enemies, another metallic sound signaled the acquisition of more equipment. Upon inspection, he discovered yet another piece of mail. Flame sentinel leggings, bronze mail, physical defense 15 to 15, magic defense 10 to 10, strength 10, fire resistance 18, required level 15, class, warrior, knight. Set, 2-6. This place seems to exclusively yield fire resistance gear, Li Huailin remarked as he equipped the leggings. A moment later, the shoulder pads and leggings both shimmered, indicating the activation of a set bonus. Set, Flame Sentinel, 2/6 Constitution 10. To his surprise, 2 pieces were sufficient to trigger the set bonus. He had expected to collect them all. This was fortuitous, as he was currently exploring, and the additional fire resistance would serve him well, not to mention the potential resale value. Testing the waters, he engaged another fire elemental sentinel. He noted that its fireball now inflicted only around 120 damage. However, the healing burn effect had also diminished. What was once a consistent 8 health every 2 seconds now occasionally displayed immunity, resulting in no health recovery. Overall, the damage was reduced, albeit not significantly. As he progressed forward, a fleeting glance revealed a fire elemental sentinel leaning against the wall, behind which appeared to be a treasure chest. Patience, he reminded himself, would yield rewards. With a sly smile, Li Huailin approached the sentinel. Moments later, the sentinel bellowed, "Jurgen will punish you," before collapsing at Li Huailin's feet. Without hesitation, he reached for the chest, muttering incantations for land deeds. To his astonishment, the first item he retrieved was not a deed, but a piece of equipment radiating a blue glow. Guardian Knight Shield, Silver Shield, Physical Defense 35 to 40, Magic Defense 30 to 30. Block 55, Constitution 15, Spirit 10. Required level 15, Class, Warrior, Knight. What use do you serve? Li Huailin exclaimed, despite being a strength-focused warrior wielding a one-handed sword. He contemplated equipping the shield, intending to discard it later in town. Continuing his search, he encountered yet another piece of equipment, this time part of the fire resistance set. Flame Sentinel Belt, Bronze Mail, Physical Defense 8 to 10, Magic Defense 5 to 5, Strength 6, Fire Resistance 8, Required Level 15, Class, Warrior, Knight. Set, 3/6. After donning the belt, he noted his appearance had become even more peculiar, adorned in mail shoulders, leggings, and a belt, yet still clad in cloth. The 3-piece set did not trigger any additional bonuses, prompting him to delve further into the chest. On his third attempt, he finally extracted a piece of paper, which piqued his interest. Recipe: Delicious Sea Turtle Stew Usage. Teaches you to cook delicious sea turtle stew, requires advanced cooking. Delicious Sea Turtle Stew increases health recovery speed by 30 for 40 seconds. If consumed for at least 15 seconds, grants Constitution 20, Spirit 20 for 30 minutes. Why a recipe? Li Huailin lamented. He had anticipated a land deed, yet instead found something that appeared quite beneficial. However, upon realizing it required advanced cooking, he understood it was yet another disappointment. Fortunately, the secret realm remained vast, and he had yet to explore its entirety. With thoughts of potential chests still ahead, Li Huailin steeled his spirit and continued onward. With the newly acquired fire resistance belt, he felt a slight alleviation of the pressure on his health. The fireballs now inflicted only around 100 damage. Though the healing burn effect had diminished, it was an improvement nonetheless. Despite this, the inability to recover health meant he was gradually whittled down to a quarter of his total health. He soon discovered that fire elemental sentinels bore little more than flame hearts and parts of the fire resistance set. After defeating several more, he obtained 2 additional pieces of bronze armor. Flame Sentinel Leather Pants, Bronze Leather, Physical Defense 10 to 10, Magic Defense 10 to 10, Agility 10, Fire Resistance 14, Required Level 15, Class, Rogue. Hunter. Set, 1/6. This leather piece of fire resistance gear was stashed away in his inventory. Flame Sentinel Boots, Bronze Mail, Physical Defense 5 to 10, Magic Defense 5 to 5, Strength 5. Fire Resistance 10, Required Level 15, Class, Warrior, Knight. Set, 4/6. Equipping these boots activated yet another set bonus. Set, Flame Sentinel, 2/6 Constitution 10. Set, Flame Sentinel, 4/6 Fire Resistance 20. The cumulative effects now significantly enhanced his fire resistance, bringing the total increase to an impressive 70 points. After searching nearby, I encountered a fire elemental guardian and decided to test its capabilities. I discovered it was utterly ruthless. The damage from its fireballs had plummeted significantly, while its healing effects also diminished drastically. Now, a single fireball could inflict approximately 70 damage, while it could only heal itself for 16 to 24 points. Overall, the damage output had been halved. However, Li Huailin realized that he could not sustain this for much longer, as his own health was perilously low. Although the reduction in damage was advantageous, the gradual depletion could still lead to his demise. He resolved to strike as much as he could, comforted by the thought that the experience lost from dying could easily be recouped. With this in mind, Li Huailin pressed onward. As he continued his journey, He stumbled upon a new area, distinctly different from the previous one. This location was a circular cavern, connected to the earlier hall by a narrow passageway. Encircling the circular cave was a ring of lava, with a stone platform at its center adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a magical circle. Dominating the platform was a colossal fire elemental, approximately 3 times the size of the fire elemental guardian, a true behemoth, clad in intricately crafted armor. Surrounding this gigantic fire elemental were 2 fire elemental guardians, their hands raised towards it, their bodies emanating a red glow, seemingly charging it with energy. The passage led directly above the circular platform, and descending would place him right atop it. However, it appeared that once he jumped down, returning would be impossible. Reminiscent of the enclosed boss battles he had encountered previously against that sorcerer. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Li Huailin hesitated slightly. He had just discovered a chest. What if there were more treasures? If he jumped down, he might miss something valuable. Ultimately, he considered that perhaps the boss would yield even greater rewards. Reflecting on his dwindling health, he surmised that confronting the boss might indeed be fruitful. Lowering his gaze, he examined the boss and employed a reconnaissance skill. Chadminus. Level Elemental Elite. Health. Physical attack. Magical attack. Physical defense. Magical defense. Skills. Wait, isn't this entity named Jelkin? Li Huailin mused, puzzled. The level was too high for him to discern more than the name, leaving him with no choice but to engage directly. With determination, he propelled himself forward and leaped down the passage. Chapter 52. Quick-wit Jurgen will sanction you. Upon witnessing Li Huailin's descent, the formidable fire elemental, Chadmins, bellowed, initiating the boss battle. Hey, how can a boss steal lines meant for minions? Li Huailin remarked, bemused. The only distinction was that the minions uttered their words as they perished, while Chadmins proclaimed his at the outset. Once the fire elemental and his 2 subordinates entered the fray, they did not charge forward but instead commenced conjuring fireballs from their stationary positions. What a spectacle! Surely, they must be the disciples of the fireball cult. Li Huailin felt a twinge of frustration. It was troublesome that this boss also specialized in fireball casting. With only around 600 health remaining, and the 2 minions inflicting approximately 70 damage each, that amounted to a perilous total of 140. Considering Chadmins equated to the strength of 2 minions, he too posed a similar threat, meaning 2 rounds of coordinated attacks would spell doom for Li Huailin. In dire straits, Li Huailin charged forth, executing a sweeping strike upon Chadmins, while simultaneously striking the adjacent minions. -521, -560, -1130, critical hit, having donned several pieces of strength-enhancing gear. Li Huailin's attack power saw a notable increase. Observing a critical hit on one of the minions, he swiftly delivered a finishing blow, toppling the creature before it had a chance to unleash a fireball. However, as Li Huailin's assault concluded, the fireballs from both the boss and the remaining minion rained down upon him. -69, Minion's attack. -211, Chadmin's attack. Goodness, this creature's attack power is exceedingly high, Li Huailin exclaimed. Especially given his own 70 points of fire resistance and over 60 points of spell defense. How could an ordinary player contend with such overwhelming damage? Underestimating the boss's might, Li Huailin realized he had already lost half of his health despite vanquishing 1 minion. Glancing at the boss's health bar, he noted that his 500+ damage had only diminished it by a mere 2. This foe possessed an impressively thick health pool, presenting a daunting challenge. Unperturbed by Li Huailin's concerns, the 2 fire elementals unleashed another volley of fireballs, prompting him to refocus and attack the remaining minion. -534 regrettably, he failed to land a critical hit, yet his strike interrupted the minion's spellcasting, allowing him to execute a follow-up attack. Heavy slash, -558 growing increasingly anxious. Li Huailin deployed his level 1 heavy slash, which offered only a meager increase of 5 attack points, yet he still utilized it. Jurgen will sanction you, cried the fire elemental guardian as it collapsed, but the unaffected Chadmin's fireball had already hurtled towards Li Huailin. -209 in a frantic moment, Li Huailin assessed his health bar. He had lost nearly 500 health, yet thanks to the healing effect of his burning buff, he regained around 30 health points, leaving him with 178 health. I can't withstand another blow, he thought, eyeing the fire elemental Chadmins, who was once again conjuring fireballs. This is it, I am doomed. Could he evade the impending fireball? Was there any refuge nearby? As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized the area was devoid of obstacles. Why is it so barren? Not even a rock to shield me, Li Huailin lamented, until he suddenly spotted a circle of lava encircling him. I can't believe I was so foolish. He slapped his forehead, immediately darting toward the lava at the edge of the platform. At that moment, Chadman's completed his fireball, launching a significantly larger projectile toward Li Huailin's back. In a crucial moment, Li Huailin executed a sliding maneuver, akin to a baseball player stealing a base, diving into the lava just as the fireball struck him. 850. Minus 412, critical hit. How dare you land a critical hit? Li Huailin exclaimed, albeit relieved by his cleverness. However, he noted that the healing effect from the lava seemed diminished. Checking his buff bar, he discovered that the burning effect also mitigated damage from the lava. Lava burn increases health by 850 points per second. Resistance reduction. As Li Huailin submerged in the lava, Chadman's remained stationary, continuing to conjure fireballs. At this juncture, Li Huailin felt emboldened. The boss took 2 seconds to cast each fireball, while he recovered 850 health per second. He had nothing to fear. With a resounding smack, a fireball struck Li Huailin, who wiped his hand across the table, taunting, "Come on, hit harder. Don't spare this delicate flower." Another fireball struck him squarely in the face. "Bring it on. If you can, face me directly," he shouted defiantly. Yet another fireball hit him. "What other tricks do you possess? If not, it's my turn." Seeing his health fully restored, Li Huailin emerged from the lava and charged at Chadman's once more. Minus 533, minus 1012, critical hit, in a flurry of strikes. Li Huailin unleashed a relentless assault on the boss, depleting 23 of Chadman's health. Throughout this flurry, the boss retaliated with fireballs, and though Li Huailin's health was bolstered by the lava burn, he noticed his health dwindling once more. "Just wait, I shall return," he declared. Preserving over 500 health to avoid being felled by a critical hit, he sprinted back to the lava, leaping in to replenish his health before once again charging into battle with the boss. After 2 cycles, Chadman's health plummeted to 50. "Behold the might of the Elemental Legion!" Chadman's roared, raising his arms above his head. In response to his declaration, Li Huailin felt the ground tremble beneath him as the platform disintegrated, transforming into 8 distinct pieces that scattered in various directions. Simultaneously, the surrounding lava surged to life, with columns of molten rock erupting, further diminishing the already limited space available for movement. "Well, this is splendid. No more running back and forth," Li Huailin observed, noting that only a small patch of ground remained beneath the boss's feet, barely accommodating melee players. He would have to leap to another section to evade the lava, but for Li Huailin, this was a boon. He could simply stand in the lava and still strike the boss. His attacks quickened, as he swiftly whittled away another 25 of Chadman's health. However, as the boss's health dipped to the remaining quarter, he initiated a new tactic. "By the power of flames," Chadman's exclaimed, conjuring a fiery ring that expanded outward. Minus 237. While this might pose a challenge for a team, for Li Huailin, the damage remained relatively unchanged. The boss merely shifted from single target strikes to a sweeping attack. The interval between attacks lengthened from 2 seconds per fireball to 3 seconds for each fiery ring, alleviating Li Huailin's pressure. Li Huailin also noted that the once flat ground had risen in several places, potentially offering refuge from Chadman's sweeping firing attacks. Yet, it mattered little to him. He continued to stand in the lava, assaulting the boss with unwavering determination. "I apologize, Your Highness Jelkin. I have failed." As the life force of the boss dwindled to nothing, the fire elemental charred man raised his hands once more, trembling in agony as he uttered a final phrase, his entire form beginning to emanate a crimson glow. With the boss radiating brilliance, the entirety of the circular cavern began to tremble, and the magma beneath Li Huailin surged violently, with debris and gravel cascading down as if an earthquake had transpired. "Is a collapse imminent?" Li Huailin sensed something amiss. With a thunderous roar, a section of the cavern suddenly crumbled, revealing a dark, inviting opening. As the portal emerged, the fire elemental charred man transformed into specks of red light, dissipating into the air, and the tremors of the cavern ceased. System notification: you have slain the boss of the Molten Rift, the fire elemental charred man, losing 750 experience points. System notification: the Jelkin faction's elemental legion's favorability towards you has increased by 5. Current favorability: indifferent. System notification: the Sallant faction's elemental legion's favorability towards you has decreased by 5. Current favorability: hostile. The Jelkin faction's elemental legion? The Sallant faction's elemental legion? These were unfamiliar terms to Li Huailin, and notably, both favorability ratings remained negative, falling short of neutrality. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He resolved to search the forum later for any discussions regarding similar topics. For now, he thought, let us first ascertain whether the boss has dropped any valuable items. Chapter 53. A new place. Disregarding the newly emerged small hole, Li Huailin first reached out to touch the corpse of the boss. Unfortunately, It seemed that luck was not on his side today, as he did not obtain the deed. Flame Guardian Chestplate, Silver Chainmail, Physical Defense 15 to 20, Magical Defense 10 to 10, Strength 14. Constitution 10, Fire Resistance 20, requires level 15, Class, Warrior, Knight. Set, 5-6. He had obtained the 5th piece of the Flame Guardian set, a blue chestplate, which appeared to be the most elusive item. However, it was of little use to Li Huailin, as his current fire resistance had already reached an impressive 90 points. Yet he still lacked a helmet to complete the set. Crimson Flame Greatsword, Silver Two-Handed Sword, Attack Power 45 to 60, Strength 20, Constitution 10. Has a 33 chance to inflict an additional 45 points of fire damage upon attack. Requires level 20, Class, Warrior, Knight, Hunter. The second item was a commendable two-handed sword, a blue level 20 weapon, but it was still destined to be sold by Li Huailin. Upon further inspection, he also discovered a fire essence, the very item Martin required for his quest. Beyond that, there was nothing akin to a deed. Would a deed even appear here? Li Huailin pondered. Uncertain of the outcome, he simply wished to explore. It seemed, however, that this labyrinth was not yet concluded. Could that small hole lead to another passage? Was there another boss? As he contemplated, Li Huailin approached the small hole, bending down to peer into it. To his surprise, it extended quite far, though the interior was shrouded in darkness. He perceived a glimmer of light at the far end, suggesting it was traversable. Could this be an exit? No, that couldn't be right. He still needed to deliver the quest item to Martin. What would an exit mean? Li Huailin mused, perplexed. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, an ingenious idea struck him. Why rush to complete the quest? This was a hidden mission after all, and he need not be the one to deliver it personally, especially since the reward was not something he desired. He resolved to contact Yi Hang later, as he believed he would be interested in this quest. However, for now, he was keen to explore where this small passage led. Li Huailin was aware that games deliberately designed impassable passages, and thus, he was curious about where this one might lead. Moreover, he had little fear of dying, so he lowered himself and ventured inside. The passage proved to be quite narrow, and after approximately 10 minutes of crouching, he finally approached the exit. Truthfully, he was relieved it was a game, otherwise, he would have surely felt discomfort in his back by now. At last, he emerged. As Li Huailin crawled out of the cave, he was greeted by a burst of light. It appeared he had indeed exited the cavern. However, this place seemed different from the lava fissures. While the fissures were laden with smoke and the sky was somewhat obscured, it was nothing compared to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him now. Though he could see the sky, it was veiled by a thick layer of dust, blocking out the sunlight entirely. Just as he finished his reflection, a thunderous crash erupted behind him. He turned to see the cave from which he had come collapsing, seemingly without any prior indication that it would do so. It seemed to be a requirement of the system's narrative. With no way back, Li Huailin surveyed his surroundings. Behind him loomed a towering mountain, and he found himself perched precariously on its cliff. Apart from the cave, there was no returning. Ahead, he noticed that the distant landscape was also encircled by mountains, suggesting he was in a basin. The ground remained a desolate black, reminiscent of the lava fissures, but even more fractured. Surrounding him were patches of exposed lava, bubbling ominously, seemingly at a higher temperature than that found in the fiery chasms. Was this also part of the secret realm? Li Huailin glanced around, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he spotted what appeared to be a significant location, a structure resembling an altar. There seemed to be no monsters in the vicinity, prompting Li Huailin to hasten toward the altar. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an immense magical array, constructed above a vast pool of magma, suspended in the air with only a narrow staircase connecting it to the ground. Li Huailin marveled at how such a structure could defy the laws of physics. The array was primarily composed of black stones, circular in shape with a radius of approximately 10 meters. Surrounding the array were towering black pillars, each standing about 10 meters high, encircling the structure. The ground and the surface of the array were densely inscribed with a series of peculiar symbols, clearly not of simple origin, yet Li Huailin recognized none of them. The scene was indeed magnificent. However, what was its purpose? Was it yet another boss summoning mechanism? Li Huailin began to examine the area more closely, sensing that there was something amiss, though he could not discern what it might be. Just as he completed his inspection, Li Huailin's eyes fell upon something he had been eager to find. At the very center of the array lay a sword. It was evident that this sword was extraordinary. Its striking design alone suggested its rarity, and it emitted a faint red glow, unlike any ordinary blade. Was this the reward for conquering the secret realm? Li Huailin contemplated as he approached the sword, though he hesitated to grasp it without first examining its attributes. As he reached out, a system prompt suddenly appeared. System prompt. You have discovered a great sword radiating flames at the center of the magical array. Do you truly wish to touch it? Curious, Li Huailin wondered why a system prompt would manifest here. Was there a danger associated with touching it, prompting the system to confirm the player's intentions? Yet, Li Huailin was undaunted. He was not one to shy away from challenges. Without a second thought, he selected yes in response to the prompt. Just as he made contact, a green numeral indicating a restoration of 10,000 health appeared above his head. System prompt. You have touched the sword of the fire god, Haluda. Your body has been impacted by the sword of the fire god, Haluda, restoring 10,000 health points. What a surprise. It was indeed perilous. He nearly faced demise. What a treacherous sword. One that could easily ensnare an unsuspecting child, leading them to their doom upon mere contact. Fortunately, the system had transformed the deduction of 10,000 health into a restoration of 10,000 health. Otherwise, Li Huailin would have certainly perished. Yet, to inflict 10,000 damage with a mere touch suggested that this sword was formidable. Since it posed no threat to him, Li Huailin's interest piqued, and he decided to gather his resolve, roll up his sleeves, and attempt to extract the sword to examine its properties. Gripping the hilt firmly, he exerted force, only to find the sword remained immovable. Another green numeral indicating a restoration of 10,000 health appeared above him. System prompt. You have touched the sword of the fire god, Haluda. Your body has been impacted by the sword of the fire god, Haluda, restoring 10,000 health points. System prompt. You have touched the sword of the fire god, Haluda. Your body has been impacted by the sword of the fire god, Haluda, restoring 10,000 health points. How dare a mere sword challenge me? Today, I shall surely draw you from your sheath. Li Huailin firmly gripped the hilt, exerting all his strength to unsheathe it. However, it seemed that his actions had provoked the sword, as numbers began to flash ominously above his head, a cascade of 10,000, 10,000. The system notifications flooded the screen. Why won't it budge? After a brief struggle, Li Huailin realized that the sword seemed utterly unyielding. He paused, muttering, "How does one break this?" Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from the heavens. Who dares disturb the seal of the divine sword? Startled, Li Huailin looked up to see an armored elder descending swiftly before him. Chapter 54. The guardian of the divine sword. The elderly man who fell from the sky was clearly an NPC. Appearing quite aged with a mane of black and white hair and a well-groomed beard. He donned an impressive set of red and yellow armor that was unmistakably extraordinary. Even Li Huailin felt a twinge of envy for the striking ensemble. Slung across the old man's back was a two-handed sword, suggesting he was of the warrior class. And his dramatic entrance indicated he was a formidable expert. With the system's assistance, Li Huailin could see the green name above him, Ishak Fernando. Ishak's expression was decidedly unfriendly, seemingly linked to Li Huailin's earlier interaction with the divine sword. From his recent remarks, Li Huailin sensed a deep-seated malice. You dared to touch the divine sword? Ishak scrutinized Li Huailin with a piercing gaze before bluntly asserting, You cannot deceive me, boy. I can discern from your demeanor whether you speak the truth. Answer me, young man. Li Huailin found himself irritated by such pompous NPCs who flaunted their age. What are you so proud of? You're merely a few years older than I am. Once I reach level 100, I could dispatch you without a second thought. He casually brushed off the dust from his attire and replied nonchalantly, Yes, I touched it. What of it? Speak your mind. How dare you desecrate a divine artifact with your mortal body? You are exceedingly audacious. Ishak suddenly roared. System notification. Due to your unauthorized contact with the divine sword, the guardian Ishak Fernando's affection for you has increased by 30 points. Current affection, friendly. Unexpectedly, Ishak's demeanor shifted. His previously fierce expression softened into one of kindness. Well done. To have touched the divine sword without my consent is quite impressive. I commend you. Touching your divine sword is trivial. Even if I were to spend your money, reside in your home, and ride your wife while beating your child, what could you possibly do about it? Li Huailin retorted flippantly. System notification. Due to your insult to Ishak Fernando, the guardian Ishak Fernando's affection for you has increased by 10 points. Current affection, respectful. His affection had risen again. Now it was one of respect, and Ishak's expression brightened further. Ah, my young friend, I must admit I underestimated you. You have exceeded my expectations. Flattery is unnecessary. I merely jest about your wife and child. It is not a matter for pride. Please, spare me the compliments. I am one who cannot withstand such praise. Li Huailin said, patting Ishak on the shoulder. Who would have thought you to be such a commendable individual? I had intended to assign you several tasks to assess your character, but but it appears that is no longer necessary. Ishak nodded with satisfaction. To be candid, I am growing old, and my days as the guardian of the divine sword are numbered. I wonder if you would be willing to inherit my will and protect the divine sword, Haluda. System notification: Ishak Fernando invites you to join the organization of Divine Sword Guardians. Do you agree? Divine Sword Guardians? Li Huailin paused, perplexed. He had never heard of such an organization. Despite frequenting forums for quite some time, he had not encountered any discussions regarding it. Ishak appeared to be the only NPC connected to this organization, and there seemed to be no outpost for the Divine Sword Guardians in the main city. What was this organization about? The Divine Sword Guardians exist solely to protect the Divine Sword, Ishak replied earnestly. Our creed is to safeguard the Divine Sword with our lives. Should it ever emerge, no matter who possesses it, the world would be thrown into chaos, even if it fell into the hands of the most peace-loving individual. We must prevent such calamity. Thus, we must stop anyone who dares to touch the Divine Sword. What a peculiar cult, Li Huailin mused, scratching his head. How many members do you have? When I reported to the organization 3 years ago, there were approximately 90 members. Now, after 3 years, perhaps a few more have joined. Ishak stated. Only about 90 members for the entire continent? What kind of game is this? I've heard the church has millions of followers. Your little cult would be obliterated by a mere branch. Li Huailin nearly choked on his words. 90 people in a cult sounded absurd. Reminiscent of news he had seen online about a village declaring itself a republic only to be swiftly dismantled by local authorities. The Church of Light? Humph. Ishak huffed. Do you think we fear them? Oh. Li Huailin was taken aback. Ishak seemed to harbor a distinct disdain for the church. Could it be that the Divine Sword Guardians opposed the church? Suddenly, the notion of joining this organization began to appeal to Li Huailin. After all, with millions of followers in the church, being targeted by them would render his life perilous. With that thought in mind, Li Huailin nodded. Indeed, you make a valid point. I believe I should join the Divine Sword Guardians. Do you truly wish to join the Divine Sword Guardians and dedicate everything, even your life, to the Divine Sword? Ishak asked solemnly. That is a given. Li Huailin was eager to contribute his life. He relished the idea of dying in pursuit of the sword, hoping to attract powerful foes to claim it, leading to his own demise. System notification: you have joined the Divine Sword Guardians, initiating your reputation as a guardian. Excellent, my young friend. You are now one of us. I shall send your information to our headquarters, Ishak said, beaming with joy. By the way, here is our organization's badge. It signifies your identity. Ishak handed him a badge resembling a crest. Li Huailin examined it. It was a red insignia shaped like a shield. We are the shield of the Divine Sword. This is the essence of our organization. Ishak pointed to the badge. Divine Sword Guardian Badge. Non-tradable, indestructible, and will not drop. Usage: teleport to the altar entrance of the Fire Divine Sword Haluda, cooldown period of 3 days. Li Huailin noted that the badge was simply that, a badge, lacking any attributes. It could be worn or stored, but did occupy an inventory slot. Since it didn't take up space in the equipment section, he decided to wear it. My young friend, you currently appear rather weak. I had a task in mind for you, but it seems you have not yet reached my standards. Return to me when you reach level 30, and I shall assign you a task, Ishak remarked, surveying Li Huailin. Come to find you? Li Huailin was momentarily taken aback. I must safeguard the Fire Divine Sword Haluda and cannot stray far from here. You will need to undertake this task, Ishak explained. It is a hidden class transfer quest. I believe it will be of great assistance to you. A hidden class? Li Huailin was intrigued. Hidden classes were renowned for their power. Most importantly, they would accompany him throughout his journey, unlike equipment that could be lost upon death. He believed he must complete this quest, even at the cost of some experience. I can only reveal this much for now. You are not yet ready for the task, Ishak added. When you are strong enough, I shall entrust it to you. Understood. Li Huailin nodded, finding Ishak increasingly agreeable. He gave Ishak another pat on the shoulder. Chapter 55. Learning skills at level 15. The whereabouts of this Ishak remained a mystery even to him, and initially, Li Huailin had no idea from where this individual had appeared. To ensure he had not overlooked anything, Li Huailin decided to explore the area a bit, but to his dismay, he found nothing. Intriguingly, he could not even locate an exit. While most players might stumble upon an exit, only to be met with the tragic fate of being slain by an enchanted sword, Li Huailin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, he quickly devised a plan. Thankfully, his foresight had led him to procure over 100 health potions from Yang before arriving here. Li Huailin reminded himself that upon returning, he must prioritize purchasing a teleportation scroll, lest his attributes become ensnared in some obscure corner of the game, leading to an untimely demise. Fortunately, The health potions proved effective. With over 4,000 health points, he consumed 20 potions before finally succumbing to the ground. Emerging from the resurrection point, Li Huailin inhaled the refreshing air, grateful to escape the unpleasant atmosphere of the lava fissure. Upon his return to the main city, he could not help but breathe deeply. Checking his inventory, he was relieved to find that nothing had been lost. The seemingly useless flame heart and peculiar fire resistance gear remained intact, indicating that his luck had favored him, as he had landed on the 50 penalty for not losing items upon death. Without hesitation, Li Huailin made his way to the general store, mindful of the tasks awaiting him. He feared he might forget about the teleportation scroll amid the bustle, so he aimed to resolve this matter swiftly. Fortunately, the general store was easy to locate, situated prominently in the commercial district. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman named Janine, greeted him. Inside the store, Li Huailin observed an assortment of candles, torches, and teleportation scrolls, ordinary wares. He purchased several torches at 50 copper coins each, as their loss upon death would not weigh heavily on his conscience. Next, he glanced at the price of the teleportation scrolls, which were 4 silver coins each, reasonable yet not overly cheap. Though he considered bargaining with the shopkeeper, he hesitated, recognizing her as a respectable woman in her 40s. Moreover, based on his previous experience with the apothecary, he suspected that any discount would likely amount to no more than 20, reducing the price to 2 silver coins, insufficient incentive to pursue such a course. He ultimately bought 5 teleportation scrolls, ensuring he had enough for future needs while avoiding excess that might lead to loss upon death. Suddenly, as he exited the general store, Li Huailin recalled another matter he frequently overlooked: learning new skills. Now that he had reached level 16, he knew that theoretically, each class acquires a new skill every 5 levels. Having surpassed level 15 for quite some time, he realized the importance of addressing this before any further distractions consumed his attention. Determined, he hurried to the vocational district, heading straight for the warrior guild, a place he had become quite familiar with. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the familiar figure of the warrior mentor, Arlinster, the imposing man whom he had sparred with previously. Surrounding him was a crowd of players, both novices and veterans, engaged in skill acquisition. Notably, the skill training area was even more crowded than last time, with queues extending upstairs. Reflecting on this, Li Huailin acknowledged that he had emerged from the novice village relatively quickly, lagging only 3 to 4 days behind the fastest players. The current influx of players had created a peak time for emerging from the beginner zone, especially with the growing popularity of Glory's Heart. Indeed, many prominent guilds that had previously hesitated to transition from older MMORPGs were now establishing themselves within this new realm. According to the official forum, nearly all of the top 10 guilds nationwide had either joined or expressed intentions to enter the game. Having played other MMORPGs himself, Li Huailin understood the appeal. The immersive experience was unparalleled, which explained his own commitment to this game. He speculated that Yang and his comrades would soon be occupied, given the multitude of rivals in the spirit realm. Resolute, Li Huailin decided to sell his hidden quest to the spirit realm today, but first, he needed to learn new skills. The incredible brother? Li Huailin's new appearance, clad in full chainmail, save for a helmet, was enough for nearby players to recognize him, highlighting his growing fame. Where is the incredible brother? I want to see. Another player exclaimed. Indeed, I've seen the pinned post. The previously bustling atmosphere of the warrior guild became even more vibrant. Good evening, everyone, Li Huailin waved casually. Incredible brother. Are you here to challenge the warrior mentor again? One player chuckled. Incredible brother. I heard you were caught for inappropriate behavior. Incredible brother. Rumor has it you assaulted a neighbor's daughter. How daring. Li Huailin's expression darkened at the unfounded accusations. What nonsense, he thought, anger bubbling within him. The crowd fell silent, uncertain of what had just transpired, all eyes fixed on Li Huailin. All right, everyone, please make way. I need to learn a skill, he said, unable to pinpoint the source of the trouble, but hoping to quell the commotion. His words proved effective as the crowd parted, granting him passage to the warrior mentor, Arlinster. Esteemed warrior, it is you. Arlinster greeted him with reverence. It appears you have grown stronger. Are you here to learn new skills? Yes. As we discussed previously, free of charge, correct? Li Huailin responded nonchalantly. Rest assured, I have promised that your skill training here will always be complimentary. Arlinster nodded earnestly. Very well. Let me see what skills are available. Li Huailin opened his skill menu, discovering 2 skills to learn, one related to combat and the other to defense. Courageous Strike Level 1, 500 increases the damage inflicted on the next attack by 75 points and generates substantial enmity. Instant Cast consumes 12 mana points. Cooldown of 12 seconds. Learning cost, 0 gold. Taunt. No level forces a monster to attack you for 2 seconds. Instant cast. Consumes 0 mana points. Cooldown of 6 seconds. Learning cost. 0 gold. All skills related to drawing aggro, he mused. It made sense, as level 15 was typically the time for dungeon exploration, where warriors indeed required such skills to thrive. Nodding in agreement, Li Huailin recognized that level 10 skills were primarily for leveling up, while level 15 skills were tailored for dungeon raids, a well-structured progression. He recalled having a skill book stored in the bank, but it was not yet accessible, requiring level 20 for learning. Should I seek out Yang and the others now? He pondered. Upon finally escaping the crowded warrior guild, Li Huailin began formulating a plan for his money-making endeavors. No, first I must locate that NPC. I remember he mentioned being in the artisan district. He resolved to sell the pile of equipment he had prepared, grateful to be affiliated with a guild, alleviating the burden of handling everything alone. With this thought, Li Huailin began reaching out to Hongya. Chapter 56. Rumors, is it over, Huailin? Red Moon inquired after receiving a remote call. It seems quite swift. How did it go? It's finished. I have returned to the main city, Li Huailin replied. I fought a boss and acquired some rather perplexing equipment. I was just about to seek someone to help me with it. What are you all up to? Do you have a moment to come over? Oh, just hold on. We are leveling up outside and are on our way back now, Red Moon responded, intrigued by the items from the secret realm, and thus decided to return promptly. I'll wait for you at the bank, Li Huailin said. By the time Red Moon and the others arrived, Li Huailin had already removed his fire resistance gear and donned his signature robe again, still wielding that elusive level 10 bronze sword. The gathering was quite complete, even including Red Flutter, who had barely exchanged a few words with Li Huailin, and of course, the somewhat exasperating Red Beauty. Brother-in-law, Red Beauty exclaimed upon seeing Li Huailin, rushing towards him and linking her arm with his. Brother-in-law, you are too much. You went to such a fun place in the secret realm without taking me. Leveling up is so boring. I've told you, you can't go there. Li Huailin replied, bemused. I don't even know how I got in myself. Can you swim in lava? All right, what did you acquire? Red Moon approached with a smile. Take a look for yourselves, Li Huailin said, promptly trading a large assortment of equipment to Red Moon, including items obtained from the Destruction Guild. So much. Red Moon gasped at the trade window, astounded by the quantity. There were 6 or 7 blue items and a dozen green ones. Is the secret realm truly this lucrative? Not all of it is from the secret realm. A significant portion was generously sponsored by others, Li Huailin chuckled. The secret realm is a bit of a scam. It keeps giving me fire resistance gear. This entire set was obtained from there. This fire resistance gear has decent attributes, and it seems to have set bonuses, Red Moon remarked. Trying it on, and indeed activating the 4-piece bonus. The overall attributes were impressive, though it lacked a piece to complete the set. If only I had one more piece. It would be quite valuable. What do you think? It can be sold for a handsome sum, Li Huailin smiled. Currently, blue items were fetching around 5 gold pieces each, while green items were approximately 1 gold, with high-quality attributes increasing their value. If a complete set were assembled, it would be even more astonishing. The local expert, Red Dust and Smoke, chimed in, with 7 blue items and 17 green items. You could easily sell them for at least 50 gold. This set is just 1 piece short, otherwise, it would be worth much more. Wow, that is a lot of money. Even the usually carefree Red Beauty appeared excited about the potential windfall. Huailin, are you planning to sell all of this? Red Moon asked curiously. Yes, my need for equipment is not high at the moment. I anticipate that once everyone levels up, these items will decrease in value. So it's better to seize this opportunity, Li Huailin replied. By the way, could you help me sell these items? I have other matters to attend to. Helping you sell is fine, but I wonder if there is any benefit in it for us. Red Bloodmark, who had experience selling items for Li Huailin, stepped forward. Well, if you see any equipment that can be worn, feel free to wear it. Sell the excess, Li Huailin suggested after some thought. Really? Red Bloodmark was surprised at Li Huailin's generosity, not expecting him to offer all the blue and green items so casually. No problem. As long as the guild can produce that life spring potion soon, I doubt the Destruction Guild will manage it. However, I'll think of a solution. If worst comes to worst, I'll use the money from selling the equipment to buy alchemy blueprints instead. For Li Huailin, the life spring potion was of utmost importance. Acquiring it would alleviate his leveling concerns for the foreseeable future. All right then, I'll see what I can do. Red Moon said, seemingly recalling something. By the way, Huailin, I'm not quite ready to sell this fire resistance gear yet. Oh, why is that? Li Huailin inquired. I vaguely remember a dungeon primarily focused on fire attributes, but we haven't explored it yet. I'll inquire about it shortly. If it's viable, this fire resistance gear could be incredibly beneficial. You have no idea how difficult it is to find equipment with resistance. It's currently in high demand among the major guilds. A set that adds over 100 points of fire resistance is practically a treasure for clearing dungeons. Although it reduces one's constitution significantly, it makes one fearless against fire attribute monsters. Red Moon was quite knowledgeable in this area, her excitement palpable. Oh, I see. Li Huailin nodded. You can handle that. I trust you. I've struck gold. I'm now fully clad in green gear, completely shedding my previous status. Red Bloodmark laughed nearby, noting that since Li Huailin had primarily defeated melee players from the Destruction Guild, most of the dropped items were melee equipment, particularly rogue gear. Thus, Li Huailin now possessed an abundance of rogue equipment, enough to provide Red Bloodmark with a complete set, which was undoubtedly superior to what she currently wore. Bloodmark, you certainly. Red Moon chuckled, aware that Red Bloodmark was merely jesting and wouldn't truly take an entire set without compensation. However, she was concerned Li Huailin might misunderstand, so she added, Huailin, don't take it to heart. Bloodmark isn't really going to take an entire set. She's just, please, no need for explanations, President. I mentioned leave it to you to manage. Li Huailin was indeed unconcerned about the equipment. Distribute it as you see fit. By the way, Wolf, have you gotten into any trouble recently? Red Dust and Smoke suddenly interjected. Huh. Li Huailin was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden change in topic. What is going on? I just heard someone in the guild mention that someone posted on the forum slandering you, and apparently, it's quite a lot. It's not just one person, Red Dust and Smoke explained. Huh. Li Huailin was momentarily stunned. What post? Something along the lines of awesome guy molested women and got caught. Awesome guy threatens city safety. Awesome guy disrespects player interests. Awesome guy kills defenseless newbie players. Awesome guy robs in the game. Awesome guy engages in illegal fundraising. An awesome guy violated the neighbor's little piglet, among others. Red Dust and Smoke rattled off a long list. What the hell? This is pure defamation. Li Huailin realized immediately who might be behind this. Aside from the Destruction Guild, who else would harbor such animosity towards him? Unable to defeat him, they resorted to underhanded tactics to create trouble. No wonder someone in the Warrior Guild mentioned he had been caught. It turned out they had seen the forum posts. Everyone, you must believe me. Of course, I believe in my brother-in-law. Red Beauty declared immediately. Though I've always thought you weren't a good person, you surely can't be that bad. Red Dust and Smoke added. Rest assured, we truly believe in you. Red Bloodmark smiled. I will contact the official forum staff and have them address this issue. Red Moon pondered for a moment. Indeed, while I may have done most of these things, it is unacceptable to publicly state them like that. Li Huailin exclaimed with righteous indignation. What? You've done all that? The women were taken aback. Oh, that was a slip of the tongue. Except for the violation of the neighbor's little piglet, that is definitely slander. These people are utterly shameless to pin such matters on me. Li Huailin said indignantly. Chapter 57. Another prophet brother-in-law. Where are we headed now? After finishing their conversation, Li Huailin and Hong Yu parted ways, each engrossed in their own pursuits. However, Hong Yin Hishui chose to linger, finding more enjoyment in accompanying Li Huailin than in leveling up. Making money, Li Huailin replied nonchalantly. Are you quite poor? Brother-in-law? It seems I often see you making money, Hong Yin Hishui remarked, her expression dimming at the mention of profit. As she had hoped for a more thrilling adventure, perhaps exploring a hidden realm. Absolutely. Do I not exude an air of destitution? I might as well have poor wretch inscribed upon my forehead. Would you say I am poor? Li Huailin rolled his eyes in jest. I am quite affluent, you know. Perhaps I should lend you some money, and you could take me on an outing. Hong Yin Hishui laughed cheerfully. My dear girl, you are still a student, aren't you? The money you possess is merely bestowed upon you by your family, so what is there to be joyous about? When you earn your own money, then you may consider supporting me, and I might think about it, Li Huailin quipped. All right, when I grow up and start earning, I shall take care of my brother-in-law, Hong Yin Hishui replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You are truly an ambitious youth with dreams. I have faith in you. Dear sister-in-law, Li Huailin smiled, not taking her words too seriously. Indeed, brother-in-law, my mother often praises me in the same manner, Hong Yin Hishui nodded, her gaze wandering around the bustling artisan district of the main city. The area was alive with activity, not only with NPCs diligently working, but also with a throng of players fervently practicing their forging and engineering skills. Brother-in-law, do you also practice forging or engineering? Hong Yin Hishui inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not at all. We are here to find someone, Li Huailin replied, recalling what Martin Colt had mentioned. He believed his brother, Mike Colt, to be a renowned master craftsman, which should make locating him relatively straightforward. Fortunately, the NPCs in the city were not entirely inept, so asking around should yield results. With this in mind, Li Huailin approached a nearby NPC guard to inquire about any relevant information. Excuse me, do you know where I might find an engineer named Mike Colt? Mike Colt? The guard pondered briefly before responding. Ah, I know him. He resides in the artisan district. Just head in that direction. The guard pointed. Walk about 200 meters, and you will come across a 3-story red house. That should be where he lives. Thank you very much. Li Huailin waved his hand in gratitude and proceeded in the indicated direction, with Hong Yin Hishui following curiously. Sure enough, after walking a short distance in the direction pointed out by the guard, Li Huailin spotted a red 3-story house. He assumed it was the correct location. But the door was closed and there were no players in sight. Thus, he knocked on the door. After a moment, a slightly anxious voice called from within. Who is it? I haven't been a master engineer for quite some time. If it's important, we can discuss it later. I am busy right now. Is this Mike Colt? Are you perhaps searching for your brother? Li Huailin called out. How do you know? Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a man in his 30s, bearing a striking resemblance to Martin, though with an air of urgency about him. Have you seen my brother? Where is he? I possess information regarding your brother. Li Huailin stated. It appears he ventured into the lava rift. I noticed him donning a lava diving suit as he entered the molten depths. Yes. Mike Colt exclaimed, excitement mingled with worry. I suspected one of my lava suits was missing. Indeed, he took it. That reckless lad. He has no fear. Those suits are not guaranteed to work. If anything goes awry, he could be utterly lost, not even a trace left behind. Hearing news of Martin stirred both excitement and concern in Mike Colt, but he soon furrowed his brow. However, my skin has been afflicted for years. I cannot endure heat, lest I suffer severe burns. I cannot seek him out in such a perilous location. Brave warrior, would you be willing to help me find my brother? I shall provide you with a lava diving suit, and should you succeed, I promise to reward you handsomely. My engineering books would surely be valuable to you. Mike Colt issued an A-rank quest to find Martin. Would you like to accept? Just waiting here. Li Huailin mused on how the game assigned such quests to players. However, instead of accepting immediately, he inquired, is this a solo quest or a team quest? If you wish to invite others to assist, it would be even better. The more, the merrier. I have plenty of lava diving suits. So even if you form a 5-person team, I will provide you with 5 suits, Mike Colt replied. Very well. Please wait a moment while I gather some assistance. Li Huailin nodded in satisfaction. Brother-in-law, you've just triggered a hidden quest. Hong Yin Hishui, who had joined Li Huailin's party, also received the quest notification and exclaimed joyfully, shall we embark on this hidden quest? It seems quite intriguing. Not at all interesting. I've been duped before. Li Huailin waved his hand dismissively. Do not accept the quest. I will gather 2 people and sell the quest instead. Sell it? What a pity. Hong Yin Hishui replied, a hint of regret in her voice. Trust me, this quest is a trap waiting to ensnare you. While I am uncertain of the rewards, I can assure you they are not what I desire. Besides, there will be deductions in both money and experience. Quite a pitfall, Li Huailin thought to himself, inwardly lamenting. Oh, Hong Yin Hishui nodded in understanding. Thus, Li Huailin began to contact a key client, Yi Hang, knowing he was not short on funds. Hello? Huailin, what is up? Yi Hang's voice came through, tinged with urgency, as if he were engaged in battle. Yi Hang, what are you up to? Li Huailin asked. Just a moment, I'm battling a boss. It's about to go down, Yi Hang replied, multitasking with ease. All right, Li Huailin acknowledged, understanding that the vice president of such a prominent guild would rarely have free time. After a brief interval, Yi Hang, having wrapped up his engagement, called back, apologies. Huailin, I was just finishing up with the final boss of a regular dungeon, hoping to score some decent loot. Unfortunately, nothing worthwhile dropped. What can I do for you? Well, I've stumbled upon another hidden quest in the main city, a team-based one, in fact. I don't plan to undertake it myself, so I wanted to see if your guild might be interested, Li Huailin explained. A hidden quest? Really? Yi Hang exclaimed, nearly choking on his surprise. With a guild as large as his, comprising thousands, they had only encountered 2 hidden quests thus far. It was clear that this remarkable individual was indeed a hidden quest specialist. Of course it's true. Do you think I would jest with you? Li Huailin chuckled. Oh, I was merely astonished. You intend to sell this quest? Yi Hang regained his composure. Our guild is certainly interested. What are the rewards for this quest? I am not yet aware of the task. However, the reward is likely to consist of engineering blueprints or something similar. Could you provide me with an estimated price? Li Huailin inquired. It must be a rare blueprint, otherwise it wouldn't qualify as a hidden task, Yi Hang replied promptly. We, in the spirit realm, shall take on this task. Do you prefer game currency or real-world currency? Real money, though it will be a bit more expensive this time, Li Huailin contemplated before responding. How about 50,000 credit coins, transferred immediately? Is that agreeable? Yi Hang suggested without delay. Well, Li Huailin pondered again. Let us make it 60,000. Yi Hang readily increased the offer. All right, 60,000 it is. Let us finalize the deal. Excellent. I will come over right now. I will send someone to transfer the funds to you shortly, using the same account as last time, correct? Yi Hang said cheerfully. Yes. I will await you at the entrance of the Craftsman District. Li Huailin nodded. Chapter 58. The sudden announcement soon. Individuals from the spirit realm arrived, led by Night Flight and accompanied by several others, including Spirit Realm Firehead. These individuals seemed to always be together, suggesting they belonged to the upper echelons of the Spirit Realm leadership. Please step back for a moment. I'll assist them in accepting their tasks. Li Huailin said to Hong Yin Yishui. Understood, brother-in-law. Hurry up and finish with them so we can go out and have some fun. Hong Yin Yishui replied, growing increasingly impatient after a brief wait. Indeed, your brother-in-law is diligently working to provide for the family. Even though it's just me at home, Li Huailin murmured. Why don't you just move in with us, brother-in-law? Our home is spacious. And since you are family, no one would mind you living with my sister, Hong Yin Yishui suggested eagerly. That would be delightful. I might even get to see you wandering around the house in your natural state after a shower, Li Huailin chuckled. Hong Yin Yishui's face flushed. What had initially seemed a casual comment now struck her as inappropriate. Having a man living in her home posed significant issues. I was just joking, brother-in-law. My house is quite small and filled with people. My parents are always around. That's rather far-fetched. Never mind, I was serious about moving in anyway. Li Huailin sighed. As he spoke, Night Flight approached with his group. Night Flight, what a coincidence. We've crossed paths several times today, Li Huailin smiled. Let us form a party. I'll lead you to accept your tasks. The funds have been transferred. I expect they will arrive within 10 minutes. Would you like to wait? Night Flight offered kindly. No need. I have faith in the Spirit Realms Guild, Li Huailin replied. Night Flight nodded, feeling proud as the vice president of the Spirit Realm upon hearing praise for the guild's credibility. By the way, Huailin, I just received a report from our members that many posts disparaging you have emerged on the game forum. Night Flight suddenly recalled as they walked towards my cult's residence. I see. They're claiming I forcibly took advantage of the neighbor's little pig, right? Li Huailin sighed. Recognizing that those behind such rumors were indeed the members of the Annihilation faction, his known adversaries. I can only imagine how frustrated Wenning must be, having lost half his team to a single player. It's embarrassing for him to admit, so he resorts to these petty tactics while claiming to be a grand guild. Lacking any sense of responsibility, Night Flight remarked, growing a bit indignant. So how is your situation with Annihilation progressing? Not much. I'm still contemplating how to deal with them. If I had 100 of myself, I would truly annihilate them. Unfortunately, I'm just one person, which complicates matters. Li Huailin shrugged. However, they can't do much to me. We can afford to wait until I devise a plan against them. How did Wenning provoke you? Night Flight pondered, imagining how troublesome it would be to encounter someone so fearless and formidable. Who knows? Perhaps it's my appearance that disrupts the aesthetic of the city? Li Huailin replied earnestly. All right. No need to elaborate further. I understand now. This is simply seeking trouble, Night Flight concluded. All right, let us move on. Li Huailin said as they arrived once more at my cult's home. The door remained firmly shut, and Li Huailin knocked gently. Inside, my cult repeated their previous conversation. It's me. I've brought someone to help you find your brother, Li Huailin announced. You're here, brave warrior. Mike Colt exclaimed, promptly opening the door, as if he had been waiting right there. The suddenness of his action startled Li Huailin and the others. I've been expecting you. Please, come in. This time, they were allowed entry. Upon stepping into Mike Colt's room, they found it rather disorganized, with his brother missing. Mike Colt had likely neglected tidying up amidst the chaos. Various tools lay scattered about, creating quite a mess, though it must be said. The game's attention to detail was commendable. Apologies for the disorder, Mike Colt said, but he quickly resumed discussing his brother. Are you ready? If so, we must leave immediately. My brother has been missing for 3 days, and I fear he may be in danger. Please, you must bring him back. With that, Mike Colt assigned a task. Mike Colt has issued an A-grade hidden task. Find Martin. Will you accept? Accepted, Li Huailin confirmed without hesitation. And Night Flight and his companions also accepted the hidden task. System notification. You have accepted the A-grade hidden task. Find Martin. Find Martin. Please locate the missing Martin Colt. He was last seen near the lava fissures. Task rewards. 20,000 experience, 3 gold coins, and a rare engineering blueprint. Let us abandon this. Li Huailin stated immediately after receiving the task. System notification. Are you sure you want to abandon the A-grade hidden task? Find Martin? Warrior. Why the sudden change of heart? I'm genuinely worried about my brother. Please help me search for him. I assure you, I will provide generous rewards. Mike Colt urged as he noticed Li Huailin's intent to withdraw. But you have others to assist you, right? I have urgent matters to attend to and really cannot go there again. Li Huailin insisted resolutely, firmly choosing to abandon the task. System notification. You have abandoned the A-grade hidden task. Find Martin. System notification. You have gained 200 reputation points. System notification. Due to your inconsistency, Mike Colt's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability. Friendly. Hero. Your ability to change your mind is remarkable. Mike Colt exclaimed with enthusiasm. I truly appreciate you. Huh. Night Flight and the others were taken aback, puzzled by the NPC's reaction. They had never abandoned a hidden task before and were unaware of any penalties. Generally, players prefer to keep hidden tasks in their quest logs, even if they cannot undertake them at that moment. All right, Li Huailin said, patting Mike Colt on the shoulder. That is quite characteristic of you, Night Flight remarked. Bemused. Well, the transaction is complete. You all have hidden tasks to pursue, correct? Li Huailin smiled. By the way, this task seems rather challenging, but I have my own insights into it. If you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I may be able to assist. Li Huailin was indeed very confident, especially since he still had the Flame Essence quest item stored in his bank. If Night Flight and his companions truly struggled, he could sell it for profit. Oh, all right, I'll give it a try. If I run into trouble, I'll seek your help, Night Flight replied. Thinking Li Huailin was being polite. Any trouble at all, Li Huailin reiterated. Okay, Night Flight nodded. We'll take our leave now. All right. Li Huailin acknowledged, preparing to depart when suddenly, all their dialogue boxes erupted with a massive line of red text. System announcement. Player Night has obtained a bronze-level pet egg, earning 10,000 experience and 2 gold coins. And it has been recorded in the glorious history of the continent. System announcement. Player Night has obtained a bronze-level pet egg, earning 10,000 experience and 2 gold coins, and it has been recorded in the glorious history of the continent. System announcement. The player Yi has obtained a bronze-level pet egg, earning a reward of 10,000 experience points and 2 gold coins, which will be recorded in the illustrious annals of the continent. System announcement. The pet system is about to be activated, and the server will enter a maintenance phase in 10 minutes. The anticipated maintenance duration is 8 hours. All players are advised to log off immediately to avoid unnecessary losses. What? The attendees were taken aback. Chapter 59. Maintenance Mode. The advent of the pet system extraordinary. Night Navigation furrowed his brow, astonished to discover that the game indeed featured a pet system. I had assumed pets were merely for aesthetic purposes. What's the matter? Li Huailin inquired with curiosity. Well, our guild has managed to acquire a few pet eggs, but they are all plain white ones. A few members have hatched them, yet none possess any attributes. They are merely companions to observe, cannot be attacked, lack health points, and cannot grant buffs. In essence, they serve solely as decorative pets. However, the recent system announcement hinted at the existence of more advanced bronze-level pet eggs. This implies the potential for even higher tiers, silver, gold, and so forth. Night Navigation analyzed. Moreover, according to the announcement regarding the pet shop's opening, it is possible that pets of bronze rank and above may assist players in combat. Yet, these pet eggs must be exceedingly rare. Among our guild of thousands, only a handful have encountered them. And within the vast player base of nearly 100 million in the Huaxia region, only one has managed to obtain a bronze-level egg. The pet system. Li Huailin's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he was not mistaken, these pets could become lifelong companions. Why not seize the opportunity to acquire one while their attributes were still advantageous? The benefits could be substantial. Let us set aside this discussion for now. It appears maintenance is imminent. I am uncertain what updates will be introduced, and our guild is scheduled to convene offline shortly. I must log off now. Firehead, you should gather at the company soon. The president has called for a meeting, Night Navigation remarked, likely already having received a message from the guild leader. All right, I will be there shortly, Firehead nodded. With that, Night Navigation logged off, bidding farewell to Li Huailin. Until next time, Li Huailin replied. Having completely forgotten about his earlier intention to sell the flame essence to Firehead, his mind now consumed with thoughts of pets. Moments later, Night Navigation and his companions logged off, leaving Li Huailin and Red-Face drinking water as the only players remaining. Brother-in-law, the maintenance will last 8 hours. It's only 7 o'clock now. It won't be completed until 5 in the morning, Red-Face drinking water. who had just awakened at noon and had been leveling up for a few hours, lamented her misfortune at the sudden maintenance that interrupted their plans to play together. There's nothing we can do about it. We must log off. Maintenance is about to commence, Li Huailin replied with a smile. Well? Red-faced, drinking water nodded glumly. Then added, you promised to take me out to play tomorrow, right? We'll see how it goes tomorrow. If I find time, I will take you, but it may not be particularly exciting, Li Huailin replied, contemplating his plan to investigate the pet system. Regardless, if you wish to accompany me, you may. Being with brother-in-law is bound to be fun, she said with blind optimism. All right, I will log off now, Li Huailin waved goodbye. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Have a good rest, red-faced drinking water replied. After logging off, Li Huailin glanced at the system clock, which confirmed it was only 6:55 p.m., still shy of 7. He retrieved some leftover instant food from the fridge, munching contentedly as he opened the official website for Heart of Glory, eager to check for update notifications. To his dismay, upon opening the webpage, he found it was also undergoing maintenance, displaying a solitary announcement. The game system is currently under maintenance, expected to last 8 hours. For specific updates, please monitor the official announcements. It seemed the maintenance personnel were busy drafting the update notifications, which would likely be completed before the server maintenance. With the official website down, Li Huailin turned to the official forum, relieved that it remained accessible. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a pinned post regarding pets. Anxious to learn more, he opened the thread, which contained analyses by a theoretical player who had pieced together information about the pet system. To his surprise, the findings closely mirrored Night Navigation's conjectures, suggesting that pets would appear in tiers similar to equipment, bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary, and would likely assist players in combat or possess special attributes. Li Huailin had never focused on pets, having never engaged in monster grinding for experience points, and the rarity of pet eggs had kept him unaware of their existence. Now, confronted with this unexpected development, he quickly searched the forum to bolster his knowledge on the topic. His search revealed numerous fortunate players who had obtained white pet eggs, showcasing their accomplishments on the forum. Li Huailin saw pictures of bird pets, wolf pets, and even elemental baby pets. Though they appeared charming, their inability to attack did not capture his interest. He was a pragmatist, believing pets should be both impressive and functional. If he had to choose, he would prefer utility over aesthetics. As the pet system was newly introduced and the update still pending, most posts in the forum were speculative, offering little substantial information. Li Huailin perused various threads until he stumbled upon a plethora of derogatory posts targeting him, filled with fabricated accounts that seemed credible at first glance. Damn it. There are indeed many of them, he thought, noticing the sheer volume of such posts, with at least one present on every page he scrolled through. The view and reply counts were substantial, revealing a heated exchange between both fans and detractors, escalating even to challenges for duels. These posts were incessantly bumped, refusing to fade away. It must be the work of that group from destruction, Li Huailin surmised, unable to recall any other enemies aside from them. He chose to ignore the vitriol and continued exploring other threads, focusing on the topics of pets and land deeds. Despite having searched previously, he was eager to see if any new posts about land deeds had emerged. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing, yielding merely a few additional inquiries with no concrete information on where to acquire them. I recall someone mentioning that land deeds could also be obtained through battlefields for military merit, which could then be exchanged for titles, Li Huailin reflected, prompting a search for keywords like battlefield, military merit, and titles. Regrettably, he discovered only an abundance of threads that ultimately led to the same conclusion. No one knew how to access the battlefield or how to exchange titles. Only a few NPCs had mentioned the matter. Damn it. Acquiring land deeds is indeed challenging, Li Huailin sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Given his current attributes, he felt confident in completing any task, but the real challenge lay in finding tasks to undertake. He was utterly at a loss. However, worrying was futile. Sometimes these matters hinged on luck. Accepting the situation, Li Huailin decided to log off. He glanced once more at the official website, still under maintenance. It was now past 9 o'clock, and he concluded it was best to retire early and rise early for gaming the following day. Chapter 60. The pet system. The following day, Li Huailin surprisingly rose quite early, waking up at 6 o'clock. However, upon getting out of bed, he did not rush to log into the game. Instead, he went downstairs to have a light breakfast. By the 22nd century, breakfast stalls had predominantly adopted semi-mechanical operations, and most of the food tasted rather uniform, though it was still preferable to fast food. After having a bite to eat, Li Huailin returned upstairs. He had no friends to meet or places to go, leaving him with little choice but to immerse himself in gaming. As he passed through the corridor, Li Huailin cast a glance at his neighbor Qinwan's room. The door was closed and silent, leading him to speculate that she had not yet returned home. Given that she worked the night shift, though he had not exercised, Li Huailin habitually took a shower before grabbing a drink and settling by his computer. He intended to check the official website for updates before diving into the game. Indeed, after an overnight maintenance, the official site had been updated, primarily focusing on the pet system. He meticulously reviewed all the new information. Firstly, the pet shop in the main city had opened. The pet stores located in the commercial districts of each main city primarily sold consumables for pets, such as bandages and potions. Additionally, pet eggs could now only be hatched at the pet shop, no longer allowing for direct hatching through a click as before. However, pet shops did not sell pet eggs. Those could only be obtained from defeating monsters with a low drop rate. The dropped eggs were not specifically labeled with the type of pet they would hatch into, merely described as white or bronze pet eggs, leaving the actual pet a mystery until hatching. Nevertheless, the system provided a means to acquire pet eggs. New villages, known as pet homesteads, emerged near various main cities. Through extensive background information, Li Huailin discovered that this new faction was dedicated to pets, with the renowned pet shops being operated by its members. By completing tasks within this faction's village, players could earn contribution points, which refreshed daily. For players struggling to find pet eggs, completing these daily tasks could yield contribution points that, upon reaching a certain amount, could be exchanged for a pet egg. The eggs varied from the lowest white to bronze, silver, and gold, with the rarest being epic purple eggs, though the results of hatching remained uncertain. Li Huailin pondered this system, realizing that contribution points functioned similarly to currency, a commendable design given the current low drop rates for pet eggs. Without this, the pet system would be nearly useless, as few could effectively utilize it. He continued reading about pets, learning that those of bronze rank and above could assist players in battles, while those of gold rank and above could eventually gain a riding ability. Upon hatching, pets began at level 1, with players able to adjust the experience gain ratio through the pet interface, ranging from 0 to 50. For instance, setting it to 0 meant the pet would gain no experience, while 50 meant half of the experience earned by the player would go to the pet. Of utmost importance was the loyalty system. A pet's initial loyalty upon hatching was set at 60 points. Engaging in battles would increase loyalty by 1 point every 2 hours. After 6 hours, pets would feel hunger. Feeding them once would grant 1 loyalty point, but it was essential to provide the correct food, as feeding a carnivorous pet with herbivore food would deduct 3 loyalty points and not satiate their hunger. In a state of hunger, pets would lose 2 loyalty points every hour. Should loyalty drop below 60 points, pets could flee, transforming into wild monsters of their respective levels, uncatchable thereafter. If loyalty fell below 0, escape was guaranteed. When a pet died, it would not lose experience, but each death resulted in a deduction of 10 loyalty points. After death, a pet would regain health at a rate of 1 per second, fully recovering after 100 seconds to rejoin battles. Each player could only carry 1 pet of bronze rank or above, and while pets could not be released, their loyalty could be allowed to drop to 0, resulting in automatic departure. Upon leaving, a curse would be placed upon the player, preventing them from hatching another pet at the main city pet shop for 7 days. After organizing this new information, Li Huailin found his fondness for pets had diminished significantly, primarily due to the demanding care required. Feeding every few hours seemed overly burdensome. However, having an additional source of combat power was a tempting prospect. He wavered, contemplating whether to acquire a pet, reasoning that with his current advantages, he might stumble upon an extraordinary task that could reward him with a formidable companion. Ultimately, he decided to pursue acquiring a pet first, deferring thoughts of its care until he saw what it would be. He resolved to visit the pet homestead upon logging in. With that, Li Huailin settled into his gaming pod and connected to the game. As the screen flickered to life, he found himself at the doorstep of Mike Colt's residence. Before he could steady himself, he heard the cheerful voice of Hong Yin, who had been waiting. "Brother-in-law, you're online. I've been waiting for 10 minutes. Hong Yin exclaimed joyfully. "Hey, how come you're up so early today?" Li Huailin was taken aback, recalling that she had slept until noon the previous day. "I went to bed early yesterday, woke up at 5 today, couldn't fall back asleep. I logged in just as my sister and the others were still asleep. So I had nothing to do but wait for you. It's almost 7 now, and you usually log in around this time," Hong Yin replied. "Haha," Li Huailin chuckled, amused at how quickly she had adapted to a more regular routine. "By the way, brother-in-law, I checked the official website, and it seems the pet system is quite interesting. Should we try to hunt for a pet egg today?" Hong Yin suggested cautiously. "To get a pet egg, you need quite a bit of luck. Have you ever seen one drop?" Li Huailin remarked. Didn't you see on the official site that there's a place called Pet Homestead? I think we should head there and see if we can procure a pet egg. It's better than relying on luck. You're right. Hong Yin pondered for a moment before agreeing. Let us go. I reckon soon there will be a throng of players there, so we should head over early. Indeed. Li Huailin nodded. Unbeknownst to both, they had no idea where the pet homestead was located. However, with the system update ensuring players wouldn't be misled, they simply approached a guard in the main city for directions. Li Huailin learned that the location was just a short walk north after exiting the eastern gate of the city, not far from the main hub. With Hong Yin in tow, Li Huailin set off toward the direction indicated by the guard. Chapter 61. Adoption under the guidance of the guard. Li Huailin walked for a short while and soon beheld the village he had been directed to. However, it appeared somewhat different from his expectations, particularly in terms of its vast expanse. Before him lay endless fields and wooden fences, accompanied by an array of stone structures. Had it not been for the inscription on the archway proclaiming Pet Paradise, he might have believed he had stumbled upon a grand relic or dungeon. As he traversed the stone-paved road, Li Huailin's eyes were immediately drawn to the reception hall of Pet Paradise. He was taken aback by its sheer size, which surpassed even that of the reception hall at the city's warrior guild. Is this really necessary? Though it was only 7 in the morning, upon entering, he was greeted by a bustling crowd, with myriad busy figures flitting about. Fortunately, there were many reception staff members arranged by the system. Before Li Huailin could discern his destination, a female NPC approached him. Is this your first visit to Pet Paradise? She inquired with a melodious voice. Yes, Li Huailin nodded, and beside him, the player Red Yin drinking water also affirmed with a nod. Then please follow me, and I shall introduce you to the basic facilities and personnel of Pet Paradise. As she spoke, the female NPC gestured for Li Huailin to follow her. This is the reception desk of Pet Paradise. First-time visitors may register here. The system will remember your ID and link it to your contribution points. All daily tasks are also accepted here, she explained, pointing to a counter resembling a bank service desk. So, please register here, and I will wait for you. Oh, Li Huailin, uncertain about the procedures, followed the receptionist's guidance. He approached a window with a short queue, and after a brief wait, it was their turn. However, prioritizing the lady, Li Huailin allowed Red Yin drinking water to proceed first, eager to observe the process. Are you here to register as a volunteer for Pet Paradise? A friendly-looking male NPC in his 50s at the counter asked. Our organization is primarily dedicated to caring for and nurturing pets. As you can see, we have many pets in need of care, but our staff is insufficient. We hope you can assist us. Based on your performance, you will earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for pet eggs with our supplies officer once you accumulate enough. Oh, okay. Red Yin drinking water nodded, slightly overwhelmed by the information. Now, I will assign you a pet to care for. Please note that this pet is not yours. It is temporarily entrusted to you. You may only take it around the village and the nearby hills of Pet Paradise. Please refrain from taking it outside the designated area, the receptionist instructed. Oh, I can get a pet so soon? Red Yin drinking water exclaimed joyfully. What is it? With a wave of his hand, the receptionist produced a cage from behind him. Through the bars, Li Huailin spotted a small white mouse, roughly the size of a fist, with bright red eyes that seemed to glimmer with curiosity, a rather endearing sight. Wow, how cute. Red Yin drinking water immediately opened the cage and gently cradled the little white mouse in her hands, eagerly petting its soft fur. The mouse, content and still, closed its eyes, relishing the attention. You may give it a nickname, as you will often encounter it during your daily tasks here. The receptionist suggested with a smile. Oh, I see. Red Yin drinking water nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the ceiling for a moment. All right, I've decided. From now on, you shall be called Little Taro. Chirp, chirp. The little mouse seemed to understand, nodding in agreement. How clever. Look, brother-in-law, isn't it adorable? Red Yin drinking water beamed, holding up Little Taro. Indeed, Li Huailin replied with a nod. Please ensure you feed, bathe, and play with your pet. Once you feel you have completed your care, return here to relinquish it. The system will award you contribution points based on your performance, and you may return to care for it again tomorrow, the receptionist continued. Okay, Red Yin drinking water eagerly nodded, utterly smitten with the charming Little Taro, seemingly oblivious to the receptionist's further instructions. Lastly, please observe your pet's behavior closely. If it appears hungry, feed it promptly. All necessary food and supplies are available on the premises. Feel free to ask the staff for their locations, the receptionist concluded. Now you may take it with you. Brother-in-law, it's your turn. Let us see what you get. Red Yin drinking water exclaimed, cradling Little Taro. All right, let me check. Li Huailin replied, approaching the receptionist. Are you here to register as a volunteer for Pet Paradise? The male NPC reiterated the earlier inquiry. Our organization primarily. Okay, no need for explanations. I'm just here to complete my tasks, so let us get on with it, Li Huailin interjected, his patience wearing thin after hearing this dialogue once already. Thank you for your assistance. I will register you now. The receptionist continued with an unwavering smile. System notification. You have activated the reputation system of Pet Paradise. Contribution value calculation has commenced. System notification. You have begun working for Pet Paradise. As a penalty, you have lost 10 reputation points. What the? Li Huailin checked his character menu and saw his reputation points displayed as -10. Wonderful. I haven't even started working yet, and I'm already in the negatives. What kind of situation is this? Li Huailin sighed, rubbing his forehead. I will now assign you a pet to care for. Please remember, this pet is not yours, but is temporarily entrusted to you. You may only take it around the village and the nearby hills of Pet Paradise. Please do not take it outside the designated area, the receptionist reiterated. I got it already. Just show me what it is, Li Huailin said, exasperated. Very well, here is your assigned pet. With a wave of his hand, the receptionist revealed a cage from behind him. Within, Li Huailin beheld a small, yellowish dog, distinctly resembling the common stray dogs found on the streets. This one, Li Huailin pointed at the mutt. Indeed, you may give it a nickname, as you will encounter it often during your daily tasks here. The receptionist said with a smile. A nickname? This is my first time naming a pet. I feel a bit nervous, Li Huailin pondered. All right, given our destined encounter, I shall name you Li Dogdan. Huh. Red Yin drinking water behind him was momentarily taken aback. Brother-in-law, you named a dog Li Dogdan? Is that a problem? I think it's a fine name, Li Huailin affirmed. Really? Are you sure? Red Yin drinking water expressed her doubts. Even the dog seemed unsettled, shaking its head vigorously as if to protest the name. Look how much it likes the name. Its head is shaking as if it's had a dose of excitement. Li Huailin laughed. Brother-in-law, that doesn't look like happiness to me. Red Yin drinking water reiterated her skepticism. The little dog, Li Dogdan, appeared genuinely distressed, as if it were on the verge of tears. Brother-in-law, I feel. Little Taro. Just as Hong Yan was about to express her thoughts, little Taro unexpectedly leapt from her hands and landed gracefully on the ground before darting away. Little Taro, where are you going? Come back. Unable to manage Li Godin any longer, Hong Yan immediately began to chase after the direction in which little Taro had fled. Damn it, running about recklessly. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Huailin seized Li Godin by the tail and lifted him off the ground, causing the little creature to whimper in pain. All right, you little rascal. Do not imitate that annoying creature and run about. Let us part ways amicably. I do not have the energy to look after you, understood? Li Huailin warned while holding Li Godin. With tears streaming from his eyes in pain, Li Godin quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, stay close to me, and let us explore this place a little longer to see what else is around. Li Huailin then set Li Godin down and made his way back towards the female NPC who had previously guided them. Chapter 65. Recommendation. From dust we came, and to dust we shall return. May the holy light bestow its mercy upon you. From this day forth, may the holy light guide you to the eternal bliss of heaven. O God, I beseech you to heed our prayers. May your divine love be forever with you. Demise. The president of the Pet Home Human City branch stood solemnly before the corpse of Li Godin. After his solemn words, he waved his hand, and a golden light enveloped Li Godin's body. Those present faintly observed a translucent white figure slowly ascending from the corpse before vanishing into the cathedral's ceiling. Sigh. Hong Yin, you couldn't help but exclaim, finally ascended. I thought he would die with his eyes wide open. Indeed, Godin, your life was magnificent. And your death is glorious, remarked Li Huailin, somewhat touched. Glorious, my foot. He was ruthlessly ravaged to death by you. Before he perished, you even gave him a name worse than death. It's simply tragic. It's a miracle he ascended at all. I can't fathom why he didn't return as a vengeful spirit to haunt you. Hong Yin, you replied. Really? Was it so? Li Huailin scratched his head. I thought he looked quite blissful as he departed. I assumed he died peacefully. He must appear blissful, for being near you is undoubtedly a fate worse than death. Hong Yin, you countered. How can you say that? I treated Li Godin quite well, Li Huailin said, feigning innocence. Well, is that what you call well? Please, have some decency, Hong Yin, you retorted, warning him to be cautious of swift retribution. Just then, the branch president Demise approached Li Huailin with a menacing glare. You are the one who cruelly slaughtered this poor creature. How could you be so heartless? Are you prepared to face the wrath of the pet home? See, what did I tell you? Retribution has arrived swiftly, remarked Hong Yin. System notification. You have savagely killed the pet entrusted to your care by the pet home, inciting the fury of all its members. Your reputation with the pet home has increased by 20 points. Current standing, friendly. System notification, your brutal actions have angered President Demise, raising his favorability towards you by 20 points. Current standing, friendly. System notification, due to your extreme cruelty in the slaughter of the puppy Li Huailin, you have triggered the anger and fear of all canine NPCs. Congratulations, you have earned the title Dog Abuser. Dog Abuser, all canine NPCs' favorability towards you increases by 20 points, but your physical and magical attack power decreases by 10 when fighting canine monsters. What now, brother-in-law? Asked Hong Yanshui, unaware that Demiot's favorability had already reached friendly, feeling a bit anxious. Come, have faith, watch me, Li Huailin replied casually. What are you planning to do? Inquired Hong Chenyenyu. Just this, Li Huailin stated, suddenly delivering a resounding slap to Demiot's left cheek. Given Li Huailin's extraordinary stats, even though Demiot was of a high level, he was dealt a critical hit of 140 damage, almost losing a tooth. System notification, by attacking Demiot. His favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current standing, friendly. System notification, by attacking the branch president, the pet home's favorability towards you has risen by 10 points. Current standing, friendly. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hong Chenyenyu exclaimed, shocked by the sudden turn of events. How is this self-destructive? This is authentic domineering intimidation. See if he dares to move against me, Li Huailin exclaimed, puffing out his chest. Your dog? I'm the one who killed it. Your face? I'm the one who bruised it. I'm standing right here. Come at me if you dare. Sir, you are a friend of the pet home. We would never harm you. Besides, you have done me a great favor. I would never do anything to harm you, Demiot replied with a smile. See, is it not as I said? Li Huailin turned to Hong Chenyenyu. Is this really possible? Hong Chenyenyu was taken aback. Indeed, this is true domineering intimidation. Brother-in-law, you are impressive. I want to learn this technique. Hong Yanshui's eyes sparkled with admiration. That won't he do. This kind of aura is innate, not something that can be learned, Li Huailin replied, puffing out his chest. Do I not possess it? Hong Yanshui asked, disappointed. Look at me. Do I not exude an aura of dominance? Li Huailin replied. Hong Yanshui examined Li Huailin closely. Indeed, brother-in-law radiates authority. Now take a look at yourself. Do you exude any dominance? Li Huailin continued. Well, after some thought, it seems I fall short compared to brother-in-law. Exactly. So, do you think you can learn it? Li Huailin pressed. Probably not, Hong Yanshui said, lowering her head in disappointment. Hey, you are too easily deceived. This has nothing to do with dominance, Hong Chenyenyu interjected. Yet brother-in-law makes a valid point, Hong Yanshui replied. Look at that fellow. He was just slapped and instantly turned into a quail, unable to speak. Indeed, do not doubt it. I could truly turn him into a pig's head, and he wouldn't dare utter a word against me. He'd be grateful to see us off, Li Huailin declared. Watch and see. With that, Li Huailin seized Demiot by the collar and, without hesitation, delivered a flurry of slaps to his face. System notification, by attacking Demiot. His favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current standing, respectful. System notification, by attacking the pet home branch president. The pet home's favorability towards you has risen by 5 points. Current standing, friendly. 1 minute later, Li Huailin had transformed Demiot into a figure of admiration. Although the pet home's reputation remained unchanged at respectful. Hero, your kindness is beyond expression, Demiot said, his face barely recognizable from the blows. I cannot fathom how to repay you. As a branch president, how can you have nothing to offer in return? Think carefully, Li Huailin insisted. Hero, your assistance has greatly benefited the pet home. How about I reward you with contribution points? Demiot proposed. Contribution points? That's acceptable. Wait a moment. Li Huailin was about to agree when he suddenly realized that if this fellow granted him contribution points, it could lead to deductions after system intervention. He quickly interjected. Do not grant me contribution points. You know I prefer to remain anonymous when doing good deeds. If you have something valuable, give me a tangible reward instead. This is what you call doing good without leaving a name. Hong Chenyenyu was utterly defeated by Li Huailin's shamelessness. Indeed, I did not mention a name. If you don't believe me, ask him, Li Huailin asserted. Yes, hero, I don't even know your name, Demiot cooperatively replied. You may call me Red Scarf, Li Huailin declared passionately. The swirling mists of the mundane world left the onlookers speechless. Mr. Red Scarf, an idea has struck me. Demise suddenly had an epiphany. Recently, our esteemed president acquired a rare pet egg, and we are tasked with identifying some talented youths to determine who would be most suitable to care for this exceptional creature. I happen to possess a recommendation slot, and I propose you for this opportunity. A rare pet egg? Li Huailin was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Please, hand it over. However, I am merely endorsing you. Ultimately, it is the president's decision whether you will obtain this rare pet egg." Demise spoke with great reverence when mentioning the president, exhibiting a demeanor akin to that he showed towards Li Huailin. "What a hassle, yet very well. Recommend me then." Li Huailin nodded, contemplating that he could easily increase the president's favor and that the pet egg would soon be within his grasp. System announcement. Player Xiong Huairua has triggered the rare pet egg competition quest. Players are advised to promptly visit the pet habitats in each main city to inquire about relevant matters. Acquiring a recommendation from the higher-ups of the pet habitat is essential to participate in the competition. The pet egg competition will commence in 48 hours. Players are urged to act swiftly. A massive system announcement flooded the dialogue boxes of all players. What the heck? Li Huailin suddenly felt as though he had been duped. What was originally a chance for him to secretly reap great rewards had now become common knowledge among all players. Chapter 66. The unbearable mundanity of daily tasks this time. The system unceremoniously revealed Li Huailin's in-game name. Although there exists a hidden option in the game settings to conceal one's name from public announcements, Li Huailin remained oblivious to this feature. Nevertheless, even if he wished to maintain a low profile, it had become impossible. Far too many individuals recognized the name Xiong Huairua as that of the legendary Nyobi Ge. Overwhelmed by incessant harassment, Li Huailin had opted to disable friend requests, allowing only himself to add others as friends. Any attempt by others to add him was met with an unyielding system notification. The system stipulated that remote communication was only permissible between friends. As soon as the announcement concluded, Li Huailin promptly received a remote call from the system. Without even glancing at the caller ID, he could surmise the identity of the caller. "Hello, Yexing, what do you require?" Li Huailin answered the call from Lingjie Yexing. "What do you mean, what do I require? Have you not noticed the commotion you've caused?" Lingjie Yexing replied, somewhat exasperated by Li Huailin's knack for attracting attention. "Haha." Li Huailin chuckled awkwardly, realizing that he had not intended for the entire server to be informed of his whereabouts. The system acted autonomously in broadcasting the information. "I wish to discuss the matter of that rare pet egg. Do you genuinely desire it?" Lingjie Yexing inquired. "Well, after some contemplation, I must say I truly want it." "To clarify, I have already reserved that pet egg," Li Huailin responded. "Are you interested in selling it? Our Lingjie Guild is willing to offer a premium price. One that will undoubtedly satisfy you," Yexing suggested, sensing that Li Huailin seemed in perpetual need of funds. I don't plan to part with it," Li Huailin replied thoughtfully. "Although I am uncertain of the pet egg's quality, it should be quite good. I currently lack a pet and intend to use it. Then, I find myself in a quandary. If our Lingjie members also decide to join the competition for that pet egg, would you mind?" Yexing asked after a moment's reflection. "To be frank, I have no objections to anyone joining the fray. Since it is a competition, there will undoubtedly be other contenders. However, I am unperturbed. If your guild wishes to participate, you may do so, but I cannot guarantee that things will proceed smoothly. Should our relations sour in the process, do not hold me accountable," Li Huailin stated. "Are you determined to take a hardline stance?" Yexing chuckled. "I have made it clear that I intend to secure that pet egg," Li Huailin reiterated. "Understood. I will confer with the guild leader and ascertain whether we should participate. Let's leave it at that for now. I will contact you if there are any developments," Yexing concluded. "Very well," Li Huailin replied. After ending the call, Li Huailin glanced to the side and noticed Hongchen Yanyu engaged in a remote conversation with someone else, likely relaying information to a guild member. Possibly Hong Yue or Hong Sishuin regarding recent events. Meanwhile, Hongyan Hishui stood at the pet sanctuary's counter, diligently completing her tasks. She had already fed, played with, and washed her pet, and was now reporting her work to claim her contribution points. "Oh right, what am I supposed to do now?" Li Huailin suddenly remembered that the competition for the rare pet was still 48 hours away, or 2 days. He noted that the buff from his shameless scoundrel status would last for just over 55 hours, meaning he could not consume blood potions to level up without incurring a loss. Since he could not level up in the conventional manner, battling monsters seemed futile. Reflecting on the upcoming 2 days, he realized he had little to occupy his time. At present, only 2 pressing matters occupied his mind, the pet and the land deed. Li Huailin mused that while the pet situation would resolve itself with the competition in 2 days, the search for the land deed remained unproductive, leaving him at a standstill. "Brother-in-law, I'm back." Just then, Hongyan Hishui returned to Li Huailin's side after completing her tasks. "All done. How many contribution points did you earn?" Li Huailin asked, intrigued. As Hongyan Hishui was generally regarded as an exemplary player, having completed all tasks related to bathing, feeding, and playing with her pet. I received 29 points." Hongyan Hishui replied. The attendant informed me that it only takes 50 contribution points to officially adopt the little taro. If I care for it for just one more day, I can bring it home. A white pet egg also costs 50 contribution points. And since the little taro is valued similarly, it presents an opportunity. Moreover, white pets are merely decorative and do not occupy a slot in the pet roster. Only 29 points? Li Huailin nearly choked in disbelief. If one considered it as 30 points, a white pet egg required 2 days to earn. A green pet egg necessitated 300 points, equating to 10 days of labor. A blue egg demanded over 60 days, or more than 2 months. A golden pet egg approached 333 days, roughly a year, while a purple one would require an astounding 1,666 days, nearly 4.5 years. This was beyond outrageous. It seemed impossible to maintain any semblance of friendship under such conditions. What kind of ridiculous place is this? Are these daily tasks meant for humans? Li Huailin could not contain himself, lamenting the absurdity of having to work for 4.5 years for a pet egg. Who has the time to spend 2 hours daily on such labor? Suddenly, he felt incredibly fortunate to have received the task of obtaining the pet egg, as if he had gained an additional 4.5 years of life. Wait, can I earn contribution points? Li Huailin recalled that he had inadvertently caused the demise of his adopted dog. According to his usual tendencies, he should indeed receive some contribution points, and he wondered if he could obtain a greater amount. With this thought, he approached the counter. Good day, esteemed sir. Given Li Huailin's current reputation at the pet sanctuary was esteemed, the attendant greeted him with utmost respect. I am here to submit today's daily tasks. As you can see, my adopted canine companion has unfortunately passed away. In light of my significant contribution to reducing carbon emissions across the continent, I kindly request additional contribution points. Li Huailin casually stated. Certainly, no problem, the attendant nodded. System notification. You have completed today's daily task at the pet sanctuary. Task rating, F. You have lost 100 experience points and gained 50 contribution points. It appeared that daily tasks still yielded experience points. It seemed my low rating was the reason for such minimal deductions. Otherwise, I might have faced a loss of several thousand points. Li Huailin reflected that with only 50 contribution points, he would need to harm 1,000 little creatures each day to acquire a purple pet, which posed a serious dilemma for gameplay. Was the game pushing him towards achieving a Master of Animal Cruelty title? I must obtain that egg. Even if I could employ various methods to rotate through the abuse of small animals daily, Li Huailin recognized that he could not sustain such behavior for long. It appeared that obtaining a pet egg was his only option. Otherwise, he would have to gather funds to purchase one, refusing to engage in labor further. Shueya, are you ready? The elder sister has called for us. At that moment, Hongchen Yinyu completed her call and approached. Huh, what does the elder sister want us for? Hongyan Hishui inquired. To tackle the hell-level dungeon, Hongchen Yinyu replied. This morning, the elder sister and the others completed the normal dungeon of Buini without difficulty. With the fire resistance gear, the elder sister managed effortlessly, so she has summoned us to undertake the hell-level dungeon. Oh, has it already been cleared so quickly? This morning, Hongyan was engaged in tackling this dungeon, as mentioned in the meeting. However, based on past experiences, it typically takes a considerable amount of time to clear a new dungeon, often requiring 1 or 2 days to defeat a single boss. With Hongyuan not being the primary team, she did not anticipate a swift victory. Her intention was merely to bring a backup team to observe the boss's skills, thus preserving the main team's level. To her surprise, they managed to clear it in just one morning. Indeed, it seems that fire-resistant equipment proves to be exceedingly effective. Upon initially hearing this news, Hongchen was somewhat astonished. Oh, it's not easy for someone to spend time with their brother-in-law. By the way, brother-in-law, why don't you join us in tackling the dungeon? Hongyan suggested. Li Huailin pondered for a moment. He indeed had nothing pressing to attend to at present. The issues with his pet had been temporarily resolved, and there was no news regarding the land deed. Engaging in the Abyss dungeon could yield system announcements upon completion, granting him some experience. Moreover, the Abyss dungeon also contained treasure chests, which might potentially include the coveted land deed. He contemplated asking Hong Yue whether they should embark on the Abyss dungeon. After his thoughts, he turned to Han Chun and expressed his intention. Chapter 67. The Boranai Outpost. Boranai, a name that signifies both a copy and a city that has stood for 150 years, was utterly annihilated in a cataclysm that occurred a century and a half ago, leaving it in ruins and uninhabitable. The descendants chose not to reconstruct this city, for by the time they discovered it, the remnants had been claimed by another species, the flame lizard men. Using Boranai as their stronghold, the flame lizard men proliferated, extending their dominion, thereby posing an even greater threat to humanity. Consequently, The king dispatched an army led by Count Li Huailin to establish a presence at the Bornai front, tasked with repelling the encroachment of the flame lizard men. The rendezvous point for Li Huailin and Hong Yue was set at this human outpost, where most dungeon quests could be initiated. Additionally, the main city offered guiding tasks directing players to this location. The outpost, while modest in size, was heavily fortified, resembling a military base. However, to encourage players to assist the NPCs in battle, it featured publicly accessible apothecaries and blacksmiths for players' convenience. The meeting place was designated in front of the main tent, which belonged to Count Li Huailin. Players could enter, yet the Count himself was inaccessible. They could only consult Vice Commander Mant for quest assignments. Are you truly confident in facing the Abyss level? Hong Wei inquired seriously of Li Huailin. How could I be confident? I've never even set foot in the dungeon. Li Huailin replied, raising his hands in exasperation. It's not as if I can breeze through the ordinary dungeons without a care. With my formidable output, I still doubt our chances of success. Indeed, Hong Wei nodded, recognizing the truth in his words. The Bornai dungeon primarily featured fire attribute attacks. While the creatures in ordinary dungeons posed no threat, the morning's encounter with the boss had resulted in multiple team wipes, making the Abyss level seem daunting. What was your team composition this morning? Li Huailin asked. A standard setup. I was the main tank, accompanied by a melee rogue, a ranged hunter, a spellcasting mage, and a healing priest, Hong Yue explained. This time, with you, me, and Yinyu, we have both physical and magical outputs covered. If you summon 2 more healers alongside your health, I believe we stand a chance, Li Huailin proposed suddenly. Hong Wei's eyes brightened. Indeed, she was well aware of Li Huailin's output capacity. He could match the combined power of a hunter and rogue. With an additional healer, she felt her survival chances significantly increased, making success seem plausible. However, after a moment of reflection, Hong Yue expressed a concern, but we can't split aggro. That would mean all the threat would fall on you. And I wouldn't be able to hold the boss. I won't use heroic strike at all, and will slightly manage my output, Li Huailin assured her. Even if I pull aggro, I believe I can endure for a considerable time until you regain control. Remember, I can withstand the entire dungeon's monster output while facing the boss. That makes sense, Hong Yue nodded, feeling a sense of double assurance. If she couldn't hold the aggro, Li Huailin would assist, with output guaranteed. Suddenly, the Abyss dungeon didn't seem so unattainable. What do you think of my proposal? Li Huailin inquired. It appears quite reasonable. What do you all think? Hong Yue asked, glancing at the nearby Hongchen Yinyu and Hongyan Hishui, as they were also part of the team that would soon enter the dungeon. She preferred to seek consensus rather than making unilateral decisions that could lead to disappointment if they failed. This is rare. He's making a solid point, Hongchen Yinyu nodded. President, I believe it's indeed possible to succeed. Although you're only level 17 and the monsters are level 20, your fire resistance is 110. And we have a few fire protection potions. Our health potions are also well stocked. Plus we have 2 priests to heal you. I believe you can endure. Brother-in-law is right, chimed in Hongyan Hishui, as always supporting Li Huailin. Then it's settled. We will attempt it, Hong Yue declared, seeing the agreement from both. I'll summon a priest. Please wait a moment. By the way, the occupational distribution within the Red Maidens Guild was exceedingly imbalanced. Among the 49 members, with a few new additions these days, there were only 2 rogues, 3 warriors, 6 hunters, 2 knights, 10 mages, 1 warlock, and the remainder, over 20 members, were all priests. Should they form a 40-member raid, the leader would surely be overwhelmed by the astonishing output. Having many priests had its advantages, especially when they were needed. Hong Yue surveyed the guild members and noted that over half were offline. Those present were all low-level priests, around levels 12 and 13. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted the level 15 priest, Hong Fei Chui Wu, online. She quickly initiated a remote conversation. Hello, elder sister, what is it? Hong Fei Chui Wu asked. We're about to tackle an Abyss-level dungeon, but we currently have only 1 priest. Will you join us? Hong Yue inquired. Abyss-level dungeon? Hong Fei Chui Wu gasped. Elder sister, are you joking? Setting aside whether our guild can manage, I'm only level 15. How could I participate? ISNT Shui online. Shui is here too. We need 2 priests for healing, Hong Yue replied. Don't worry, we have Niu Baigu assisting us, and I believe we can handle it. Fearing that Hong Fei Chui Wu might be deterred by the mention of the Abyss dungeon, she quickly emphasized Niu Baigu's reputation. What? Niu Baigu? Hong Fei Chui Wu's tone shifted dramatically. Niu Baigu is leading our guild again? All right, President. Where are you? I'll be there immediately. Hong Yue chuckled softly. Niu Baigu's name was indeed an effective talisman. We're gathering at the Bornai outpost. You're the last one we need. Hurry up. You know the way, right? Yes, I'm familiar with that place. I've been there for quests. Hong Fei Chui Wu affirmed, nodding. Just a moment, I'll be there shortly. Huailin, the priest from our second team, is offline. But I called in a capable priest player, though she's only level 15. Is that acceptable? Hong Yue said after ending the remote conversation. I'm not sure. I don't really know the difference between a level 15 and a level 17 priest, Li Huailin replied. The difference between a level 15 and a level 17 priest is mainly in healing and mana, but they share the same skills. The gap isn't substantial. However, a lower level might result in missed hits against monsters, but that doesn't affect a non-attacking priest, Hong Wei explained. Then it's fine, Li Huailin nodded. All right. While we wait for her arrival, everyone should accept their dungeon quests. Also, check your equipment for repairs. I'll distribute a basic fire resistance potion to each of you shortly. Although Yin can craft them now, we still lack a consistent source of materials, so they're quite precious. Don't waste them. Hong Wei began to exercise her leadership skills, assigning tasks. Afterward, she glanced at Li Huailin, who was still clad in simple clothing, and tentatively asked, Huailin, aren't you going to change your gear? I am increasingly convinced that the novice attire is a concealed marvel. It neither drops nor possesses a durability attribute, which is simply extraordinary. Li Huailin remarked, rest assured. With this attire, my output is unstoppable. Just observe how I handle my equipment changes. Indeed, Hong Yuan nodded in agreement. Let us proceed and accept the quest. However, Li Huailin had no intention of accepting it. He merely intended to take a leisurely stroll. After all, whether he accepted the quest or not remained a mystery to others and did not hinder their progress in the dungeon. Chapter 68. The Crimson Dance of the Emerald Device Commander, Myant, appeared to be a warrior in his 40s, wielding a large sword and donned in the standard attire of a city soldier. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, yet the insignia on his shoulder indicated his rank as a knightly aide. The lizardmen of Bolin had become a growing threat to the safety of the main city, and our mission was to halt their expansion, confining them to Bolin at the very least. Myant stated, your task is to endeavor to slay the lizardmen, and if possible, bring back the head of their leader, the half-dragon demise. Are we not speaking of lizardmen? Why does it suddenly shift to a half-dragon? Li Huailin inquired curiously from the side. Demise, the half-dragon, is reputed to be a fire dragon, born of the demigod Maragas. He is a formidable being. The fire lizardmen entrenched in Bolin are likely descendants of him and the traitor Haijia, Fugwide, possessing dragon blood, thus rendering them quite powerful, Myant elucidated. And who is Haijia Fugwide? Li Huailin asked. She was once a renowned fire mage from the city of divine fervor. But her adoration of dragons led to her betrayal of humanity, ultimately choosing to become the consort of the half-dragon demise. Myant's tone reflected a hint of sorrow. My goodness, a human has taken a half-dragon as her mate? Li Huailin mused, momentarily lost in the absurdity of the game's premise. That is not all. The demigod Maragas is also a half-dragon, said to be the offspring of a fire dragon and the goddess of protection, Jamangri, Hong Yue interjected. Goodness, this is an utterly chaotic storyline, rife with all sorts of entanglements. The noble class is truly tumultuous, Li Huailin lamented. Enough of idle chatter. Are you all prepared to confront the lizardmen? Myant inquired. System notification, Vice Commander Myant has issued a B-rank mission to eliminate demise. Do you accept? System notification, Vice Commander Myant has issued a C-rank mission to eradicate the fire lizardmen of Bolin. Do you accept? No, Li Huailin silently repeated, opting to decline the missions. Everyone, make sure to repair your gear and purchase some food and bandages. Once Emerald Dance arrives, we shall embark, Hong Yue directed. Of course, Hong Yue and the others accepted the missions. In fact, Hong Yue had already completed them before. These tasks were not restricted by dungeon difficulty and could be accomplished even at the normal level. No need to wait any longer. I'm here. A youthful voice resonated from the entrance as Hong Fei Chui Wu arrived. From the timbre of her voice, Li Huailin sensed that she was quite young, perhaps around 15 or 16, still in her developmental stage. However, upon turning to look, he was taken aback. Indeed, she was a strikingly beautiful girl with an oval face and long hair, embodying the essence of beauty. Yet, the issue lay in her height. Li Huailin, who stood at approximately 177 centimeters, found that she towered over him, measuring around 180 centimeters. Hong Yue was about 165 centimeters, Hong Yin around 170, and Hong Yan Shui was only about 155 centimeters. This girl stood among them like a crane among chickens. To make matters worse, her figure was astonishingly voluptuous, with proportions that could only be described as either E or F cup. Li Huailin couldn't help but worry whether she might topple over. Wasn't the setting supposed to depict a youthful visage coupled with a generous figure? Why is she 180 centimeters tall? Li Huailin pondered regretfully. Chui Wu, you've arrived. Hong Wei acknowledged the newcomer, then turned to Li Huailin. This is our guild's Hong Fei Chui Wu. Chui Wu, this is Niu Bai Go, known in the game as Xiong Hui Rualin. Hello, Niu Bai Go. Hong Fei Chui Wu bowed politely, though she did not seem overly anxious. It appeared to be a gesture of courtesy. Ah, hello, Li Huailin nodded in response. Chui Wu is still in high school. Please refrain from any inappropriate behavior, Hong Wei warned. Hey, that and Oppos. Slander. I and Oppos, V never done anything strange. Li Huailin began, but suddenly realized something. Wait a moment, you and Oppos, re-joking, right? She and Oppos, a high school student? Turning to glance at Hong Fei Chui Wu, whose development far surpassed that of Hong Wei, he was baffled. Had it not been for her somewhat immature voice, she would have easily passed for a working woman of 3 or 4 years. She's just a freshman, only 16 this year, Hong Wei continued. Wow. She is younger than me by a year, piped up Hong Yan Hishui, who was significantly shorter than Hong Fei Chui Wu, practically leaping to assert her status as a senior. Are today as high school girls all monsters? Li Huailin groaned, exasperated. Could you be a bit more considerate in your speech? She's right here, Hong Yu chided from the side. It's fine. I'm used to it. Hong Fei Chui Wu waved her hand dismissively. Indeed, early development signifies strong vitality. It is not necessarily a bad thing, Li Huailin remarked, scratching his head. All right, let us prepare for the dungeon. We'll get to know each other while we fight. Hong Wei clapped her hands together. Chui Wu, please accept the mission. We'll set off shortly. Okay, Hong Fei Chui Wu nodded. Just as Hong Fei Chui Wu was about to accept the mission, Li Huailin received a system notification indicating that someone was requesting a remote call. Upon checking, he saw it was Lingjie Yang, who had contacted him earlier. Yang, what is up? Li Huailin answered the call. Huailin, I just wanted to inform you that our guild leader has decided to participate in the pet competition mission, Yang relayed. Oh, that's fine. I'm not opposed to your participation. I just worry about potential friction, Li Huailin replied nonchalantly. However, I'm unsure if we'll qualify for the recommendation, Yang continued. I spoke with the vice president of the pet home. He mentioned that the top 3 players in contribution points from our human main city will receive a recommendation in 2 days. I've accumulated 2,000 contribution points, but increasing that further is quite challenging. I'm uncertain if we can participate. 2,000. Li Huailin was taken aback. How is that possible? Aren't you only allowed to earn a maximum of 30 points a day? Having just finished a call with Yang, he was astonished to hear that she had amassed 2,000 contribution points in such a short time. Was it a bug? How did you manage that? I've only earned double digits from daily tasks. How do you have 2,000? Li Huailin could not restrain his curiosity. Oh, if you're only doing daily tasks, that's all you'll get. However, there is an NPC in the pet home that allows you to donate materials for contribution points. You can donate iron, ore, herbs, fabrics, bandages, and so forth to increase your reputation. I just donated a large quantity of items and was able to reach 2,000. However, at that point, the donation requirements changed. Now, I need to donate mithril or silk, forged weapons, etc. Collecting these items at this level is exceedingly difficult, and the donations have been quite taxing, Yang explained. What? There's a donation officer? Li Huailin realized he had been rather hasty, failing to discover this NPC. However, considering the effort required to acquire a pet through 4.5 years of daily tasks, it was nonsensical. The system likely accounted for this. Hence the introduction of a donation officer. Yet, such material demands would only be feasible for guilds. Regular players would be quite burdened. There's no public leaderboard for contribution points. We can only speculate our standings. Whether we can participate is left to fate. Night Flight remarked that they would search for other locations in the next couple of days to see if they could trigger any recommended tasks. Oh, Li Huailin nodded. In any case, that's all for now. After concluding the conversation, Li Huailin ended the call. Is there something amiss? Hong Yu inquired as she observed Li Huailin on the phone. Nothing of importance, just a brief chat, Li Huailin replied, waving his hand. Let us proceed. Chapter 69. Strategy Guide. The entrance to the Barina dungeon is located at the southern city gate of the former Barina city. The game design indicates that all other gates have collapsed, leaving this sole entryway. The ultimate boss, Didi Hit, currently resides in the ruins of the former city lord's mansion at the center of Barina. It is its lair. Although Barina presents unique resistance requirements that render it less accessible for novice players, the dungeon's entrance remains populated with numerous teams and solo players seeking to form groups, albeit not as bustling as the current popular dungeons. A hunter with an attack score above 90 seeks a party for the dungeon, called One Hunter. A night player, already equipped with level 2 Holy Light, also sought companionship. The captain of a team that has cleared the dungeon once before requested a main tank with over 60 spell defense and health exceeding 1200. They were short one player. There are plenty of people around. Selling flame protection potions here would surely be profitable, remarked Hongqin Yinyu, walking nearby. You truly think of profit in every scenario. Whoever marries you will never go hungry, laughed Hongyue, though she lamented their lack of a source for flame protection potion ingredients. The market price for flame flowers is exorbitant. Even purchasing them won't yield much profit. It's all due to those guys from the Annihilation Guild. Li Huailin grumbled about his disdain for annihilation, feeling a mix of old and new grievances. All right, the difficulty has been set. Let's enter the dungeon. Hongyue waved her hand. Upon entering, Li Huailin immediately encountered the first group of mobs at the entrance. 3 creatures bearing a perplexed expression, dubbed lizardmen. They resembled odd beings with lizard-like faces standing on 2 legs. Fortunately, these creatures donned armor. Otherwise, they might have appeared as upright Komodo dragons. The 3 mobs were divided into 2 types. The front 2 wore armor and attacked with glistening claws, while the rear one wielded a staff, suggesting a magical aptitude. Having nearly reached level 17, Li Huailin could discern the attributes of the monsters. After using his detection skill, their stats appeared before him. Flame Lizardman Fighter, Abyss level 20, HP, 3500, physical attack, 145, physical defense, 70, spell attack, 120, spell defense, 60. Capable of using a flame breath skill, it possesses high resistance to fire magic, but is vulnerable to frost spells. Flame Lizardman Mage, Abyss level 20, HP, 2000. Physical attack, 75, physical defense, 60, spell attack, 130, spell defense, 110. Also resistant to fire magic and susceptible to frost spells, it can cast fire spells. Similar to the fire elementals Li Huailin had encountered previously, these lizardmen also feared frost magic. Fortunately, Hongqin Yinyu was an ice mage, perfectly poised to counter them. The flame lizardman fighter would typically unleash its flame breath after approximately 3 physical attacks, dealing around 100 damage per second for 3 seconds, followed by more physical strikes. With 2 attacking simultaneously, the damage could reach 200. The abyss difficulty might increase this further, but they would test their mettle first. Hongyue began directing the team. The flame lizardman mage will usually cast fireballs, but if the targets are concentrated, it might unleash a firestorm, which could be troublesome. However, it has relatively low health. Huailin, we lack a rogue to interrupt spellcasting, so you should swiftly eliminate that flame lizardman mage before turning your attention to the fighter. Oh, its health is quite low. I can dispatch it in 4 strikes. Li Huailin nodded in agreement. Our team comprises 2 priests. Shuer, focus on healing me, and Tsuwu, conserve your mana. If you notice Shuer are struggling or others are low on health, then assist them, Hongyue instructed, turning to Hongyan and Hongfei Tsuwu, both of whom nodded in understanding. Does any mage possess area damage spells? Li Huailin inquired, suggesting they might engage all 3 together. I haven't learned any area damage spells at level 15, Hongqin Yinyu replied. Currently, my ice magic includes only Frost Arrow for attack, Ice Armor for personal defense, and Ice Ring for crowd control. Then let us focus on eliminating that mage together. Li Huailin decided. Understood, Hongqin Yinyu nodded. If any monsters charge at the priests, I'll use Ice Ring to control them, and I will immediately taunt them back. Agreed. Hongqin Yinyu confirmed again. All right, let us proceed with this strategy. Everyone stay focused. It's nearly noon, and I trust no one is feeling drowsy. Let us keep our wits about us. This is an abyss dungeon, and all members will earn rewards upon completion. Hongyue rallied her team. Yeah, let us engage the monsters. With my brother-in-law here, I believe we can succeed, Hongyan exclaimed. Onward, Hongyue declared, charging toward the first group of monsters. Currently, the warriors lack charge skills and ranged aggro techniques, relying solely on their physical presence to draw the enemies. The Flame Lizardman fighter immediately advanced toward Hongyue, while the Flame Lizardman mage began conjuring a fireball aimed at her. Watch for my blade. Li Huailin's speed surpassed even Hongyue's as she engaged 2 fighters. He swiftly reached the Flame Lizardman mage. With a valiant strike, he dealt substantial damage, utilizing the skill to enhance his attack by an additional 75 points, resulting in a critical hit of 150, minus 584. The initial strike failed to yield a critical hit, yet the aggro was successfully drawn to Li Huailin, who became the new target of the Flame Lizardman mage's fireballs. Physical attacks have escalated significantly. The damage from a single assault is around 130, reported Hongyue. Not to worry. I can manage, Hongyan reassured. Minus 231. One fireball struck Li Huailin, delivering damage comparable to that of the fire elementals encountered in the secret realm. Fireballs dealing over 200 damage pose no threat to me, Li Huailin communicated to the team. Your health is astonishingly high, marveled Hongfei Cuiwu. Observing that Li Huailin's health bar barely diminished despite taking a fireball hit. When healing me, use greater heal. Avoid casting recovery spells, Li Huailin advised. Recovery diminishes your health. Only direct healing will suffice. There's no need to rush. Take a breather. Afterward, Li Huailin struck again, dealing over 500 damage to the Flame Lizardman mage without scoring a critical hit. Simultaneously, a frost arrow struck the mage, further depleting its health. Inflicting over 300 damage confirms its vulnerability to ice magic. The damage seems doubled, Hongchen Yinyu observed. Be mindful of your damage output when we face the boss, otherwise, you might not withstand its assaults, cautioned Honghua. Understood, Hongchen Yinyu acknowledged. Minus 1,104, critical hit. Li Huailin's third strike yielded a critical hit, reducing the Flame Lizardman mage to its last sliver of health. Meanwhile, the two fighters commenced their flame breath attacks. The combined damage of both fighters is alarmingly high, exceeding 220 damage per second. Honghua exclaimed. Together, they can inflict 1320 damage in 3 seconds, surpassing my total health. Cuiwu, ensure you heal me. At present, Honghua possesses a set of fire-resistant gear, yet the enhancement to her vitality is minimal, resulting in a mere 1260 points of health, which is indeed precarious. Should a critical physical strike occur immediately after her fire breath concludes, it could potentially incapacitate her. Fortunately, there are 2 priests available to elevate her health to a safer threshold, ensuring that a single critical hit will not be her downfall. Hongfei Cuiwu promptly initiates a major healing spell to bolster Honghua, while Shui Air tirelessly continues to cast restorative spells without pause. Li Huailin also swiftly engages one of the warriors in combat. Honghua's health fluctuates, but remains above half, alleviating immediate danger. Li Huailin refrains from using his heroic strike against the monsters drawn by Honghua, resulting in slightly diminished damage output. However, it proves inconsequential. Coupled with the damage dealt by Hongchen Yinyu, they swiftly bring down one foe, significantly reducing the pressure on Honghua. Meanwhile, Hong Yin Hishui, who has been continuously healing, finds a moment to recuperate. The final adversary presents no unforeseen complications, no threat of aggro loss, nor instant defeat of the tank, and it falls quietly. It seems manageable, remarks Hongchen Yinyu, sensing the burden is not excessively heavy. Indeed, nods Hongfei Cuiwu. Although the fluctuating health of their leader is somewhat alarming, the presence of 2 priests renders the situation manageable, maintaining health above 50%. Our damage output is sufficient, so it feels as though we can prevail. Fortunately, I wore fire resistance gear, otherwise I cannot fathom how swiftly I could have been eliminated, Honghua observes. Let us not become complacent. The primary challenge within this dungeon lies with the boss. While we may struggle against the minions, we must not underestimate the boss. However, we currently possess the means to confront the boss. Let us proceed, and may we strive to conquer this dungeon together. Chapter 70. Utilize the skills for my benefit. The Bliner dungeon was originally a city in ruins. Due to the game design, nearly all the impassable routes were blocked by collapsed structures, leaving only a single path to traverse. The minor monsters encountered along the way were essentially the same 3 that the first group had faced, presenting no significant variations. Li Huailin's party navigated through them with ease, encountering no mishaps. After approximately 10 minutes of clearing minor foes, they arrived at a more expansive area, which was once the central square of Bliner City, now reduced to rubble. In the center stood a towering lizard man, unmistakably a boss-level creature, with no accompanying minor monsters in sight. Its name was displayed in red as General Dekrick. Yet Li Huailin's reconnaissance revealed only question marks, indicating that this creature was a boss of level 21 or higher. The boss was clad in somewhat faded golden armor that enveloped its entire form, wielding a large red sword that emitted a faint, eerie glow. This marked the first boss encounter, General Dekrick. Honghua began to speak. I have only faced this creature in a normal dungeon before, so let me describe its skills. Please be aware that we are currently in an abyss dungeon, and the skills may differ. Stay adaptable and follow my lead. The others nodded in agreement. In the normal dungeon, the boss's physical attack averages around 200. It also employs a fire-breathing skill, though the activation timing is uncertain. Each attack inflicts approximately 200 damage and has a range effect. Huailin, you'll stand behind to avoid being scorched. Every so often, the boss will charge at a target, dealing around 300 damage. During this charge, the boss is immune to any taunt skills and will knock back anyone in its path, reducing their threat level. However, it will not collide with the main tank, so as long as the main tank stays clear of the charge path, there should be no life-threatening danger. Just ensure I don't get knocked down. Therefore, everyone should avoid standing behind me to prevent any disruption in threat management. The boss's third skill involves summoning fire pillars, which inflict 200 damage per second. It is crucial to evade these immediately, but remember to avoid running behind me during the charge. The normal dungeon's boss has these 3 skills. The encounter may appear chaotic, but it is manageable. We cleared it on our second attempt, Hanwha summarized. So essentially, avoid the fire pillars and do not stand behind you to prevent being charged, Li Huailin remarked. Priests, be cautious not to huddle together. If both are hit by the same fire pillar, neither can heal, which could be catastrophic. Position yourselves apart. If one is scorched, the other can still cast spells. If you get burned, cease your incantation immediately and flee, or the loss will be even greater, Hanwha instructed. Understood. Hong Yan Hishui and Hong Fei Chui Wu affirmed with nods. Huailin and Yinner, please manage your damage output carefully. Our output should suffice, but avoid overtanking, Hanwha advised. If everyone is clear, I will initiate the encounter to observe any changes. Let us proceed, Li Huailin commanded. With a nod, Hanwha charged toward the boss. Where did these little pests come from? Guards. Where are my guards? No matter, I shall deal with you myself. General D. Crick bellowed, charging at Hanwha, thus commencing the boss battle. Li Huailin and Hong Chun Yinyu refrained from immediate attacks, as the main tank needed to generate threat first to maintain order. However, both had already positioned themselves strategically, ready to strike at the opportune moment. The boss's physical attack surged to 300, creating pressure. No problem, we can handle it. Hong Yan Hishui, the primary healer, replied, confident that without critical hits, they would manage. However, moments later, Hong Yue's health plummeted dramatically, indicating the boss had landed a critical hit. What is going on? Li Huailin inquired. If it's a critical hit, Chui Wu, you use your healing now. Otherwise, conserve your mana, Hanwha calmly instructed. Understood. Chui Wu responded. As the critical hit ended, the boss unleashed its fire breath, scorching Hong Yue's face with a searing blast. The damage was nearly 300, prompting both priests to exert their healing efforts. Threat levels are stabilizing. You two can begin your attacks, Hanwha called out. Li Huailin advanced with a swift strike, landing a hit on the boss's back that dealt a mere minus 431 damage. Despite not using a heroic strike, the damage was disappointingly low, indicating the boss's impressive physical defenses. Ice arrow damage is 270. Its magical resistance is slightly higher than the minor monsters, Hong Chun Yinyu reported. Continue the damage output. Wait, what is that? Hanwha suddenly noticed a new debuff in her status bar. What's wrong? Li Huailin, the first to recognize her troubled expression, asked. The boss has acquired a new skill. My debuff bar shows an increase of 10 fire damage following its flame breath. I suspect it stacks with each fire breath, leading to catastrophic damage, Hanwha exclaimed. What's the duration of the debuff? Li Huailin pressed. 30 seconds, Hanwha replied. Let us rotate tanks. I will contest threat with you. Ideally, we each stack 3 layers before swapping, Li Huailin proposed. Agreed, Hanwha decisively declared. Healers, observe the boss and Oppo's orientation to direct your healing to the appropriate tank. Understood. The 2 healers replied. You and Amp. Oppo's VE provoked me. Hong Yan Hishui, I will crush you. The boss suddenly activated its second skill, charging. Why me? Hong Yan Hishui exclaimed, instinctively attempting to flee as the boss barreled toward her. Stay put. If you move, you may collide with someone else, Hanwha warned. With a resounding crash, Hong Yan Hishui was knocked several meters away, sustaining 300 damage along with an additional 140 from the fall. However, after the collision, the boss relinquished its focus on her and returned to Hanwha. Fortunately, the threat mechanics remained consistent with the normal dungeon. The boss simply knocked targets further away. Shui Er hurried back to heal. This insufferable boss, Hong Yan Hishui muttered while sprinting back to restore her health. Fire! The boss roared, and a fire pillar materialized beneath Hong Chun Yinyu. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to abandon her ice arrow incantation and evade the flames. However, the fire's area of effect began to expand, forcing her to keep running to avoid being scorched, unable to stop to cast spells. The fire pillars are expanding. Their range has increased by nearly double. Hanwha shouted. Yinyu, how much damage are you taking? Over 350. Standing there for 3 seconds would be fatal. Hong Chun Yinyu replied, emphasizing the urgency. Everyone, ensure you do not stand within the fire pillars. Hanwha called out while glancing at the boss's health, which still stood at 84. Healers, report your mana levels. 70, Hong Yan Hishui replied. I have 92, Hong Fei Chui Wu added. With the healer's mana levels stable, we should be able to manage this. After Hong Yue finished speaking, she glanced at her debuff bar. This debuff was undoubtedly the greatest threat. If fire damage stacked, the healing amount would increase, leading to a rapid depletion of magical energy. It was imperative not to let it accumulate further. With 3 layers already, Huailin drew the boss over. Hong Yue remarked while observing her debuff bar. All right, no problem. Huailin nodded, addressing the boss. You bald-headed brute, Wu Ku. I shall stand here today and let you strike me. I seek blood. I crave torment. I invite humiliation. Come at me head-on if you dare. The boss, however, ignored Huailin entirely and continued to assault Hong Yue. Hong Yue. Ruyin Yinyu. Hong Fiquamimio. Damn it. How can he disregard me? Huailin exclaimed. Whose fault is it that you taunted me with mere words? Use your skills, you scoundrel. Hong Yue could no longer contain her frustration. Huh. Huailin realized with a start. Oh, right. I'm so used to taunting verbally that I forgot it doesn't work on monsters. Explain later. Just use your skills quickly, Hong Yue urged. Understood. Huailin promptly activated his taunt skill, simultaneously delivering a devastating strike that landed heavily on the boss, causing it to immediately turn its attention towards him. Chapter 71. Number 1 passes. The taunt lasted merely 2 seconds. Should the enmity not be firmly established thereafter, the boss would revert to targeting Hong Yue. However, for Li Huailin, the situation was less intricate. His enmity was already nearing an over-threat, OT, state, and by employing a heroic strike to draw the aggro, coupled with Hong Yue merely using basic attacks without skills, he effortlessly attracted the boss's attention with a single blow. The boss dealt -249 damage, striking Li Huailin. Although his attributes surpassed those of Hong Yue, his lack of equipment rendered the damage less conspicuous. Yet, the total health of Li Huailin was evidently significant, nearing 4,000 health points. For Hong Yue, the 200 damage posed some pressure, but for Li Huailin, it was negligible. Water Spirit promptly healed Huailin's wounds. Observing the boss now under Li Huailin's control, Hong Yue remarked, brother-in-law seems to be losing health quite slowly. Hong Huashui glanced at Li Huailin's health bar and added, the boss appears incapable of dealing substantial damage to him. You have provoked me, Hong Huashui. I shall crush you. The boss suddenly declared. Hey, why is it always me? I just returned. Hong Huashui protested to the boss. Naturally, the boss paid no heed, charging forward and sending the recently returned Hong Huashui flying. Before turning back to pursue Li Huailin, the boss unleashed a fiery breath, inflicting a full 400 damage upon Li Huailin, who, lacking fire resistance, felt the brunt of the attack. Simultaneously, 2 buffs appeared in his status bar. Burn, restores 20 health points per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Temperature stack, reduces fire damage taken by 10, lasting for 30 seconds. It turned out that this fire breath was not a debuff, but rather a direct damage skill. Initially, Li Huailin had assumed it would heal him, only to realize it inflicted direct damage, with the subsequent burn being the actual debuff. Fire. The boss bellowed again, executing a pillar of fire skill, which inconveniently manifested right beneath Hong Yue's feet. Li Huailin, retreat. Hong Yue warned. Recognizing the potential danger to Li Huailin from the expanding fire pillar, and she moved forward to evade it. You have angered me, Hong Yue. I shall crush you. The boss targeted her again with a charge. With a resounding crash, Hong Yue, who had just escaped the fire pillar's vicinity, was struck by the boss's charge and sent hurtling away, unfortunately, towards the fire pillar. -280, -280. The airborne Hong Yue was scorched twice by the fire pillar, then hit the ground, suffering an additional 150 fall damage, resulting in her demise. The boss's combo has obliterated Hong Yue, Li Huailin lamented. Brother-in-law, what should we do? Inquired the recently respawned Hong Huashui. Continue attacking without concern, Li Huailin replied, unperturbed by the boss's stacking damage skills. With 10 layers of buffs, he would become immune to fire damage. He found himself untroubled. Were it not for the boss's troublesome skills that frequently targeted allies, he would have considered leading the boss to the final boss for a buff, which would surely make the battle far easier. Glancing at the boss's health, which stood at 67, he felt confident with 2 priests healing him. It took me at least 10 minutes to return, Hong Yue remarked in the team channel after respawning. We should prevail. Just keep my health topped off and avoid the fire pillars, Li Huailin advised. Make sure to sidestep the fire pillars to avoid being slammed into them like I was, Hong Yue added, urging everyone to ramp up their damage output. Li Huailin's debuffs will stack too much for him to endure. His damage is high, and he won't OT. Yinner, focus entirely on dealing damage. Understood, responded Hong Yinyu. The ensuing battle unfolded with unexpected ease. Li Huailin's buffs continued to accumulate, resulting in diminishing fire damage. Strangely, The boss seemed fixated on Huaishui, relentlessly charging at her, sending her flying each time she returned. Only 10 left, Hongchen Yinyu announced, glancing at the health bar. Li Huailin noted that he had accumulated 8 layers of buffs, reducing fire damage by 80, with the fire breath and pillars posing no threat. Only the 200 physical damage remained. Though Huaishui was repeatedly knocked away, the presence of the priest Zuwu ensured he felt no pressure. 3, 1, and then victory. This is not the outcome I desired, General Deklik exclaimed before slowly collapsing to the ground. Battle record. Your team has slain the first boss, General Deklik, and lost 450 experience points. Did we win? Hongyue, still on her way back, received the system notification simultaneously. We did. Huaishui shouted, exasperated. That insufferable creature kept targeting me. It was as if I were its sole prey. Surely, it can't chase me any longer. Perhaps that is for the best. If it were to target me, we would lose an output, Hongchen Yinyu chuckled. This is utterly annoying. Running around endlessly is infuriating. Huaishui pouted. Yet, inadvertently. You've made a significant contribution. Hongchen Yinyu smiled and then asked in the team channel, Sister, are you almost there? I'm nearing the dungeon entrance. Please hold on. Hongyue replied. Let us wait for the guild master before looting the corpse, Hongchen Yinyu suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, and after a brief wait, they saw Hongyue approaching slowly. Phew, I didn't expect such a significant turn of events. Thankfully, Huailin managed to hold it together, or we would have been wiped out. Hongyue mused as she gazed at General Deklik's corpse. Guilty. Open the corpse quickly. Huaishui impatiently urged. Let me do it. Let me do it. Oh. Well, Hongyue began to consent when Li Huailin interrupted. I strongly insist that Hongfei Zuowu should open the corpse. He declared. Why, brother-in-law? Huaishui asked, perplexed. I have a strange feeling that your luck has plummeted recently. Observe how the boss seems to target you relentlessly, as if addicted to charging you. Meanwhile, Hongfei Zuowu has not been struck even once throughout this battle. Is her luck not extraordinary? Li Huailin pointed out. Huaishui pondered. Indeed, it did seem that Hongfei Zuowu had never been targeted. Why is that? How is it so unfair? Indeed, why? Hongfei Zuowu contemplated, realizing she had not been struck. Yet the reason eluded her. It might be a matter of how aggro is determined, but we are unaware of the specifics, Hongyue suggested. Regardless, it matters not who opens it. Let Zuowu proceed. All right, Huaishui nodded in disappointment. I shall do it, Hongfei Zuowu replied nonchalantly, but since the guild master suggested it, she approached to loot the corpse. Upon touching the body, a golden light illuminated the surroundings. Executor's hand axe, golden one-handed axe, attack 55 to 75, strength 20, agility 8. Critical hit chance 2. Required level, 20, class, warrior, hunter. Indeed, golden equipment has been unveiled. The enchanting beauty exclaimed in surprise as she sipped her water. Chapter 72. The changes in the Abyss instance. The Abyss instance is set at level 20, and the equipment dropped is all level 20 as well, which is currently unattainable. Hongyue felt a twinge of disappointment. If they could use it now, their chances of clearing the instance would significantly increase. Not to worry, we can still clear it. Li Huailin remarked from beside her. You can keep the one-handed axe, guild leader. Although it doesn't enhance your constitution. Its damage is quite substantial and it serves well for drawing aggro. All right, I'll hold on to it for now, Hongyue nodded. In their party, only she and Li Huailin could equip it. Given that Li Huailin was a two-handed swordsman rather than a dual-wielding fighter, the axe was more beneficial for her. There's more to find. Hongfei Zuowu, who was looting bodies, interjected. With that, another item appeared in the Group S equipment selection. Blood Rage Pendant, Silver Necklace, Strength 10. Constitution 5, required level 20. Although it was merely a blue item, necklaces were relatively rare and generally priced higher than equipment for other slots, as Hongchen Yinyu noted. Another melee item? This boss appears to be clad like a warrior, yet it keeps dropping warrior gear. It feels rather inappropriate, Hongyue remarked, feeling slightly embarrassed. It seemed she was monopolizing the loot. Take it, Li Huailin indeed declined it. His demand for equipment at this level was minimal, even if he acquired it. He would merely sell it. The items dropped by General Deklik had excellent attributes, but were not particularly useful to the group. Hongyue accepted the necklace and waved her hand. Let us move on. After traversing the ruins of the central plaza where the first boss resided, it was odd that the minor monsters had not changed. They still faced 2 Flame Lizardman warriors and a Flame Lizardman mage. While this was favorable news for clearing the instance, the group felt something was amiss, as they had prepared for stronger foes, yet only encountered a horde of ordinary monsters. Strange, Hongyue suddenly remarked after defeating the first group. It doesn't feel right. In a regular instance, after defeating the first boss, the minor monsters would typically transform into groups of 4 elite lizardman warriors and mages. Why is the Abyss instance becoming easier instead? Really? Li Huailin inquired. So it's become too easy? Yes. The composition of these minor monsters is identical to the first group we encountered. That signifies a lack of difficulty increase. This is rather too simple for an Abyss instance. Hongyue explained. I sense a profound scheme at play, Hongxin Yinyu added. Let us proceed and investigate further. The Abyss instances tend to differ from regular ones. We need to uncover the truth, Hongyue suggested. The party advanced toward what used to be the central hall of Barena, now transformed into a nest of flame lizard men, where the ultimate boss, the half-dragon Didicate, awaited them. They encountered no unexpected battles along the way and arrived smoothly at the town hall's entrance, only to behold a shocking sight. The entrance was flanked by a substantial staircase, now densely packed with flame lizard men, numbering at least in the hundreds. Furthermore, these lizard men appeared somewhat more advanced than those they had previously encountered. Li Huailin used his scouting ability to assess the situation. Flame lizard man elite warrior, Abyss level 20. HP, 4500, physical attack, 170, physical defense, 80, spell attack, 110, spell defense, 80. Capable of using flame breath attacks, resistant to fire magic but vulnerable to frost spells. Flame Lizardman Elite Mage, Abyss level 20, HP, 2500, physical attack, 75, physical defense, 70, spell attack, 135, spell defense, 120. Proficient in fire magic, resistant to fire magic, but weak against frost spells. Well, it seems all the elite mages and warriors you were searching for have congregated here. Li Huailin indicated toward the multitude of monsters arrayed on the stairs. This is utterly illogical, Hongyue exclaimed, taken aback by the overwhelming number of foes. There's no way we can defeat such a horde. The boss is within this structure? Li Huailin queried. Yes, this is the sole entrance, and it's completely blocked. We cannot pass, Hongyue replied. How are we supposed to play this game? Li Huailin scratched his head. Are we meant to send someone in to die, while the rest of us focus our fire on eliminating one, then wipe and repeat, hoping to take down a few at a time? That's impossible. Dying multiple times will only lower our levels, Hongyue remarked, glancing around. There must be another way to get through. Let us search for mechanisms or something. Oh, the others nodded in agreement. After some time searching without discovering any mechanisms, Hongyan Hishui suddenly exclaimed, Hey, everyone look! It seems like some people are coming over there. Turning to see, they indeed noticed numerous figures approaching from their direction, and at a distance, they appeared to be human soldiers clad in the main city's armor, numbering over 100 in total. That's them. Hongyue clapped her hands, convinced that this was the key to passing through. Let us go and find out. Chapter 73, The boss emerges. The arrival of this squad was rather belated, as it took Li Huailin and his companions a full 10 minutes to locate them. Fortunately, there were no foolish squads rushing headlong into the throng of several hundred individuals, so it seemed there were no major issues at hand. It was evident that the squad was making its way toward them. Upon closer inspection, Li Huailin and his group discovered that the leader was a dashing NPC in his 50s, clad in gleaming silver armor, whose green name read Li Huailin. Beside him stood their acquaintance, the aide-man, and behind them were roughly 100 well-armed city soldiers, equipped to the teeth, clearly an elite force. It appears to be the commander from that outpost, the Earl of something, Li Huailin recalled. Let us observe the situation, Hongyue suggested. Earl Li Huailin, accompanied by his soldiers, was hurrying along when his eyes lit up upon spotting Li Huailin and his companions, and he came to an immediate halt. Good sirs, are you the brave warriors who vanquished General Deklik? Li Huailin inquired with a smile. Indeed, we are, replied Hongyue, who stood at the forefront. You have performed magnificently, Li Huailin praised. Since my posting here, I have never witnessed such a significant breakthrough. This is the perfect opportunity to eradicate the Borun lizard men. Upon receiving this news, we hastily made our way here. Our outer troops are currently engaged with the lizard men's forces, and I have decided to lead an elite team to strike at the heart of the enemy. Manchandin, this is a critical moment for eliminating the lizard men. Noble warriors, I hope you will assist me in driving these vile creatures from Borun, Li Huailin implored. The mission has escalated, murmured Hongyan Yinyu, observing her task log. Hongyue and the others glanced at theirs as well, confirming that the mission's difficulty had indeed risen from B to A, along with a corresponding increase in rewards. Li Huailin, however, could not see this change. Fortunately, he had not accepted the mission, or the penalties would have been even greater. It seems this is a task from the Abyss dungeon. I am uncertain what will unfold from here, as the ordinary dungeons lack such narrative elements. We must adapt as circumstances dictate, Hongyue cautioned. Look, my lord. A sudden shout from Mant drew their attention to the steps where a throng of lizard men was gathering, while the elite soldiers at the town's center began to assemble, attempting to block their advance. It appears our deployment has not gone unnoticed, Li Huailin remarked, furrowing his brow. After a moment's thought, he unsheathed his sword, raising it high, and called to his warriors, I can see the fear of the enemy in your eyes. I perceive your concerns. How can we possibly battle such formidable monsters? Soldiers of the Empire, allow me to answer you. We shall wield our steel against them. We shall fight them with the courage in our hearts. Above all, we fight for the honor of the Empire. Charge! 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 The soldiers behind him raised their swords in unison, echoing his fervor. You brave souls, follow closely behind me. This battle will determine our fate. For the glory of the Empire. Li Huailin commanded Li Huailin and his companions. With nearly 100 warriors standing firm, the lizard men, having long been aware of their presence, found themselves without a commanding leader, as their general had already been eliminated by Li Huailin and his group prior to their assembly. Uncertain whether to charge or hold their ground, they could only maintain their formation as trained, striving to avoid chaos. Warriors, follow me. Charge into battle. Li Huailin, fully aware of the lizardmen's leadership deficit, initiated the assault, seeking an opportunity for victory. He led the charge, the first to engage. Kill! Roared the soldiers behind him, rushing toward the mass of lizard men, emboldened by Li Huailin's lead. The spectacle stirred a primal urge within Li Huailin. I feel compelled to join the fray. President, let us charge forth. The Abyss dungeon would undoubtedly not permit NPCs to resolve the battle so easily. There were likely unforeseen complications, which was why the mission had escalated to a rank. Nevertheless, they agreed to lend their assistance. Han Yue remained composed, analyzing the situation meticulously. The 200-strong forces converged rapidly. Although the lizard men held a slight geographical advantage by standing atop the steps, the absence of a leader proved disastrous. Upon contact, the tide of battle swiftly became apparent. The human forces maintained their formation, systematically coordinating their attacks against the lizard men, whose ranks began to falter. The lizardmen's formation collapsed as warriors found their paths severed, leading to isolated encounters where they were picked off one by one. Unbeknownst to them, the coordination of the city's military was exemplary. Yet the 5 of them also exhibited commendable efficiency in slaying monsters. A lizardman elite warrior with 4,500 health succumbed within 20 seconds, and the elite mages fell even quicker. Their prowess evident. After approximately 5 minutes of combat, the defeat of the lizard men was imminent, with only about 30 remaining, and a palpable sense of despair hung over them, as though they were on the verge of retreat. We are on the brink of victory, soldiers. Hold on a little longer, Li Huailin called out, rallying the troops. Although the humans held the advantage, they had sustained losses as well, having slain over 70 lizard men, but losing more than 20 of their own. Li Huailin recognized the need for morale and immediately sought to bolster their spirits. The lizard men, lacking a leader to inspire them, began to waver in the face of the increasingly emboldened human soldiers. The line they had maintained at the steps began to falter. At that moment, a resounding female voice pierced the air, "Release my children." With the cry, a burst of flames erupted from the town center, catching several human warriors off guard and engulfing them. The flames were intensely hot, and several were instantly transformed into charred remains, while others nearby, though not directly hit, were severely injured and rendered incapable of fighting. Look, a change is upon us, Han Yue noted, having kept her distance and remaining unharmed. Though their attention was drawn to the entrance of the town center, a figure slowly emerged, swathed in a dark purple robe that obscured her face. Yet her form revealed her to be female. Li Huailin employed his reconnaissance ability, but the opponent's level was too high. He could only discern her name, Haijia Fujiwide, with all else marked as question marks. Haijia Fujiwide. Li Huailin stepped forward, shouting at her. It is you. Li Huailin, it has been a long time, Haijia replied, addressing the Earl. Did you think to ambush us while I was away? It won't be so easy. I have returned just in time. You treacherous human, Li Huailin exclaimed in anger. 20 years ago, I showed you mercy, only to regret it for half a lifetime. I shall not let you escape this time. Today marks the day of reckoning for you and your half-dragon husband. You have awakened too late. Today, you shall find yourself unable to defeat me. For I have received the power inheritance of the demigod Maragas. Behold the strength I now possess. Haijia Fujiwide raised her hands, and 2 spheres of flame materialized within her grasp, radiating a brilliant light indicative of an intense temperature. This is not good. I can sense the power of dragon's breath within her flames. Everyone, retreat. Count Li Huailin's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out. It was too late. Allow me to purify everything. With a swift motion of her hands, Hejia Fugwide hurled a massive fireball toward the area densely populated by warriors. Everyone hastily descended the steps. Han Yue immediately remarked, although the fireball was not directed at them, she feared potential collateral damage, so it was prudent to distance themselves to observe the unfolding events. With a resounding boom, the fireball detonated amidst the crowd, unleashing a ferocious explosion that engulfed a dozen warriors in flames. The destructive force was immense, leaving those caught in its wake either dead or grievously injured. Children, you shall assist the other teams on the periphery. I alone am sufficient here. Hejia Fugwide instructed the remaining elite lizard men behind her. Is this her way of sealing her own fate? Li Huailin commented, noting that those destined for demise often utter such lines. Still able to jest, she is likely the next boss. Observe how the soldiers of the main city have nearly perished, and her forces have been orchestrated by the system to withdraw, leaving only our party. Han Chun Yinyu voiced her concern, questioning how to confront such a formidable fireball capable of obliterating multiple foes in an instant. Let us assess the situation further, Han Yue suggested. Chapter 74. The battle commences at the entrance of the town hall. The lizardmen warriors had retreated entirely to assist their kin in the fray outside. The human fighters had largely succumbed to the onslaught of the formidable boss, Haijia, who dispatched them with ease. The few remaining warriors began to flee, recognizing that they stood no chance against a being capable of obliterating 10 opponents with a single fireball. What have you done to my subordinates? Count Li Huailin exclaimed angrily. Standing amidst the fallen soldiers, cradling his injured aide, Mant, who had been grievously burned by a fireball and lay gasping on the ground. The Count was channeling holy light to heal him. I will make you watch as your comrades perish one by one before it is your turn, Li Huailin. Haijia's voice dripped with venomous hatred as she directed her ire at the Count. I shall prevent you, Li Huailin retorted, though he remained on the ground, glancing around until he spotted Li Huailin. Warriors over there, quickly intervene. I am healing Mant, whose condition is critical. If my holy light ceases, he will die instantaneously. I am unable to fight, so I implore you to assist me. Now I understand, Li Huailin nodded, realizing that the system had contrived this situation to compel their involvement in the battle, as one could not simply watch NPCs engage in combat within a dungeon. This foe is incredibly powerful. How shall we confront it? Han Yin mused aloud. Though I cannot fight, I will lend you my holy light. Do not cower. Glory is with you, Count Li Huailin declared resolutely. Ultimately, we are indeed required to engage. Let us proceed. This boss does not appear in ordinary dungeons. Hence I am unfamiliar with its abilities. Stay vigilant and report any developments immediately, Han Yue instructed before charging at Haijia. Huailin and Yinner, commence your attacks after 30 seconds. Both priests, stay close to me. You wish to perish as well, foolish mortals. Haijia's gaze shifted to Han Yue and her companions, and like any typical mage, she began conjuring fireballs. However, despite her formidable prowess, her casting speed was comparable to that of lesser foes. Before she could unleash her first fireball, Han Yue struck first. Wait, Han Yue exclaimed as her initial strike landed. Something is amiss. I only inflicted 12 points of damage. 12 points? Han Chun Yinyu gasped. That's scarcely better than a failure to penetrate defenses. How shall we proceed? With a thunderous explosion, a fireball detonated in Han Yue's face, reducing her health by half. Over 500 damage. And this is with my fire resistance gear. She cried. Warriors, do not fear. I shall assist you. Li Huailin, who had remained on the ground, suddenly shouted, causing a radiant glow to envelop each of Li Huailin's party members. Li Huailin glanced at his status bar. Blessing of Strength. Reduces strength by 100. Lasting for 2 minutes. Great. Just what I needed, he muttered, nearly choking on his frustration. Not only was the Count unhelpful, but he also created chaos. At least I received a 100 strength boost, Han Yue noted, now capable of striking the boss. I detest the power of holy light. The boss grimaced, then waved her hand, summoning a black sphere approximately 1 meter in diameter that emitted a dark glow and began to move ominously toward Li Huailin. This is the power of darkness, Haijia. How could you have fallen this low? Li Huailin's countenance paled as he warned Han Yue and her companions, avoid the black sphere. It will dispel the holy light. My power is limited as I must also focus on healing. I can bestow blessings only every 30 seconds. Do your utmost to evade it. Understood, Han Yue acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. The boss could only be harmed while under the effect of the strength blessing. If the black sphere touched them, the blessing would be lost, thus they must evade it. Huailin, it appears the black sphere is tracking you, Han Yue observed. Should I touch it to see what happens, or just lead it away for a while? Li Huailin inquired. Let it away for now, Hongyue replied, glancing at her own health. Fortunately, Haijia's attack frequency was not overly rapid, and the two priests managed to stabilize her health despite the boss's terrifying single-target damage output. Ensure you maintain your health. Stay at full strength, Hongyue commanded. As Li Huailin led the sphere away, Yen'er could commence her attack and assess the damage potential. A frost arrow whizzed past, striking Haijia in the waist, but she remained focused on inflicting damage on Hongyue. 270 damage, akin to that of lesser foes. I can manage, Hanshin Yinyu reported. The main tank must not be touched by the black sphere. If it is, output must cease immediately, otherwise. The main tank cannot generate threat and may lose aggro at any moment, Hongyue analyzed. Wait, the black sphere is accelerating, Li Huailin exclaimed, noticing the sphere's speed increasing despite his own 50 movement boost. If this continued, it would eventually catch up to him. It seems evasion is not a viable option, otherwise. Count Li Huailin would not have stated that the blessing could only be bestowed every 30 seconds, Hongyue surmised. All right, Huailin, collide with the black sphere and determine what happens, particularly if it inflicts damage. Understood, Li Huailin nodded, preparing to meet the sphere head-on. -200. Upon collision, damage appeared, and he noticed that the debuff reducing his strength had vanished. How delightful. The boss is more helpful than that troublesome NPC, who only complicates matters. The boss dispelling the debuff is a relief, Li Huailin mused, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the boss. It seems colliding with it results in a loss of 200 health while also consuming your strength buff. Wait, that's odd. The damage increased to 220. Is it fluctuating? Li Huailin pondered aloud as he was struck again, noticing the damage rise. This is a dark sphere that devours holy light. If it consumes a single blessing, it will grow even stronger. Warriors, you must act swiftly. Tawarian warned from the ground. In other words, every buff consumed would amplify the sphere's damage, a troubling realization. Everyone, be cautious. If the black sphere pursues you, flee immediately. Buy some time, Suwu, it's after you, Hongyue directed. As the black sphere consumed Li Huailin's debuff, it abandoned him and resumed its slow pursuit of the others. I must heal. I cannot move, Suewu protested, her health fluctuating precariously. Just heal. Ignore the black sphere, Li Huailin instructed. I will handle the damage output and strive to diminish the boss's speed. With that, Li Huailin dashed back toward the boss to unleash his attacks, but his first strike yielded disappointing results, dealing only 340 points of damage. It is indeed quite formidable, regrettably. I am unable to access the 100 power enhancement buff. For the first time, Li Huailin felt his abilities were inadequate. However, with the damage reduction, he need not worry about aggro, and he began to strike fiercely. The battle continued for a while until the black sphere finally caught up with the still healing Hong Fei Chui Wu. The damage escalated to 240 points. Hong Fei Chui Wu remarked, I will consume a health potion. Do not heal me. Focus all your efforts on the big sister. The black sphere moved toward Yen'er, urging her to keep it occupied for a while. As Hong Yu engaged in combat, she observed the situation on the battlefield and, noticing the moving black sphere, immediately cautioned. Be careful. Understood, Hong Chun Yin nodded. At that moment, the boss suddenly spread her hands, summoning two fiery orbs that materialized in her palms, reminiscent of the skill that had just eliminated several players. Hey, she is unleashing her ultimate move, Li Huailin exclaimed, glancing at the boss's health, which stood at 80. It appeared to be triggered by her health threshold. Everyone, quickly take cover behind me. I will shield you with the power of holy light. Count Huailin cried out to the group. Move now. Hong Yu realized the urgency and shouted. Chapter 75. The battle against the consuming force. Quickly, take refuge behind me. She is about to unleash her skill. The Count of Valerian urged, his gaze fixed on Haijia, who was preparing to hurl a fireball. Big sister. The black orb has ceased its movement, Hanshin Yinyu remarked breathlessly as they fled. The group turned to observe that indeed, the ominous black sphere had come to an abrupt halt, providing them a moment's respite. Had it continued its relentless pursuit and collided with the Count, the consequences would have been dire. Hurry. With urgency, Hongyue, who was closest to Haijia and thus farthest from the Count, pressed on. Although Li Huailin was positioned similarly to Hongyue, his 50 speed enhancement allowed him to reach safety first. In the name of the holy light, shield the warriors behind me, the Count declared as Hongyue dashed into position just in time. A slender, golden, translucent barrier materialized before him, narrowly enveloping both his form and the area behind him. Why didn't you use this skill earlier? Your allies are all dead, you fool. Li Huailin could not help but scorn. Fire. Purify everything. Simultaneously, Haijia unleashed her own assault. launching two massive fireballs that collided violently with the Count's protective barrier, resulting in thunderous explosions. The flames erupted dramatically, igniting the surrounding ground, a testament to their ferocious heat. Fortunately, although the Count's barrier shattered under the force of the two fireballs, the attack was ultimately thwarted, sparing Li Huailin and his comrades from harm. Curse the power of the holy light. I shall shatter you. Haijia seethed, her ire palpable as she realized her attack had been repelled. We cannot afford to allow her to continue casting such draining spells. We must finish her swiftly, the Count urged. It seems we are caught in a cycle. Let us resume our assault, Han Yue declared, charging forward. The black orb continues to pursue me, but it appears to have reset its speed, Hongqian Yinyu observed, noting the sphere's gradual acceleration once more. Everyone, heed my command. Once we reach 60 health, I anticipate another round of fireballs. We must take advantage of the orb's altered velocity, Han Yue strategized while engaging Haijia. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. Damn it. After landing his initial strike, Li Huailin was taken aback to find his damage output had plummeted. His first blow inflicted a mere 220 points of damage, his lowest yet, despite his previously amassed 280 attribute enhancement. Fortunately, the calculation for Heart of Glory only considered base strength. After the 280 boost and a subsequent 100 reduction, he still maintained a 180 increase, sufficient to deal some damage. Without that boost, he feared his attacks might have become negligible. Scanning his debuff bar, he noted the presence of a strength curse, which activated every 30 seconds, though he could not recall when it had been applied. How I wish to touch that black orb, Li Huailin lamented as he observed his feeble output, yearning to cleanse his debuff. However, he knew that succumbing to the orb would only enhance its might, and even a minor increase could prove catastrophic later on. Despite his diminished output, he continued to inflict damage. Haijia's health steadily declined from 80 to 70. Just as the battle seemed to be progressing well, Haijia exclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of fire magic." She extended her hand, sending forth a crimson beam that struck Hongqian Yinyu, who was attempting to evade. What just happened? Hong Yue inquired, alarmed as she witnessed the unavoidable red light collide with Hongqian Yinyu. A new debuff has been applied, Hongqian Yinyu reported. Barely able to react before the black orb caught up with her, dealing 260 points of damage. What debuff? Hong Yue pressed, unfazed by the orb's pursuit. It inflicts 800 points of fire damage after 10 seconds. It seems to be explosive damage, Hongqian Yinyu relayed. Consume a fire protection potion and drink a health potion. Keep your distance from the two priests, Hong Yue commanded urgently. Understood. Hongqian Yinyu nodded, promptly retrieving and consuming a fire protection potion. Due to the potion's shared cooldown, she could not drink a health potion immediately, but the 220 points of fire damage reduction would offer her some protection for now. Observing the black orb's trajectory, she noted, "The orb is heading towards Huailin." "Excellent," Li Huailin exclaimed, hardly able to contain his relief. "Stay vigilant. We should ideally delay until the boss reaches 60 health," Han Yue advised. "Agreed," Li Huailin affirmed. The black orb's initial speed was not particularly swift, allowing Li Huailin to land a few more hits. Though his attack power had drastically diminished, it still surpassed that of an average melee class. As the black orb neared, Li Huailin finally darted away from boss Haijia's vicinity. With a resounding boom, Hongqian Yinyu, who had just cast 2 frost arrows, triggered her debuff, resulting in a significant explosion. Fortunately, being a game, the explosion was not as catastrophic as it could have been. It merely interrupted her casting. Startled, she quickly resumed her assault, reporting, "I dealt over 660 points of fire damage. It appears to be area damage, likely affecting nearby allies. I am currently unharmed, so please refrain from healing me. Provide her with a recovery," Han Yue instructed. The recovery was instantaneous, not consuming any casting time. Although Hongqian Yinyu was presently safe, her health was alarmingly low, dipping below 20. Concerned about any unforeseen circumstances, especially since her potions were on cooldown, it was prudent to administer a gradual healing spell. Hong Yan, while administering healing to Hongqian Yinyu, continued to monitor Hong Yue's health. However, with only 2 damage dealers in the party, and one of them being chased by the black orb, damage output became a pressing issue, resulting in a sluggish decrease in the boss's health, which barely crawled down to 60. Li Huailin had not yet been caught by the black orb, thanks to his enhanced speed, but he could feel the urgency mounting. Just then, the boss's health reached 60, and she began to prepare for her ultimate attack as the black orb halted abruptly. "She is about to cast another skill. Retreat to my side," the Count of Devalerian bellowed. The group, now adept at their roles, swiftly moved behind the Count. As they ran, Han Yue queried, "Water, Zuwu, how much mana do you have left?" 33, The primary healer, Hong Yan, replied. 46, Hong Fei Tsuewu added, her healing burden considerable. This is troublesome. Our mana is running low. I fear we may not be able to outlast the boss. Hong Yue realized, her concern evident. What about the mana potions? I've already consumed mine. It will be another 20 seconds before the cooldown ends, Hong Yan informed. Crimson Moon, I have a proposal, Li Huailin suddenly stated. Crimson Moon turned her head, intrigued. What are your thoughts? Allow me to take the lead on the boss while you trade me your equipment, Li Huailin suggested. I have observed that the dark orb does not seem to pursue the individual with the highest threat. If I take on the boss, my damage output will not be squandered. Otherwise, I will be perpetually chased by the dark orb, and given our current deficiency in damage output, we risk being worn down. It appears there is some merit to your reasoning. Crimson Moon contemplated the potential gains and losses, considering it worth a trial. Chapter 76. The successful shift having evaded Haijia's formidable fireball assault, Li Huailin emerged once more, donning a complete set of fire-resistant gear, boldly leading the charge. Beside him, Hong Yue equipped her original ensemble, which favored vitality, significantly boosting her health. However, she sacrificed all fire resistance in the process. Yet, Haijia's initial target was not the foremost Li Huailin, but rather Hong Yue, who had just reached the apex of aggro. With her in sight, Haijia began conjuring another fireball. With a swift response, Li Huailin utilized two taunting skills, Taunt and Heroic Strike, as he closed in on Haijia. The taunt, a forceful aggro-drawing technique, swiftly redirected the threat towards Li Huailin, causing the fireball initially aimed at Hong Yue to be hurled directly at him. The resulting 447 damage was staggering. Yet Li Huailin's commendable magic resistance and fire armor, coupled with his substantial health pool, kept him from peril. Li Huailin, the black sphere still pursues you, Hong Yue noted. Realizing the malevolent orb had not shifted its focus and continued to chase the last individual, Li Huailin. My aggro hasn't surpassed yours yet, so hold back. Let me take the hit from the black sphere, Li Huailin suggested. As Haijia, being a ranged attacker, couldn't reposition effectively, Li Huailin remained stationary, awaiting the orb's approach while steadily building aggro. Once the 2 seconds of the taunt elapsed, the boss once again targeted Hong Yue, despite her distance. Unfortunately, the fireball's range exceeded that distance, and with Li Huailin's taunt already exhausted, he could only watch as a fireball struck Hong Yue, inflicting over 650 damage. Under such circumstances, 2 hits could spell danger. Hong Yue's health plummeted by half. It was astonishing that she could withstand 40 of her health against such a fierce foe. Yet, she wasted no time, quickly consuming a medium health potion to avoid being finished off by 2 fireballs. We need to seize aggro from this creature quickly, Li Huailin thought anxiously, realizing through this dungeon run what he truly lacked, skills. His repertoire was regrettably scant, leaving him idle for too long. If only he had 2 taunting skills, he wouldn't be in such a precarious position. I must return and devise a strategy to acquire more skills, he mused, noting that skills wouldn't vanish upon his death, nor would it affect his leveling process. The only issue was that his skill proficiency was stagnating. For instance, his heroic strike had plummeted to -41 proficiency, and he remained uncertain about addressing it. Of course, contemplating solutions while facing the boss was futile. The taunt lasted 2 seconds, with a 6-second cooldown nearly expiring. Establishing aggro was crucial, otherwise, the boss would remain fixated on Hong Yue, raising the stakes. Li Huailin glanced at the slowly approaching black sphere, repositioning himself to intercept it, ready to boost his output. In a swift motion, the boss unleashed another fireball towards Hong Yue, inflicting a further 600 damage, bringing her health perilously close to the brink. Support her, Li Huailin called out, as he had yet to sustain significant injury, and the 2 priests had not yet begun their healing duties. The boss continued to unleash fireballs, but Li Huailin's taunt cooldown had refreshed. He anticipated the boss's next move, and as the fireball was about to be cast, he executed another taunt. The boss immediately shifted its focus, hurling the fireball straight at Li Huailin. Well done, he exclaimed, observing the cooldown of his skills, noting that heroic strike was nearing readiness. He turned to face the approaching black sphere and executed a backward leap, colliding with it. The impact dealt 280 damage, unmitigated by any defenses, suggesting a fixed damage value unaffected by magical or physical resistance. The troublesome debuff was finally dispelled. Now restored to 280 strength, Li Huailin lunged forward, aiming a strike at Haijia's face. Invoking heroic strike. Let us see a crit. The result was a stunning 916 critical hit. Indeed, this is a voice-controlled game. How splendid. Li Huailin could hardly contain his excitement, as fortune favored him unexpectedly. This monumental strike erased 3 of the boss's health, and more importantly, he had regained aggro. The boss was now focused on him rather than Han Yue. Mission accomplished, leader, Li Huailin declared. You can join the fray now. Watch out, the black sphere is on your tail, Han Yue replied, nodding as she dashed towards the boss while urging Hong Yin to drink water. It's fortunate that the boss's attacks on me aren't overly damaging, Hong Yin observed. Glancing at Li Huailin's health, after enduring several fireballs, he appeared largely unscathed, consistently maintaining above half health, suggesting that a single priest could sustain his vitality. Both of you priests need to manage your mana recovery effectively, Han Yue instructed. Heart of Glory allows mana recovery only when not casting spells. Hence, alternating healing between the 2 priests could significantly replenish their mana reserves. As she spoke, Han Yue drew a 2-handed sword, commencing her own offensive against the boss. Although it was merely a level 10 bronze weapon, far from impressive, it surpassed her 1-handed sword in damage. With the shield now redundant, increasing her damage output seemed prudent. This distribution of roles began to yield a semblance of strategy, with Li Huailin boasting high health, tanking the boss, and the empowered Han Yue contributing to the damage. The situation stabilized considerably, alleviating concerns of imminent tank failure. As they approached the critical juncture of 40 health, Li Huailin and his companions regrouped behind Count Li Huailin. It seems we are making good progress, Han Yue remarked. What are your mana levels now? 23, Hong Yin replied, having expended only 10 mana while depleting 20 of the boss's health. We are right on target. I'm at 34, Hong Fiaqiwu added, calculating that they were adequately prepared. Excellent. The black sphere currently inflicts 320 damage, which is manageable. Everyone, maintain composure during this round. Continue to evade the black sphere, and those ignited must keep their distance from teammates. When the boss's health reaches 20, we will unleash our full might without evasion to eliminate the boss, Hong Yue declared, sensing victory was within reach. Understood, the group nodded in agreement. Li Huailin, what are your thoughts? Hong Yue inquired, seeking his opinion. It's nothing to fret over. Just this old man keeps causing me trouble, Li Huailin responded, glancing at his debuff status, which displayed yet another -100 strength debuff, seemingly endless, prompting him to voice his frustration. Hong Yue, perplexed, questioned him. Nothing much. I'm merely optimistic about our chances, Li Huailin replied. Though this boss battle is quite taxing, I feel disheartened. Enough of your banter, Hong Yue chuckled, addressing the group. Let us focus and be serious. We are likely to succeed. Use your mana and health potions liberally, seizing every opportunity to secure our victory. Chapter 77. A difficult victory. The battle against the boss, Haijia Fugwide, had reached its final stage. Haijia was left with merely 10 of her health, and the boss's skills remained unchanged. Li Huailin's team had entered the final rush against the boss, unrelenting in their assault despite the ominous black spheres. Forget about the black spheres. Focus all our firepower, Hong Yue urged, glancing at the health bars to bolster their morale. I'm out of mana. Hong Yin Heishui finally replenished her magical energy. But had it not been for Li Huailin's resilience, she wouldn't have been able to endure this long given her equipment and level. Get in there, Hong Yue commanded. Suewu, how much mana do you have left? 8, Suewu responded, which allows for only 3 more heals. Li Huailin, drink a potion, Hong Yue instructed. I wish I could, but drinking it would only hasten my demise, Li Huailin muttered internally, though he kept his thoughts to himself. He assessed his health, which stood at 3,000, and noted the boss's dwindling life at 8. President, stop worrying about threat levels and unleash your heroic strike, he urged. I am using it already, Hong Yue replied. 8 left. Strike swiftly. The infuriating debuff persisted, reducing his strength by 100, resulting in a mere 240 damage per hit, which was frustrating. Just as he pondered the possibility of dispelling this debuff, he noticed a black sphere hurtling towards him, not directly, but rather towards Hong Yin Heishui. How fortunate. The boss seems rather considerate, Li Huailin thought, touched by the boss's apparent concern for his well-being. Without hesitation, he charged at the black sphere, which inflicted 420 damage upon him, but successfully cleared the debuff. Another critical hit. Li Huailin envisioned using his voice-controlled assist again, but this time it yielded a modest 470 damage without triggering a critical. The black sphere is targeting you, Shuer. You should flee to avoid collateral damage, Hong Yue warned after being struck by the sphere for 440 damage, noticing its trajectory towards Hong Yin Heishui. Understood, Hong Yin Heishui nodded, retreating to a safer area. I'm out of mana for heals, Suewu exclaimed, having exhausted her resources. 5 left, we can do this, Hong Yue encouraged, glancing at the boss's health. 3. Li Huailin reported after landing a strike. 2. Hong Chen Yinyu announced after casting an ice arrow. 1. Hangyue declared after landing a critical hit. We did it. Everyone shouted in unison. No, this is impossible. Haijia Fugwide, with her health reduced to 0, ceased her attacks, kneeling on the ground in a severely injured state. The black sphere that had been pursuing Hongyan Heishui vanished, marking the end of the boss fight. Well done, warriors. Count Li Huailin, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly rose. My holy light healing has taken effect. Main's life has been spared, though he is temporarily incapacitated. Although it seemed scripted, Li Huailin couldn't shake the feeling that this character was particularly insufferable. We defeated the boss, and this annoyance is still standing? He thought. What can we do? It's a dungeon after all. Bosses are meant for us to vanquish, Hangyue replied cheerfully. Upon the defeat of the boss, Li Huailin turned to the now kneeling Haijia, declaring, Your life ends here. In the name of the holy light, I shall pass judgment upon you. Holy light? Judgment? Haijia laughed mockingly. The holy light is a deceitful construct. The Empire has deceived everyone, but not me. Obstinate fool. I am utterly disappointed in you. Count Li Huailin said sternly, unsheathing his sword and stepping closer to Haijia to enact justice. Justice? Haijia suddenly grinned eerily and lunged at Count Li Huailin, seizing him. You were careless. A single strike of holy light could have slain me, yet you approached me. With that, Haijia erupted in a powerful blaze of light, illuminating the surroundings in crimson. Not good. Count Li Huailin's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted to Li Huailin's group, Get away. She's about to self-destruct. Damn it. Li Huailin thought the danger had passed with the boss's defeat, only to be faced with this last-minute explosion. Realizing the imminent threat, he immediately began to flee. Hangyue and the others reacted swiftly, jumping down the stairs. Just moments later, a deafening explosion echoed behind them, followed by the sound of 2 bodies collapsing. Li Huailin checked his health. Though he was close to the explosion, he remained unharmed. Simultaneously, he received a system notification. Battle record. Your team has slain the hidden boss Haijia Fugwide, gaining 750 experience. Is everyone alright? Hangyue inquired. I'm fine. No health lost, Hongchen Yinyu replied, suggesting that it was part of the narrative. Peering over to Count Li Huailin, Li Huailin saw Haijia had become a charred corpse on the ground, while Li Huailin appeared gravely injured. His entire front scorched, lying unconscious. Did she really blow herself up? Li Huailin remarked, unable to suppress a thought. Good riddance. It seems the final boss required our direct intervention. The system merely facilitated her exit, Hangyue chuckled. Finally, it's over. That was truly exhausting, Li Huailin reflected, realizing for the first time that defeating a boss was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Both priests had exhausted their mana to achieve victory. Never mind that. Let's loot the body first. Hongyan Heishui couldn't contain her excitement, knowing this was likely the first kill of this boss on the server, promising valuable rewards. Agreed. Let us loot. Hangyue nodded. Who wants to? I do. Hongyan Heishui eagerly raised her hand before Hangyue could finish her sentence. No need to rush, Hangyue smiled. Go ahead. Yay. Hongyan Heishui dashed to Haijia's corpse. As anticipated, the first touch resulted in a golden glow, revealing a golden piece of equipment in the loot selection. Secret blue robe, golden cloth armor, chest piece, physical defense 15 to 15, magic defense 25 to 30, intelligence 25, constitution 10, spirit 15. Equipment. Increases spell attack by 57 points. Requires level 20. Class. Mage, Warlock, Priest. Golden cloth armor. Hangyue beamed with joy. This is the best outcome. 3 of the 8 classes wear cloth, and given the number of cloth users, this gear is highly sought after. In our guild, nearly 80 are cloth users, many of whom are priests. Well, it's clearly intended for mages as it enhances spell damage without boosting healing effects. It grants 25 intelligence and 15 spirit, definitely a spellcasting set. Yinyu, you should take it. Hangyue promptly allocated the item. For the priest, spirit is the foremost attribute. Enhancing spirit increases mana regeneration speed and the upper limit of mana, which are essential for a priest. Conversely, boosting intelligence merely amplifies magical damage, proving to be of little consequence to the priest's needs. In truth, I still believe that selling this piece of clothing is the most prudent choice, yielding the greatest profit. Hongchen Yinyu began to analyze the situation economically, and as it stands. Well, the gear acquired by the guild should be worn by ourselves. Before she could elaborate further, Hangyue interrupted her, stating that the guild currently has no pressing need for funds, and they do not yet require equipment to sell. Rather, your wearing it would be more beneficial to us. So please accept it for now. Oh, Hongchen Yinyu nodded. Why is it that we are surrounded by individuals who do not need equipment? Hangyue lamented, wondering what else might be available. Oh, having failed to find the priest's gear, Hongyan Hishui felt slightly disappointed and continued her search. Unyielding will, skill book upon use. Immediately dispels all immobilization and control effects, granting immunity to such effects for 5 seconds. Instant cast, costing 15 mana. Requires level 20, class, warrior. A skill book? Li Huailin felt a surge of excitement. He had been contemplating ways to learn new skills upon returning, and now he had stumbled upon a skill book. It seems to be more applicable in PK scenarios, though it may have some utility in dungeons as well. Hongwei remarked, Huailin, do you want it? It's mine. Li Huailin replied without hesitation. Well, take it then. Given that Hongwei had already obtained 2 pieces of equipment, one of which was golden, she willingly passed it on to him upon seeing his need. The rewards from this hidden boss are indeed quite generous, a golden piece of equipment coupled with a skill book, and to think there was still more to discover. Battlefield Medic's gauntlets, silver cloth armor, chest, physical defense 5-5, magical defense 10-15, intelligence 5, spirit 15. Equipment. Enhances healing effects by 37 points. Requires level 15, class, mage, warlock, priest. Although all 3 cloth-wearing classes can equip it, it is evidently suited for priests. Hong Fei Chui Wu refrained from taking it, claiming it would be inappropriate for her as a new member of the team, while Hongyan Hishui, identifying herself as a senior, asserted that she must first equip herself before accepting it, and immediately donned it. That is all. Hongyan Hishui glanced at the corpse, expressing a hint of disappointment. That's quite enough, Hongwei responded with a smile. One boss yielded 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book. What more could you desire? Let us proceed. For there remains a final boss within, and we shall strive for a single successful endeavor. Hongyan Hishui nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to depart, a faint voice emerged from the ground. Warriors, wait. Goodness, how are you still alive? Li Huailin observed the now stirring Count de Huailin on the ground. Is this how NPCs behave? Always providing a surprise just before their demise? Chapter 78. Center Hall, please. Wait a moment. Count de Huailin lay on the ground, his voice laced with agony. The half-dragon Didicate was already a formidable creature in its own right. Now that Haijia had returned with the power of the demigod Maragas, it was certain that Didicate would grow even more powerful. If this trend continued, the city of divine favor would be in peril. You must defeat him at all costs. Is it even necessary to state the obvious? A boss of abyssal caliber is inherently strong, Li Huailin scoffed, dismissing the Count and Apos' lamentations. Haijia had not only brought back the power of the demigod Maragas, but also the essence of darkness, indicating a nefarious plot from the forces of darkness. Count de Huailin continued, while I am powerless against the strength of Maragas, I can counteract the dark forces using the power of holy light. With trembling hands, the Count slowly presented his sword. This blade, blessed by holy light, can banish the dark forces if Didicate employs them during battle. Simply plant it in the ground. Oh, is that so? Hongwei nodded thoughtfully, accepting the knight's sword. What attributes does it possess? Li Huailin inquired. It has no attributes. It is not equipment, but a quest item. After use, it can be planted to ward off darkness, Hongwei replied after inspecting the sword's details. The system is rather stingy. I expected an actual piece of equipment. I am gravely injured and unable to fight for now. You must defeat Didicate. Only then will his lizardman army crumble without a fight, and humanity shall emerge victorious. Count de Huailin urged passionately. Go forth, brave warriors of humanity. It seems there are no further plot developments. Let us prepare to enter, Hongwei remarked, glancing at the silent, fallen Count. Upon entering the town's central hall, the scene transformed dramatically. The once decrepit hall was now shrouded in a black substance that coated the crumbling walls. A material that evoked an unsettling feeling reminiscent of congealed slime. The entire hall was festooned with these dark substances, upon which numerous large white eggs stood upright, each nearly half a person tall. It was evident that these were the eggs of the lizard men. Goodness! Li Huailin exclaimed, surveying the expanse of eggs. The sheer number is astonishing. Those with a fear of clusters would likely struggle to endure this dungeon. This area is not much different from an ordinary dungeon, Hongwei remarked. I'm not merely astonished by the quantity. I find it curious that Haijia, clearly human, could produce so many eggs. Does that not strike anyone as odd? Li Huailin pondered aloud. Hongwei considered this point and conceded. Indeed, there is no tangible proof that a human and a half-dragon could not produce eggs, as half-dragons are not a recognized species. Regardless, it's just a figment of this imagined game. We need not dwell on such details, Hongshin Yinyu interjected. All right, let us not concern ourselves with the plausibility of it all. Allow me to discuss the minor foes present. Hongwei clapped her hands, redirecting the conversation. Speaking of minor foes, Li Huailin had just spotted several lizard men wandering about. He utilized his scouting ability to glean their information. Fire Lizard Man Breeder, Abyss level 20, HP, for 1000, physical attack, 140. Physical defense, 75, magical attack, 100, magical defense, 75. Possesses the ability to unleash fire breath and exhibits high resistance to fire magic, while being vulnerable to frost spells. Those breeders are warrior-type monsters. They won't cast fireballs, but can employ fire breath skills, Hong Yue explained. Their aggro is separate, allowing us to engage them one or two at a time. That sounds rather manageable, Hong Feitsue remarked. These creatures aren't particularly strong. Their stats seem inferior to the elite warriors outside. However, they possess a troublesome skill that catalyzes the hatching of nearby lizard eggs. Each time we engage them, they summon several new lizard men. Though the newly hatched creatures are weaker than the elite ones, they can swarm us in significant numbers, often 7 or 8 at once, Hongwei cautioned. I am unsure if the abyssal dungeons will amplify the numbers, but it would be prudent to avoid such scenarios. Mages 1T learn area damage spells until level 20, and Yinyu is only at level 17, limited to single target attacks. If the numbers overwhelm us, we may struggle even with minor foes, Li Huailin agreed. Indeed, current area damage options are unreliable, and while warriors can sweep at level 10, the cooldown is excessively long, rendering it unsuitable for crowd control, Li Huailin nodded. Let us first assess the summoning quantity, Hong Yue suggested, turning to Li Huailin. Will you, or shall I take the lead? As Li Huailin was still clad in his fire-resistant gear, Hong Yue posed the question. I'll take the lead for now. With the equipment, my attack power is significantly enhanced, and I possess decent tanking capabilities. You can wield your two-handed sword for damage. It seems more efficient that way. Initially, Li Huailin had not anticipated the abyssal dungeon's difficulty. However, after witnessing Haijia's battle, he felt compelled to adopt a more serious approach, considering all possible factors. Very well. Hongwen nodded. Spotting the nearest breeder, Li Huailin charged forward and initiated combat with a critical strike from his heroic attack, instantly drawing the breeder's ire. Minus 1,470 with his equipped gear, Li Huailin's strength surged, his attacks growing increasingly formidable, as he cleaved off a third of the breeder's health in one strike. Intruder! The Fire Lizard Man breeder shouted, retaliating. Minus 201 the breeder's physical attack was commendable, managing to inflict 200 damage against Li Huailin, who had substantial physical defense. Yet he felt no pressure. However, following its initial attack, the breeder began to employ its signature skill, summoning lizard men from the eggs. Come assist me. The breeder gestured toward a nearby egg, which promptly burst open, revealing a lizard man, slick with slime. Li Huailin quickly used his scouting ability once more. Fire Lizard Man Rookie, Abyss level 20, HP, 3000, physical attack, 120, physical defense, 35, magical attack, 100, magical defense, 35. Possesses fire breath skills and exhibits high resistance to fire magic, while being vulnerable to frost spells. Not much health, and quite fragile, likely due to lacking armor. Hongqin Yinyu observed nearby. Let us eliminate this breeder swiftly. Otherwise, it will continue summoning, Hongwei directed. Indeed, the breeder immediately targeted another egg, summoning yet another lizard man. The newly hatched creatures, devoid of aggro, charged directly at the nearest Hong Feitsue. Hongwei, you handle the small ones while I dispatch this one, Li Huailin commanded promptly. Understood, Hongwei replied, dashing toward the newly spawned lizard man. Fortunately, the breeder did not have much health, and with Li Huailin's formidable attacks paired with Hongqin Yinyu's ice arrows, they swiftly dispatched the breeder. However, 3 new lizardman rookies now filled the battlefield, all clawing at Hongwei. Thank goodness, only 3, Hongwei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems if we focus on eliminating the breeder, we can manage. 3 small foes are not overwhelming, so let us clear them one by one. Chapter 79. The final boss. The path to clearing the monsters in the central hall of the town presented quite a challenge. Li Huailin's team possessed considerable offensive power, easily dispatching the breeders with a single strike, but this only summoned 3 or 4 lesser creatures at most. These smaller foes were not particularly resilient, allowing them to progress, albeit at a slow pace. The main issue arose from their inability to draw 2 breeders simultaneously. Otherwise, both would begin summoning minions relentlessly, resulting in an overwhelming number that would likely be impossible to defeat. Lacking sufficient levels and area of effect spells, Li Huailin's party could only eliminate 1 breeder at a time. While this was not dangerous, it was undeniably tedious, taking nearly as long to clear the entire central hall as it would to traverse the entire dungeon outside, truly a test of patience. Sigh. Li Huailin, the first to succumb to the monotony, couldn't hold back his complaints after finishing off the last breeder. He vowed never to tackle this dungeon again due to the excessive time required. Dealing with the breeders one by one was infuriating. If only they had an area damage spell to group them together and eliminate them in one fell swoop. That and oppos. That's not the case, Hanwei remarked with a smile. Alright, this is the last one. Beyond here lies the final boss. Upon entering the last chamber, they were greeted by the ultimate adversary, the half-dragon demise. Naturally, Li Huailin could not ascertain the attributes of the first boss, and the final one was no different. Everything remained a mystery. He was too disinterested to scout, as it was all just a series of question marks. The appearance of this boss was quite striking. The half-dragon demise bore little resemblance to a lizard man due to its draconic heritage. It possessed the body of a four-legged lizard, atop which rested a humanoid torso equipped with two arms, culminating in a dragon's head. A peculiar sight indeed. Demise, infused with the blood of a fire dragon, was entirely red, adorned with black stripes, and towered at approximately the height of a two-story building. In its grip was a spear taller than most of the party, emanating wisps of flame, creating a truly fearsome spectacle. Now let's discuss the skills this boss wields in a standard dungeon. Hangyue clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention before continuing. First, like typical lizard men, it can breathe fire, dealing substantial damage. In a standard dungeon, my fire resistance gear allowed me to withstand about 300 damage, and it is also an area attack. Additionally, this boss employs a cleave attack, targeting all foes in front of it. In essence, everyone except the main tank should avoid positioning themselves directly in front of it, lest fragile casters like mages be obliterated in an instant, Hangyue elaborated. Furthermore, the boss can unleash a fiery spike attack, which erupts from the ground and launches targets into the air. In standard mode, this piercing damage averages around 300 against fire resistance, with a drop damage of 100. It seems to reduce aggro, and this skill is typically directed at the main tank, so everyone should remain vigilant. Finally, when the boss's health drops below 20, it enters a berserk state, significantly enhancing both its attack power and speed. It will then unleash a barrage of fireballs, though we found that it only casts 3 and targets the 3 closest players. In our previous standard dungeon run, we suffered a wipe here, as we were unprepared and the healer was taken out immediately, leaving no one to restore health. This time, with me, Huailin, and Yin Yin, who has relatively high magic resistance. Absorbing the fire damage, we should be fine. Understood, Hongxin Yinyu and Li Huailin nodded in agreement. Now, it is important to note that the Abyss-level dungeon will certainly differ from the standard one. What I shared earlier serves merely as a reference. Thus far, our progress has been smooth, with no wipes yet, so let's channel our determination to clear it in one go. It seems we've been at this for nearly 2 hours, and everyone is a bit weary. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Hangyue waved her hand, urging everyone to consume their potions. We're aiming for a single clear, not a skill practice session. Let's give it our all. Understood, the group nodded in unison. Alright, ensure you're ready and check your buffs. If all is well, prepare to engage. As Li Huailin reflected on his buffs, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Since entering the dungeon, he had been afflicted with power word, fortitude, and arcane intellect, resulting in a loss of 200 health and 10 intellect. Thankfully, it didn't greatly impact him, but he couldn't help but wonder how he would fare in a professional dungeon with everyone equipped with level 10 arcane intellect spells. He might be in dire straits. Wait. Li Huailin suddenly interjected. What is it? Hangyue inquired. This boss is where we need to push DPS, right? Li Huailin asked. Correct, that's essentially the case. Once it hits 20 health, the battle will hinge on DPS. It's a race between its demise and ours, Hangyue confirmed with a nod. Then let's hold on for a moment, just 1 minute. Li Huailin recalled a rare skill given to him by his warrior mentor, Fury Burst. Fury Burst, no level instantly unleashes one's potential, increasing all attributes by 30 for 1 minute. Upon use, the user enters a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 50 for 10 minutes. Instant cast, no cost, cooldown of 30 minutes. True to the system's nature, after using this skill, Li Huailin would first experience a 30 drop in all attributes for 1 minute, followed by a 50 boost for 10 minutes. This explosive skill had morphed into a lasting powerhouse just in time for the DPS showdown against the boss, and he was eager to employ it. Oh, alright. Hangyue nodded without further comment. The game, Glory's Heart, featured a temporary leave system, allowing players to step away from the game without their characters moving. However, if a player in this state were to be killed, they would not lose honor points, though experience and equipment would still be forfeited. This feature was designed for players needing a brief respite, as everyone has human needs. Thus, Hangyue was not surprised by Li Huailin's request for a minute. It wouldn't do to have someone holding their bladder during such an important boss fight. Just as Hong Yue assumed Li Huailin had stepped away for a bathroom break, his character suddenly resumed movement. Huh, so soon? Only 10 seconds? Hong Yue blinked in surprise. What's wrong? Li Huailin turned back to inquire. Oh, nothing. Hong Yue waved her hand. Ready? Just 10 seconds more. Li Huailin had already activated his skill before mentioning the minute. He had merely intended it as an estimate. All right, time and oppos, up. As the 10 seconds elapsed, Li Huailin received a buff, increasing all his attributes by 50. Just as he had anticipated, he called out and charged toward the boss. Foolish insects daring to invade my domain. You seek your own demise. Didi Zite roared upon noticing the approaching Li Huailin, entering a battle state. Watch the blade. Without hesitation, Li Huailin executed a heroic strike aimed at the boss's abdomen. Given his height, that was the only feasible target. Had he the means, he would have struck its face. Minus 1,730, critical hit. With the 50 attribute increase, Li Huailin's attack power soared to unprecedented levels, and with his boosted agility, his critical hit rate also spiked, resulting in a staggering critical damage figure. Don't wait any longer. Everyone, attack. With the first strike delivering a critical hit, Li Huailin confirmed that his enmity was firmly established. He promptly addressed Hong Yu and Hong Yan Hishui, urging them to proceed. Hong Yu nodded, placing her trust in Li Huailin, and immediately began her assault. The boss's initial attack also struck Li Huailin, inflicting 300 points of physical damage. This was the result of his enhanced attributes, and he deemed it acceptable. Gradually, he replenished his health. Glancing at his vitality, he advised Hong Yan Hishui to remain patient and conserve his mana. Understood, brother-in-law, she replied with a nod. The icy arrow inflicted nearly 300 points of damage, proving effective. Following her first icy arrow, Hong Chun Yanyu instinctively reported, "It seems this foe is particularly vulnerable to ice magic." "Taste my wrath," roared the half-dragon Didi Zite, unleashing a fiery spike from the ground that thrust Hong Chun Yanyu into the air. Goodness, Hong Chun Yanyu has been flung. Li Huailin felt a sudden tension and exclaimed. "You scoundrel!" exclaimed Hong Chun Yanyu, suspended midair. "You too, focus on defeating the boss." Hong Yu called out. "What's the damage?" The piercing damage amounted to 500, while the fall damage was 100, as Hong Chun Yanyu reported upon returning to the ground. "This is quite perilous. Chui Wu, please check on the one who was launched." "No, I mean, the one who was pierced," she stammered. "Ha ha ha, President. It appears you just uttered quite an extraordinary phrase," Li Huailin teased. "You scoundrel," Hong Yu retorted, her face flushed. "This is all your fault." Chapter 80. The dark power. The battle against the boss proceeded remarkably smoothly. Naturally, the challenge of this boss was not in the early stages, but rather in the later phase where the chaotic fireballs posed a genuine threat. However, there were subtle changes in the Abyss dungeon. For instance, when the boss's health dropped to 80, it unleashed a skill not found in ordinary dungeons. "Behold the new power I have acquired." The half-dragon Didi hit bellowed, and a shroud of black mist enveloped the hall. Within this dark haze, the boss's attack speed noticeably increased, and Li Huailin observed a significant rise in its attack power as well. The boss's assault now dealt 400 points of damage, nearly a one-third increase. "Standing in the black mist inflicts damage, 200 points per hit," remarked Hong Chun Yanyu. "No wonder the attack power escalated. My pressure has lessened." Li Huailin checked his combat log and confirmed that the mist indeed restored 200 health points per second. Thus, the boss's effective damage output had diminished. This was fortuitous for Li Huailin, but a catastrophe for Hong Yue and her companions, who each had around 1,000 health points. They would succumb in mere seconds if caught in the mist, especially Hong Chun Yanyu, who had just been struck by a piercing attack from the boss and had not fully healed. "Don't panic. We have the sword," Hong Yue quickly responded, having heard the boss's mention of its new power. This clearly indicated the players were to utilize the quest item recently acquired from Count Li Huailin. With that thought, Hong Yue opened her inventory and planted the knight's sword into the ground before her. To her surprise, while the black mist did dissipate, it only cleared a small area around the sword, approximately a 2-meter radius, rather than vanishing entirely. "The sword has a limited dispersal range," Hong Yue exclaimed. "Everyone, gather around Hong Yue," Li Huailin shouted while continuing to strike the boss. The team reacted swiftly, having already been overwhelmed by the mist, and rushed towards Hong Yue. Fortunately, the combat area was not expansive, and they managed to regroup in time. However, although no one perished, their health was critically low. "This is quite unexpected. It is our first encounter. Had we known about the range, we would have positioned ourselves more wisely," Hong Chun Yanyu lamented, glancing at her dangerously low health. "Huailin, how are you holding up?" Hong Yue inquired, noticing that the knight's sword's protective zone did not extend to Li Huailin, who was now caught in the boss's attacks and the mist. In truth, while the boss's attack speed had increased, it had not yet reached the point of delivering a strike every second, and the mist was healing Li Huailin by 200 health points per second, making him comparatively safer. I'm fine, feeling good, Li Huailin replied nonchalantly. Brother-in-law, get inside quickly, Hong Yin shouted without even checking Li Huailin's health bar. That's not possible, Hong Yue interjected. The boss employs sweeping slashes and fire breath, all area attacks. If Huailin brings the boss this way, it would endanger everyone. Can we lift the sword and change its position? Hong Yin asked. I tried, it's impossible. Once it's planted, it cannot be moved, Hong Yue explained. Had we known the sword had a limited range, we could have found a position that covered the main tank while keeping the boss facing away from the crowd. Now, any adjustment could inadvertently harm many. Let's continue as we are. I'm fine for the time being, Li Huailin suggested. The positioning of this boss is crucial. Pay attention to 2 points. First, the boss's piercing skill likely affects multiple targets, so spread out. As soon as he finished speaking, the others realized their positioning was indeed too close and began to disperse. Secondly, Li Huailin continued, as Hong Yue mentioned, during the boss rush phase. It will unleash fireball attacks on the nearest players, so remain vigilant. Huailin, I can't reach the boss, Hong Yue, a melee fighter, suddenly declared, realizing she was now just an onlooker, 5 to 6 meters away from the boss. Then tend to others with bandages, Li Huailin suggested. This is the most stable moment. If I inadvertently shift the boss's direction, it could spell disaster. Hong Yue nodded, recognizing the importance of maintaining stability. Fortunately, she had bandages on her, crafted by her secondary profession as a medic, which restored 15 health points per second for 8 seconds, and could be applied to others as well, although the effect would be interrupted if she took damage. With everyone injured from the mist, Hong Yue quickly bandaged Hong Yin, who was in dire need of healing. Feel my wrath, roared the half-dragon deity hit again. Just as Li Huailin warned, someone's about to get blasted. Before he could finish, he was struck by a fiery spike from below. How absurd, he exclaimed, prompting laughter from several nearby women. Why is it always me getting hit? Deity hit. How fond are you of men? Enough with the explanations. This is clearly a matter of luck, Hong Yin chimed in. This is undoubtedly a reflection of the boss's preferences. I refuse to accept that it's merely bad luck, Li Huailin retorted. And you, who have also been hit, what right do you have to judge me? That's not the main issue. You're the one in the spotlight, Hong Yin teased. Fortunately, I've been recording this, a video titled Awesome Brother Gets Blasted by the Boss. Ugh, Li Huailin could only express his exasperation. Enough joking, Huailin. How severe is the boss's damage? Hong Yue observed Li Huailin's health bar, noting he had only lost about a third, which was manageable, but she wanted to be sure. It seems this skill can be mitigated by fire resistance. I took around 350 piercing damage and over 120 fall damage, which is acceptable, Li Huailin responded. Currently, there is no immediate danger. And I believe the threat level is stable. There's no need to worry about aggro. Yinyu, focus on attacking. The skills so far pose little threat. Conserve your mana until the boss reaches 20 health. Then we will pause to recover some mana and restore our health. Follow my lead to directly engage in the boss rush phase, Hong Yue instructed. Understood, the group nodded in agreement. What a pity we lack frost enhancement potions, Hong Yin lamented. Holding a flame enhancement potion she had acquired for leveling purposes, which was of no use now. I've checked the auction house. Frost enhancement potions are unavailable, she added. The Red Moon had long since commenced preparations. However, it is regrettable that there are no items available for sale at the auction house. It remains uncertain whether a certain guild has monopolized the offerings or if there are other reasons at play. Nevertheless, at this pace, we should be able to persevere, everyone. Let us strive onward. The fundamental skills of the boss have been effectively addressed, and thus far, the subsequent battles have unfolded without any unforeseen complications. Apart from relentlessly attacking Li Huailin, the boss has occasionally unleashed explosive strikes on a few individuals, yet has not employed any additional skills. Thus, the group continues to engage in combat, and the boss's health is now perilously close to the critical threshold of 20. Chapter 81. Fighting until the last man alright. The boss's health is down to 22. Everyone, pause for a moment and report your mana levels, said Hong Yue, clapping her hands. I still have 55 mana, replied Hong Yan, taking a sip of water. Brother-in-law can take it. He is not losing much health, so I'm healing him easily. I have 46, chimed in Hongfei Kuiwu, primarily focused on healing those who had been knocked back, resulting in her mana being slightly lower than Hong Yan's. I have 34, added Hong Yanyu, estimating that they could manage to deplete another 20 of the boss's health. Let us move quickly, Li Huailin observed his buff bar, noting that his 50 attribute buff had only 1 minute and 40 seconds left. They were not progressing quickly against this boss, and time was running short. It seems there's no issue with mana, Hanwei nodded. Attention, the two priests, step back. Fireball damage will target me. Yin and Huailin, you hold the line. Focus entirely on healing. We cannot afford to let anyone fall. Otherwise, the fireballs below will start targeting you, which would complicate matters further. You two should concentrate on healing Huailin and Yin, Li Huailin instructed. I have fire resistance gear and can withstand a fair amount. Yin, take your potion as soon as the cooldown is over, and then unleash your full output, Hanwei reminded Hanqinyanyu. Understood, she nodded. This is the most critical moment, everyone. Remain silent and attack with all your might. Follow my lead. We are commencing the boss rush now, Hanwei commanded with a wave of her hand. Filthy insects. You have truly angered me. The moment the boss's health reached 20, it indeed entered a berserk state, its already crimson skin taking on an even more vibrant hue. Simultaneously, the boss's attack speed escalated frighteningly. The damage from regular attacks surged to nearly 400. Li Huailin, who was being relentlessly struck by the boss, immediately felt the mounting pressure and exclaimed, the group fireball has begun. At Hongyue's signal, 3 fireballs materialized in the boss's mouth, hurtling straight toward Hanwei, Li Huailin, and Hanqinyanyu. 2:11:16. Li Huailin examined his buff bar. This fireball was no different from the usual ones, inflicting burning damage that restored 16 health per second for 5 seconds upon impact. Thus, the fireball did not pose a significant threat to him, though the boss's physical attacks were genuinely challenging to endure. Over 300 fireball damage, Hanwei remarked. Indeed, it's significantly higher than in typical dungeons. Shue'er and Suewu. Focus on healing. Damn, Li Huailin shouted, executing a heroic strike that dealt a critical hit of 1670 damage. Excellent, he exclaimed, pleased with the timely critical strike. Take your potions. With little time for further conversation, Hanwei issued a concise command and immediately drank a health potion herself. I'm overwhelmed. Han Yin, healing fervently, was on the verge of madness as the health of the 3 players plummeted rapidly, and no amount of healing seemed sufficient to counteract the damage. Smoothly done. Only 13 left. Keep it up. Hanwei, unable to attack the boss herself, felt anxious as her own health was dwindling, but she couldn't leave the front lines. The boss's dark mist persisted, increasing the pressure on her healing task. She could only report the boss's health while encouraging the team. Damn it, I regret this. Li Huailin suddenly thought, realizing that if Hanwei had tanked this boss, he could have benefited from the boss's healing aura and potentially increased his damage output. However, it was too late to dwell on that. They were now in the final phase, and who could have foreseen this boss's skills back then? 814. Li Huailin's attributes had surged dramatically. Even his regular attacks dealt 800 damage without the need for a heroic strike. He wondered if the boss's defense had decreased in its berserk state, but regardless, his output was now formidable. It should be feasible. Only 7 left. Hongyue's health was now below a third, her potions on cooldown. However, Li Huailin, as the main tank, still had over half his health, so even if she fell, he could finish off the boss without issue. Feel my wrath. The half-dragon Didakite suddenly roared, unleashing a fire-pierce skill that sent Li Huailin flying despite his previously stable health. Damn, you can still use that skill? Li Huailin had expected the boss to stop using the pierce attack after entering its berserk state, but it seemed the boss had not forgotten this ability. Now, his health had dipped below half, but was still manageable. In this final phase, we must focus on Mai and Yin's health. Both priests. Heal Huailin as much as you can. Hanwei quickly assessed the situation. Understood. Han Yin and Hanqinyanyu nodded. Without the priest's healing, Hanwei and Hanqinyanyu quickly succumbed. Within 5 seconds, the two, already low on health, fell to the ground as the boss's fireballs began targeting Hanqinyanyu and Han Yin. The fireballs hurt so much, Han Yin exclaimed, feeling the pain of the fireball for the first time, losing nearly a third of her health. It was simply outrageous. She could hardly fathom how Li Huailin had endured such damage. Don't worry, we can do this, Li Huailin encouraged, as Hanwei was no longer present. Indeed, the boss's health was down to 3, and Li Huailin still had over 3,000 health points. He could surely outlast the boss. I'm done for. Hanqinyanyu had been hit by 2 fireballs and was suffering from burn damage. Another hit would undoubtedly take her down. Heal yourself. Li Huailin noticed that the 2 priests were still diligently working to heal him, affirming that he was truly safe and could outlast the boss. Just as Li Huailin finished speaking, 2 thuds echoed as Han Yin and Hanqinyanyu fell. They had attempted to heal themselves, but were struck by fireballs mid-cast, leading to their demise. Hey, this has turned into a one-on-one. Li Huailin glanced around, realizing it was just him and the boss left. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Yet, the boss was also nearing its limit, thanks to the two exceptionally dedicated priests. He had been healed back to half health, rendering him virtually invulnerable even to the boss's critical strikes. This is impossible. The mighty half-dragon Didakite cannot be defeated by insignificant human vermin. Impossible. Impossible. As Didakite's anguished cries echoed, the nearly 10-minute boss battle reached its conclusion. Li Huailin glanced at his buff timer, noting that he still had 20 seconds remaining, as if it had been meticulously calculated. System prompt. You have slain the second boss, Half-Dragon Didakite, earning 1350 experience points. System prompt. Dungeon cleared. Final score is being calculated. System prompt. Completion time. 2 hours. 7 minutes and 33 seconds. Completion rate. 90. Final score. A. Deducting 2,000 experience points. Team information. Player Hongyue has transferred the captaincy to you. System prompt. Your team is the first to clear the Buluini dungeon. Please name your team. Huailin, it's up to you to name the team, Hongyue said. Her voice tinged with excitement in the team channel, aware that the boss had fallen. That was indeed a thrilling battle, and I was the only one standing. Li Huailin did not rush to choose a name. Instead, he preferred to engage in conversation first. Initially, our equipment and levels were insufficient to challenge the abyss, and achieving a successful completion of the dungeon on the first attempt was already quite commendable. Dying was a normal occurrence. Hongyue remarked that we were all on the run, estimating it would take us over 10 minutes to reach the dungeon and another 10 minutes to navigate within it, so he would have to wait. It's fine. After a grueling battle, a moment's respite is welcome, Li Huailin replied. All right, you can choose a name first while we make our way over, Hongyue suggested. What should I choose? Li Huailin pondered momentarily, then an idea struck him. Ah, yes. Server announcement. The team swallowing the heavens and devouring the sunly god egg has triumphantly cleared the abyss dungeon Boronair with an overall rating of A, completion time of 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 33 seconds. Team members, Li Huailin, Captain, Hongyue, Hanpiadai, Hongyan Hshui, Hongchun Yinyu. Reward, 20,000 experience points, 2 gold coins. And recorded in the illustrious annals of the continent. Server announcement. The team swallowing the heavens and devouring the sunly god egg has triumphantly cleared the abyss dungeon Boronair with an overall rating of A, completion time of 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 33 seconds. Team members, Li Huailin, Captain, Hongyue, Hanpiadai, Hongyan Hshui, Hongchun Yinyu. Reward, 20,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and recorded in the illustrious annals of the continent. Server announcement. The team swallowing the heavens and devouring the sunly god egg has triumphantly cleared the abyss dungeon Boronair with an overall rating of A, completion time of 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 33 seconds. Team members, Li Huailin, Captain, Hongyue, Hanpiadai, Hongyan Hshui, Hongchun Yinyu. Reward, 20,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and recorded in the illustrious annals of the continent. Chapter 82. Is there still a plot? Once again, Li Huailin stirred up a commotion. Setting aside the uproar from conquering the abyss dungeon, the name of his party was quite the spectacle. Incredible Brother had managed to clear yet another abyss dungeon, truly deserving of his moniker, making waves every now and then. Many in the main city were taken aback. Practically everyone paused their tasks to engage in discussions. Who is this Li Huailin? A warrior player inquired, scratching his head. I have no idea. What is Incredible Brother up to this time? I feel like a mere mortal unable to comprehend, replied another player, equally puzzled. Did someone in Incredible Brother's family pass away? Speculated yet another player. This is undoubtedly high-level slander, exclaimed a mage player. That Li Huailin must have offended Incredible Brother, hence the relentless mockery. That does seem plausible, nodded a nearby player. Of course, the members of Li Huailin's party, who understood the situation better, were also left in stitches. The first to break was Hongchun Yinyu. Hey, what did that dog do to you? You won't even let it rest in peace after its death, she remarked in the party chat upon seeing the party name. Come on, don't misinterpret. This is merely a tribute, a tribute. Have you ever seen a black person this black? Li Huailin defended himself innocently. Indeed. I have never seen one this dark. It's quite an eye-opener. Please, grant it a chance at life, will you? Wait, that dog is already dead. Could you at least let it rest in peace? Hongchun Yinyu replied. I somewhat regret giving you the authority to name things. Hongyue added in the party chat. You all harbor such misconceptions about me. I am but a pure and innocent youth, a standard bearer of the new era. Wait a minute. Just as Li Huailin attempted to play the cute card, he suddenly sensed something amiss. At the spot where half-dragon DD Hit fell, a dark shadow began to coalesce slowly. Simultaneously, DD Hit's corpse emitted a black glow that continuously drew towards the shadow. What is going on? Hong Yue, still on the run. Couldn't he see what was happening with Li Huailin? Hearing him speak halfway, and then pause, she curiously asked, "What's up?" "Hold on, there seems to be something unusual. Let me check it out first," Li Huailin replied, standing up and walking towards the black light. He was unafraid of danger. After all, dying would merely grant him a 10 experience boost, and redoing the dungeon was only a minor inconvenience. The black light in the hall gradually consolidated, appearing as if it were forming a humanoid shape. This puzzled Li Huailin. The dungeon should have concluded, and the system announcement had already been made. What could be happening now? Surely there wouldn't be another boss. That would defy logic. To Li Huailin's astonishment, after gathering, the black light indeed transformed into a person, one he recognized. "Wait, is that you? What was your name again?" "Ah, yes." Li Huailin struggled to recall the name, glancing at the NPC's label. Indeed, emerging from the black light was the dark sorcerer Yaze, whom Li Huailin had encountered once while assuming the role of village chief during a hidden quest in the novice village. Yaze appeared to have fared well since their last meeting. Although still clad in a black robe, its quality had markedly improved, adorned with intricate purple lines that enhanced its elegance. "It's you." Yaze seemed to recognize Li Huailin, astonished. "You are the one who defeated DD Hit. You have thwarted my plans once again." I'm quite bewildered. I merely assembled a party to tackle a dungeon. How have I foiled a grand scheme?" Li Huailin responded innocently. "I don't wish to inadvertently thwart your plans. Could you please keep your distance when devising schemes in the future? I should have killed you the first time I saw you. I never anticipated you would have such a significant impact on our plans," Yaze declared solemnly. "Wait, let us discuss this calmly. Please do not resort to self-destruction," Li Huailin pleaded, alarmed. Having just reached level 18 through the system announcement's experience, he was concerned Yaze might attempt to self-destruct and revert to level 17. "I underestimated you. That was my error. Now, let me rectify this mistake. This time, I will not allow you to escape," Yaze continued. "Hey, come on." Li Huailin rolled his eyes. "I've already taken down several bosses today. Losing one more 1T make a difference. If you want to self-destruct, go ahead. You underestimate me. If you think I am the same as I was a few days ago, you are mistaken. Lord Methuen has granted me even greater power," Yaze sneered. "What is Lord Methuen even thinking? Your plans have failed, yet he still grants you power? This reward is akin to a discontented employee disrupting the company's internal environment. Don't tell me you have a personal relationship with Lord Methuen, something scandalous?" Li Huailin shrugged. "You are seeking your own demise?" Yaze shouted. "Indeed. How did you see through my intentions? You might not be very strong, but your perception is commendable. You can instantly discern my motives. Impressive, truly impressive," Li Huailin retorted. "Die," Yaze proclaimed, and without hesitation, he attacked, employing the same opening move Li Huailin had witnessed in the novice village, casting Shadow Vulnerability on him. Shadow Vulnerability reduces damage taken from shadow attacks by 100. "Is this move again? I knew it." Li Huailin covered his face. "Go ahead, hit me. I can't even be bothered to retaliate. Please, just exhaust yourself to death. You shall witness the power of darkness," Yaze declared, and indeed, his next move was Life Siphon, which cost him his own life. He began to lose health rapidly. This time, the rate of loss was even swifter than in the novice village, 200 health points per tick. "See, I told you so," Li Huailin shrugged. "Why don't you ever learn? Pleading for mercy is futile." Yaze sneered. "Spare me your pleas for mercy. Could you at least acknowledge who is bleeding out here? And please, could you change your lines?" "It's quite embarrassing for me too," Li Huailin replied. Just as Li Huailin and Yaze were locked in a stalemate, a radiant shield suddenly flew into the room from the entrance of the boss battle chamber. Neither of them noticed, and Yaze was struck in the chest, causing him to cough up blood and be flung back. "Warrior, are you alright?" A beam of holy light enveloped Li Huailin, restoring 2,000 health points and instantly filling his previously low health. You're here too?" Li Huailin turned to see Count Li Huailin entering. "Weren't you lying down pretending to be dead? My injuries have been healed by holy light, restoring 6 or 7 layers of health. I am now able to fight. I didn't expect you to have already defeated DD Hit. Well done, brave warrior." Count Li Huailin exclaimed with fervor, expressing his astonishment at the presence of dark forces in this realm, confirming the existence of their sinister plot. "Ah, so you have discovered it." Yazir, clutching his chest, rose to his feet, lamenting his grave miscalculation. "Have you not made enough blunders already? Are you capable of executing even one task effectively? How much fortitude must your master, the great Lord Matthew, possess to endure your repeated reports of failure? I implore you, spare me from further ridicule, Li Huailin shouted. You have nowhere left to flee, dark sorcerer. Return with me to face retribution, Count Li Huailin declared, recognizing that his opponent was privy to the dark faction's schemes and thus sought to capture him alive for interrogation rather than resorting to immediate execution. Li Huailin, I have heard your name. You are indeed a figure of significant interest within our dark ranks. Though you appear wounded, I surmise I remain no match for you. Yazir retorted, but it is impossible for you to detain me. Indeed, I have witnessed your remarkable speed in retreat. It is likely the very reason your leader continues to employ you, Li Huailin remarked. Then let us see what you can do, Count Li Huailin said, drawing the knight's sword. The red moon, from the ground, and aiming it at Yazir. Chapter 83. The interconnected main quest. Ha ha ha. Quite the bravado you possess, Li Huailin, but alas. My powers are bestowed upon me by the great Lord Methuen. Even you would find it impossible to hinder my departure. With that, Yazir produced a magical scroll from his robes and tore it asunder, unleashing a burst of black light. Not good. Count Li Huailin's expression shifted dramatically. It was a dark teleportation scroll. How could you possess such a rare artifact? Hasn't it been lost to time? You will never comprehend the might of Lord Methuen, Yazir proclaimed with pride. See, I told you. This fellow is quite adept at fleeing, isn't he? Li Huailin shrugged, bemused. But how curious that you, who are perpetually on the run, appear to feel victorious. What is the meaning of this? I shall remember you, young human. Fortune may not always favor you with timely rescues. Until we meet again. With a flash of black light, Yazir vanished, leaving only a wisp of dark smoke in his wake. Hey, I can't shake the feeling that someone rescued you. Do you possess any awareness at all? Li Huailin could only address the empty air after Yazir's departure. How careless of me. Count Li Huailin waved his hand in frustration, astonished that Yazir had access to such a teleportation scroll. Curse it. Is it possible that Methuen has uncovered secrets from the ancient dark relics? If you hadn't barged in to cause chaos, he might have succumbed to his own power, Li Huailin retorted. Brave one, though we were unable to capture the dark sorcerer. We have acquired invaluable intelligence, Count Li Huailin stated. It seems I must return to the city of divine protection immediately to inform His Majesty the King. Very well. Off you go, Li Huailin waved dismissively. However, brave one, may I impose upon you for a favor? Count Li Huailin suddenly interjected. Li Huailin paused, wondering if another quest was about to be triggered. No, this matter is imperative. It is a duty that must be fulfilled by an imperial warrior. System notification, accept A-class main quest, seek the hero. Count Li Huailin has tasked you with finding Anthony. Quest hint, it is said that someone has spotted Anthony in the northern regions of the Empire. Completion rewards, 20,000 experience, 5 gold, 1,000 reputation. And additional hidden rewards. Hey, I didn't agree to take on this quest, you scoundrel. And why is it always this Anthony fellow? What is it about him that everyone is so eager to find? Li Huailin lamented, having been ensnared by the same individual twice. Previously, a nearly lifeless NPC in the novice village had sent him to find Anthony, and now another quest was demanding the same. With 2 quests combined, Li Huailin faced a staggering deduction of 30,000 experience and 6 gold, enough to cause him to plummet 2 levels, an absurdity indeed. Anthony Mura is the sole heir to the Empire's commander, Morphas Mura. He has inherited the illustrious bloodline of the Marshal and is a formidable warrior. Count Li Huailin continued, oblivious to Li Huailin's dismay. The Empire is currently under threat from dark forces, and intelligence suggests that they are concocting a monumental conspiracy. What we perceive is merely the tip of the iceberg. We require a great warrior to lead the Empire's soldiers, and Anthony Mura fits that description perfectly. His charisma and leadership skills are unparalleled in the Empire. More importantly, the Empire and Apos, most powerful combat unit, the 1st Legion of Bartonia, has been in disarray since the sacrifice of Marshal Morphas. Only Anthony's return can restore order. We believe that with him as our leader, we can triumph over the dark forces. Such an impressive individual, and a privileged heir to boot, Li Huailin nodded, feigning interest. Yet, 3 months ago, Anthony vanished while patrolling the northern borders. We have dispatched numerous scouts to locate him, but thus far, none have succeeded. Count Li Huailin paused, a somber expression crossing his face. Many suspect that he has succumbed to the dark forces, yet without a body, no one dares to reach a conclusion. I believe he yet lives, I can feel it. Therefore, brave one, I implore you to search for him in the north. Why would I? Li Huailin thought bitterly. Finding him would result in an immediate level drop without question. Do you take me for a fool? However, Li Huailin was well aware that main quests were unavoidable. Reluctantly, he nodded. Very well, I shall undertake this task. Give me a decade or so, and I shall surely find him. Thank you. I must now escort mate back for treatment. Farewell. Count Li Huailin concluded the conversation, preparing to depart. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, brave one. May the holy light be with you. System notification. Count Li Huailin's favorability towards you has decreased by 5 points. Current favorability, neutral. How intolerable. I've not laid a hand on you, yet you dare reduce my favorability. Li Huailin grumbled, wishing he could deliver a few hundred slaps to Count Li Huailin for his insolence. But the Count had already made a swift exit. If I had known, I would have preferred to perish instead. What a chaotic affair. After a lengthy narrative, Li Huailin found himself coerced into yet another inescapable quest. He might as well have returned to his demise. Redmoon, have you arrived yet? Li Huailin resumed the conversation, only to find Redmoon deeply engaged in the guild chat with several members who had received messages. The newcomer, Hong Fei Chui Wu, was particularly animated, frequently mentioning Li Huailin. Oh, Huailin, what transpired? Is everything all right? Redmoon inquired upon noticing his response. How to explain? Upon the arrival of the boss, a sequence of events unfolded. An agent of the dark forces appeared, and that half-dead Count at the entrance rushed in. They had a scuffle, no, a clash, and then both departed. Li Huailin summarized concisely. Such a development? Were there any special rewards? Redmoon asked, astonished. Li Huailin pondered. He had no desire to undertake the quest himself. If he informed Redmoon and the others, they might become overly intrigued, want to repeat the encounter, and then seek him out for assistance. That would be a hassle. Thus, he replied, I didn't see any rewards. The dialogue was too lengthy. I wasn't paying attention and nearly dozed off. Hey, that could be a hidden plot. Pay attention, Redmoon urged. What is the current situation? Once the Count finished speaking, he simply walked away. Now there is no one left. Li Huailin replied, how much longer until you arrive? Almost there. We are nearing the entrance to the dungeon. Wow, there's quite a crowd gathered. They must be here for the system announcement. Redmoon remarked while running. Let them be, hurry up, Li Huailin urged, only to receive a remote communication notification, revealing the sender to be Ling Yang. President, I have an incoming call. You all continue on, I'll handle this, Li Huailin declared. Understood, I have many notifications piling up as well. What a headache, Han Yue also lamented. It seems I must log off for a while to secure my good equipment, or I shall be utterly vexed. I concur, Li Huailin replied. Chapter 84. The Curious Drop Night Flight. Give me a call. Li Huailin answered the distant communication. Indeed, Huailin, congratulations. Ling Jia Night Flight chuckled. You've completed the second Abyss dungeon. It took me over 2 hours, but finally, we succeeded. This dungeon was no walk in the park. The last one was finished in a mere 10 minutes, but this time, Li Huailin truly struggled. We couldn't even clear the Hell dungeon, and here you are, complaining after conquering the Abyss. Night Flight teased. We also sent people to tackle that balloony dungeon, which was exceedingly difficult even in normal mode. Do you have any secrets? Nothing much, you'll see for yourself. Li Huailin nonchalantly sent screenshots of all his fire resistance gear to Ling Jia Night Flight. If your team equips this, I reckon you could clear the Hell dungeon. As for the Abyss, it depends on the circumstances. What impressive fire resistance gear. Night Flight's eyes gleamed. The full set grants an additional 120 points of fire resistance? Is that even possible? That's astonishing. Is it a lot? Li Huailin, oblivious to market trends, casually inquired. We certainly understand the importance of resistance gear. We've started collecting pieces here and there, but so far, we've only gathered items that add single-digit resistance, like 5 or 8. Your pieces, which add 15 or 20, combined with the set bonus for fire attribute dungeons, would make it feasible for anyone to succeed. Night Flight admitted, a hint of envy in his voice. Li Huailin pondered, realizing how formidable this resistance gear truly was. Earlier that morning, Han Yue had effortlessly led a few players to their demise, yet they cleared the dungeon in just 2 attempts, significantly reducing the difficulty. Are you interested in selling this set of gear? Night Flight suddenly asked. I assure you, the price will be to your satisfaction, in either game currency or real money. Li Huailin contemplated. He had no intention of grinding through such a time-consuming dungeon again. If he needed to farm items, he could simply go to the Poison Snake Cavern, which took only 15 minutes per run, infinitely more enjoyable. However, he wondered if the fire resistance gear would still be of use. If you're not selling, renting it out is also an option. How much for a day or an hour? Night Flight suggested, noticing Li Huailin's hesitation. How about this? Just contact someone named Han Yue directly and ask her. Li Huailin decided to pass the matter on to Han Yue, thinking it best to let her decide whether to sell or not, as it would not affect him either way. Han Yue, the one who cleared the dungeon with you, right? Night Flight nodded in understanding. I'll reach out to her shortly. Then, it's settled. I'll hang up now. Wait a moment. Night Flight stopped Li Huailin, who was about to end the call. There's one more thing. Yes? What is it? Li Huailin continued. That hidden quest we discussed? The location was in the Lava Rift, which is the domain of the Annihilation faction. I didn't realize it at the time. Night Flight chuckled ruefully. Oh, does Annihilation not allow you in? Li Huailin inquired, curious if Lingjie would be intimidated by them. Not exactly. They initially didn't allow entry, but I mentioned I had recorded a video of you defeating their entire team. I asked if they wanted me to promote it among the major guilds, and they backed down. To be honest, I didn't record anything. I was just bluffing. Surprisingly, he believed me without even seeing any evidence. Night Flight laughed. I see. Li Huailin nodded. Understanding why he had not encountered any posts about Annihilation pursuing him, they were likely too embarrassed. It seemed he hadn't provoked them sufficiently, and he had chosen poorly. Next time, he needed to select someone who appeared foolish and prone to anger, completely disregarding the guild's interests to provoke their leader. So is there anything else? Li Huailin inquired, thinking they had resolved everything. We can't locate the quest NPC, Night Flight explained. There are countless magma pits in the lava rift. We've dived into over a dozen, but to no avail. To make matters worse, this diving suit has energy requirements. So we have to return to the craftsman to recharge it. We've been at it all morning, and we still haven't found anything. Didn't you say you had information about this quest? I thought I'd ask. I didn't expect this quest to be so troublesome. Li Huailin sighed. I just jumped into a magma pool randomly and ended up there. Reflecting on it now, my luck was extraordinary. I remember it being an elliptical magma pool, roughly 10 meters long and 5 or 6 meters wide. Just jump into that one. Got it. Lingjie Night Flight nodded, comprehending. We'll continue searching. You certainly know a lot about this quest. Had I not known we were undertaking it, I would have thought you had completed it yourself. More or less, Li Huailin replied vaguely. Is there anything else? Let us wrap this up. Let me think. Oh right. Are you selling the strategy for the Buluini dungeon? Night Flight asked after a moment's reflection. If it's the same kind of monster skills and information as last time, I can write one up for you. Li Huailin replied casually. Since I won't be participating anymore, just give me a few sets of health potions. No rush. Next time we meet will suffice. Or you could have a junior deliver them to me. Sure, that works. Night Flight nodded, seemingly finished. I'll reach out to Hongyue now. All right. After ending the call, Li Huailin calculated the time and realized Hongyue and her group should be concluding their run. Sure enough, after a short wait, Hongyue arrived with 3 others at the final boss room. Though 20 minutes had passed since their encounter with the boss, the women remained lively and cheerful, their spirits high. The NPC at the entrance, the Count, has vanished. Hongyue remarked as she entered. The officer who was lying there, what was his name? Something with Ma. Before leaving, he casually took the sword intended for you, Li Huailin noted. I expected as much. The system isn't going to genuinely gift us an item, Hongyue chuckled. By the way, the person from Lingjie contacted me, expressing interest in purchasing our fire resistance gear. You must be aware, right? He said you referred him. Yes. That was me, Li Huailin nodded. I'm unsure if that gear still holds value. You decide whether to sell it. This dungeon has been a nuisance, and I have no desire to repeat it. With that, Li Huailin removed his gear and traded it to Hongyue, donning his signature novice outfit once more. The fire resistance gear could still prove useful in the future. Hongyue mused, torn. What if we need it later? That would be a loss. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Hongqin Yinyu, as this was her area of expertise. I advocate for selling it, Hongqin Yinyu stated proactively. Although this fire resistance gear is impressive, it is only beneficial for our current phase. I believe opportunities to utilize it in the future will be limited. Since we don't need it now, let us sell it at a high price to Lingjie. This gear has already provided us with significant benefits. Selling it now will still yield profit. Moreover, I believe the price is at its peak. It will likely decrease later, so it's better to sell now. I find her reasoning compelling, Li Huailin remarked. Then it's settled. We shall sell it. I will contact them again, Hongyue confirmed with a nod. Let us divide the gear first. We can discuss the rest later. I've been waiting long enough, Li Huailin urged. True. The Crimson Moon nodded silently, refraining from inquiring who would procure the equipment, and took the initiative to examine the corpse. To her surprise, the first item that emerged was not a piece of golden equipment, but rather an object that left everyone perplexed. An unused black core. Although it had been utilized by someone, one could still sense the lingering dark energy within it. Collecting this item would trigger a quest. Chapter 85. Conclusion of the guild event. What is this? Hongqin Yinyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. I don't know. I've never seen it before, Hongyue replied, her brow furrowed in perplexity. It appears to be a quest item. Is there anyone among us who has accepted a similar task? Li Huailin hesitated, pondering the implications. Could this be related to that fellow Ye's? Might he have come here solely to retrieve this item, only to have it thwarted by our fortuitous encounter? Huailin, do you know something? Han Yue inquired, studying Li Huailin's expression intently. Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure if this has anything to do with me. Li Huailin replied uncertainly. Then it's yours, Han Yue declared, promptly allocating the item to Li Huailin. System notification. You have received the item Unspent Black Core. System notification. You have accepted the main quest threat of the Dark Forces. 1. You discovered an unspent black core on the corpse of Didahit, but its utility remains a mystery. However, it is said that there are individuals within the Church of the Divine City who study such matters. You may wish to seek them out. Quest rewards: 3,000 experience, 1 gold, 300 reputation points. Wait, I didn't ask for this, Li Huailin exclaimed, caught off guard by the sudden main quest. Don't be so modest. Your need for equipment is minimal. After all this time, you ought to receive something, Han Yue assumed, unaware that Li Huailin had genuinely not wanted it. Damn it, this troublesome item is soulbound, Li Huailin muttered as he inspected his inventory, realizing that once acquired, it could neither be discarded nor traded, not even upon death. It occupied a precious slot in his inventory for no reason. Why does this relentless main quest always seem to pursue me? Li Huailin sighed, realizing that failing to undertake this quest would permanently occupy an inventory slot. While the impact may be negligible, the mere sight of it was disheartening. However, speaking of the church, something suddenly struck him. He glanced at the emblem of the Sword Guardian emblazoned on his chest, recalling that the old man had mentioned matters pertaining to the church upon his acquisition. Perhaps I should just turn in this quest. It's disheartening to have an inventory slot occupied unnecessarily. After all, losing 3,000 experience and 1 gold isn't too steep a price, he concluded, deciding to investigate the church. The initial experience and monetary deduction for the quest weren't substantial, and he could consider it a small fee for unlocking an inventory space. With the pet egg competition scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and his full attribute buff set to expire then as well, Li Huailin found himself with a day of idleness and resolved to visit the church. Well, I might as well take this, since it's too late to throw it away. Let's see what else we can find. Li Huailin waved his hand dismissively. Han Yue nodded, continuing to search the corpse. This time, fortune favored them as a golden glow enveloped an item that emerged from the search. Dragonkin Energy Amulet, Gold Accessory, Intelligence 8. Spirit 3. Equip. Increases spell attack by 14 points. Use. Increases spell attack by 100 points for 20 seconds. Requires level 20. Classes: Mage, Warlock, Druid, Priest. It's a rare accessory, Han Yue remarked, noting its applicability for spell damage. It seems only Yin Yan can make use of it. Why is it always something for my sister? Han Yin complained, lamenting her luck as she had only received a blue item while all the golden equipment had no relevance to a priest. Receiving priest equipment isn't necessarily for you, Han Yue countered. Suewu hasn't received anything thus far either. Ah, that's true. Han Yin reflected on Suewu's plight, then turned to Han Yue. Could you perhaps find a priest's item for Suewu instead? It's not as simple as just wishing for one, Han Yue chuckled, content that thus far all the equipment they had uncovered was usable. It would be far more troublesome if they stumbled upon something exclusive to druids. In the realm of Heart of Glory, humans cannot choose the druid class. Only elves are permitted such a privilege. The unfortunate aspect is that humans can still encounter druid-exclusive gear, leaving them baffled as to how to dispose of it, since no human would be interested in purchasing such items. They would simply end up stored away in a warehouse. I have a feeling the next one will definitely be a priest's item, Han Yin asserted. Right, brother-in-law? How should I know? Li Huailin retorted, bewildered by how the conversation had turned toward him, feeling as though he had been caught in the crossfire. I'll give it a try. Han Yue shared the Dragonkin Energy Amulet with Hongchen Yinyu and continued her search of the corpse. Midnight Cloak, Silver Leather Armor, Chest, Physical Defense 15 to 20, Magic Defense 15 to 15, Agility 22. Constitution 10. Requires level 20, Classes: Rogue, Hunter, Druid. Well, it seems luck isn't always on our side. We can't always get what we desire, Han Yue sighed, realizing that no one among them wore leather armor, rendering this item rather useless. Huh. Poor Suewu, having fought for so long without acquiring any equipment. How about I give you my gloves? I did receive a golden staff from the last dungeon, Han Yin offered, feeling a bit guilty. No need, it's alright. If the dungeon doesn't yield the equipment I need, then there's nothing to be done about it. Besides, I've leveled up 2 whole levels in just 2 hours. I think I'm the real winner here, Suewu interjected eagerly. She had already been at level 15, and after completing the Abyss dungeon and accumulating experience from both minor monsters and bosses, as well as receiving an A-grade evaluation, she had swiftly risen to level 17. Meanwhile, the others, including Li Huailin, had all reached level 18. If only I had given that peculiar black cord to Tsu, Li Huailin mused aloud, lamenting the fact that after over 2 hours of effort, he had acquired no equipment at all, which was rather disheartening. Really, there's no need. Tsu waved her hand, indicating that she was genuinely indifferent. Wait, there's more. Han Yue suddenly exclaimed while rummaging through the remains. Huh, more? Aren't bosses supposed to drop only 2 items? Li Huailin turned to inquire. Well, there's also the possibility of world drops. It might just be that the item fell from this boss. Let me check, Han Yue replied, and as she searched, a gruesome dragon head materialized in the selection bar. Half-dragon Didahit's head, Abyss. This serves as proof that you have defeated Didahit in the Abyss dungeon. Present it to Count Dewarian at the Borin's outpost to receive a reward. Picking it up will trigger a quest. Not again, Li Huailin grimaced, hastily passing the item to Tsu. I absolutely refuse to take that. It's disgusting, Tsu protested, unable to bear the sight of the bloody trophy. Though I'm unsure of what the reward may be, it's likely to be valuable. You should just take it. After all, you can hand it in once we exit the dungeon, Han Yue suggested. But, Tsu stammered, clearly distressed by the grotesque item. Regardless, it will just sit in your inventory, and you won't have to carry it around. It's settled, Han Yue declared, passing the dragon head to Tsu. It's still a bit revolting. Tsu grimaced as she examined the icon in her inventory, feeling somewhat queasy. I need to turn this in quickly. It should be disbanding soon, right? Yes, that seems likely. I'll log off to buy groceries, Han Yue responded with a nod. I'm logging off as well. I'm tired today. In the midst of the bustling world, a voice inquired, Where is my brother-in-law? The fair maiden, with excitement in her demeanor, expressed her eagerness to remain online, certain that if Li Huailin declared he would not log off, she would follow suit. I too shall log off, for I have matters to attend to. Li Huailin casually fabricated. Oh, the fair maiden nodded in disappointment. Well then, today's team activity was exceptionally successful. Thank you all for your hard work. The profits from this event will be credited to everyone. Now, let us disperse, concluded Han Yue with a gentle clap of her hands. Chapter 86. At the gates of the church that evening, Li Huailin did not log into the game, aside from composing a few strategies for night flight. He primarily searched for information regarding skill books. However, the results were rather disheartening, given the current market prices. A single skill book was valued approximately at the same level as a piece of golden equipment, essentially priceless. Even the most subpar skill books were not available for sale, while the demand was overwhelming. A casual search yielded no fewer than 100,000 posts seeking skill books, complicating his quest for information. To think skill books are so valuable. I managed to acquire 2. I should pay homage to my ancestors. Li Huailin still had 2 respectable skill books in his bank. Initially, he had hoped for more, but upon reflection, 2 was already quite commendable. With nothing else planned for tomorrow, he decided to run a few instances in the Abyssal Venom Cave. Perhaps he could procure another skill book. He had previously obtained skill books from the Abyssal dungeons twice, indicating a relatively high drop rate. If all else failed, he could repeatedly clear the Venom Cave, which had a cooldown of 15 minutes. Alright, tomorrow I'll visit the church to turn in my items, and then clear the Venom Cave a few times. With that resolved, Li Huailin stretched, glanced at the time, and retired for the night. The following morning, Li Huailin rose promptly at 7 a.m., had a light breakfast, and logged into the game. Upon entering, he found himself at the entrance of the Barunara dungeon, as he had logged out within the instance the previous day. Consequently, the team had disbanded, and the system had teleported him to the dungeon's entrance. Fortunately, he was prepared with a return scroll. After locating it in his inventory, he activated it, and, within 10 seconds, appeared in the central plaza of the main city. How convenient. Li Huailin marveled at his first use of the return scroll. No skill could rival its capabilities, truly a distortion of reality, a teleportation of sorts. His next task was to seek out the church, which was relatively straightforward, as there was a designated church area within the city of divine favor. This area contained some zones where paladin players could learn skills, alongside sections currently inaccessible to players. Since the quest did not specify whom he was to find, Li Huailin wandered through the buildings that players could enter, casually conversing with several NPCs, but to no avail. The NPCs merely repeated the same few lines, most often stating, "You are not a paladin. You cannot receive the blessing of the holy light." What a con, Li Huailin thought. With little to discover in the general areas, he decided to head to the cathedral, the most grandiose structure in the city aside from the royal palace. The cathedral served as the church and Apos' stronghold in the main city, housing many significant church NPCs, yet players were currently barred from entry. As Li Huailin approached the cathedral and Apos' entrance, he was intercepted by 2 guards. Apologies, but ahead lies a sacred ground. Only members of the church may enter, one guard informed him. Ah, I'm looking for someone, Li Huailin replied after a moment's thought. Whom are you seeking? We can relay the message. If they wish to meet you, we may allow you entry, the guard responded. How am I supposed to know whom to look for? The quest didn't specify, and Li Huailin was unsure which NPC he needed. In that case, we cannot permit you entry, the guard stated matter-of-factly. How troublesome. Li Huailin scratched his head. Wait, what's that on your chest? One of the guards suddenly noticed the emblem of the sword guardian on Li Huailin's chest, his expression tinged with surprise. Oh, this? Li Huailin lifted the emblem for the guards to see. The sword guardian emblem. Do you recognize it? What? You are a sword guardian? The guard's demeanor shifted to one of respect. I shall inform His Eminence the Cardinal immediately. Please wait. Huh. Observing the guard's change in attitude, Li Huailin pondered whether the sword guardians were held in high regard within the church, far from his previous assumptions. With curiosity piqued, he decided to observe how events would unfold. One of the guards quickly rushed inside the cathedral, presumably to report the situation. Shortly thereafter, Li Huailin received a system notification. System notification: your title as sword guardian has been recognized by the church, granting you church reputation. System notification: due to your title as sword guardian, the church's favorability towards you has decreased by 40 points. Current favor: hatred. What the? Before Li Huailin could fully process this, a swarm of guards surged forth from the cathedral, encircling him. Well, while the process was not what I envisioned, the outcome is still quite similar, Li Huailin remarked calmly amidst the guards. However, the guards did not attack him. After a moment, they parted to reveal a figure approaching him. At the forefront was a man clad in a red robe, adorned with a white sacred garment beneath, and a platinum and gold crown atop his head. Li Huailin glanced at his name, which read Cardinal de Gusby. You are the sword guardian? Cardinal de Gusby addressed Li Huailin, his tone laced with disdain, making the contempt palpable. What the heck is this? Li Huailin shrugged. Yeah, that's me. You shamelessly admit it. De Gusby remarked. I cannot fathom why the sword guardians would choose you. To bear the title of sword guardian is a mockery in itself. For crying out loud, if you want to fight, then just fight. Stop with the insults, okay? Li Huailin replied nonchalantly, thinking that dying would be preferable. The cardinal's district was located in the main city, so he could easily find a way to perish later. In light of your status as a sword guardian, I shall not execute you here, but I do not wish to see you again. Please depart. De Gusby stated sternly. Hey, please spare me. I'm such a heinous individual. Don't you think my existence disrupts societal harmony? Hurry and put me out of my misery and purify the city's social fabric. Li Huailin implored fervently. Be grateful for your title as sword guardian. Otherwise, I would have executed you here today. De Gusby retorted with disgust. Leave at once, and do not let me see you again. Grateful my foot. Li Huailin sighed, resolving to remain right where he was, curious to see how this would unfold. Guards, restrain this man. He must not enter the church. Such a person is unworthy to pollute the sacred hall. Cardinal de Gusby commanded, turning away from Li Huailin, clearly unwilling to engage further. Wait. Seeing that de Gusby truly intended to let him go, Li Huailin felt a twinge of disappointment but accepted the situation, primarily wanting to complete the tedious task. What more do you have to say? De Gusby turned back, genuinely caught off guard by Li Huailin's call. For heaven's sake, can someone tell me to whom I should submit this? Li Huailin exclaimed, pulling the unused black core from his inventory. The countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically, particularly that of Archbishop de Gusby, who soon erupted in furious indignation. A foul aura. How dare you carry such malevolent relics? You are beyond redemption. In disbelief, Li Huailin contemplated interjecting, yet found it more compelling to mock instead. Indeed, this artifact belongs to me. If you possess the courage, come and slay me. You. De Gusby waved his sleeve dismissively, declaring, let us depart. May it wither away on its own. Such a grotesque entity shall incur divine retribution. Wait, don't leave just yet. Li Huailin attempted to halt him, but the archbishop strode away without a backward glance. Am I now unable to submit my quest? Li Huailin mused as he gazed at the dark core in his hand. What is the meaning of this? Must I eradicate the church to restore my reputation before I can complete my task? How troublesome this is. He sighed, conceding that if he could not turn it in, then so be it. After all, submitting it would only result in experience penalties. He might as well retain it. Initially, he had anticipated a straightforward visit to the church to complete his quest, but it had proven to be far more complicated than he had imagined. It would be wiser to keep it in his inventory. Thus, he resolved to pursue skill books instead, turning his attention to the Serpent's Cave to farm for skill books. He had barely taken a step when a voice called out from behind him. Hold on, Hero, may I have a look at what you possess? Chapter 87. The utterly frustrating encounter with NPC's hero. May I take a look at what you have in your hands? A voice called from behind Li Huailin. Turning to investigate, he discovered that the speaker was none other than an NPC he recognized, Mike Colt. This was the very NPC who had previously assigned him a hidden quest to locate his brother, which Li Huailin had declined. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why Mike was here. Aren't you still searching for your brother? Just yesterday, I heard Night Flight mention that the quest remains uncompleted. Shouldn't you be at home? Frantically looking for him? Hero, you remember me. Mike Colt replied with a smile. I merely passed through here and happened to notice what you're holding. Might I see it? This thing? Li Huailin queried, as he extended the unspent black core towards Mike. Here, take a good look. If you want it, just take it. No need to be polite. This object, it feels. Mike's expression grew serious as he examined it. I would like to study this thoroughly. Hero, could you accompany me to my home for a moment? That's unnecessary. If you want to study it, just take it. Please, don't hesitate. Li Huailin waved dismissively. If someone wants it, all the better. I can't even bring myself to discard it. That won't do, Hero. I cannot simply take what belongs to another, Mike insisted promptly. It will only take a moment, I assure you. Just take it already, stop wasting my time. Li Huailin could no longer contain his frustration. That won't do, Hero. Please, I beg you to let me take it. I genuinely implore you. Fine. I'll go with you. Li Huailin relented after exhausting all means to persuade Mike to accept the item. Lead the way. It shouldn't take too long. Mike Colt then proceeded to guide Li Huailin back to his home in the Craftsman District, a place Li Huailin had visited twice before and thus knew well. Mike's home remained in disarray, and his brother was noticeably absent, indicating that Night Flight and the others had yet to complete their quest. Please, take a seat for a moment while I examine this item, Mike Colt said eagerly, rushing to a nearby workbench equipped with peculiar tools to begin his analysis of the black core. Li Huailin, lacking any knowledge of engineering, was utterly bewildered by Mike's actions. The wait was not long. Shortly after, Mike stood up from the workbench, a serious expression on his face. This item is extraordinary, he stated gravely. It is a product of engineering, and the skills of its creator far surpass my own. It is undoubtedly the work of a master engineer. This thing is made of engineering? It looks rather unremarkable, Li Huailin remarked, observing the black spherical object, which merely featured a circular interface. I would not have guessed it was crafted through engineering. Unless one possesses knowledge of engineering, they would likely overlook its significance, Mike replied thoughtfully. In fact, I doubt anyone in the main city could discern its craftsmanship except for me. Its intricacy is so profound that I cannot fully grasp it at first glance. Essentially, it is an engineering marvel. Understood, Li Huailin said. What is next? Do you still want this item? I have only ascertained that it is a product of engineering, but I wish to delve deeper into its function and composition, Mike Colt explained. Might I temporarily keep this item for further study? Of course, take it. I just said I would give it to you, Li Huailin interjected, cutting Mike off mid-sentence. It's yours now. I'm leaving. Wait, Hero. I cannot take your possession without offering something in return, Mike insisted immediately. System notification, main quest completed. The threat of dark forces, 1. Experience lost, 3,000, gold, 1. Reputation points, 300. Damn it. I had a bad feeling about this, and here it is, Li Huailin sighed, exasperated. What have I done to deserve this? Please do not thank me. This is what you deserve, Mike replied. Who the hell is thanking you? I would rather strike you down right now. At this point, Li Huailin understood that this quest was destined to conclude here. The system notification about the church indicated that regardless of whether he could gain entry, he would ultimately return empty-handed, only to be intercepted by this NPC upon exiting to complete the quest. By the way, Hero, I have another favor to ask of you. Mike said again. You aren't going to ask me to take on another quest, are you? Li Huailin predicted the forthcoming plot. Regarding this item, I have observed that the one you possess is not the complete version. It has already been used by someone, Mike informed him, to conduct my research. I must acquire a complete black core or its design schematics to fully understand the internal structure. Why should I care? Please, just stop talking, Li Huailin retorted. Since you are so straightforward, I shall refrain from elaborating further, Mike stated. This black core is undoubtedly linked to the ruins of Fargasta. I am certain of it. Please investigate there. It would be best if you could retrieve the schematics. I will report to the king and ensure you receive the rewards you deserve. System notification. You have accepted the main quest, the threat of dark forces, 2. This black core seems to be related to the ruins of Fargasta. Please investigate the situation there. Quest rewards. Experience. 20,000, gold. 3. Reputation points. 800. Completion. Li Huailin face-bombed. I came this far and still couldn't evade it. How much does the main quest line truly favor me? Hero, I am counting on you this time, Mike said earnestly. Sure, leave it to me. Li Huailin replied casually, knowing full well he would not undertake the task. He had no idea where the ruins of Fargasta were, nor did he care. By the way, I have something that may assist you, Mike Colt suddenly said. Li Huailin paused, pondering if he was about to receive a gift. Gifts were acceptable. They would not incur system penalties. Come this way, Mike directed, walking toward a separate room. Intrigued about what he might receive, Li Huailin followed. Upon entering what resembled a laboratory, Li Huailin noted the clutter of mechanical parts and wires scattered about, reminiscent of an electrician's workshop long overdue for cleaning. This is it, Mike said, approaching a machine covered with a white cloth. He pulled the cloth away, releasing a cloud of dust that made him cough. What is this? Li Huailin inquired, examining the machine beneath the cloth. It was a cylindrical device, slightly taller than a person, surrounded by a wire mesh, featuring an opening that seemed just large enough for someone to step inside. Step inside, please, Mike instructed. All right, Li Huailin nodded and stepped onto the machine's platform. Just a moment. Let me start it up and check for any issues, Mike said, preparing to activate the machine. As Mike Colt spoke, he began to operate the control panel beside the machine. Before long, the lights atop the apparatus illuminated, and it emitted a roar reminiscent of a diesel generator. It seems to be operational, Mike Colt exclaimed with delight. After lying dormant for 2 years, I had my doubts about its functionality. What exactly is this machine? Li Huailin inquired. This is a teleportation device I developed previously, capable of transporting individuals to designated locations. I have a teleportation point in Urkmok City, conveniently located near the Fargast ruins. With this machine, I can send you there, which is far more efficient than traveling by carriage. A journey that would take at least 2 days, Mike Colt replied with evident pride. Such a machine exists? Li Huailin nodded, but suddenly felt a sense of unease. Wait, what did you just say? I'm sending you to Urkmok City, Mike Colt reiterated. The machine is now activated. Hey, hold on. I never agreed to that, Li Huailin protested, attempting to exit, only to find the iron door of the machine closing behind him, trapping him inside. Oh, by the way, this machine is somewhat unstable. And after being idle for 2 years, there may be unforeseen complications during the teleportation process. Please exercise caution, Mike Colt kindly cautioned. You bastard. Let me out so I can strangle you. Li Huailin was genuinely unable to escape, his frustration boiling over. All right, settings complete. Initiating countdown. 3, 2, 1. Li Huailin felt an overwhelming flash of white light, forcing him to shut his eyes. The next moment, he sensed his feet losing their footing, and his entire being began to plummet downward. When he opened his eyes, he discovered himself suspended in midair, at least 50 meters above the ground, with a vast expanse of white snow beneath him. What on earth am I supposed to do in this game? Li Huailin managed to utter before he plunged headfirst into the snowy terrain below. Chapter 88. Urkmok City. With a thunderous crash, a flurry of snowflakes scattered through the air. After a brief moment, Li Huailin emerged from a large crater in the snow, glancing at his health bar, which miraculously displayed a mere 400 points of fall damage. This was astonishing. It seemed the game had a mechanism for mitigating fall damage when landing on soft surfaces. What a ridiculous turn of events. Surveying his surroundings, Li Huailin found himself in an expanse of untouched snow, save for the hole he had created upon impact. The pristine landscape seemed entirely devoid of any signs of previous travelers, an utterly unfamiliar sight. Where on earth was this place? Suddenly, his gaze caught a glimpse of what appeared to be human structures just beyond a nearby mountain. However, he could only discern a shadowy outline, obscured by the thick blanket of snow. Regardless, he felt compelled to investigate further. Curiously, Li Huailin began to traverse the snowy terrain, expecting to encounter difficulties due to the knee-deep snow. To his surprise, he found his movement speed had actually increased. A glance at his buff bar revealed, deep snow increases movement speed by 20. As he approached the building he had spotted, Li Huailin soon realized he was observing a corner of a city wall. Stepping closer, he finally discerned the silhouette of a fortification, partially obscured by the mountains. From his vantage point, it appeared to be a modest city, significantly smaller than the city of Divine Protection, perhaps only 1/10 its size. Determined to assess the situation, Li Huailin continued toward the city. However, just as he began his journey, an unsettling roar echoed from behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by a white leopard charging in his direction, its fierce gaze indicating an imminent attack. Feigning nonchalance, Li Huailin employed his reconnaissance skill to assess the approaching beast. To his astonishment, the creature was labeled as an enraged snow leopard, with all other attributes marked as unknown. At level 18, Li Huailin realized that this leopard was at least a level 23 monster. A higher level might be advantageous, he mused, as the low-level creatures near the main city had scarcely inflicted any damage upon him. Standing his ground, he awaited the leopard's assault, but was met with disappointment when its initial strike caused only 42 points of damage. Sighing, he reflected on the encounter. Although the leopard was indeed stronger than the typical training monsters near the main city, it still fell short of his expectations. With over 4,000 health points, it would take the leopard over 100 strikes to defeat him, not accounting for his health regeneration. "You're of no use to me," Li Huailin declared, drawing his bronze sword. With a single critical strike of 400 damage, he dispatched the leopard effortlessly. Combat log. You have slain the enraged snow leopard, gaining 55 experience points. Not too shabby, he remarked, noting that the creature was indeed a viable option for leveling. However, it seemed the monsters here were merely of average strength, with their higher levels owing to the region's overall difficulty. Li Huailin surmised that he could probably start leveling up at level 25 or higher in this area. The snow leopard dropped nothing of value, and Li Huailin sheathed his sword, continuing toward the snow-laden city. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at the city wall, which stood at a modest height of around 8 meters, quite unimpressive compared to the walls of the main city. Upon entering, Li Huailin found the city to be even smaller than he had anticipated. Ahead lay the city gate, where 2 guards, exhaling puffs of warm breath, stood vigil. Having seen the heavily armed guards of the main city, he noted that these guards appeared rather shabby, their armor bearing the marks of age and wear. With visible dents and scars from past battles, their weapons were equally lackluster, each wielding a long spear and a sword that looked like it had been salvaged from a junkyard. To keep warm, the guards had draped tattered cloaks over their armor, but their shivering bodies revealed the biting cold they endured. Nonetheless, they remained dutiful in blocking Li Huailin's entry. "Greetings, you are at Yurkmok City, which is currently under lockdown. Please state your name, identity, and purpose for visiting, be it trade or otherwise," one of the guards, named Derek, addressed him. "Li Huailin, from the main city. Not entirely sure why I'm here," he replied, bemused. Unlike the guards from the main city who never impeded players' entry, these guards seemed to be more vigilant. "Oh, I see." Derek nodded, surprisingly allowing Li Huailin to pass without further inquiry. "You may enter. However, be cautious. There have been recent disturbances in Yurkmok City." "What sort of disturbances?" Li Huailin inquired, having noticed the mention of a lockdown. "Nothing too severe, really. There has been a surge in bandit activity, targeting merchants. It was manageable until last week when they ambushed a military outpost and stole a significant amount of supplies, inciting the ire of Lord Baryan," Derek explained. "I see." Li Huailin acknowledged, suspecting this might lead to some quests, such as eliminating bandits. However, he had no intention of pursuing such tasks and dismissed the thought. As he had anticipated, Yurkmok City was modest in size, lacking the expansive layout of the City of Divine Protection. Shops and residences were haphazardly arranged, yet signs at each entrance made navigation relatively straightforward. Curiously, Li Huailin noted the absence of any players within the city. Instead, he was surrounded by NPCs with green names above their heads. This stark contrast to the throngs of players he had encountered in recent days left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Could it be that no one had ever reached this city before? He pondered, recalling that he had not seen any forum posts featuring images of cities beyond the main one. Given the city's modest size, Li Huailin quickly familiarized himself with Yurkmok City. Although small, it boasted all the essential amenities: a pharmacy, blacksmith, general store, and even a branch bank and pet supply shop. It appeared to be a standard hub for leveling up. As he strolled through the streets, he engaged in conversation with a few NPCs, discovering they indeed offered quests, all revolving around the bandit threat. According to Li Huailin's understanding, there are not just one group of bandits in this area. Among the tasks he received to eliminate bandits, 3 distinct factions were mentioned. However, he refrained from undertaking any of these missions. Having finished his exploration, he decided it was time to return. Li Huailin hadn't anticipated that his moment of curiosity would lead him to wander for over 2 hours, clearly captivated by the magnificent snowy landscape surrounding him. Opening his satchel, he retrieved a return scroll and began the incantation. Unfortunately, after a mere 10 seconds, an unfortunate event transpired. Why am I still here? In a flash of light, Li Huailin found himself inexplicably transported from a corner of Yurkmok City back to the town square, a mere few hundred meters away. "Oh, come on, dear return scroll. I just praised your effectiveness." A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Li Huailin.